Chapter 1-Boss No, it's time for me to get off work. Zhang Yuan gently raised his wrist and stared at the watch in his hand, only to see the second hand slowly moving in the direction of 12. He nodded with satisfaction, and the task that Jing gave to him was about 10 seconds away, and now he was staring at his watch like a social animal waiting for the end of work. The second hand on the watch just pointed to the position of 12. Gang Won stood up and walked to the table next to him in the coffee shop. Seeing him approaching, Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi showed different expressions on the seats. Mayano Akimi is more of a smile with a little sympathy, while Mayano Shiho is naked disgust. Boss Shui, it's time for me to get off work. It's time to send you back to the organization. Zhang Yuan Nobutada said as if he didn't see the disgust in Shiho Mayano's eyes. My name is Shirley, and I'm not a snow boss. Mayano Shiho's expression was even more disgusting, and he didn't say much that he was going to pick up his bag and leave with Zhang Yuan Nobutada. Please wait a moment. Mayano Akimi called Zhang Yuan Nobutada, who was about to turn and leave. Zhang Yuan Nobuyata stopped his steps and looked suspiciously at Mayano Akimi, who was smiling very gently in front of him. You just said that you are off work, so is it possible to work overtime? Mayano Akimi looked at Zhang Yuan Nobuyata in front of him with the same expression. Sister, how is it possible for someone like him? Mayano Shiho sneered and was about to say a few ugly words to Zhang Yuan Nobuyata before he was interrupted. Of course, although I don't like to work overtime, if the boss insists on it, then it is not impossible to pay 3 times my normal hourly salary for overtime. By the way, my current hourly salary is 10,000 yen. In Mayano Shiho's unbelievable expression, Zhang Yuan said these words fluently. It didn't sound like it was the first time he said it, and he was very skilled. After hearing this, Shiho Mayano took out about 20 million yen bills from his bag without hesitation and handed them to Zhang Yuan. Working overtime for 6 hours, more than a tip is counted as your tip. Zhang Yuan put away the bills that Shiho Mayano handed over, and then said to the two sisters, "Thank you boss for the tip, I wish you all a good time, just remember to call me when you are leaving." After speaking, Zhang Yuan returned to the place where he was sitting and greeted the waiter to order a cup of coffee. This time he ordered an expensive cup. Mayano Shiho stared blankly at Zhang Yuan, who had returned to his seat, and it was a little incredible. Usually, most of the people who were responsible for bringing her to meet with her sister were vodka, and occasionally there were outside members of the organization who brought her. But those peripheral members will basically take her away as soon as the time comes. Although she is also a member with a code name in the organization, her status is completely incomparable to vodka. Even the outer members wouldn't listen to her. But what Zhang Yuan did today really surprised her. Isn't this person afraid of vodka? Mayano Shiho shook his head, regained his senses, and then chatted with his sister. He just hoped that this peripheral member would not be punished after returning this time. As for whether he will bring himself to see his sister next time, Gong no Shiho no longer dared to hope. Zhang Yuan is a person who travels through, and he was called Zhang Yuan in his previous life. After crossing over, he found that the owner of this body seemed to be similar to him. His surname was Zhang Yuan, but he had an extra name called Nobuzhong. The name is a good name, but this name always feels like a big brother in the underworld. Or the underworld big brother in Hong Kong movies. The original owner of this body died of sudden death. As for why the sudden death, Zhang Yuan was the first to know that a person could still die suddenly after a complete breakdown. Zhang Yuan carefully looked at the original owner's memory and found that this man was tricked into joining the black organization at a very early age, not for other reasons, but because of money and welfare. Although some tasks are a bit dangerous, the body that has been trained in the organizational system can also cope well, which makes Zhang Yuan very satisfied. As for Jian Jiayuan's task today, Jinjiu sent him to him, because Vodka was going to drive the lead brother, so the task of escorting Mayano Shiho to see his sister was handed over to Zhang Yuan, who had nothing to do at home. It's more appropriate to say surveillance rather than escort, but this has nothing to do with Zhang Yuan. In his previous life, he was proficient in fishing at work, and he welcomed with both hands for this kind of task that was less dangerous and less dangerous. Ding bell, the door of the coffee shop was pushed open and a nice wind chime rang out. Zhang Yuan looked up and found that the people who came in were one big and one small. The older one was his old acquaintance. The younger one was the first time he had met in this life, but he was famous in his previous life. It was Morilan and Konan Edogawa, a pupil of the Shinigami school. Zhang Yuan, you are here too. After seeing Zhang Yuan, Mao Lilan walked over quickly, holding her little boyfriend in his hand. Hearing Morilan's voice, Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho's colleagues stopped talking and looked over. Originally, they thought Zhang Yuan was just a little tender, but he was already an adult. I didn't expect this high school student to be very familiar with him, which means that Zhang Yuan is probably also a high school student instead of a tender face. Thinking of this, Shiho Mayano hated the organization even more. Even minors are not spared. It's Xiaolan, is Kudo not with you? Zhang Yuan saw Mao Lilan greet him, and he read the memory of the original body and found that he was actually a classmate of Mao Lilan and Kudo Shinichi. As for why he is so familiar with Mao Lilan, it also starts with the strange physique of the original body. As we all know, Conan and the Maori family are the gods of death in the world of Keishui, and Zhang Yuan's original body, the god of death, is even more serious than Conan. Basically, he can die wherever he goes, and live like a legend. It may be because the original body has encountered too many murders, and the young man couldn't accept it, so he began to visit major temples to pray for blessings. But it was of no use. Later, my classmates introduced that I could try Catholicism. I came to the church with half belief, and before I could sit down, the priest of the church was stabbed to death by the believers. The end. The original body who could not accept his physique finally died and passed through Zhang Yuan cheaply. Because the original body can always encounter various cases, Kudo Shinbun carried out in-depth research on the original body in the spirit of inquiry. The end. Of course, there was no result, but the newspapers named Kudo Shinichi as the savior of the Metropolitan Police Department, Sherlock Holmes in the Heisei era. Probably half of the military medals on Kudo Shinichi must belong to Gangwon Hara. No, this guy is said to be busy with some other case. By the way, have you encountered it recently? Mao Lilan carefully inquired whether Zhang Yuan had encountered a case recently. Because the original body couldn't bear this feeling of murders everywhere, so he simply asked for leave at home for a while, and then another murder happened in the next room, which was the culprit that caused the original body and mind to collapse. Thanks to you, it's been quiet recently. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. He didn't believe that he would still have such a physique after crossing over. Sister Xiaolan, did you come here to see this big brother? Conan, who had been ignored for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak at this time, and the room smelled of vinegar as soon as he spoke. It turns out that Xiaolan, you actually fell in love with Zhang Yuan. Does this guy have any other advantages besides being handsome? Conan thought piercingly. No, this Zhang Yuan brother and I just met by chance. Mao Lilan stroked Conan's hair. Who is this kid? Zhang Yuan asked knowingly. Chapter 2 _ Conan's childhood shadow. His name is Edogawa Conan, and he is staying at our house for the time being. Mao Lilan stroked Conan's hair again, looking at Conan's expression and enjoying it. The arrival of Morilan and Conan did not interrupt the good mood of Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi's conversation, except that Mayano Shiveo gave Conan more eyes. Mayano Shiho felt that this child was a bit like Kudo Shinichi, who was on the list of people taking APTX 4869 before. However, it seems that Conan's glasses are regular items, so Mayano Shiho just took a few more glances before withdrawing his eyes and continuing to chat with his sister. It is rare to be able to stay with my sister for so long, and Shiho Mayano cherishes the time now. By the way, can Zhang Yuan ask you to take care of this child temporarily? Mao Lilan asked Zhang Yuan with folded hands. Ah, no problem, what's the matter? Zhang Yuan agreed very well. From the original body's memory, he learned that Mao Lilan often helped the original body, and taking care of Conan was nothing. This kid has to come out with me today. I have an appointment in a while. I'll buy him a cake so Conan can go home obediently. Mao Lilan looked at Conan with some resentment. Obviously a very good boy. I don't know what happened today, but I got a childish temper. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded and signaled to Mao Lilan to rest assured that he would take care of this little devil, so Mao Lilan went to buy a cake with confidence. Conan sneered in his heart, Xiao Lan, I will definitely use my insight and reasoning ability to find out who is your date today. Do you want something to eat? Zhang Yuan's voice startled Conan, and Conan was thinking too much just now. Just give me a glass of water, thank you. Zhang Yuan. Brother Conan sells cuteness to Zhang Yuan. In fact, Kudo Shin's impression of Zhang Yuan is still very good. After all, you can always encounter all kinds of murder cases when you follow Zhang Yuan, and it is only by Zhang Yuan that you can get your name as a high school detective. Please bring this child a glass of water. After the waiter brought the water, Zhang Yuan pushed it to Conan. Now wait for your sister Xiaolan to come back. Conan Mengmeng agreed. He stared straight at the door of the coffee shop, ready to see who was going to date Xiaolan. Ding bell. As the door of the Wind Chimes coffee shop was pushed open, a young woman with sunglasses came in. It's a woman. Conan breathed a sigh of relief, although I don't know if it's Xiaolan's dating goal, but I don't know why it always feels a lot easier. Welcome. The clerk greeted the young woman warmly. If you are alone, please sit at the bar. The woman in sunglasses didn't care about the clerk's words at all. She sat on the sofa seat by the window and said, coffee. Huh. The clerk didn't seem to hear clearly. I said coffee, didn't you hear it? Hurry up and bring me the coffee. The woman in sunglasses yelled at the clerk, and all eyes in the store turned to the woman for a while. Conan was also taken aback, and smiled shyly in his heart. This attitude should not be the person who Xiaolan offered. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless after seeing this woman's bad attitude. Judging from the few plots he has seen, it is estimated that such an arrogant person will be sharked in a while. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan suddenly had some expectations. Conan. Zhang Yuan called Conan meaningfully. What's wrong, brother Zhang Yuan? Conan was a little puzzled when he heard Zhang Yuan call him. When looking for a girlfriend in the future, you must remember to find someone who is gentle and virtuous, like this. Zhang Yuan looked at Conan with an indescribable expression. The corners of Conan's mouth twitched, and then he felt relieved when he thought of Mao Lilan. What you're thinking of now is your sister Xiaolan. Ah! Conan was shocked. Zhang Yuan actually saw what he was thinking. Let us not talk about the age difference between the two of you. Have you considered Xiaolan's karate? Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at Conan. Conan was startled suddenly, thinking about the telephone pole that Xiaolan had interrupted before. Conan began to tremble. Mayano Shiho next to him looked at Zhang Yuan and said to Mayano Akimi in a few words, and then a little child shivered and said to Mayano Akimi. This person's bad taste is really speechless. Mayano Akimi smiled brightly, but he's a rare good person in the organization, isn't he? After hearing this, Shiho Mayano remained silent and did not refute. After all, compared with the previous peripheral members, this Zhang Yuan classmate is really a rare good person in the organization. Ding bell. The door was pushed open again. This time, a sloppy college student entered. He and the clerk asked for a quiet seat to prepare for writing a paper. Passed by Conan. After all, Xiaolan can't be to accompany the college student to write a thesis with her diligent dressing up. If so, I might as well believe that Xiaolan came to find Zhang Yuan. Ding bell. This time it was a royal lady with a good temperament who came in. After looking around, she said to the clerk, "I made an appointment with someone to meet here and see how she hasn't arrived yet." Then the clerk took the royal lady into the store. "Aunt Yingri." Zhang Yuan greeted in surprise when he saw the person coming. Zhang Yuan's house was near Kudo's house, and naturally he had also seen Xiao Yan's mother. Standing up, Zhang Yuan also glanced at Conan, who was speechless, and his mother-in-law didn't even know it. This is a strange thing. "Zhang Yuan? Are you here too?" Fi Yingli was also surprised when she saw Zhang Yuan, and then came over and touched Jian Jiayuan's head kindly. She has also heard more or less about this child. It seems that she is out of the shadows now, which is really rare. It turns out that Xiaolan came to see you today. Zhang Yuan reminded Conan, who was cranky, "Don't make up your mind, your girlfriend is here to see your mother-in-law." Xiaolan's mother. Conan saw Fei Yingri in front of him, and after Zhang Yuan's prompt, he immediately matched the beautiful woman in front of him with the mother Xiaolan in his impression. Then he remembered the painful experience when he was naughty when he was a child and was taught by this aunt, and suddenly became a little scared. Who is this child? Fei Yingli was curious as she looked at the timid child opposite Zhang Yuan. He is Edogawa Conan, who is staying at Xiaolan's house. Xiaolan went to buy him a cake. He will be back in a while. It turned out to be this child, but why does it look like she's afraid of me? After Fei Yingli finished speaking, she sat next to Zhang Yuan, looking like she was ready to have a good chat with Zhang Yuan. When Conan saw the shadow of his childhood sitting at his table, he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and he could only look at the store door to pass the time when Xiaolan was away. "Conan, Xiaolan, come back soon, I can't bear it alone." Chapter 3 Zhang Yuan frowned and realized that things were not easy. Just when Zhang Yuan and Fi Yingri were having a good chat, Conan stared at the door of the coffee shop silently, hoping that there would be an interesting person or thing to focus his attention. It's really Fi Yingli's deterrent force is too strong. Conan really can't sit still. If he knew Xiaolan came to see his mother, he wouldn't come with him. Ding bell. In Conan's expectant eyes, a strong man pushed open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, he greeted the boss in the bar loudly. "Oh, boss, long time no see." "Mr. Dianshan, what's wrong with your finger?" the boss, who was wiped in the bar, asked curiously, watching his ring finger wrapped in bandages in front of the bar. "Ah, we accidentally got hurt while contacting rugby, ha ha ha." When the strong man came in, Zhang Yuan and Fei Yingri glanced sideways, but both of them just glanced at him and then withdrew their gazes. Conan analyzed what the boss said about Mr. Dianshan, but found that there was nothing to analyze, so he stared at the coffee shop door again. He misses Mao Lilan immensely. If Mao Lilan comes back at this time, he will definitely take the cake home without hesitation. By the way, why is Xiaolan not coming back? It's been too long since I bought this cake. Conan thought desperately. Ding bell. This time, a creamy boy with long hair came in, wearing a beige suit and a red shirt inside, looking like a sassy bag. The boy named Shiro Wakayaji immediately attracted Conan's attention after he appeared. Although it was already known that Mao Lilan saw his mother, generally, there is always a lot of excitement when such boys appear. Finally, I don't have to endure this feeling of being on my back anymore. After Conan breathed a sigh of relief, he focused all his thoughts on the Waka Prince Shiro. Conan stared at the creamy boy and suddenly thought, Suzuki Sanako would probably like this kind of boy. Maybe he asks Sanako out. Conan's heart is full of maliciousness towards Suzuki Sanako. Didi Wakaji Shiro's cell phone rang. He answered the phone and said loudly to the other end of the phone, "Hello, this is Prince Ruo." Fi Yingri, who was chatting with Zhang Yuan, noticed that the people in the bathroom had come out, so she motioned to Zhang Yuan to stand up and walk towards the bathroom. Fei Yingri breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he left Conan. "What? It looks like you're really afraid of Aunt Yingri? Zhang Yuan looked at Conan, who was so obvious, and decided to tease him. Isn't it the first time you two met? Oops. It's so obvious. Conan felt bad when he saw Zhang Yuan's questioning look, so he had to find an excuse to fool him. Yes, it's because that aunt looks scary. Conan looked at Zhang Yuan Meng with a fearful expression on his face. Zhang Yuan nodded when he heard it. It's really good, Kudo. You are also a scorpion when you tell others that your girlfriend's mother is the only one. Okay, I'll tell Aunt Yingri about your evaluation, brother Conan. Zhang Yuan looked at Conan kindly and said something that made Conan's heart tremble. Conan was just about to plead for Zhang Yuan to ask him to keep someone, but Fei Yingri came out of the bathroom, so Conan had to give up reluctantly, but looked at Zhang Yuan cautiously. There are really not many naive girls like this now. As long as an animal like a woman can sweetly say a few words to him, it will be easy to catch. Ruo Prince Chiro made a phone call with impunity, sounding like he was talking to a bad friend. By the way, don't talk to other girls, then goodbye. After saying that, Prince Chiro hung up the phone and waited for his little girl. He didn't notice was that Fei Yingri, who had just returned from the cafe, flashed a hint of coldness in the corner of his eyes, while the Mayano sisters on the side flashed a hint of playfulness. There is also Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was greatly admired when he heard the words of this Waka Prince Chiro. For nothing else, he dared to be the king of the sea in the world of Keishui. He really got on a fast train to hell. Conan looked at Chiro Wakaji, who had made a braid for himself, but he hesitated. In his many years of detective experience, it is true that such a person is often the victim. Under normal circumstances, those who die are old and miserable. Being hit by a hatchet or something is simply the easiest way to die. Mr. Edogawa, may I have Mr. Edogawa, here is your phone number. The waitress called out from the store. Here, I am Edogawa. Conan hurried over. This young lady is like an angel, it must be Xiaolan who called me to let me go home. Thinking of this, Conan sweetly said to the phone, Sister Xiaolan. Conan, I'm really sorry that the cashier of this house is out of order. I can't go back for the time being. By the way, did anyone come to find me? Mao Lilan said apologetically to Conan. After Conan heard it, his expression suddenly slumped. Yes, it's your mother who came to find you, Sister Xiaolan. Hey, Conan, do you know my mother? Mao Lilan was a little puzzled. It seemed that Conan had never met her mother. It's brother Zhang Yuan. Brother Zhang Yuan recognized Aunt Yingri. Now they are chatting. Conan said weakly, looking at the concubine Yingri and Zhang Yuan, who were talking happily. Then please wait a little longer, I'll be right back. Mao Lilan said happily, not feeling any abnormality in the tone of his childhood sweetheart. At this moment, Dian Shanshizan walked out of the bathroom. Zhang Yuan and Fei Yingri suddenly paused when they were talking, and looked up at the direction of the bathroom with a strange expression. What's wrong with Zhang Yuan? Fei Yingli noticed that Zhang Yuan's expression was not normal, and looked at him worriedly. It's nothing, Aunt Yingri, it just feels a little wrong. Zhang Yuan said to Fei Yingri, suppressing the joy and shock in his heart. The reason why Zhang Yuan's expression changed greatly was because he actually felt the breath of soul fragments in the direction of the bathroom. And the reason for the joy is because this world can actually produce soul fragments of such good quality. Warlock before crossing, or the kind that was passed down from the family. As for how the inheritance came, it is impossible to test. In short, it has been passed down from generation to generation. Game. The warlocks of Zhang Yuan and their family cannot summon demons from the void, and the items required for spellcasting and normal practice require soul fragments. Soul fragments are only produced when a person has just died. Generally, some soul fragments will be near the corpse, while the other will be attached to the murderer's body. The reason why Gang 1 honestly works at the winery is because Jin often kills people and may pick up soul fragments. But before, he didn't know whether there was such a thing as a soul in this world. After all, in the previous life, the output of soul fragments had become less and less. And he is not the kind of profession that can come into contact with fresh corpses, but in this life. Zhang Yuan looked at the soul fragments on Dian Shanshizhen's body, and his eyes lit up a little. The most important thing in this world is the dead, as long as you are by Conan's side. Zhang Yuan's brows suddenly wrinkled at the thought of this. No, in his memory, he took Kudo Shinichi to various places and encountered various cases. So is this case on his head or Conan's head today? Ah! Just when Zhang Yuan was thinking, Wakaoji Shiro, who had just entered the bathroom, let out a scream, as if he had been raped. Chapter 4 Jin listened to silence, vodka listened to tears. This miserable cry was like turning on the switch on Conan's body. He put down the phone and rushed straight to the bathroom. But what was surprising was that this time he was not alone in rushing in. Dian Shan 13, who had just come out, also rushed behind Conan. When passing in front of Zhang Yuan, Jianjia Yuan's fingers moved slightly, and the soul fragments attached to Dian Shan 13's body flew into Jianjia Yuan's hands in a grand manner. Although the soul fragments flew upright and bright, the people in the coffee shop looked in the direction of the bathroom as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that even ordinary people like the soul fragments and soul stones of the Kexu world couldn't observe them. The soul stone is a container used by warlocks to store their souls. It is a fist-sized orb with a mysterious purple color on it. Zhang Yuan was not in a hurry to save the fragments into the orb. Anyway, the fragments were already in his hands. For the time being, he should not do anything that people couldn't understand. Hearing this scream, Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho looked at Zhang Yuan to see what he was thinking. After all, they are all members of the organization, and this unexpected thing is the most troublesome. Call the police. A big sister was killed inside. Conan rushed out of the bathroom and shouted directly at the waiter. The waitress had obviously never experienced such a situation. After hearing Conan's words, she quickly picked up the phone in the store and called the Metropolitan Police Department. Seeing that Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho Zhang Yuan were a little flustered, they didn't know what to say. The two sisters had no criminal record at all. According to the data, they were all good people. And Shiho Mayano is considered a high-tech talent. Why is his psychological quality so poor? Zhang Yuan, who calmly shook his head at them and indicated that there was no problem, walked to the corner of the coffee shop, picked up the phone and called Jinjiu. Hey, what's the matter? Jin's cold voice came out of the microphone, and the tone did not have a hint of ups and downs in the villain's momentum. Something happened to me here, I probably need to meet later. Zhang Yuan did not directly say the words of the mission. After all, Conan is still in the coffee shop. If he hears a few words, he may be stripped of his waistcoat by the primary school student. Hearing Jianjia Yuan's words, Jinjiu fell into silence, and after a while he asked, "Murder case?" "Yes." Zhang Yuan answered Jinjiu after being silent for a while. Jin on the other end of the phone suddenly felt a bit of a toothache. Zhang Yuan is a backup member he is optimistic about. He has excellent training results and completed his tasks well. The most important thing is not undercover, not undercover, not undercover. But the reason why he hasn't given Gang 1 a code name yet is that this kid can always encounter various murders at various times. In the beginning, he was always regarded as a criminal suspect, which made Jin always think about killing people. But later, Zhang Yuan seemed to have learned to be smart and knew that he had brought a detective with him when he went out. Since then, Zhang Yuan has never been regarded as a criminal suspect. Until now. The police officers of the Metropolitan Police Department are used to Gang 1 haunting the scene. Originally, Zhang Yuan didn't seem to have encountered many murders recently, and Jinjiu thought that his physique had suddenly improved, and he was going to apply for a code name for him. Who would have thought that such a simple task would be met with a murder case today? Where's the high school detective who has been following you before? Jinjiu thought about it for a while, and the high school detective who always appeared next to Zhang Yuan felt that he had seen it before, so he asked. I don't know, it seems that I haven't seen him for a long time, and there is no news. Zhang Yuan said calmly. Jin was talking about Kudo Shinichi, but judging from the situation that Jin was forgotten after killing it, most of it was don't remember. Then can you get away today? Can. Zhang Yuan's tone was a little weird. His eyes fell on Dianshan 13's finger. The bandage that was originally on the ring finger was now moved to the middle finger. This time the prisoner's brain is not very good. Got it, send people back to the base when you're done, then go back. Jin hung up the phone after he finished speaking, as if he would be stuck with something dirty if he hung up the phone later. Zhang Yuan slowly put a question mark to Jinjiu in his heart. Is there something wrong with you, such a ruthless person, being so idealistic? Zhang Yuan walked back to his table after the phone call, and found that Fei Yingli had already stood beside the police officer who came to investigate. Isn't this old acquaintance Mumu 13 Police Department who led the team to investigate? Brother Zhang Yuan. Officer Mumu's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Yuan. After all, Zhang Yuan was always bound to Kudo Shinichi before. Now that Zhang Yuan has appeared, will Brother Kudo still be far away? Zhang Yuan looked at Officer Mumu's expectant gaze and said helplessly to him, Kudo is not here. I haven't seen him for a while. Conan's mouth twitched when he saw Officer Mumu's earnest expression. He really didn't expect him to be so popular. Are you okay, Zhang Yuan? Fei Yingli asked with concern. After hearing about the murder, Zhang Yuan went to the corner and made a phone call. Hearing Fei Yingli's concerned voice, Conan also cast his attention. After all, he knew how much his classmate hated murders. Zhang Yuan, like an old monk who saw through the red dust, said to Fei Yingli, It's nothing, Aunt Yingli, I'm used to it. I can't refuse this kind of thing, I can only adapt. God knows how happy Zhang Yuan is in his heart. After all, the world is full of soul fragments and no other warlock has come to grab it. This is Zhang Yuan's paradise. Conan was relieved when he looked at Zhang Yuan, who seemed to be enlightened. In fact, at the beginning, Kudo Shinichi suspected that these murders were more or less related to Zhang Yuan, and maybe there was a Moriarty hidden beside him. As a result, one day, when he took Mao Lilan and Zhang Yuan on a whim and walked down the street he planned, suddenly a corpse fell from the sky and killed another person. At that time, Kudo Shinichi knew that his classmate was not. What a Moriarty of the Heisei era. He is really miserable. Detective Megami, who found that Kudo's brother was not here, had to bring his men to the scene of the crime. The body in the bathroom had been carried out by the police officers of the forensics class, and a white line was also drawn in the bathroom to symbolize the deceased. The deceased was Yayoi Himeno, 26 years old. The cause of death was a fatal blow to the heart with a knife. Officer Mumu read out the inspection report while looking at the corpse in front of him. Zhang Yuan followed Fei Yingli to the door of the bathroom. Looking at the police officer Mumu who read out the report, Zhang Yuan was a little curious, saying that this kind of thing can be read by himself. Why do you have to read it out? On the other side, Akimi Mayano and Shiho Mayano, who found nothing to do with them, found another corner and chatted again. After all, it was really rare to be able to stay with their sisters for so long. Chapter 5 _ This is a rush to knock 1. Police Department, all the cash in the deceased's wallet is gone, and there is a streak on his neck. At first, the men who followed Officer Mumu watched Ji Yaoi's neck and reported to Officer Mumu. Officer Mumu's eyes lit up when he heard it, and then he checked the situation in the bathroom and found that the window in the bathroom was open. This window can fully allow an adult to turn from the inside to the outside, and the same can be done from the outside to the inside. Seeing this, the police officer made a reasoning, Really, that is to say, it is very likely that the prisoner was hiding in the bathroom at first, and then when Himeno Yayoi was going to the toilet, he stole the belongings in the wallet, and was arrested by Himeno Yayoi. Found. In the panic, he stunned Himeno Yayoi and then simply killed Himeno Yayoi without doing anything, and then fled the store along the window. Officer Mumu's reasoning became smoother and smoother, and then he said, "Then the culprit must be outside the store. Now go outside to investigate immediately." After speaking, the police officer Mumu ordered to his subordinates. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he heard it. How did such an outrageous reasoning come about? No wonder the world of Keishui needs detectives. There are no detectives who have let go of so many murderers. Besides, why does Himeno Yayoi get his wallet stolen when he goes to the toilet? This kind of thing should not leave the body, and even if it leaves, it should be within sight. Also, since it was for theft, why did you choose this place? What if someone came in that the criminals couldn't beat? Ordinary thieves don't have the guts to kill. Finally, the windowsill. Conan also discovered the problem with the windowsill, and shouted at Officer Mumu anxiously, "Officer Mumu! Don't you think the windowsill here is a little too clean?" Huh? Officer Mumu didn't understand when he saw the windowsill that Conan was pointing at. Would it be good for the bathroom to be cleaner? This sentence made Conan's whole body slack. How can this police officer have the same virtue as Uncle Mori? No wonder he is a colleague. This little brother is right. Fei Yingli couldn't stand it any longer and then said, "Eh? So what's wrong with this window, concubine's lawyer?" Officer Mumu looked confused. Judging from the blood volume of the victim, the prisoner must be stained with the victim's blood. If he escapes from the windowsill cannot be so clean. Fei Yingli, who spoke, was full of momentum, as if she was facing off against other lawyers in the courtroom, attracting everyone's attention. Zhang Yuan took advantage of the fact that he was grabbing in the direction of Himeno Yayoi, and a piece of soul flew into his hand, and then he put it into his pocket. With these two soul shards, the general small magic Zhang Yuan has no problem to use, as long as the soul shards are replenished in time. In the world of Keishui, there are not soul fragments. But maybe the prisoner wiped the windowsill clean when he left. Officer Mumu put forward another unreliable hypothesis, and Zhang Yuan almost covered his face. This police officer is really a bit unbearable to look at. Sure enough, concubine Yingri smiled and then retorted, "A prisoner who was so panicked that he left the murder weapon at the scene. How could he have the time and mind to sort out the crime scene? From this point of view, the murderer must be someone from this coffee shop." "That's what you're trying to say, Conan?" Conan stared blankly at Fei Yingli and reasoned, as expected of a barrister and his own childhood shadow, "This momentum is not covered, even the police officer Mumu can't intervene." He heard Fei Yingli suddenly calling him. Conan subconsciously stood at attention, and then smirked and agreed. If that's the case, how should the concubine's lawyer and murderer come out after killing people in the toilet cubicle? Fei Yingli took a few steps and looked at the distance between the toilet partition and the ceiling, and then said to Officer Mumu, "If it's that distance, you can just climb up. Officer, can you give it a try?" Having said that, Fei Yingli looked at a police officer in front of him who was not as bloated as Officer Mumu and said. The officer then looked at Officer Mumu and used the toilet next door to experiment with Officer Mumu's signal. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan looked at the distance from the partition to the ceiling and thought about the size of Dianshan 13. Soul fragments can't go wrong, which means that Dianshan 13 did not use the method that Fei Yingli said to kill people. But if this height and the victim's corpse were in the compartment, that guy probably threw people inside. And it doesn't matter even if you don't understand how he murdered, the murderer's IQ is really not very good, so he didn't notice such a big flaw. After the police officers tried out what Fei Yingli said, Officer Mumu decided to ask who had been in the bathroom. "I remember. Conan smiled and said to Officer Mumu, the big brother with a long beard, the college student writing the thesis, and the big brother with a ponytail, Wakayaji Shiro, this burly uncle, and there is. Conan didn't want to, he still pointed his hand at Fei Yingri, and Aunt Yingri. What, lawyer concubine? Officer Mumu was shocked. Oh, little brother, your observation skills are really good. Fei Ying looked at Conan in front of her thoughtfully, and she saw the shadow of a person from Conan's body. And Conan looks a bit like that person, but the glasses look a little bit in the way. After feeling Fei Yingli's eyes, Conan always felt a chill on his back. I don't know why Conan always felt that the vest on his body was in jeopardy. Too much pressure on me. No wonder, after all, it was the shadow of childhood. Soon the police officer Mumu gathered these guests who had entered the bathroom together, and was going to ask them the purpose of coming to the coffee shop today. I don't know much about this wave of operations in Gang 1. Is there any other purpose in coming to the coffee shop besides drinking coffee? Zhang Yuan walked up to Fei Yingri and said to Fei Yingri, by the way, Aunt Yinri, do you remember which finger was the bandage on when Mr. Dianshan came? Zhang Yuan's voice was not small, and when everyone heard it, they all looked at Dianshan 13's hands. After hearing this, Dianshan 13 instantly saw sweat on his head, and it was only now that he remembered his omission. I remember it should be the ring finger. Fei Yingli put her hand on her chin and thought for a while. After speaking, she looked at Dianshan 13's hand and found that the bandage had turned into her index finger. It looks like I remember correctly. Zhang Yuan nodded and then looked at Dianshan 13, by the way, isn't Mr. Dianshan's finger injured, is it a transfer? After speaking, Zhang Yuan and Fei Yingri looked at Dianshan Sanzan in front of him with interested eyes. Dianshan 13 didn't think much of it when he found out that his murder was about to be revealed. Looking at the menacing Dianshan 13th concubine Yingri posing, he was about to fall over the shoulder when he came over, but Jian Jiayuan's left hand raised his fingers slightly. Life sucks. Invisible to the naked eye connected the hands of Dianshan 13 and Zhang Yuan, as if the vitality of Dianshan 13 was drawn to him by Zhang Yuan. In such an instant, Zhang Yuan put down his hand and cut off the life-sucking, while Dianshan 13 felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier, as if he had suddenly aged by several years. Before Zhang Yuan and Fei Yingri were in front of them, they were unable to run and stand, so they fell to the ground with a plop and slid in front of Fei Yingri. Fei Yingli and Zhang Yuan looked at Dianshan 13, who was kneeling and struggling, and looked at each other. Both of them were puzzled and curious. This criminal suspect is so creative, talent. Co-authoring this aggressively came over to give the two of them a knock. Chapter 6_New Partner Agavi. Dianshan 13 away with a complicated expression. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a strange prisoner. After the other prisoners were exposed, they either knelt down to repent or ran for the door. It was the first time I saw Officer Mumu who rushed over to give someone a knock. After the police withdrew, Mao Lilan, who was blocked from the door, was finally able to come in and quickly walk to Conan. I'm sorry, I'm late, Conan, you must be frightened. Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on Conan. The little boy they remembered clearly just now. He jumped up and down on the scene of the crime, but he didn't look frightened at all. Looking at the appearance of this little brother, I wish Dianshan 13 would give him a comeback. Fei Yingli also felt that what Mao Lilan said was a bit outrageous and quickly interrupted, did NTU say that, don't wear such a short skirt, what should I do if my stomach hurts? Hearing Fei Yingli's words, Mao Lilan laughed dryly, don't always treat me like a child, Mom. Zhang Yuan agreed, and Fei Yingri's skirt was not much longer than Moreland's skirt. After hearing Fei Yingri's lecture, Conan subconsciously stood up and covered his head. Ah yes, and Conan, it was really thanks to you just now, Fei Yingli said with a smile as she looked at Conan's black belly. Conan remembered that he had just revealed to the police officer Mumu that Fei Yingri had also been to the bathroom, but Zhang Yuan discovered the problem of the Dianshan 13 bandages just after talking about it. Then Conan looked at Zhang Yuan with resentment. Couldn't you tell me earlier? I don't have to be so afraid. Conan, who was full of resentment, felt that his head had been touched, and when he raised his head, he saw Zhang Yuan lowered his head and gestured to him. What's going on here? Conan looked curiously in the direction of Jian Jiayuan's finger, and found that Suzuki Sanako was walking towards Wakaji Shiro in the crowd. It looks like the girl Wakaji Shiro said just now is Sanako. Zhang Yuan's indistinct voice entered Conan's ears. Conan's heart suddenly became clear, and then he sighed in his heart that his classmate's personality has been much brighter recently. He used to have a gloomy face. Sure enough, his efforts to solve the case and bring Zhang Yuan to adapt to the scene are still effective. Thinking of this, Conan walked up to Ruo Prince Shiro with a wicked smile and said to him, "Big brother, what does it mean for this kind of girl to be caught immediately if she just coaxes her with her sweet words?" Huh. After hearing Conan's question, Fi Yingli and Mei Yilan all looked at Conan. That's what this big brother said just now. Conan pointed at Shiro Ruo Prince and then glanced at Suzuki Sanako, who was instantly furious. Tisk tisk, this little brother, please ask yourself for more blessings. Hello. Ruo Prince Shiro greeted Morilan and Conan embarrassedly. Nice to meet you. Is what you said true, Conan? Suzuki Sanako walked out of the crowd with a grin and came to Shiro Wakaji. Is that true? Zhang Yuan seemed to see the flaming flames coming from behind Suzuki Sanako. What a terrible woman. You're here, Sanako. Wakaji Shiro was about to say something, but before he could say anything, Suzuki Sanako slapped him in the face. Thanks to Suzuki Sanako, who didn't practice karate. If it were Mei Yilan, this dude's head wouldn't turn 360 degrees. Slapped her hand, turned around and left here, without even looking at Shiro Wakaji. It was not cool. Haha. Sanako is still so genuine. Mao Lilan laughed dryly. After all, Zhang Yuan had never seen Sanako Suzuki like this when he was in school. Then we'll leave, Gang 1. After asking Gang 1 if he wanted to eat with them and getting a negative answer, Fi Yingri and Malilan left the coffee shop with Conan. Zhang Yuan also walked to Sister Mayano's side. Then, we should go back too. After Mayano Akimi said goodbye to Mayano Shiveo with a smile, she turned around and thanked Zhang Yuan, and then left the coffee shop. Zhang Yuan took Mayano Shiveo back to the organization's stronghold, which was a pharmaceutical company. Before leaving, Mayano Shiho said to Zhang Yuan, "Thank you very much today, and I hope you will be the one who takes me out next time." Mayano Shiho's voice was cold, but she could feel her gratitude from her words. After all, it was very rare to spend more time with her sister. "Of course, I also hope to send you there next time. After all, there are too few bosses like you who have too much money and few things." Zhang Yuan nodded with emotion. Mayano Shiho is simply the conscience of the capital world, and the overtime pay is very timely, which makes Zhang Yuan very satisfied. Mayano Shiho, Zhang Yuan went to the gate of the pharmaceutical company, and just as he was about to push the door out, the phone rang. It's Jin. Zhang Yuan answered the phone, but his sponsor must be more active. "Hey, big brother? Shirley has been sent back," Zhang Yuan said in a vodka tone. "I know." Jin's cold voice sounded in the microphone. "Didn't you always want a code name? Now is the chance." Zhang Yuan was instantly excited when he heard it. After all, after having a code name, his salary will be more, and he can also get in touch with other members of the organization. He remembered that the organization Rikiantai and Koan were responsible for sniping, which meant that they might be able to brush out soul fragments from time to time. This is really a good thing. You follow Tequila for a while, and he will take you to familiarize yourself with other businesses in the organization. If it goes well, you will soon have your own code name. After speaking, Jin simply hung up the phone, just like before. Tequila. Zhang Yuan thought about this member for a while. Isn't this the most wronged member of the organization who died in the early stage? Looks like he has a lot of momentum, but in the end, everyone disappeared within 3 minutes of the appearance, and he sent a wave of information to Conan, which is simply not professional. Soon, Gangwon received an email from Jinjia with the contact information of Tequila. After Zhang Yuan dialed Tequila according to the contact information given by Jinjia. Hello? Who are you? The strong Kansai accent rang from the phone. Hello senior, I was introduced by Jinjia. Zhang Yuan thought about it and said to the phone, but after speaking, he always felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. Seems that in the past life he said the same thing when he went to taste tea. Oh, you are that peripheral member, I know, I will contact you if you have a task, and you should do whatever you want if you don't have a task. Tequila hung up the phone after finishing speaking. Zhang Yuan heard the same kind of voice from the phone call just now. It's not that Tequila is also a warlock, but Tequila is also a jerk. It's not appropriate to do it if you have a job, or to paddle if you don't have a job. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied in his heart. It was great to have such a partner. If Zhang Yuan had a workaholic partner like Jinjiu, he would definitely not be able to stand it. 996 and 007 before the time travel, how is it possible to live like this after the time travel? Chapter 7 Daiden High School, Hu Hansen. It's not me, Gangwon is back. The next day, Zhang Yuan got up early and carried his small school bag to go to school. From my own memory that he has taken leave from the school for a while, and the school is aware of his situation. After all, there was a Heisei-era Sherlock Holmes in his school, and the school always had to know about it. It was incredible to know that there was actually a walking natural disaster in the school. After learning that Zhang Yuan was going to take a leave of absence, the dean of the school approved the leave without thinking. After all, who knows when such a dangerous person would be murdered in the school? If there is a murder case, he doesn't need to do it as the dean of the school. With the head teacher, Zhang Yuan went to his own class, Class B of the second year of high school, and was in the same class as Kudo Shinichi and Ma Lilan, and of course Suzuki Sanako who slapped Aquaman just yesterday. Zhang Yuan was very early, and there was no one in the class at this time. According to Yuan's memory, Zhang Yuan went to his seat and found that it was not far from the seats of Kudo Shinichi, Ma Lilan, and Suzuki Sanako. No one was around. Zhang Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking forward to his second high school life. After all, if a social animal who has worked for many years is allowed to return to his high school days, it is estimated that no one will refuse. What's more, according to what Zhang Yuan originally saw in the plot, the time for Daiden High School to go to school is really limited. Basically, it is not a holiday or a weekend. This high school life is too worth looking forward to. There are also wages provided by the winery. Just a few days after crossing over, Gangwon has already received 2 wages from the winery. That is to say, 2 paydays have passed in these days. Not only that, the winery will get its own corresponding reward for every mission, which means that even if K-Shue skips several paydays, Zhang Yuan will not starve to death with the mission of the organization. There is also no need to be a detective or work part-time to earn extra money. After all, Zhang Yuan really does not have any reasoning. Boom. With the sound of hurried footsteps, the door of the classroom was pushed open from the outside with a bang. Zhang Yuan looked at the door of the classroom and found that the person who came was Suzuki Sanako, the hero of the women's high school. At this moment, Suzuki Sanako also looked at him in surprise. Zhang Yuan, you actually came to school. I'm going to take Xiaolan to see you on the weekend. Original body and Suzuki Sanako is also good. Because of the total togetherness with Morilan and Kudo Shinichi, the original body and Suzuki Sanako have become familiar with each other a little bit. Later, Morilan and Kudo Shinichi always had secret activities in private, and the original body was always dragged by Suzuki Sanako to find these two disloyal people all over Tokyo. And, Suzuki Sanako and the original body gradually united the front. Suzuki Sanako was responsible for watching handsome guys, and the original body was responsible for watching beautiful women. The division of labor was clear and covered each other. It was not until the original body's psychological problems became more and more serious that they had to ask for leave to rest at home. And the time for the two to meet became less and less. By the way, how is your health recently? Haven't you encountered any cases? Jianjiyuan's physique Suzuki Sanako also knew about it, but didn't care much at all. After all, after being together for so long, she and Xiaolan and Kudo Shinichi have nothing to do at all. Most of the accidents happen to passers-by. Not bad. Zhang Yuan said lightly, but in the case, I really experienced one yesterday. Yesterday. Sanako Suzuki raised her voice subconsciously, because yesterday when she went to look for Shiro Wakayaji, there seemed to be a case inside. Seeing Sanako Suzuki's shocked expression, Zhang Yuan nodded. That's right, it was the one that happened in the coffee shop you went to meet with Shiro Wakayaji. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Suzuki Sanako wanted to die. When she came home yesterday, she still remembered meeting Xiaolan at the entrance of the coffee shop, but she didn't expect that even Zhang Yuan was there. Isn't this the scene of the death of the society being watched over and over by a few of my friends? To die. In order to block the mouths of Zhang Yuan and Ma Lilan, Suzuki Sanako thought of a way. Hey, Zhang Yuan. Suzuki Sanako approached Zhang Yuan with a smile. Do you have any plans for the weekend? Looking at the malicious Suzuki Sanako, Zhang Yuan leaned back, but he knew the nature of Suzuki Sanako's nympho. Could it be that he was going to eat the grass next to the nest? It's no wonder that Zhang Yuan is a rare handsome guy after all. It doesn't have any plans. Why do you have activities? When he heard that Gangwon was fine over the weekend, didn't this plan work? It's my old sister. I'm going to organize a party for the University Film Club at my villa at home. There will be beauties at the scene, and my old sister is also a rare beauty. Suzuki Sanako smiled at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan always felt that what she said seemed to be a special line for Mori Kogura. How could it be used for himself? The original body is looking at the beauty to relax his mood, not like Suzuki Sanako staring at the two eyes to make an info. Then what? Just the two of us? Zhang Yuan had to say that he was a little moved. Of course not, I'll call her after Xiaolan arrives, and the three of us will fight again. Suzuki Sanako said in high spirits. What do you call me? Said that Cao arrived, Mao Lilan came to the class with his horn. When I was outside the door, I heard Sanako's loud voice calling me, and I always felt that it was not a good thing. Gangwon, you've come to school. Yeah, why isn't that guy Kudo ready to go to school yet? Zhang Yuan greeted after seeing Mao Lilan, and by the way put some eye drops on Kudo's new one who was in elementary school. Yeah, he said that there are still cases to be dealt with recently, and he can't do without it. Mao Lilan gritted his teeth when he said here, and it's difficult to even contact him. Is this guy investigating something that shouldn't be investigated to avoid the limelight? Zhang Yuan said maliciously, but it's not alarmist, it's the bare truth. Hey. No way. Mao Lilan became worried instantly. She always felt that what Zhang Yuan said was reasonable. Shouldn't she really be avoiding the limelight? Don't worry, you were full of anger when you listened to him. Maybe it wasn't so serious. Seeing that Mao Lilan was too worried, Zhang Yuan smiled and comforted, and then moved the topic to another place. Next, I'll wait for Conan to call Mao Lilan to see how he can quibble. It's a pity that I can't hear what they said. It's a pity. And, Mayor Elon finally agreed to go to the villa in the mountains of Suzuki Sanako's family to attend the party organized by her sister on the weekend. Really rich people, there are villas everywhere. Then it's settled, see Xiaolan and Zhang Yuan tomorrow. After school, Suzuki Sanako, Zhang Yuan, and more Elon said goodbye at the school gate, agreed a time to meet at the villa tomorrow, and gave them the address. That's right, Gang Won was so happy when he found out that tomorrow was the weekend again after a day of school. I also went back to Xiaolan. It's not wrong to meet at your house tomorrow morning. Zhang Yuan and Xiaolan said goodbye and prepared to go home. By the way, they went out to have a meal with Dr. Ali. After all, the two of them are alone, so they can only report to the group to keep warm when they have nothing to do. The original body always complained about why Dr. Lee didn't become a family. At least, it is better to have a meal at home than to go out to a restaurant every day. Every time he talks about this issue, Dr. Ali always hesitates and doesn't speak. See you in Zhang Yuan tomorrow. Mao Lilan beckoned and went home. Chapter 8_Happy Middle-Aged Man. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan opened his eyes on the bed. After casting Life Drain on Dianshan 13, all of Dianshan 13's lost vitality was drawn into his body by Zhang Yuan. This also makes Gang Won's vitality more and more vigorous, the internal organs are stronger, and the sleep time required is getting shorter and shorter. Dressed and going out for a long run, Gang Won, who didn't even sweat a single drop of sweat, sauntered and bought it and arrived at Dr. Agaza's house early. Past experience, the doctor, an old bachelor, must have not woken up, and it is estimated that he played with his inventions until midnight last night. However, Zhang Yuan always felt that there was a small problem in the direction of Dr. Agaza's invention. After all, Dr. Agza seemed to have ordered the explosion specialization, and no matter what he researched, he could explode in the end. Zhang Yuan suspected that the props that Dr. Ali gave to Conan actually had self-destruction and blasting functions, but he did not tell him in order not to scare Conan. Otherwise, why would all of Dr. Ali's inventions explode just like the dwarf's technological products, and they would be so stable in Conan's hands? Leaving breakfast for Dr. Agaza and leaving a note for him, Zhang Yuan walked slowly to the Mori detective office, and bought a few cans of beer for Kogoro Mori at the convenience store downstairs. Yuan was under too much pressure in his body and mind. The Mori family, the Kudo family, and Dr. Akaza took care of him. Although Yuan had already gone, anyway, Zhang Yuan inherited his body and his memories. I bought some wine for Uncle, just as Maori Lan is not at home today. I hope Uncle Maori can have a happy night. Even if they walked all the way to the office at a walking pace, they had just finished breakfast when Zhang Yuan arrived, which made Zhang Yuan a little distressed. I used to think that I didn't have enough time to sleep, but now I have finally crossed it. As a result, I have time, and the problem is that I can't sleep. Auntie use life to draw on Dianshan 13, but I can't help it. Who made other warlocks' skills a bit louder? There are really too few silent ones like life draw. Zhang Yuan thought of Versailles silently in his heart, but he did not know how many people envied Zhang Yuan's skill tree. After all, being strong or not is one thing, but being handsome is a matter of a lifetime. Dong dong. Zhang Yuan knocked on the door, he pushed open the door and walked in. Kogoro Mori was sitting behind his desk picking his teeth, and the TV in front of him was showing Shui Wulianai's program. That's right, Shui Wulianai. After all, there is no Yoko Okino TV drama at this time, so I can only watch Shui Wulianai to pass the time. Zhang Yuan remembered that this member of the organization named Kier was an undercover agent sent by the CIA to the organization. Originally, her father was also an undercover agent in the organization. Later, in order to ensure that she would not be exposed, he died under the gun of his daughter. The organization is also very powerful, and the father and daughter were killed in one go, but the more unfortunate thing was that it seemed to be caught by the FBI later. Originally born from the same root, Why is it too urgent to fry each other? Zhang Yuan is in good shape, looks like he's in good spirits. Kogoro Mori rarely became serious. After all, Jianjia Yuan's predecessor was indeed a bit too miserable. It's more frustrating to encounter a murder case than a criminal police officer. Yeah, uncle, I got up early today and went out for a run. Zhang Yuan looked around and found that Mao Lilan was in the kitchen clearing the dishes. After saying hello to Zhang Yuan, he went back to the kitchen and continued to wash the dishes. Was time to pack up early and set off early. After all, she was the guide of Conan and Zhang Yuan today, and she was going to take the two to find the Gardens Villa. Now there is only Conan sitting on the sofa in the living room watching mystery novels. Taking advantage of the good opportunity, Zhang Yuan went to Mori Kogora's desk and secretly handed the beer in his hand to Mori Kogora. Sure enough, Kogoro Mori's eyes widened when he saw the beer in Zhang Yuan's hand, and then he nodded excitedly at Zhang Yuan, indicating that he would hide it. After all, Mao Lilan knew his father too well, and knew that if he was not at home today, then Mori Kogoro would definitely let himself go. So when I went home last night, I asked the owner of the convenience store downstairs and the nearby izakaya not to sell the liquor to Kogoro Mori. At home, she left 2 cans of beer for Mori Kogora, just enough for Mori Kogora to enjoy, but not enough to get drunk. If Dad was out drunk when she wasn't home, no one would take him home at night. Mao Lilan was really worried about his father. As for the surrounding izakaya owners, they have been old neighbors for many years. Seeing that Mayor Ilan looks like the concubine Yingri back then, they all agreed with a smile. However, there is one thing that Mayor Ilan has miscalculated, that is, the amount of alcohol Mori Kogora has. In fact, if the uncle drinks it by himself, it is almost enough for 2 listens, and after 3 listens, it is estimated that there will be rest for sleep. So all the wine Zhang Yuan brought was to make the uncle happy. Anyway, he went to sleep immediately after listening to the 3rd time. Zhang Yuan was not worried about Mori Kogora's body at all. This may be because people are still addicted to vegetables. Then, Dad, let's go. Mori Lan said hello to Mori Kogora. Uncle Mori resisted the joy in his heart and waved his hand impatiently, hurry up, hurry up. Mao Lilan took Zhang Yuan and Conan out of the office a little puzzled, because usually his father would tell me thousands of times, what's going on today. However, after thinking that he and the bosses around him had greeted him, Mao Lilan was relieved and prepared to enjoy his vacation in the mountains. Strange, I remember that the villa should be here, why not? Mao Lilan looked at the map and looked at the trees on both sides with some doubts. Sister Xiaolan, shouldn't we be lost? Conan regretted after thinking about the attributes of his childhood sweetheart, and he would have let Zhang Yuan lead the way. How is that possible? I think we must have taken a different route. Mao Lilan blushed and explained with a dry laugh. Zhang Yuan looked at Mao Lilan and asked his own question, isn't that what it means to get lost? No. I will definitely take you to a place. Mao Lilan said that if I don't listen, I won't listen. I'm sure I won't get lost, as long as I reach my destination in the end. Conan and Zhang Yuan glanced at each other helplessly and followed behind Mao Lilan. Indeed, Xiaolan can indeed take them to their destination, but only God knows how many ways to detour. For example, they originally planned to arrive at noon, but it is already afternoon. Zhang Yuan and Mao Lilan are fine, and Conan's head is slightly sweaty. Look. It's there. Mao Lilan happily pointed to the villa opposite the cliff and said to Zhang Yuan and Conan, I'll just say I won't get lost. When they walked out of the woods, they were suddenly enlightened. A suspension bridge connected the 2 ends of the cliff. Gangwon looked at the suspension bridge. If the suspension bridge broke down, wouldn't it be a proper Blizzard Villa model? Moreover, according to Zhang Yuan's perception of the sense of direction, as long as he kept going straight at the beginning, he would be able to get here very quickly, but Ma Lilan took them to the first intersection and turned. It was amazing to finally be back here. Chapter 9 _ This lucky viewer deserves the pain. Just when the three of them looked at the suspension bridge and sighed that it had finally arrived, they suddenly found a man shrouded in black standing in the middle of the suspension bridge. Black cape, black trousers, and black hat. This doesn't look like a good guy. As if he heard the voices of Zhang Yuan and the three of them, the man in black turned his head slightly, revealing the half of his face covered in bandages. Both Mao Lilan and Conan were taken aback, but Zhang Yuan didn't feel anything. The original body is someone who often encounters murders, so this kind of pediatrician is naturally not scared. As for Zhang Yuan, how could a warlock who plays with the soul be frightened by this thing? Zhang Yuan not only was not frightened, but even wanted to give this lucky audience a pain. This person shouldn't come to Sister Sanako's party. Mao Lilan said uncertainly. She was a little nervous now. Probably not. The corner of Conan's mouth twitched, and he felt a little hairy at the glance just now. The joy of finding the destination was swept away by this bandaged weirdo, and with an uneasy mood, Morilan dragged Conan across the suspension bridge. Zhang Chenyuan checked it carefully when he passed the suspension bridge. It seems that the suspension bridge was not burnt down today, because there is no gasoline smell on it. Dong dong dong. Mao Lilan walked to the door and knocked on the door, and soon the gate of the villa was opened from the inside by Suzuki Sanako and then complained to Mao Lilan. Why so slow, Xiaolan, where did you go? Sorry, Sanako. Mao Lilan was a little embarrassed. After all, she was the one who got everyone lost. I finally entertained you to my villa, but you were late. Suzuki Sanako walked out while talking and saw Conan. Suzuki Sanako fully expressed her disgust for Conan. You little devil really followed, Conan, why don't you feel embarrassed? Conan laughed twice and then slandered Suzuki Sanako in his heart. How can you still fall in love with this kid? Suzuki Sanako looked at Mayor Elon with a really difficult expression. Talk about, fall in love. Mao Lilan was shocked. When you came to me, you didn't say anything about falling in love. Conan's expression also changed. Sure enough, he knew that Suzuki Sanako had absolutely no good intentions in bringing Xiaolan. Was hooked on watching the performance of the East Asian Vinegar King. This is the live version. I have never seen this in my previous life. But Zhang Yuan thoughtfully said to Suzuki Sanako, by the way, are you finally ready to confess to Xiaolan today, Sanako? Of course. Suzuki Sanako said without hesitation, and as soon as she said the words, she realized that the question asked by Zhang Yuan seemed to be a problem. No, it's the party organized by my sister today. There will be a lot of excellent boys. Anyway, that guy Kudo doesn't know where he is now. Why don't you just let Xiaolan find one here? Suzuki Sanako's cheeks flushed instantly, and finally explained to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded. If your face wasn't red, I could still believe it. Now, do you think I believe it? Seeing Zhang Yuan's expression, Suzuki Sanako knew that he didn't believe what he said at all, so he simply didn't explain and walked into the villa with the three of them. Conan followed behind them and looked at Suzuki Sanako in shock. Is the one with your thick eyebrows and big eyes my enemy in life? Coming to the stairway through the porch, Mao Lilan found that he didn't seem to see the excellent boy Sanako mentioned in the room, so he asked curiously. Isn't the good boys you mentioned in Sanako? What nonsense are you talking about? Suzuki Sanako gave Morilan a speechless look. They have already arrived, and they are resting in the room now. Ha, is that so? Morilan said embarrassedly with a blink of an embarrassed Doubt's eyes, and then asked Suzuki Sanako a little scared. Is there anyone who came with a bandage on their face? Bandage? Yes, when we came we saw a man with a bandaged face, right Gang 1? Zhang Yuan nodded. Mao Lilan looked at Suzuki Sanako expectantly, hoping to get some news from Suzuki Sanako. No one of the people who came here was injured. Suzuki Sanako said after thinking about it. It may be someone who lives nearby. Okay, don't worry about it anymore. You and Conan's room is on the second floor, and Jeonja-Yuen's room is on the first floor. Now hurry up and clean up. Suzuki Sanako waved at them with a big hand. Yes. X3. Zhang Yuan arrived at the room assigned to him by the garden, and then thought of the bandaged weirdo who came here. The bandaged weirdo seems to be dressed up as a fat man who is not fat in the plot. It seems that she killed the classmates who plagiarized her works for her classmates and secret crushes. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan was looking forward to it. After all, this means that there are at least 2 more soul fragments that can be missed. Also, Zhang Yuan didn't understand, since all of them had arrived, the man in black was waiting on the suspension bridge just to scare them. And Xiaolan wasn't late for an hour and a half. Did this dear friend wait on the suspension bridge for so long? It's amazing perseverance. After a few spring thunder, Suzuki Sanako asked them to come out for afternoon tea from room to room. Hearing Suzuki Sanako's call, Zhang Yuan was the first to come out, not because he was just a little hungry. After all, Zhang Yuan now needs to add a lot of nutrients to maintain this strong body. As for the lunchtime, it was perfectly missed because of Maurilan's lead. Suzuki Sanako's older sister, Suzuki Ayako, was already waiting at the table. Looking at Jeonja Yuen's hungry eyes, she smiled and said, "Would you like to try some bread and biscuits? These are freshly baked." "Thank you so much." Zhang Yuan nodded at Suzuki Ayako, took the bread and biscuits, and after eating a piece of bread, he felt a little more comfortable. "How about it? It tastes good." Suzuki Ayako looked at him with a smile, and poured him a cup of black tea by the way. "Yeah, the taste is great, just look at my speed." Zhang Yuan took a sip of the black tea, and the people who attended the party on the stairs came down one after another. After being seated, Zhang Yuan was curious to see Mao Lilan's blushing face. What happened on the second floor just now? Although Zhang Yuan knew who the murderer was, he couldn't remember all the details of the plot, and being able to remember the murderer and the general technique was considered a good memory. After all, he didn't bring any system with him when he traveled. Chapter 10 My dear, the ratio of your face and body is out of balance. What happened just now, Xiaolan? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Could it be that Conan just grew bigger and then became wild? It's impossible. How did Conan, who didn't catch a cold, get bigger, and the chief scientist hasn't defected yet, and no one has given him an antidote? Even if it really gets bigger, it is estimated that Mayor Elon is more likely to beat Kudo Shinichi. Nothing. Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Mao Lilan's face turned even redder, and he quickly shook his head, picked up the teacup in front of him and drank the black tea in the cup. It's really inexplicable. Looking at Mao Lilan's abnormal performance, Zhang Yuan scratched his head and simply ignored it. Mao Lilan is the one who can interrupt the power pole, and it is estimated that he will not suffer. After seeing that everyone was seated, Suzuki Sanako stood up and started to show up to introduce the people present today to Ma Lilan and Zhang Yuan. Hey, you are all from a club? Ma Lilan asked curiously, getting rid of the embarrassing expression just now. Yeah, they are all members of my sister's university film club. Because everyone has a good relationship, everyone will get together once a year or two. Suzuki Sanako explained to Morilan with a smile. You only see each other once in a year or two. Zhang Yuan was a little non-committal about the feelings that Suzuki Sanako said, and it is estimated that he can deceive children like Suzuki Sanako and Morilan who have not graduated. Then let us start with the introduction. Next to Zhang Yuan, Suzuki Sanako pointed to the handsome man with long hair next to Zhang Yuan and said, "This is Oda Katsuhiro, who is starring in the club, and is currently engaged in the sales of imported cars." Yo Oda Shen, holding a cigarette, greeted Zhang Yuan and Ma Lilan. Then next to Big Brother Oda is Big Brother Kakutani Hiraki. When he was in the club, Big Brother Kakutani was in charge of photography. Currently Big Brother Kakutani is an editor in the magazine. "How are you?" Kakutani Hiraki, who was holding the camera, greeted Mao Lilan and Zhang Yuan while filming them. "Hello." Zhang Yuan nodded at Hiraki Kakutani. Then there is Big Brother Takahashi Ryo, who is in charge of props in the club. Suzuki Sanako introduced, pointing to a little fat man on a seat. After introducing several men, Mao Lilan looked at the three of them apologetically and said embarrassedly, "I was really rude just now, I'm very sorry." It's nothing," Ryoichi Takahashi and Hiraki Kakutani waved their hands to indicate that it was okay. "What's wrong?" Suzuki Sanako was also curious. It's okay." Morilan laughed dryly and waved his hand to Suzuki Sanako to continue the introduction. "Mysterious." Suzuki Sanako murmured a word without taking it to heart, and then continued, "Next, I will be in charge of makeup and costume work in the club, and is currently looking for a marriage partner." "Sir? You really?" Suzuki Ayako blamed Suzuki Sanako angrily. "Next, it is Tomoko Ikeda, the president of the film club who serves as a screenwriter and director in the club. Please advise." The short-haired Shikako Ikeda nodded to Zhang Yuan and Morilan. Zhang Yuan looked at Shikako Ikeda's face in disbelief. This Shikako Ikeda is actually the same age as Ayako Suzuki? Looking at the heavy makeup on Ikeda Shikako's face, purple clothes, and pink lip gloss, Zhang Yuan must have more than 30 people to see this person. Mao Lilan is not like Zhang Yuan. The whole entertainment industry estimates that he knows that Yoko Okino and Rina Mizuno, after all, the original body doesn't seem to pay much attention to the entertainment industry. After hearing the name of Shikako Ikeda, Morilan recognized it, looked at each other with a little excitement and asked Shikako Ikeda. "Huh? Are you the screenwriter and author of the Cyan Kingdom that is being shown on TV?" "That's right," Suzuki Ayako explained to Ma Lilan with a smile, "that was her work when she was in school, and now I finally have the chance to come out." Ikeda Shikako seemed to be a little embarrassed by what Suzuki Ayako said, and said, "Okay, don't mention the past." Oda Katsuya also joined the topic. "I heard that you are preparing for the next episode of the Blue Kingdom, Shikako, right?" Kakutani Hiraki stood up and pointed the camera at Shikako Ikeda, then "Master Ikeda, please say a few words to the fans." Looking at the former members of the club, Shikako Ikeda smiled helplessly, "Don't make fun of me, Keikunoya." Everyone was talking and laughing. Hiraki Kakutani turned the camera to Ryoichi Takahashi. "I said, Takahashi, have you gained weight recently? The camera can't hold you anymore." Kakutani Hiraki looked at Takahashi Ryoichi, who was occupying the entire scene, a little helpless. "Yeah, I'm almost 100 kilograms now," Takahashi Ryoichi said helplessly, patting his stomach. Zhang Yuan just saw Takahashi Ryo's appearance when he came downstairs. He seemed to be about 1.7 meters tall, but his belly looked very big, which made Zhang Yuan look at him more. After all, Zhang Yuan is now 183 and weighs more than 90 kilograms. Although his bone density is higher than others, even a simple fat man will not be as fat as Takahashi Ryoichi. Zhang Yuan looked at Takahashi Ryoichi's face and then his torso. It looked like it was spliced together. To put it bluntly, Takahashi Ryoichi's head was a little small. It's completely unintentional when doing disguise. Zhang Yuan sighed in his heart. If Kaito Kid made a disguise, he would have covered everything. After all, they are professionals. Even if Takahashi Ryoichi is in charge of props in the film company, he is only an amateur props engineer, and he is not so sensitive to the proportions of the human body at all. After making fun of Takahashi Ryoichi, everyone continued to talk and laugh. At this time, Suzuki Ayako suddenly sighed. "It's so fun to be with everyone, it's like going back to college," Suzuki Ayako said and then showed a nostalgic look. "And Itsuko, if it didn't happen to Atsuko, it would be right now. Be here. Ayako Suzuki's words made all the four present change their faces, especially Shikako Ikeda and Ryoichi Takahashi. John Yuan looked at Suzuki Ayako curiously, and the words just now seemed to be deliberately said by the eldest lady. After all, everyone always gathers once a year. What is the taboo topic for members of the same club? Bang. Table and yelled loudly, "Can you please stop mentioning Atsuko?" Aware of her gaffe, Shikako Ikeda sat down with a stern face and said, "I finally took time out of my busy schedule to attend the party, but I don't want to hear the name of a dead person." Tisk tisk. Oda Sheng looked at Shikako Ikeda, who was sitting opposite, and sneered, "As expected, people are famous and their tone of voice is different." Oda Katsuya's words are yin and yang strange, and it is true that the director and screenwriter of the same club has successfully entered the entertainment industry. Him, the leading actor, to do the sales job, and it's normal for him to be unbalanced. Chapter 11_Big Gecko Oda wins. Shikako Ikeda was about to break out after hearing the yin and yang of Katsuya Oda, and Ayako Suzuki quickly rounded up. "I'm going to make dinner now, you can just go and rest. Then I'll go and fix the broken roof." Takahashi Ryoichi stood up and said to the crowd. John Yuan looked at Takahashi Ryoichi and Suzuki Ayako in confusion. As the eldest princess of the Suzuki Foundation, how could she bring her members to the broken villa for a party? After all, this mountain villa is not the only one in the Suzuki family, and the Suzuki family's house is estimated to be inspected on time. How could it be that the roof is broken? This is the house used by the eldest princess in the consortium, and the people below must also carefully clean it up. However, John Yuan saw that Suzuki Ayako had no objection or doubt, and he was too lazy to expose Takahashi Ryoichi's lies. "Then I'll trouble you, Takahashi, pay attention to safety, be careful. Don't worry, I will try my best to fix the roof of the house before it rains." Takahashi Ryo nodded and left energetically. It's true that only Takahashi, who is in charge of the props, can do this kind of work. Kakutani Hiraki sighed with emotion and then took out a deck of cards and suggested, "Then let's just play cards." Okay. Suzuki Sanako was the first to raise his hand and said, "As long as there are good-looking boys participating, Suzuki Sanako can like any activity." Shikako Ikeda stood up and walked towards the door as if she didn't hear the suggestion of Hiraki Kakutani and Sanako Suzuki. "Hey, Shikako, where are you going?" Kakutani Hiraki didn't even care about playing cards, he put down his poker and chased Ikeda Shikako and walked out, looking like he was licking a dog. After the two left, there was a vague word that it was about to rain. After listening carefully, there was only Hiraki Kakutani alone, and Shikako Ikeda looked extremely cold. John Yuan shook his head helplessly, "Brother, you can't lick that woman like this. Let's not talk about how much the difference between the two of you is, just talking about the income is completely incomparable." Between the two was their classmates in college, but with so many classmates, even the members of the club were not only a man from Kekuta yet. Tisk, it's hard to hold a beautiful woman back. Not long after the two of them left, it really started to rain outside. John Yuan, Malilan, and Suzuki Sanako stood by the window and watched the rain outside. Of course, there must be a Conan beside him. Sure enough, it's raining outside. Mao Lilan looked at the raindrops outside and said regretfully, "This way, you won't be able to see the maple leaves." "Hey, Xylan." Suzuki Sanako gently touched Ma Lilan, then pointed to the window next to him and asked Oda Sheng, who pretended to look out the window, "What do you think of him?" "How about what?" Morilan didn't understand what Sanako Suzuki was referring to. "It's big brother Oda. What I like most is a boy like him who is cold and melancholy," Suzuki Sanako said excitedly. "You can pull it down. Your vision is really not very good. John Yuan really can't listen to it anymore. The characters in the cartoons or TV series that Suzuki Sanako said have long been out of fashion. Okay. That guy looks like a little white face. And it is estimated that there is nothing to be depressed about. The most important thing is that he has squinted at the side several times, and he is cold and fluffy. 10,000 grooves in his heart to vomit when he watched Oda Sheng's very careless performance. But Suzuki Sanako didn't quite believe it, as if she was a fan of her brother's sister, and it happened that Oda Sheng came directly to them. "Would you like to go for a walk in the rain with me?" said Oda Sheng, who came over. "Okay, I'm very happy." Suzuki Sanako happily answered with his arms in front of his chest, but Oda Katsuhito ignored her and walked in front of Xylan. Never experienced such a thing, was forced to the wall by Oda Sheng, looking at Mao Lilan with a wall-like attitude. "Anyway, you're fine," Oda Sheng said to Mao Lilan in a tone like an inferior and domineering president. Zhang Yuan looked at Suzuki Sanako and then at Oda Sheng. "It's right that this big brother can't get into the entertainment industry, and it is estimated that even an idol drama is not good at acting. Is it a joke to enter the entertainment industry? And Suzuki Sanako, it's really a large-scale death scene." Zhang Yuan laughed and then walked towards Morilan and Oda Katsuya in the eyes of Suzuki Sanako, who was about to kill. Conan was in a hurry at the feet of Mao Lilan. After all, he is so small now that he basically can't do anything. He can't use booster shoes to kick Oda Sheng. At this time, Conan is still a bit prudent. "No, let's forget it, it's raining outside, isn't it?" Mao Lilan politely refused, but Oda Sheng didn't care at all, and was ready to start pulling Mao Lilan. "It's more of a walk in the rain, ugh." Who was about to get started, was grabbed by the back of his neck and pressed against the wall directly by Zhang Yuan. Conan looked at Zhang Yuan's actions and cheered, shouting "Long live" in his heart. He really is his good classmate. This brother he identified. Mao Lilan took the opportunity to run to Sanako Suzuki and looked at Katsuya Oda with a lingering fear. She really couldn't handle such an overly enthusiastic person. Zhang Yuan pressed Oda Sheng against the wall with a loud voice, but Suzuki Ayako, who opened the kitchen door, had no intention of coming out to stop it. Zhang Yuan already understood Suzuki Ayako's meaning or position. She said she didn't want to go. "Mr. Oda, don't you understand human language?" Zhang Yuan looked at Oda Sheng seriously. When the original body was there, Mao Lilan and Kudo Shinichi often helped him in life. And in the future, I will rely on the Maori family to help me find soul fragments. How can this person be so presumptuous? And when Oda Sheng said he was going to go out just now, Zhang Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition. Warlock's hunch is not comparable to ordinary people, basically it is very effective, so since Mao Lilan doesn't want to go out, no one can force her. Oda Sheng, who was pressed against the wall, wanted to say something frantically, but because Zhang Yuan pressed too tightly, he said it vaguely and no one knew what he was saying. "What?" Looking at Oda Sheng, who seemed to be a gecko all the time, Zhang Yuan threw him on the ground like throwing garbage and rolled a few times. Oda Sheng, who got up slowly, gave Zhang Yuan a stern look and left the villa and walked into the woods. The reason why he didn't say harsh words and didn't rush over impulsively was because Oda Sheng knew very well that a boy of Jian Jiayuan's age was the least serious. Boys in high school are easy to get up and down, and they don't have any seriousness in their actions. Zhang Yuan has already made such a misfortune just now. If Zhang Yuan accidentally broke his arm and broke his leg again, wouldn't it be a loss? Chapter 12 As expected of the eldest Suzuki family who was raised as an heir. Gecko Oda Sheng had already gone into the woods to breathe, and Suzuki Sanako simply took Mao Lilan and Conan upstairs to rest. When he went upstairs, Suzuki Sanako wanted to take Zhang Yuan with him, but Zhang Yuan refused. That's right, Suzuki Sanako is so carefree, and this kind of thing is not worth Miss Sanako's concern at all, and Morilan probably doesn't think there is any problem. After all, when she was practicing karate, the attack intensity was much heavier than that of Zhang Yuan, so Conan followed more Ilan upstairs happily. Zhang Yuan always felt that Conan was a little reluctant now. After all, if Kudo Shinichi had to sleep in the same bed with Mao Lilan and take a bath together, it would not necessarily be the year of the monkey. But after getting smaller, didn't the benefits come one after another? Except for the side weapons being sealed, other Conan expressed their satisfaction. After Suzuki Sanako and more Ilan went upstairs, Zhang Yuan went outside the kitchen. This is an open kitchen, and Ayako Suzuki is concentrating on preparing dinner, as if all external sounds are automatically blocked. Zhang Yuan looked curious at the smiling Suzuki Ayako in front of him, and then asked, "Miss Ayako doesn't seem to have as good a relationship with your members as Sanako said." Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Suzuki Ayako paused and looked at him with a smile, but her eyes that had been squinting were not opened. "That's right, your senses are sharp, Gang 1. And you should call me older sister, either in terms of age or Sanako's relationship. Forgive me, Miss Ayako." Zhang Yuan really didn't have the face to call a girl who was much younger than his previous life as sister. "It's not that my senses are sharp, it's that you are too obvious." Suzuki Ayako looked surprised. "Is it really so obvious?" "Yeah, not to mention the big movement of Katsuya Ota just now, you can't stop your movements, it's just that you were too deliberate when you mentioned Itsuko at first." Zhang Yuan picked up the washed cucumber on the chopping board and ate it raw in the eyes of Ayako Suzuki's anger. Don't ask why Zhang Yuan can see emotions in the squinting Ayako's eyes, ask his telepathy. Suzuki Ayako looked at Zhang Yuan, who was eating melons in front of her, and was speechless. "Co-authoring with you, this is really rushing to eat melons. When I first went to college, the first friend I met was Itsuko." Suzuki Ayako fell into memory. Itsuko is an introverted and shy girl, and when the club was recruiting new members, she pulled me to join the school's film club. At that time, Oda Katsuya, Ikeda Shiako, and Kakutani were members of the film club. As for Takahashi, he joined the film club later. After joining the film club, Itsuko was in charge of writing the script, that is, the screenwriter. As for me, I was in charge of the makeup and costumes that cost a lot. After all, I'm not very interested in movies, and I joined the film club because of Itsuko's request. Suzuki Ayako looked at Zhang Yuan as if she was asking the teacher, "Did you understand what he said here?" Zhang Yuan nodded to show his understanding. Later, because of the increasing number of club activities, Itsuko became more and more familiar with members such as Shikako Ikeda and Ryoichi Takahashi. I was actually very happy to see Itsuko becoming less introverted. Ayako Suzuki seemed to have a smile on her face when she saw the smiling face of her friend back then. Then she saw Zhang Yuan intently watching her eating melons and then said helplessly, "I was about to graduate soon. I didn't go to school for a while because of family reasons, but when I went back to school, Itsuko was back to the way she was before, and I even saw a hint of despair in her eyes." Despair. Zhang Yuan was a little curious, but this part did not appear in the plot. After all, the plot only took a few shots of Suzuki Ayako at that time. "Yeah, I asked Itsuko what happened, but Itsuko was unwilling to tell me. She seemed to be very close to Takahashi at that time, so I asked Takahashi again. In the end, Takahashi didn't know anything." Zhang Yuan made an inference based on the plot. After all, if Takahashi Ryoichi knew, he would have to tell Ayako Suzuki. Ikeda Shikako is, in fact, it is a matter of the Suzuki family to clean up her. After all, Ikeda Shikako has not become a world-class writer like Kudo Yosaku. The audience for her works is also more inclined towards young people. Suzuki Ayako nodded and said that Jianjia Yuan's guess was right, and Takahashi really didn't know anything at the time. Then Suzuki Ayako was busy with her graduate studies, and when she got the news of Itsuko, it was already time for Itsuko to commit suicide. Itsuko had committed suicide. Since the relationship isn't that good, why do you want to attend this kind of party? Zhang Yuan was a little curious, and it stands to reason that a young lady like Suzuki Ayako basically doesn't need any entertainment. No one dared to socialize with the eldest lady of the Suzuki family. Isn't this impatient to live? Because I want to know what happened when I was not at school. I also asked detectives to help me investigate before, but unfortunately nothing was investigated. I don't know if they really didn't know anything or were too strict. Ayako Suzuki looked ironically at the direction of the guest room and the forest outside. As for Katsuya Ota, he chased after me when I first joined the film club and knew that I was the daughter of the Suzuki family, but he is. Suzuki Ayako shook her head, meaning she could see it at a glance. What color is it? Zhang Yuan looked at Suzuki Ayako in front of him, then thought about his classmate Suzuki Sanako, and looked at the previous Suzuki Sanako from his memory. Are these two really born from the same parents? This difference is too big, the personality is completely different. In fact, this is normal. After all, Ayako in the Suzuki family was raised as the heir of Shiro Suzuki, and Sanako was raised like Jiro Suzuki, so there is a big difference in personality. However, in the original work, Ayako Suzuki finally got married, and it was only Sanako Suzuki who inherited the Suzuki family, so Shiro Suzuki and Tomoko Suzuki had no choice but to cultivate Sanako Suzuki. Fortunately, although I didn't focus on cultivating Suzuki Sanako before, the Suzuki couple who should be taught have taught them. Except for the personality escape point, other Sanako can also be the heirs of the Suzuki family. Zhang Yuan, who had been playing with Suzuki Sanako and Suzuki Ayako for a long time in his mind, was looking for trouble, but he didn't find any similarities between Suzuki Sanako and Suzuki Ayako. Immediately, Zhang Yuan thought of Conan's plot and tentatively asked Ayako Suzuki, so today's Shikako Ikeda has such a big reaction. Suzuki Ayako nodded, yes, I suspect Shikako now. After all, I didn't know she could write scripts when she was in the film club. And Atsuko committed suicide not long after her Blue Kingdom was released. It's hard not to remind me of something. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized, no wonder Ayako Suzuki wanted to mention Atsuko during afternoon tea. The heirs of the big family be so easy to deceive, such as Suzuki Sanako is too rare. However, the incident of Suzuki Ayako also woke Zhang Yuan up. After all, this is the real world, don't make people think too simple. Chapter 13_Tacit. Ah! A shrill scream caught the attention of Zhang Yuan and Suzuki Ayako. Zhang Yuan barely discerned the distorted tone and looked at Suzuki Ayako aside. This voice seems to be Ota Katsuya? Suzuki Ayako lowered her chin with her fingers and nodded, it's indeed Oda's voice. I remember that Oda used to call it that when the film company was shooting short sentences. Hearing this scream, Zhang Yuan remembered the plot that he didn't think of before. In the plot, the bandaged weirdo dressed up by Takahashi Ryoichi should have attacked Ma Lilan, who was pulled out by Oda Shengqiang. But this time, it may be because Morilan didn't go out, Takahashi Ryoichi chose to attack Oda Sheng. As for the reason, it should be to let everyone in the villa know that there is such a bandage weirdo nearby. After all, when they came, only Zhang Yuan and Mao Lilan and the others saw it, and none of them had seen this bandage weirdo. True, after all, Takahashi Ryoichi doesn't know how to clone himself, so how could he pretend to be a bandage weirdo to scare them while reminiscing with his old classmates? Suzuki Ayako and Zhang Yuan glanced at each other and realized that something might have happened to Oda Sheng, but they didn't say anything. Zhang Yuan doesn't care because even if Oda Sheng died in the attack, it doesn't matter, after all, he is not fragrant with 2 more soul fragments. And Suzuki Ayako got the words and deeds of Suzuki Shiro and Suzuki Tomoko. Some things don't have to be clear, and it is good for everyone to be confused. After all, in the plot, Shiro Suzuki smiles when he sees everyone, and whoever sees him will not be too defensive. However, the helm of the Suzuki family, the largest consortium of Neon, is a cheerful old man. How is this possible? It's almost an old fox. Looking at the silent Suzuki Ayako, Zhang Yuan sighed again in his heart. If Suzuki Sanako was here, he should be screaming again. Den 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 den. A burst of hurried footsteps came downstairs, and after a while Suzuki Sanako ran down from the second floor with more Ilan and Conan. I can't help but talk. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless, and then he and Suzuki Ayako looked at each other helplessly. What happened, ma'am? Suzuki Sanako rushed down and asked Ayako Suzuki, Hey, Zhang Yuan, you are here too. I don't know, I've been chatting with Miss Ayako just now, and I'm eating something to bolster my stomach. Zhang Yuan raised the cucumber in his hand. After all, the afternoon tea is not full at all. You guy. Suzuki Sanako gave Zhang Yuan a suspicious look. Isn't it because I wanted to eat cucumbers that I chatted with my old sister? Hear Suzuki Sanako's words. After all, it was rare for the love-minded Suzuki Sanako to think of stealing food instead of Jianjia Yuan's fancy to her sister. But does this kind of thinking mean that Ayako Suzuki is not attractive? Zhang Yuan remembered that women should be very sensitive here. Sure enough, when Zhang Yuan looked at Suzuki Ayako, she saw a big well on the squinting Suzuki Ayako's forehead, and there was black air behind her. Tisk tisk, I hope Suzuki Sanako returns home safe and sound, amen. After Suzuki Sanako came, Hiraki Kakutani and Chikako Ikeda, who were walking outside, who didn't know when they came in, also came over, and like Sanako asked what happened just now. But obviously these people are all in the house all the time now. Who knows what happened to Oda Sheng outside? Immediately after, Takahashi Ryoichi also walked down from the second floor, followed by Oda Sheng, who was covered in mud and embarrassment. Seeing that Takahashi Ryoichi, Zhang Yuan and Suzuki Ayako, who came down last, looked at each other again, one of them knew the plot, and the other, who was raised as an heir since childhood, still has a set of ability to control people's hearts. There are obviously no other conflicts among these members. The economic disputes that usually occur in the club are due to the existence of Suzuki Ayako. There is definitely no problem in this regard. Then there is only Itsuko, who died suddenly 2 years ago. That time, except for Suzuki Ayako and Itsuko, the best relationship was only Takahashi Ryoichi, and even these two people may have mutual emotions. However, neither of them had any idea of asking Takahashi Ryoichi. After all, these members were at most familiar strangers to Suzuki Ayako, but to Zhang Yuan they could only be considered complete strangers. Count at most one source of soul fragment. Oda, what happened just now? Everyone quickly asked when they saw Oda Sheng's embarrassed appearance. Huh. Oda Sheng took a few breaths and his breathing gradually calmed down, but his violent heartbeat could not return to its normal state anyway. I was walking in the woods just now, and suddenly a man in a black cloak with a face wrapped in bandages came out and chased me with an axe. Oda Sheng said with lingering fears, and glanced at Zhang Yuan when he spoke. At first, he thought that this bandaged weirdo was Zhang Yuan. Later, when he ran away, he found that the bandaged monster was not as tall as Gang 1. Bandage weirdo. Both Mo Lilan and Conan were surprised when they mentioned this person. Have you ever seen this bandage weirdo? Kakutani Hiraki asked with a startled look at the two of them. Well. Mao Lilan thought for a while and then nodded. It seems that this is the person we met on the suspension bridge to the villa, right? Zhang Yuan. Mao Lilan asked Zhang Yuan for confirmation. Well. Zhang Yuan nodded. According to Oda's analysis just now, it should be the right person we met. Haven't you met? Zhang Yuan gave Takahashi Ryoichi a message. Hearing Jianjia Yuan's question, Hiraki Kakutani and Chikako Ikeda shook their heads. They had never seen each other when they came. After all, the bandage freak was chatting with them at the time. I saw it when I came. Takahashi Ryoichi said with certainty. He even looked back at me on the suspension bridge. The situation that Takahashi Ryoichi said made Zhang Yuan feel very familiar. Isn't this the scene when they saw the bandaged freak, and they didn't change it? Could it be someone who lives nearby? Sanako Suzuki, who is a strange person in the reasoning world, started to reason out of nowhere, and was interrupted by Ayako Suzuki. Impossible, there are only 2 or 3 single-family villas nearby, but no one lives there now, and the rest will have to climb over the back valley to the outside before people live. Like Zhang Yuan, Suzuki Ayako tacitly cooperates with Takahashi Ryoichi. In her opinion, even if this bandage weirdo is not Takahashi Ryoichi, then it has something to do with Takahashi Ryoichi. Who the hell is this person? Oda Shen roared with resentment. I think we should call the police first. Hiraki Kakutani looked at Ayako Suzuki, and Ayako Suzuki nodded and brought everyone to the landline. Chapter 14_Conan's regular skills. People gathered around Suzuki Ayako to watch her call, but after a while, Suzuki Ayako said anxiously to the crowd, "The phone can't get through." "What? You said the phone couldn't get through?" Oda Shen was the most excited of all. After all, he was attacked just now. "I can get through during the day, maybe the phone line was broken during the thunder just now," Ayako Suzuki said uncertainly. Zhang Yuan stood behind the crowd and watched, and found that Takahashi Ryoichi started a very poor performance when he heard Suzuki Ayako saying that the phone could not get through. I saw Takahashi Ryoichi adjusted his expression to a state of panic, raised his hands and trembled slightly and said as if he had collapsed. "It must be him. It must be the bandaged man. He must have cut the phone line." Ah! After speaking, Ryoichi Takahashi ran straight out of the villa and ran towards the suspension bridge where he came. Seeing Ryoichi Takahashi rushing out, Katsuya Oda and Hiraki Kakutani also rushed out, worried, and looking at the 3 who rushed out, Conan, who loves to join in the fun, must have followed out. After Conan went out, Mao Lilan couldn't be relieved and rushed out together, followed by Suzuki Sanako, one by one, like a gourd baby saving grandpa. Finally, Shikako Ikeda, who saw that there were not many people in the room, also walked out, leaving Zhang Yuan and Ayako Suzuki in the living room. "Why don't you go out and take a look, Zhang Yuan?" Suzuki Ayako asked, looking at Zhang Yuan next to her. Zhang Yuan walked to the entrance and took out an umbrella from the cabinet to invite Ayako Suzuki, let's go, and have a look, but I guess they can only find the suspension bridge that was destroyed by that bandaged freak." In this way, Zhang Yuan brought Suzuki Ayako to the position of the suspension bridge with an umbrella. Sure enough, everyone's faces were not very good looking. They all thought that the suspension bridge had fallen into the valley because it fell into disrepair for a long time, but Conan found the marks cut by axes on the pillars on both sides, proving that the suspension bridge was thought to be damaged. It's the same sentence. After all, the eldest and second misses of the Suzuki family are here. How could the staff who manage the villa put a suspension bridge with potential safety hazards here? He must have done it. He must have done it. Takahashi Ryoichi, who was silent for a while, exuded fear in the crowd, but in the eyes of Zhang Yuan and Suzuki Ayako, this performance was a little too hard. Enough. Shikako Ikeda looked a little unbearable, and interrupted Ryoichi Takahashi directly, "You can't finish it? What a bandage freak, it's just nonsense." Then Ikeda Shikako stood in the rain with her hands on her chest and said, "The attack on Oda in the woods, the cutting of the telephone line, and the destruction of the suspension bridge are all to scare us. If our group of people were afraid because of these, wouldn't they be pregnant?" After speaking, Shikako Ikeda turned her head and went back to the villa. Ayako Suzuki under the umbrella looked at Shikako Ikeda's back and murmured, "Shikako." Everyone followed behind Shikako Ikeda and returned to the villa. Because of the rain just now, everyone was going to change their clothes and come out. It happened that Zhang Yuan and Ayako Suzuki were not in the rain, so they continued to go to the kitchen to cook dinner. It is said that the two cook dinner together, but Zhang Yuan can only do some work of processing raw materials, because in his previous life, he seemed to be cursed by the kitchen. Although it looks delicious, it really challenges the limit of human taste buds when you actually eat it in your mouth. To be honest, this level may not be as good as Fei Yingli. Suzuki Ayako was almost taken aback when she first saw Zhang Yuan cooking, so a tablespoon of salt would be put into the pot, and those who didn't know might thought that the pot was for pickles. So Ayako Suzuki hurriedly stopped Zhang Yuan's death, and just let him handle the ingredients. After all, Zhang Yuan handled the ingredients quickly and well. The food is always stolen. Fortunately, Mao Lilan quickly finished cleaning up and came to the kitchen to help. Zhang Yuan was kicked out of the kitchen by Suzuki Ayako at that time and asked him to stay in the living room by himself. Zhang Yuan sneered in his heart, she really deserves to be the daughter of a capitalist. With the help of Mao Lilan, the progress of the dinner was greatly improved, and soon the dishes with all the colors and flavors were brought to the table one by one. I'm really bothering you, Xiaolan. Suzuki Ayako thanked Mayor Ilan after serving the last soup. I'm also asking you to help me make dinner together. When she spoke, Suzuki Ayako completely ignored Zhang Yuan, who had been looking at her. It was okay to joke and not complain about Jianjia Yuan's troubles. Do you still count on her, Miss Suzuki Ayako, to thank him? Where, I also cook when I'm at home. Mao Lilan was a little embarrassed to be thanked. Speaking of which, this time the classmates' reunion was really a disappointment. Everyone has a stern face. Who's to blame, old lady? Isn't it all your fault for bringing up that incident? Suzuki Sanako complained to his sister. Zhang Yuan looked at the simple Suzuki Sanako and sighed, Miss Ayako is obviously fishing, and if you are fishing alone, you can also take the bait? I always feel that Suzuki Sanako will live in dire straits for the next few days. Is squinting so nasty? Hearing Sanako Suzuki mentioning the previous incident, Conan could no longer restrain his quest for knowledge, and asked Ayako Suzuki if it was Atsuko's business. Conan's question is like a regular weapon in the world of Keishui. Although Ayako Suzuki doesn't want to mention it, he still tells Conan what happened. It seems that the aroma of the cooked food attracted others. Oda Katsuya and Kakutani Hiraki came down from the second floor. I'm really starving. Oda Katsuya is really big-hearted, and he still wants to eat after being attacked. Suzuki Ayako shouted to the second floor, Takahashi-kun, dinner is ready, how are you doing? Takahashi Ryoichi also appeared on the second floor and looked down, it's almost done. After speaking, Ryoichi Takahashi seemed to be busy arranging tools on it. Zhang Yuan looked at Takahashi Ryoichi above, and his expression moved slightly. He felt the breath of soul fragments on Takahashi Ryoichi's body. That is to say, this little fat brother has finished killing Shikako Ikeda. Downstairs, Hiraki Kakutani used a video camera to record Suzuki Sanako and Morilan, while Oda Katsuya waited a little impatiently. Hey, Takahashi. Hurry down, it's going to be cold for dinner. Okay, I see, Takahashi Ryoichi hurriedly replied, then he glanced at the window and pointed out the window in shock. Outside. Something has passed outside. Takahashi Ryoichi's words made everyone look at the window, only to see a black cloak with a bandaged face and a grim face. Ikeda Shikako slid past the window. Chikiko. Seeing Ikeda Chikiko being carried away, everyone at the dinner table was shocked. Zhang Chenyuan was looking out the window thoughtfully. The two figures that had just passed by had no soul breath, which meant that one of them was probably not a real person. Another is that the body parts are too small to carry soul fragments. Seeing the figure passing by outside the window, Conan pushed open the window and rushed out first, followed by Hiraki Kakutani and Katsuo Oda. Oda Sheng also called Takahashi Ryoichi away, and Zhang Yuan stayed to protect the girls in the house, and ate dinner on the table by the way. After all, he who has watched the plot knows that after the next few people come back, basically no one will be able to eat anything except Conan. Chapter 15 Automatic Defense Measures. Mao Lilan and the Suzuki family sisters looked out the window worriedly. Zhang Chenyuan sat on the dining table and ate a meal. I have to say that the craftsmanship of Mao Lilan and Suzuki Ayako was really good. What time is it? You are still eating? Suzuki Sanako said to Zhang Yuan in a sullen tone when he heard the chewing sound coming from his ear. Tisk, even if I don't eat and stare at the outside like you, it won't help. I advise you to eat together, you know it's still growing before dawn. Drinking a bowl of soup, Zhang Yuan turned his head and said to the three people who were worried. If there was no accident, they might bring back Shikako Aikida's body in a while. After all, it was raining outside and it was still in the woods. You can't slaughter people in the wilderness. Zhang Yuan thought of Shikako Aikida in the woods in the plot to show them a hand, a leg, and a head that was chopped off. It is estimated that the sisters of the Suzuki family have not experienced such a tragic scene, but Mao Lilan is different. Was with Gangwon and Kudo Shin, what kind of murder scene had I never seen before? But as long as there is a murder case, the first one to scream must be Mao Lilan. It can be said that there is no progress. When the trio formed a team, Zhang Yuan was responsible for encountering various murders by relying on his own physique, Kudo Shinichi was responsible for inferring who the murderer was, and Mao Lilan provided military support. If the prisoner was going to forcibly escape, Mao Lilan directly set it up. Continue to make the prisoner spit foam. The three of them are well organized, with the occasional addition of Sanako Suzuki, who is basically in charge of logistics, just like Ayako Suzuki at the movie club. After hearing Zhang Yuan's persuasion, Suzuki Ayako sat at the dining table thoughtfully and looked at Zhang Yuan. Did you see anything just now? Zhang Yuan looked at the three of them curiously. Have you not noticed? Xiaolan, you should have noticed, the bandaged weirdo just now. Mao Lilan pointed to himself and then looked at Zhang Yuan blankly. No, nothing. I didn't look closely because it was too scary. Zhang Yuan was a little speechless. It was obvious that the bandaged weirdo just drifted past, not running over, but floating past the window. Float over. Suzuki Sanako and Morilan were so frightened that they hugged each other and looked at Zhang Yuan tremblingly. Do NT be kidding, Zhang Yuan? Seeing these two unsatisfactory things, Zhang Yuan shook his head, and the dead wood can't be carved. Then he looked at the thoughtful Suzuki Ayako. After hearing Zhang Yuan's prompt, Suzuki Ayako thought of Takahashi Ryoichi, who was the first to see a bandaged weirdo on the second floor. It is impossible for a normal person to use this kind of action. In other words, the person passing through the window is not human at all. Then Suzuki Ayako thought that Takahashi Ryoichi was repairing the roof this afternoon, but there was no problem with the roof of his house, which means that the bandaged weirdo just now was probably created by Takahashi Ryoichi. But what about Shikako? They saw Shikako being kidnapped just now. If Takahashi Ryoichi really used the props, how should the weight of such a large living person be solved? Then Suzuki Ayako looked at Zhang Yuan again. And before she could ask her, Zhang Yuan knew what she wanted to ask. You want to ask Shikako Aikida who was kidnapped? Suzuki Ayako nodded, something she hadn't figured out all along. That is indeed Shikako Aikida, but that's only part of it, Zhang Yuan replied after taking a bite of the dish. 1. A part. Morilan and Suzuki Sanako were completely numb. As for Suzuki Ayako, who was also surprised, and his face was not very good looking. After all, they are all smart people, how could they not know what happened to part of Jian Jiayuan's mouth? And Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sanako have also encountered many cases with Zhang Yuan. Suzuki Ayako looked at Zhang Yuan, who was eating deliciously with an ugly expression. How did you make it so delicious? Suzuki Ayako has no desire to eat at all. Although she has never seen a corpse, just imagining it makes her feel like she is about to vomit. Sigh. Zhang Yuan sighed with vicissitudes of life, and then looked at Suzuki Ayako. This kind of thing just needs to be used to. Have you heard that forensic doctors will vomit when they see a dead body? Suzuki Ayako's head is full of question marks. How should I get used to this thing? And isn't there something wrong with you being a high school student getting used to dead bodies and murders? Seeing Suzuki Ayako's skeptical expression of life, Suzuki Sanako laughed dryly and pulled Suzuki Ayako aside to talk about Jianjia Yuan's constitution. After finishing speaking, I saw Suzuki Ayako gave Zhang Yuan another bowl of rice, and then looked at Zhang Yuan with a motherly face. Zhang Yuan was stunned by the sight of Suzuki Ayako. What's with your sympathetic expression? I don't need sympathy, I actually enjoy this physique. Originally, Ayako Suzuki felt a little guilty when she learned that Shikako Ikeda might have died and was dismembered. After all, this party was organized by her to find out the reason for Itsuko's suicide. But after knowing Jianjia Yuan's physique, she felt a lot easier in an instant. After all, it's a different feeling when someone bears the blame together and bears the blame alone. Just when Zhang Yuan ate most of the dinner on the table, the foursome in the woods returned to the villa, and as soon as they heard a sound at the door, Sister Suzuki and Ma Lilan hurried over. Zhang Yuan wiped his mouth with satisfaction and followed. Have you found Shikako? Although she didn't hold out hope, Suzuki Ayako still asked. Kakutani Hiraki shook his head sadly. We found Shikako's body in the woods, she has been killed. It turned out to be true. Suzuki Ayako muttered while covering her mouth. Konan heard Suzuki Ayako's self-talk a little strange. When they went out, they didn't know that Ikeda Shikako was dead. How did Suzuki Ayako know? Then Konan looked at Morilan and Suzuki Sanako, who had such a face as expected, and finally looked at Zhang Yuan, who had a dull face. It seems that his classmate's physique still plays a role. Konan gave Zhang Yuan a sympathetic look. He knew how much Zhang Yuan hated this physique. Pity that Zhang Yuan can't choose, otherwise Konan would rather have this physique on his body. It is the dream of many detectives to know that there is a case to solve wherever they go. What if this bandage monster attacks us again? Suzuki Sanako said a little scared. Don't worry, this bandage weirdo is outside now. As long as we lock the doors and windows, he will definitely not be able to get in. Even if he does, there will be a loud noise. How many of us can't figure him out? Oda Shen comforted Suzuki Sanako and then glanced at Zhang Yuan. After all, Zhang Yuan's strange power was still fresh in his memory. This is directly throwing people as garbage, and suddenly Oda Katsuya was expecting this bandage weirdo to break in. Suzuki Ayako glanced at Zhang Yuan worriedly. She knew that the bandaged man was probably Ryoichi Takahashi, and now Shikako Ikeda has been killed by him, but looking at him like this, he seems to be planning something? Ayako Suzuki's concern, Zhang Yuan indicated with his eyes that there was no problem. When Zhang Yuan was walking behind the three of them just now, he put a piece of soul fragment on each of the three of them. The three soul fragments were flashing mysterious purple light on their backs, and each fragment was stored in a pane by Zhang Yuan. Spell pain, the caster will suffer exponentially increasing pain, and the power of the spell will vary according to the pain tolerance. That is to say, the longer the person's ability to bear the pain is particularly strong, the more powerful the pain will be. If the person's pain tolerance is weak, it may not take long for the person to die of pain. As for the soul fragments placed on them, it was also attrition, about 1/3 of that was lost this night, but they were all friends, and there would be no soul fragments in the future. This is an automatic defense system that Zhang Yuan came to Keishui World to develop independently. Chapter 16_Bandaged Geek Who Doubts Life. Fortification range of the skill is set to 5 meters, which means that as long as someone with killing intent or malicious intent approaches within 5 meters of them, the pain will be automatically released. It will automatically cancel when you leave 5 meters, which sounds very advanced. Anyway, we locked the doors and windows tonight, and we'll go down the mountain early tomorrow to call the police. Oda Sheng waved his hands at the crowd and went back to his room first. As Zhang Yuan said, people who go to the woods basically have no interest in eating, except for Conan. After all, Conan is also a person who has seen the world. Zhang Yuan, Suzuki's sisters, and more Ilan accompanied Conan to dinner. They checked the doors and windows in the villa, confirmed that they were all locked, and then went back to their respective rooms. Conan is very happy to start living together with Mao Lilan. According to Zhang Yuan's understanding of Mao Lilan, Mao Lilan will never dare to sleep by himself tonight, and Conan can secretly poke and shy again. Time passed slowly, and the rain had not stopped since the evening. The sound of rain outside was accompanied by the occasional thunder. Suzuki Ayako was lying on the bed. What happened tonight made it impossible for her to sleep peacefully. After all, even the eldest lady of the Suzuki consortium has never encountered such a murder case. But Suzuki Sanako was different. She slept heartlessly on the bed. She had also gone out to play with Zhang Yuan Kudo Maori before, and she had also experienced several murders. This kind of incident without even seeing the corpse can't make our second lady sleepless. Oda Katsuya and Kakutani Hiraki were also lying on the bed tossing and turning. It was the first time in their lives that they saw a corpse. It was such a bright scene. As soon as they closed their eyes, they seemed to be able to see Ikeda Shikako's hideous face. Mao Lilan was just like Zhang Yuan thought. She really didn't dare to sleep on the bed alone, so she squeezed Conan on a single bed so that Conan couldn't think. Zhang Yuan was lying dozing on the bed. He sneaked out just now and took away the soul fragments of Shikako Ikeda, and the soul fragments of Ryoichi Takahashi were also taken away by him. Today is another day of great harvest, and suddenly Zhang Yuan's ears moved slightly, and he heard the sound outside the window, as if it was coming from right above his window. Zhang Yuan thought about the room above, and it seemed that it happened to be Mao Lilan and Conan who lived upstairs. Before Zhang Yuan could think about it, a black shadow suddenly fell out of the window, with a bang, as if something hit the ground. That moment, the black shadow Zhang Yuan clearly saw a head wrapped in bandages. It was Ryoichi Takahashi. Outside the villa, Ryoichi Takahashi, who fell to the ground, doubted his life, and the heavy rain slapped his bandaged face. Because in the daytime, Mao Lilan saw what he looked like when he was not wearing clothes, and let him know that he would not necessarily reveal that he was not a fat man at any time. So he made up his mind to kill Mao Lilan, but unfortunately in the afternoon he heard that Oda Sheng invited Mao Lilan for a walk in the rain, so he hurried to the woods to ambush ahead of time. According to what he knew about his old classmate, the little girl that Oda Katsuya liked would basically succeed, and this was a good time for him to start. As a result, after waiting for a long time, I found that only Oda Katsuya appeared in the woods, and he looked resentful, which made Takahashi Ryoichi not sure what to do. With the idea of coming here, he simply attacked Oda Sheng, but he didn't really kill him, otherwise, how could the weak chicken Oda Sheng escape? Since there was no chance to attack more Ilan in the afternoon, Ryoichi Takahashi, who had already killed Shikako Ikeda, simply prepared to climb outside Morilan's house in the middle of the night. He planned to go in through the window and give Mao Lilan a surprise, but just before he got out of the window before he took out his glass knife, a sudden pain made him lose control of his body. Takahashi Ryoichi fell directly from the second floor. On the ground for a while, slowly stood up and felt his body. Now his body felt normal, as if the severe pain just now was his hallucination. Takahashi Ryoichi, who did not believe in evil, climbed the outer wall of the villa again and came to Maurilan's window. Bang! Zhang Yuan once again saw the shadow fall to the ground from above. He looked out the window speechlessly. Ryoichi Takahashi's head was really iron. In order to prevent Takahashi Ryo from climbing up and wasting the energy in the soul fragments again and again, Zhang Yuan simply opened the window and looked at the bandaged monster on the ground. Takahashi Ryoichi, who fell to the ground again, was muttering in his heart, "Is the one above the daughter of God? Why does his whole body hurt so much every time he makes a move?" As a result, at this time, I happened to see Zhang Yuan, who pushed open the window. Not only did this person not run away, but he was still looking at him there. And he made it clear that he saw sarcasm in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Had experienced such inexplicable things as two characters, had an evil fire in his heart, and when he saw Zhang Yuan, he just vented it out. Had already killed one person anyway, and he didn't care about killing another. Thinking of this, Takahashi Ryoichi simply stood up and raised his axe, ready to hit Zhang Yuan with a giant axe to chop down a tree. Seeing such a fierce bandaged geek, Zhang Yuan almost laughed out loud. I thought that this incident was only the soul fragment of Shikako Ikeda, but I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. So Zhang Yuan simply rolled out the window and immediately got close to Takahashi Ryoichi, and skillfully hit Takahashi Ryoichi with a shoulder throw. Regarding the fact that Zhang Yuan will fall over the shoulder, it must be attributed to the original body. The original body saw the appearance of Kogoro Mori when he uniformed the prisoner. At that time, he thought that the over-the-shoulder fall in judo was really handsome. Later, I saw the appearance of concubine Yingri subduing Mori Kogoro, and I felt more and more that judo was more reliable, so I chose judo decisively for fighting during the organization. After years of practice, I have mastered the shoulder throw. Just now was the muscle memory formed over so many years. In Huo Yuanjia's words, it is, "I have 20 years of skill in this punch, what can you do to stop it?" This fall threw Takahashi Ryoichi's eyes straight to Venus, and felt that his whole body fell apart and there was no place for him. Then Zhang Yuan picked up Takahashi Ryoichi's foot, and swung Takahashi Ryoichi like a sandbag, just like Hulk swiping Rocky. This bang, 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 bang attracted everyone who was not asleep, and soon several windows were opened, and Oda Katsuya, Kakutani Hiraki, and Suzuki Ayako stuck their heads out to check the situation outside. As soon as I opened the window, I saw Gang 1 abusing the bandage freak. Zhang Yuan, brother Zhang Yuan. Conan, who had slept very well, also heard the sound from outside. He opened the window and saw Zhang Yuan wearing a bandage outside, so Conan quickly jumped down from the upstairs. That's right, Conan jumped directly from the second floor, and he was unscathed. Zhang Yuan only wanted to complain when he saw it. Later, he thought about Conan's theatrical version and found that there was nothing to make a fuss about. It's just a pity in Zhang Yuan, maybe because of the rain, the surrounding soil is relatively soft. After such a heavy blow, Takahashi Ryoichi still has a breath. Conan ran over and hurriedly hugged Zhang Yuan's thigh, and was letting his classmates weigh it down. This person was properly out of breath. Conan felt that he understood Zhang Yuan's current thinking very well. After all, Zhang Yuan hated his physique, so he must be the same with murderers. Maybe Zhang Yuan was going to use the excuse of arresting the prisoner to vent his anger. It's not impossible, but the prisoner doesn't seem to be very resistant. Seeing that Conan persuaded Zhang Yuan to stop, the people upstairs quickly turned their heads and prepared to go out. After all, they were not like Conan and Morilan, who jumped to the second floor as if nothing happened. Chapter 17 Time Management Master Tequila. Zhang Yuan saw that everyone upstairs was ready to come down, so he carried Takahashi Ryoichi, who was still breathing, and returned to the first floor of the villa. Just so happened that Ayako Suzuki's classmates also came downstairs, and Sanako Suzuki, who was yawning, was woken up. The movement just now really didn't disturb Suzuki Sanako's sleep, but the movements of Suzuki Ayako and her classmates made Suzuki Sanako, who was sleeping well, wake up. Suzuki Sanako, who had just woken up, was still a little stunned. Looking at the bandaged weirdo at Jian Jiayuan's feet, he didn't react. Isn't this the bandaged weirdo? Why doesn't he move? He probably felt that Suzuki Sanako's question was not easy to answer. Everyone present did not answer Suzuki Sanako. Instead, Oda Katsuya rushed over and looked at the bandaged weirdo on the ground and asked fiercely. Hey, why did you attack me? And Chikako, why did you kill her? Who the hell are you? Takahashi Ryoichi was motionless on the ground, and he didn't know how to face Oda Sheng for a while. In his heart, Shikako Ikeda will kill if he kills. And Mao Lilan is a stranger to him, and he has seen his real size, and there is no guilt in killing him. But for his own attack on Oda Katsuya, he really didn't know how to deal with Oda Katsuya. After all, everyone was a member of the film club when they were in school. Although Oda Katsuya was a little bit concerned, there was no bullying in the film club. After so many years of friendship, Takahashi Ryoichi really doesn't know how to explain it to Oda Katsuya. Did you tell him that you came here, and I'll give it to you at once? Zhang Yuan, is he really? Suzuki Ayako looked around at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded and looked at Hiraki Kakutani and Katsuo Oda who were in anger. Do you think there is no one here? Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Kakutani Hiraki and Oda Sheng looked around and found that everyone came out, including Morilan and Suzuki Sanako, but Takahashi Ryoichi didn't show up. Difficult, could it be that this bandage weirdo is really Takahashi? Kakutani Hiraki and Oda Sheng never thought that this bandage weirdo was actually their old classmate Takahashi Ryoichi. Kakutani Hiraki rushed in front of Takahashi Ryoichi and tore off the bandage on his face, revealing that familiar face. It's really you. Takahashi. Kakutani Hiraki looked at Ryoichi Takahashi with red eyes and let out a dog-licking wailing. Why did you kill Shikako, why on earth? In fact, the worst thing about licking a dog is not that the goddess is with others after licking for a long time, but that the goddess is gone after licking for a long time. Of course I'm going to kill her. It's because of her that Atsuko committed suicide? Although Ryoichi Takahashi couldn't move, it didn't prevent him from enduring the pain and roaring at Hiraki Kakutani in front of him. Then Takahashi Ryoichi slowly told everyone about Atsuko's desperate mood after Ikeda Shikako plagiarized Atsuko's works. After being deceived, Atsuko no longer had any desire to live, so he simply ended his life. This matter was only known to Ryoichi Takahashi when he received a letter that Atsuko sent him before his death. Zhang Yuan was not interested in listening to Takahashi Ryoichi's love and hatred, so he took back the soul fragments of Sister Suzuki and Morilan and took out his soul stone. The soul stone glowing with purple light floated on Zhang Yuan's hand, and Zhang Yuan melted all the soul fragments collected during this period of time into the soul stone. This thing is equivalent to the magician's staff for the warlock. Although it is not a necessity, it can increase the strength of the spell. Soul stone holds, the stronger the increase in spells. When Zhang Yuan finished processing and came out, Kakutani Hiraki and Oda Sheng had already tied up Takahashi Ryoichi, and they were going to let the police go down the mountain tomorrow to take him away. I'm so sorry, Zhang Yuan, this is the first time I invited you to our house. At the foot of the mountain, Suzuki Ayako was saying goodbye to Zhang Yuan. In Suzuki Ayako's mind, one of them is the person who organized the party, and the other is a person with physical problems. Not like a high school student. Then, if you have time, I can let Sanako bring you to play at home. After saying that, Suzuki Ayako waved her hand and took Suzuki Sanako into the car sent by the Suzuki family. As for Zhang Yuan and Mao Lilan and her little follower, they took another car sent by the Suzuki family to go home. Then Gang 1, see you the day after tomorrow. Goodbye. Zhang Yuan brother Mao Lilan and Conan sat in the car and said goodbye to Zhang Yuan. After returning home, Zhang Yuan first cleaned the house, then sat on the sofa and thought. Now he works in the organization, the salary is very high, the treatment is very good and there is no shortage of money to spend. As for the practice of the warlock, the world is full of soul fragments, and it is heaven to him. Suddenly I felt that my life was complete and everything was boring. Could it be that my happiest day was the day I earned 91 yuan a month ago? Ding bell 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 dash. The landline in the house interrupted Versailles in Gang 1. Hey, this is Zhang Yuan's house, who are you? Zhang Yuan answered the phone and asked. I'm Tequila. Tequila's voice came from the phone, and it really was a very authentic Osaka accent. Why can't the mobile phone sent to you by the organization get through? Did you forget to charge it? Tequila's words suddenly reminded Zhang Yuan that the organization seemed to have sent a mobile phone, but because he was patronizing the Suzuki family villa to pick up soul fragments, he forgot to charge it. It's like this, Senior Tequila, but does the organization have any mission? Zhang Yuan readily admitted, thanks to Tequila on the opposite side, if it was Jinjiu, he might think he was caught by the police or betrayed not sure what. Oh, that's right, the organization gave us some tasks, and I'm going to discuss it with you. Tequila said unhurriedly. Discuss? Zhang Yuan drew a question mark in his heart. In the organization, Tequila is a member with a code name, and his qualifications are very old. Zhang Yuan is just a young newbie without a code name. What is there to discuss? Senior, please speak. It's like this, the organization gave us a total of 3 tasks, all of which were fundraising, 2 of them in Osaka and 1 in Shikoku. Under normal circumstances, people like us who team up to complete tasks usually act together, like Chianti and Cohen in the organization. You know these 2 people? Hearing Tequila's question, Zhang Yuan responded. Although Zhang Yuan had not seen these 2 people before. He had seen them before, and he learned sniping skills from them. I have also seen them in the previous life animation, a boring gourd, a crazy woman. But I can complete the 2 tasks in Osaka by myself, so please go to Shikoku to complete that task, no problem. Zhang Yuan thought for a while and then replied, no problem, Senior Tequila. Anyway, it's a weekend after this weekend, it's amazing. That's great. We can finish the task earlier, so we can have an early vacation. If you have anything to do with me, please use your mobile phone to contact me. I will be in Osaka recently. Tequila nodded gratified after hearing Zhang Yuan's words. It seems that it was not an illusion when they first met. This little brother who has no code name is the same person as himself, which is really great. Zhang Yuan understood him after hearing Tequila's answer. This senior member is obviously a fish-stalking monster. For example, the boss gave the duo 3 tasks and asked them to complete one by one together, and then the boss left. As a result, the 2 employees thought about it and decided to complete 2 pieces by one person and 1 piece by one person, and then leave work on time. How perfect! To a certain extent, this agave seems to be no different from the kiwi in the Navy. Chapter 18_Lavender Villa should not be able to die without a plot. Early the next morning, Gang 1 took a car to the Lavender Villa in Shikoku, which was the Lavender Villa in the case of the detective Koshin. The mission this time was to blackmail the owner of the Lavender Villa. The organization received information earlier that the eldest lady of the Tanaka family, the owner of the Lavender Villa, was addicted to narcotics. So the organization assigned a task to the Tequila team to blackmail the Tanaka family under the threat of Miss Tanaka's dependence on anesthetics. The taxi driver took Zhang Yuan to the vicinity of the villa and left. Zhang Yuan looked a little confused by the unfamiliar environment. Didn't the driver just say that you can see it at a glance when you get off the bus? Why didn't he see where the Lavender Villa was after looking at it for a long time? The helpless Zhang Yuan was going to find someone to ask for directions. After all, he was wandering around and knew where he could go. It would be very embarrassing if he suddenly encountered Tequila while walking. Zhang Yuan's eyesight was amazing, and from a distance, he saw a girl walking towards the cliff by the sea. But this is not important, the important thing is that Zhang Yuan finally found someone. I hope this girl can know the location of Lavender Villa. Mizugakai Chanel walked towards the cliff by the sea in a heartless heart. These few days of experience were the darkest days in her life. She has no motivation to live anymore, but she is a little sorry for her friends, and she called her for help before. Just when Mizugakai Chana was about to release, a voice came from afar. "That lady over there, please wait." Mizugakai Kanai followed the voice and looked over, and found that a boy who looked like a high school student was rushing at an alarming speed, and then stopped suddenly in front of her. Although the speed is so fast, this high school student is not blushing or panting, not even a drop of sweat. This kind of physical quality makes Mizugakai Kanai envious. If it is not easy to clean the house? Zhang Yuan looked at the girl in the maid costume in front of him and felt a little familiar, and then asked, "This girl, may I ask your name?" My surname is Mizugakai, Mizugakai Kanai." Mizugakai Kanai looked at the high school student in front of him with a little curiosity. After all, he has been popular enough in the newspapers these days, as long as people from Shikoku can't recognize him. Zhang Yuan thought about it and found that he had no impression of the surname at all, and then he didn't care. There are too many people in the world of Keishui who bumped into each other's face. Maybe this Miss Shuakao bumped into someone else's face. "Okay, Miss Mizugakai, don't rush to jump. May I ask you where the Lavender Villa is?" Zhang Yuan looked at the girl in front of him with kindness. Just now he saw that this Mizugakai Kanai was going to jump off, but in order to know the address of the villa, Zhang Yuan thought about it and didn't want to stimulate her. "Lavender Villa, are you going to Lavender Villa? Are you also a high school student detective?" Mizugakai Kanai's emotions suddenly became agitated, making Jianjia Yuan's secret path in front of him not good. What's going on? Why did I get excited just by asking the question, and are the current high school detectives so worthless? No. I'm not a high school detective. Zhang Yuan first denied his identity as a detective. After all, he couldn't reason and could not pretend to be a detective. "I'm just an ordinary worker, because the boss asked me to go to the Lavender Villa." Hearing that Gangwon is not a high school student detective, Kana Mizugakai's mood eased a lot, and hearing that Gangwon is also a part-time worker, the girl suddenly felt a little empathy, although their wages were a bit different. "Your boss's request. But even if you go to the Lavender Villa now, you won't be able to see the owner of the villa." Zhang Yuan felt the kindness of the girl, and the girl who wanted to die a second ago was now worried for him. "It's a rare person. Is the owner of the villa not at home?" Zhang Yuan continued to inquire. Since he wants to blackmail, he has to see himself, and the main owner can't see who he is blackmailing. "Yeah, Miss Tanaka, the eldest lady of the main family, died at home half a year ago." Speaking of which, Kana Mizugakai's low voice changed from worry about Zhang Yuan to numbness and despair. "Now Mr. Tanaka is recuperating in the hospital, and no one is seen except the housekeeper at home." "Died? The handle of the coercion actually died at home like this? How can I do this task? Then Miss Tanaka committed suicide? The result of the investigation half a year ago was suicide?" Mizugakai Kanai said to Zhang Yuan as if she had seen life. "After half a year, that is, recently, a high school detective came, and he suspected that I killed the young lady. Even the police think so." When Zhang Yuan heard Kana Mizugakai's words, the story of the original detective Koshin rang out. "Isn't this the one who committed suicide by Koshimaizu Nanatsuki, and it was the maid who co-authored him to inquire? Is that so?" Zhang Yuan nodded and took out his phone. He decided to ask Tequila how to deal with this situation. This time the organization's information is a little behind. "Excuse me, Miss Mizugakai, will you wait for me to make a call?" Zhang Yuan finished speaking. He took his mobile phone and walked under the shade of a tree. At this position, Kanai Mizugakai would definitely not hear his call. Mizugakai Kanai looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. When this young man knew that he was a criminal suspect, there was no other expression on his face. He had to know that everyone around her looked at her with cold eyes, otherwise she might not choose to be relieved. "It's Zhang Yuan, what's the matter, is there a problem with the mission?" Tequila's voice rang from the other end of the phone, but it sounded a little lazy. Was it because she hadn't gotten up yet? "It's me, Senior Tequila. Miss Tanaka in the Lavender Villa is dead." Zhang Yuan told Tequila about the important things, so that he was prepared. Tequila was a little suspicious of life when she heard Zhang Yuan's words. Although Jinjiu told him about Zhang Yuan's physique, he really didn't expect it to be so effective, and he died as soon as he arrived. After that, the assassination mission after that let Zhang Yuan go for a walk, and it would be over. It was safe and efficient, but it was a little uncontrollable. Hearing Tequila's silence, Zhang Yuan probably knew what he was thinking, and quickly added, "He didn't bear the blame. It's not because of me. Miss Tanaka has been dead for half a year. After that, her father fell ill. Now there is no one in the hospital except the housekeeper." "Have you been dead for half a year?" Tequila breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately it wasn't so evil. "Is it suicide?" "It was suicide half a year ago, but a high school detective came and said it was homicide." "No, it's suicide. That elementary school detective must be wrong," Tequila said with certainty. Zhang Yuan slowly asked a question mark. "What's the matter, Tequila? Did you sneak a look at Conan? How else would you know it was suicide?" The other end of the phone, Zhang Yuan's doubts seemed to be felt, and Tequila explained to Zhang Yuan, "Half of the tasks completed by each of our teams will become our operational funds. Like our car fare this time, as well as accommodation and food and drink expenses are included, and even the princess you go to sing is within the scope of reimbursement. So this kind of task with easy money can't be easily given up." Tequila told Zhang Yuan in a persuasive manner. As soon as he heard this, he was an old bastard in the organization, and even the princess asked the organization to reimburse him. "Really, take me one." Chapter 19 _ She committed suicide and must have committed suicide. Tequila felt from Zhang Yuan's answer that this was her dream teammate, and she felt relieved that she was finally not teaming up with those mission madmen in the organization. Here refers to Jin, Qianta, and a series of mission madmen. Then Tequila continued, "Although we can't continue to blackmail the Tanaka family in such a short time, we can continue until the Tanaka family steward is discharged from the hospital. But the premise is that Miss Tanaka cannot be killed. If she is killed, what use is the handle on the Tanaka family in our hands? The Tanaka family can totally refuse to admit it, but suicide is different. If Miss Tanaka can't stand the days without anesthesia and commits suicide, it will be smooth when we blackmail us again." Tequila can be said to be honest with Zhang Yuan, and taught Zhang Yuan how to deal with such emergencies in the organization without reservation. After all, in the eyes of Tequila, since Zhang Yuan has passed the confirmation of Jinjiu's loyalty, the time to get the code name must be very fast. To find a partner who suits your appetite, especially in an organization where there are not many normal people. In other words, this young lady will end the case with suicide no matter what. Zhang Yuan and Tequila confirmed. "That's right, your mission this time has been temporarily changed, from extortion to confirmed suicide. It's up to you how you do it." After Tequila finished speaking, she hung up the phone with satisfaction. Zhang Yuan finished the call with Tequila. He recalled the original plot. It seems that this case was really not done by the maid, so as long as the loopholes in the high school detective's reasoning are found, Mizugakai will be safe. What? Just why are there so many high school detectives here in Neon? Is it so easy to study? Why does everyone feel so idle? Zhang Yuan came back to meet Shugakai Kanai's gaze. Since his current partner, Senior, had requested, he could not let Mizugakai Shana continue to jump down. However, after such an interruption from Zhang Yuan, Sukao Kanai's will to seek death is not so strong. People who commit suicide all the time are just on impulse. Even halfway through their deaths, they began to regret it, but they couldn't go back after jumping off the building halfway, so they could only leave this world tragically. Miss Shuaguchi, since the police suspect that you killed your young lady, why are you still here now? Zhang Yuan looked at Kanai Mizugakai in front of him with some doubts. This was a question he left when he watched a drama in his previous life. Why would a murder suspect identified by the police come to the beach to seek short-term friendship? Because they have no evidence. Mizugakai Kanai said in a low voice, the high school detective deduced the secret room technique, but because there was no evidence, the police took me back for questioning and had to let me out. Then what? Why are you jumping into the sea when there is no evidence? Because the newspapers and media, I don't know where they got the news, they leaked all my personal information directly. These people call me a murderer, but I really didn't kill the lady. Shugakai Kanai suddenly burst into tears when she thought of this. The online violence seemed to be a boulder that kept pressing her breathless. Until now. Mizugakai Kanai only vented it out while chatting with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan scratched his chin, since he needed to exonerate Mizugakai Chana, and as for making others feel that he was a high school student with an excessive sense of justice, after all, he was originally a person who could join the organization and pass the loyalty test, where would he have a sense of justice? Zhang Yuan, a brilliant idea came to mind. Miss Mizugakai, do you want to clear your name? Zhang Yuan asked in a bewitching tone. Of course. Of course I want to clear my name. Kana Mizugakai replied without thinking. Then you have to listen to my arrangement. You can not only clear your crime, but also get a large amount of compensation. Zhang Yuan looked at Mizugakai Kanai in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Of course, I'm not helping you in vain. After that, you will get 30% of the compensation, minus the expenses in the process, so it's reasonable. Reasonable, but can it really be done? Mizugakai Kanai didn't even talk about the huge compensation that Zhang Yuan said, she just wanted to clear her trumped-up charges. Of course. Then now you take me to the scene of the crime to take a look. Zhang Yuan decided to leave immediately after hearing Kana Mizugakai's agreement. After all, if you act early, you can get extra money earlier. This trip to the 4 countries has made Zhang Yuan extremely satisfied. Although there is no soul fragment, there is some extra income. As a migrant worker, having money is the happiest time in Gangwon. Lavender Villa is not far from where Shanna Shuakao was going to jump into the sea. Probably because of the surrounding woods, Gangwon didn't see the lavender when he was down the mountain. Seeing the beautiful lavender Zhang Yuan in front of him now, he nodded. Sure enough, the happiness of the rich is so unpretentious. Seeing Zhang Yuan staring at the lavender, Channa Shuakao explained, because the lady likes lavender very much, so the master planted all this piece with the lady's favorite lavender. How beautiful it is. Mizugakai's mood has stabilized a lot. Maybe it was Jianja Yuan's confidence that infected her, and now she is not as vulnerable as she was at the beginning. Where did the high school detective find clues? Zhang Yuan looked back after watching the lavender for a while and decided to start working. It's just outside the window of the young lady. Mizugakai Channa took Zhang Yuan to the outside of a window on the first floor of the villa. He found the screw that was cut off here, and then went to the police. The police called me back for questioning after that. The police were very sure that I was the murderer of the young lady, because there were only me and the young lady in the villa at the time. Originally, Zhang Yuan should have gone directly to the police station to learn about the evidence found later, but he is a high school student and is not a detective, so the police in Shikoku really might not let him see the screw that Tokaijin Yunya found. After all, Zhang Yuan is neither Kudo Shinichi nor Conan, so he won't be cued. However, Zhang Yuan recalled the ability of the police officers of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Forensics Division. He decided to come to the scene to take a look, in case there were any clues that were missed. Sure enough, Zhang Yuan found a half screw with its head cut off in the grass under the window. That's it? Zhang Yuan asked Kanai Mizugakai, holding the screw. Mizugakai Chanel's eyes, and then nodded, yes, that's it. Zhang Yuan looked at the half screw in his hand and was caught in the question of the neon police. At first glance, this thing was cut off recently, and even a layman could see it. Shikoku all baba? There is also Shijin Runze. This method explains the bells and whistles and has the characteristics of Keishui. The problem is that the thrust level is too poor. Zhang Yuan thought of Kudo Shinichi, who teamed up with him again. At this time, Jin Yunya was completely incomparable to Kudo, thanks to the fact that the original body was carrying Kudo Shinichi at that time. Otherwise, it is estimated that the original body has long been sent to prison by Shijin Runze, that is a mental retardation. Actually. Mizugakai Kanai paused after speaking, and then continued when she saw Zhang Yuan looking over. Actually, after Miss committed suicide, I asked my good friend to help me see the scene. Now. Her name is Koshimizu Nanatsuki, and she was also a high school detective when she was in school, but Nanatsuki told me after careful inspection that the young lady really committed suicide. And she also checked the open space outside the window at that time, and there were no such screws at that time. Chapter 20_Rob the bank. How can there be a lawsuit to get the money fast? Of course not. Zhang Yuan thought of the thief in the plot who pretended to be the director of a Japanese TV station and said, this method can break through empty doors in addition to designing secret rooms. Break through the empty door. Mizugakai-chana repeated in surprise, and then there was a sudden realization. After your young lady committed suicide, did outsiders come to this villa? Well. Mizugakai Chanel recalled the visitors of the past 6 months. Some came, but most of them were to visit the master. What about the rest? The only one left is the cleaner who came a few days ago. This is the only outsider who has entered the lady's room. Mizugakai-chana replied simply. After all, she is a maid, and she is responsible for some hospitality matters. Okay, the matter is almost clear. Next, I will make a phone call to contact our helper. Zhang Yuan nodded and reached the corner of the lavender garden to make a call. Hello, this is the concubine legal consultation office. Do you need any help? Li Shanlu's voice came from the receiver. I'm Zhang Yuan, help me transfer Aunt Yingri. Zhang Yuan said into the phone. Li Shanlu knew about the relationship between Zhang Yuan and Fi Yingli, and after a while, she transferred the call to Fi Yingli. Zhang Yuan, have you encountered any trouble? Fi Yingli asked, concerned about the phone. Generally, Zhang Yuan would not call the office. Even if it was a visit, he would visit his home after work. Maid Fei Yingri's affection for Gangwon greatly increased. After all, Kudo Shinichi, who was going to take care of his own cabbage, didn't come to visit for so many years. Didn't he educate him when he was a child? If Conan knew it, he would be called Chu. After all, the big bag that was punched out of the head when Fei Yingri was educating him was bigger than the one that Mori Kogoro punched out now. Dare Kudo Shinichi come to the door? It's such Auntie Yingri. I'm on Chikoku's side now, but I've encountered some things. Zhang Yuan told concubine Yingri about Kana Mizugakai. Afterwards, concubine Yingri said that she would represent the case concerning reputation damage and spiritual compensation. After all, when Zhang Yuan met Shugakai-chana, the girl was about to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. This time, the lawyer Fei Yingli also agreed to pay in the form of a share of the compensation received. For Fei Yingli, this kind of case is simply a matter of hand. After all, the evidence is so easy to find. Those newspapers and news reporting that Mizugakai Kanai is a murderer can be seen everywhere in Shikoku. And it's not one family or two, but more than 10 newspapers, magazines, and TV media reported this, plus the high school detective who did not disclose his name. Although he asked the newspapers and media not to disclose his name, the Shikoku Police Department must know who this person is, and he will not be able to run away when he is held accountable. Then Zhang Yuan called Tequila, and he was going to bring Mizugakai-chana back to Tokyo to find concubine Yingri for prosecution, and the task on Shikoku's side could basically come to an end. After all, as long as concubine Yingri wins the case, it proves that Mizugakai-kana is innocent. According to the urination of those police officers in Shikoku, most of the Tanaka family's case will be closed as suicide. Is that so? I know. Then the mission for this period of time is over. Enjoy your vacation, Zhang Yuan. Tequila's happy voice came from the phone. From Zhang Yuan and Tequila reporting the situation to completing the organization's tasks according to Tequila's request in the afternoon, Jianjia Yuan's efficiency can no longer be described as high, it is quite high. It's so satisfying to have such an efficient partner, Tequila. After all, the partner's efficiency is high and he leaves work early, which is a good thing. Then Zhang Yuan took Mizugakai-chana on the train to Tokyo, and left Shikoku quietly without notifying anyone. Early the next morning, Zhang Yuan brought Mizugakai-chana to Fi Yingli's office, and Fi Yingli personally received the unlucky girl. After the final negotiation, it was decided to sue the court in Tokyo. After all, this time it was not just the high school detective who Kana Mizugakai did not know. It also includes a large number of local media in Shikoku and the Shikoku Police Department. If the prosecution site is located in Shikoku, God knows what will happen. It is better to be safe in Tokyo. Afterwards, concubine Yingri contacted her acquaintances in Nippon TV. She had to say that she was indeed the undefeated queen in the legal and political circles, and she had a wide network of contacts. The director of the Japanese TV station specially made a program for Shana Mizugakai, and specially reported what happened to Shana Mizugakai, which caused an uproar for a while. Under the boiling of public opinion, the Tokyo court quickly opened the trial of Mizugakai's case, and also caught the media of the four countries by surprise. And, the lawsuit took a month, and the concubine Yingli won the lawsuit. Shikoku's police department needs to issue a formal apology to Mizugakai. 18 local media in Shikoku that were sued, they need to pay a total of 93 million yen to Mizugakai Kanai. Of course, there is also a high school detective Shijin Junya. Now Shijin Junya is famous all over the Nihon. It turned out to be just a little famous high school detective in the Hokkaido area. At the same time, the Shikoku Police Department is also famous. After all, a high school student came to them half a year later with obviously questionable evidence. They actually took it as the truth of the incident and didn't even investigate. All of the police officers of the Shikoku police station were basically unable to hold their heads up in front of the national police. Afterwards, the Shikoku police station chief took the blame and resigned. Officer Meguro of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, who was also concerned about this case, recalled the case that Kudo Shinichi cracked, and found that his brother Kudo was much more reliable than this Shijin Junya. Basically all the prisoners caught confessed. The people who come from this small place just can't do it. It's still me, Tokyo, who is outstanding, and Kudo's two talents are amazing. Zhang Yuan sat on the bed in his bedroom with satisfaction and looked at the numbers above. Today, Kanai Mizugakai has remitted the promised share to him. Mizugakai Shana also put together a total of 28 million yen for him. Although it is not enough to achieve financial freedom, it does not cost much. After all, Zhang Yuan still received a salary from the organization. Zhang Yuan looked at the balance on his passbook with satisfaction. After all, the money came in a fair and straightforward manner and there was no difficulty. Unlike the robbers who robbed the bank, they worked so hard to rob 100 million yen, but they didn't dare to spend it because the banknotes were serialized. He was also wanted by the police, so he could only hide like a mouse in the sewers, waiting for the legal prosecution period to pass. Zhang Yuan decided to buy a better locomotive tomorrow. After all, he can't get a driver's license at his current age. As for the house, Zhang Yuan is very satisfied with the house now. A single-family villa with a large interior space, not to mention that it is next to Dr. Ali, and it is not too far from the Maori detective agency. This greatly facilitated him to go out with the Maori family to pick up soul fragments in the future. Zhang Yuan sat up suddenly. He thought of Shijin Runze. This guy is so eager for quick success in solving the case, so the case that was solved in Hokkaido before is inevitably wrong. This guy's family is not bad. After all, if his family is in a difficult situation, there is no time to solve cases everywhere, and there is not enough time to work every day. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan dialed Jinjiu. Do you have any questions to ask the boss? Chapter 21 _ Somebody wears shorts in winter. Less than 5 seconds for the call to be made when Jinju answered the call. It seemed that he should be quite free now. Jin's voice without a trace of emotion came from the microphone. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan briefly explained the task of this trip to Jinjiu. Although the final character briefings are to be summarized for Jinjiu, there are many details that cannot be reflected in the presentations. Since it is called a briefing, how can it be detailed? After talking about the task, Zhang Yuan then brought up the lawsuit against Chana Mizugakai. This kind of lawsuit is easy to find because the evidence is easy to find, and the object of the lawsuit is basically the foreign media. So in Tokyo, as long as you find a better lawyer, you have a 100% chance of winning a lawsuit, and the most important thing is that Tokaijin Junya's family is rich. Zhang Yuan has contacted the intelligence department of the organization. Although he is a peripheral member, he is the most special one among the peripheral members. Prevented him from becoming a code member, but his death-like physique. After all, the organization sent Zhang Yuan to kill the mouth, but a murder case on the way delayed Zhang Yuan. After the murder case was investigated, the target left long ago. Isn't this cheating? The book returns to the original story, so Zhang Yuan, a special peripheral member, can request some not-so-secret information from the organization's intelligence department. This is the case with Shijin Runze and his family. Shijin Runze is also a small celebrity in Hokkaido. At least he should be the most famous among high school students. Addition, the Tokasu family is a well-known family in Hokkaido, and the family's assets together are more than 2 billion yen. Even if you don't tell the local media, Jin Junze's wool can be plucked off a lot in the end, and according to the recollection of the plot, Zhang Yuan sees that this Hokkaido high school detective has solved at least about 300 cases. Many of them either escaped or committed suicide. It is too simple to overturn the cases that Jin Runze cracked over the years. It is enough to present new evidence or witnesses to overturn the evidence found by Shijin Runze before. In this respect, Jin must be professional. After all, K-Shui World's #1 neon noodle killer did not get a perjury by hand. Chinju was silent for a while after hearing Zhang Yuan's genius idea, and now his favorability to Zhang Yuan has suddenly increased a lot. This is the mainstay of the organization. Everything is considered for the organization, and the feasibility of this method is very high. After all, Zhang Yuan succeeded once not long ago. Moreover, a lot of people in Neon, a place where seniority is extremely serious, don't like Shijin Yunya. To be precise, they don't like these high school detectives. After all, these high school students are so famous one by one. Doesn't it seem that these elderly people are incompetent? So Shijin Runze's bad luck is everyone's favorite. Addition, Shijin Runze does have a criminal record, and he was almost forced to commit suicide by a young girl in a good season, which has already made others hate it. Jin was very relieved that he finally found a reliable employee. After thinking about these people in the organization, vodka is a driver, and tequila is an old bastard. Pisco is getting older. And he is now the chairman of a company. Mizunarino went undercover to Japan to sell TV stations, and Jinjiu didn't know what was going on undercover in that place. Koan and Kianta can't do anything but sniping, and they're both insane when they don't talk, Bourbon is an obnoxious mystic. Such a big organization doesn't have a person who can use his jinn. Sure enough, God still took pity on his jinn, and sent him a reliable and capable subordinate. Although this subordinate's physique has some problems, it doesn't matter how well the death god's physique and organization match. Jinju's inner activities are very rich, but his voice has not changed in the slightest. Yes, the organization will arrange people to do this. If things go well, you'll get your fair share. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Zhang Yuan almost jumped out of bed. What is this? This is technology investment. What could be happier than making money while lying in bed and doing nothing? Sure enough, the organization is really a good place, and Jinjiu is a good boss. If you work for a while, won't you realize financial freedom? Zhang Yuan fell asleep with a good mood. That night Zhang Yuan had a sweet dream, dreaming that he was rolling back and forth on a bed made of banknotes. Suddenly the door of the house was kicked open by Jinju, and then Jinju walked to him with 2 big bags and sneered and said, "This is your dividend for the week." Then I dumped the banknotes in the bag on the ground and left the house in Gangwon neatly. I was really happy. However, before Zhang Yuan could continue to dream, a cold wind blew, and Zhang Yuan woke up instantly. Woke up, Zhang Yuan wrapped himself in the quilt in confusion and still felt very cold. After looking at the time, he found that it was past morning and morning. Zhang Yuan simply found out the thick clothes and put it on his body, opened the curtains and looked at the sky outside in surprise. Snowflakes fell one by one from the sky, and it snowed today in Tokyo, which was a hot summer day yesterday. This weather made Zhang Yuan not know how to complain. After washing his face, Zhang Yuan was about to go out to eat something that was not known as breakfast or lunch. He had something warm to warm himself up in this weather. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw a sneaky figure in the corner of the corner looking at Dr. Ali's house, wearing a small blue suit on the upper body, a red bow on the neck, and small shorts on the lower body. Isn't this Conan? Etc. Little shorts. Zhang Yuan rubbed his eyes for fear that he was wrong, and then found that Conan was actually wearing a pair of shorts in the snowy winter, and he didn't feel cold at all, and there was no sign of a cold. Zhang Yuan was amazed when he saw it. He didn't catch a cold like this, but he caught a cold for no reason in the future? It's really Korean. Just when Zhang Yuan was looking at Conan, suddenly a hand stretched out from behind Conan, and there was a handkerchief in his hand. Conan's mouth and nose were covered all of a sudden, and his 2 short legs, naked outside, kicked twice and then fell down, looking like he was dazed. Zhang Yuan walked over curiously. After all, it was the first time to see Conan when he was caught by someone. Don't let Conan do anything. After a few steps, Zhang Yuan came to the place where Conan was dazed, and found that an Obazan he had never seen was about to take Conan away. When they saw Zhang Yuan's arrival, the two suddenly stared. "May I ask you this?" Zhang Yuan looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him and asked a simple question. This middle-aged woman is Yukiko Kudo after the casual clothes, because she and her husband Yosaku Kudo rushed back to Neon after knowing that Shinichi Kudo was getting smaller. Children are born to play. They prepared to have fun and play with Kudo Shinichi, but they did not expect to meet Zhang Yuan here. After all, they were all neighbors who lived nearby. Zhang Yuan and his wife knew each other and knew about his physique, but Yukiko Kudo didn't know how to explain the meeting at this time. "Say this is my child? It seems to be okay." After all, Zhang Yuan shouldn't have seen the movement of his dazed Shinichi, otherwise, he couldn't have walked over so unhurriedly. Yukiko Kudo, who had made up her mind, put down her nervousness and said to Zhang Yuan, "This is my child. He refused to take medicine when he was sick, and even ran out of the hospital. I didn't expect it to be serious now, sorry I have to take him to the doctor." Chapter 22 _ Yosaku Kudo's death scene. Kudo Yukiko finished speaking, she was about to leave here with Conan in her arms. After all, although Conan was dazed, what if Conan suddenly woke up in such a cold day? She knew that the child she had seen since she was a child was good at judo, and that she, as a female class, couldn't help Jianjia-Yuan's over-the-shoulder throw. Hearing that Yukiko Kudo said that Conan needs to take medicine, Zhang Yuan actually agreed in his heart. After all, who would go out in shorts in the snow in the winter? You should really take medicine. However, Zhang Yuan still stopped Yukiko Kudo by saying, "Well, I saw you dazzled him with a handkerchief, this Obazan." Obazan. A completely different voice came from the middle-aged woman in front of him. This voice made Zhang Yuan feel extremely familiar. Looking through the memory of the original body, and recalling the plot, Zhang Yuan already knows who this is. Isn't this Kudo Yukiko who wants to play with children all day long? Auntie Ziza? Zhang Yuan asked tentatively to the middle-aged woman in front of him. Was originally entangled in Obazan, was suddenly discouraged. She knew that the sound just made her reveal her secret, and despite her, she still seriously corrected Zhang Yuan's words. It's not Aunt Yukiko, it's Sister Yukiko. Seeing that Yukiko Kudo was still dissatisfied as always, Lao Zhang Yuan could only call out Yukiko Kudo, otherwise the woman who got angry would be terrifying. Sister Yukiko, who are you? Isn't this Conan who lives at Uncle Mori's house? Zhang Yuan pointed to Conan who was being held by Yukiko Kudo and asked. Yukiko Kudo blinked and then lied without discoloration, Conan, he is a distant relative of my family. This time we went back to Neon just to play a little joke with Conan. We? Uncle Yosaku is back too? Zhang Yuan captured the main point of Kudo Yukiko's words. Seeing Zhang Yuan's curious appearance, Yukiko Kudo almost gave herself a mouthful. What if she has nothing to say? If Xinyi suddenly woke up, wouldn't it be revealed? Yeah, he's waiting for us in the cabin we rented in advance. Would you like to come and sit? Yukiko Kudo was polite, but Zhang Yuan nodded and agreed. After all, Zhang Yuan also wants to see what kind of person is the ceiling of Keishui World's reasoning and IQ, although the original memory has an impression of Kudo Yosaku. But after all, it was not what Gang Won saw with his own eyes. In this way, Yukiko Kudo took Zhang Yuan into her rented car and headed to the meeting place with Yosaku Kudo. That's it? Yukiko Kudo drove to a remote single-family building, which looked like a long-abandoned one-family building. Yosaku should wait now. Zhang Yuan held Conan and pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw a man wearing a black cloak and a top hat with his back turned to him in a concave shape. Did you bring that kid? The man in black didn't look back, maintaining his posture. Yukiko Kudo looked at Yosaku Kudo in front of him and snickered secretly, and then said in Obazan's voice, "Of course, he really went to seek the help of that Dr. Aga, but this time I also brought an accident." Harvest. Oh. Kudo Yosaku pretended to be surprised. After all, he saw Zhang Yuan coming with Kudo Yukiko's car by the window just now. A little thought, Kudo Yosaku thought that the Zhang Yuan family was next to Dr. Aga's house after all, and it might be that Yukiko Kudo was brought over by Yukiko after he was stunned by Conan. After all, Yukiko Kudo also has a model gun in his hand, so there is no problem in taking it out to bluff people. Let me see who this new guest is. Kudo Yosaku said and turned around, a white mask with a smiling face pointed directly at Zhang Yuan. Isn't this outfit the Baron of the Night in Yosaku Kudo's mystery novel? Is he forcibly implanting advertisements in his life? No wonder Yosaku Kudo is a world-class speculative novel writer. Just for this dedicated spirit, there is no reason for him not to be popular. It's just that this kind of thing is quite bluffing without knowing it, but Zhang Yuan knew that it was Kudo Yosaku in front of him, and he was embarrassed for Kudo Yosaku and then said, "Long time no see, Uncle Yosaku, it looks like you've been very active lately." Ha 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 ha. Yukiko Kudo burst into laughter when she saw Yosaku Kudo, who froze in front of him. This guy usually looks like a stinky fart with a shizu in his hand. Today, he finally made himself embarrassed to see Yosaku. It's time. The helpless Kudo Yosaku took off his mask, and when he saw his wife's reaction, he knew without thinking that Yukiko had deliberately misled him when he came in just now, making him think that Zhang Yuan didn't know their identities. Probably when Yukiko was going to catch Conan, she was bumped by Zhang Yuan and her identity was discovered. Yosaku Kudo immediately deduced what happened. Long time no see, Zhang Yuan, how have you been recently? It's still the same, but I'm used to it. Zhang Yuan replied helplessly, with a mood that he couldn't resist but had to enjoy. Just when Zhang Yuan was about to say something, Yukiko Kudo, who had lifted her disguise, and Yosaku Kudo talked about her chance encounter with Zhang Yuan. I just happened to be caught by Zhang Yuan when I went to catch Conan. I thought I could fool him, but Zhang Yuan's observation skills are really strong. Yosaku Kudo heard that Yukiko Kudo said that it was Conan and not Shin. He understood in an instant that Zhang Yuan still didn't know Conan's true identity, so he couldn't say anything for a while. As for Zhang Chensin, he thinks what Yukiko Kudo said is a little too exaggerated. The obvious two hands made Conan dizzy in front of him, but it was hard to see it. So, would Zhang Yuan participate in the script I designed? Can I design a cool image for you? Yukiko Kudo invited Zhang Yuan after seeing her husband understand the situation. After all, 3 people are only 3 times happier when playing with children, but with one more gang one, it will become 4 times as happy. Yukiko Kudo is very excited, and the creative inspiration can no longer be suppressed. Zhang Yuan wanted to agree, the phone in his arm suddenly vibrated. After all, mobile phones have not yet become popular on the market, and everyone still uses landlines to make calls. This mobile phone was issued by the organization, and basically the people who can contact Zhang Yuan are also people in the organization, except for the Jin, which is probably Tequila. Who could it be? Zhang Yuan calmly bid farewell to the Kudo couple, saying that he still had a part-time job outside, and although he really wanted to participate, he couldn't let the boss's pigeon go. Kudo couple expressed their understanding, and then said goodbye to Zhang Yuan happily, and they were also very relieved to see that the child who was about to be depressed cheered up. After leaving the Kudo couple's hut where the child was betraying, Zhang Yuan took out his mobile phone. The text message contained a string of addresses, which was sent by Jinjiu. After reading it in Gang 1, the text messages are automatically deleted, which is very convenient. Zhang Yuan actually doesn't understand. If the organization is engaged in normal business activities, it will definitely make a lot of money from these inventions. Chapter 23 Where's your car? Signed a happy +1 more. Because Zhang Yuan was a little far from the location where Jinjiu was sent, Zhang Yuan reluctantly took a taxi, and Zhang Yuan couldn't breathe because of the heartache as he watched the meter jumping up. The plan to buy a locomotive is on the agenda. Driving for about an hour, the taxi pulled Zhang Yuan to the place, and when I got off the car, I found that it was another pharmaceutical company. The organization really loves pharmaceuticals deeply. After entering the door, the security guard at the door took Zhang Yuan to Jinjiu's office. Yes, Jinjiu has its own office in this pharmaceutical company. Opened the door, looked inside and found that Jin was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigarette, and there was no vodka in the house. Rare. Zhang Yuan felt silently strange in his heart. Usually, vodka is bound to gin, and the two are inseparable. Why is vodka missing today? Jinju looked at Zhang Yuan's curious eyes and knew that he was looking for vodka. After taking a breath, he said, "Don't look for it, vodka is going to execute the plan I said earlier." Zhang Yuan slowly asked a question mark. Zhang Yuan was unable to imagine the appearance of vodka incarnate as a legal pioneer and a justice messenger. He always felt that the style of the organization since he had crossed over was a bit strange. Jinjiu flicked the ash as if he knew what Zhang Yuan was thinking, and said, although there are vodkas, not strict, but he can still do such simple things well. Jinjiu tried his best to restore the image of vodka in Jian Jiayuan's heart. After all, a person who is proficient in all kinds of firearms and IT can't be a simple reckless man. Most of the time, it's because Jin is around so I don't bother to think, and my personality is also a little sloppy. To say that it is informal is that Jin is promoting vodka. Zhang Yuan nodded to show his understanding. At this time, don't care whether you believe it or not, just nod after the boss finished speaking. Then Zhang Yuan asked. Brother, do you have any mission to call me here? Huh. Jinju exhaled a long puff of second-hand smoke, then nodded and said, yes, this time is a temporary mission. But you should be familiar with it, escorting Shirley to see her sister. Just when you are free, I will leave it to you. Jin finished speaking, he stood up, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and walked out. I still have something to do. After the mission is over, send Shirley back here directly. After finishing Jinjiu and leaving the office, Zhang Yuan looked at Jinjiu's blonde hair with some emotion. As expected of a model worker in the organization, this hair will turn white soon. Boss doesn't give Jinjiu some shares of the organization. I'm sorry for Jinjiu's hard work every day. Zhang Yuan is going to pick up Mayano Shiho and set off directly. Maybe he will receive an overtime payment today. Although Zhang Yuan is not short of money now, who can dislike having too much money? Walking out of Jinjiu's office, Zhang Yuan was going to go to Mayano Shiveo, but he suddenly found that Jinjiu didn't tell him where to find Mayano Shiveo, which was very embarrassing. Dragged over, and Zhang Yuan asked him kindly, where is Shirley's office? Who was dragged over was startled, and found that Zhang Yuan was just asking for directions and quickly told Zhang Yuan Mayano Shiho's office location. After all, in the eyes of these security guards, those who wear black clothes are all evil stars, especially the one with blonde hair. A few days ago, it seemed that one of them was taken away by the blonde man, but he never showed up again. If it weren't for the high wages offered by this company, they would not risk their lives to work here. In fact, I can't blame Jinjiu for this incident. The security guard that Jinjiu arrested was indeed a spy, but the security guard was a commercial spy. Because I thought this company might be researching new drugs, I was going to step on the plate in the early stage, but it was discovered by Jin. What Brother Qin hated the most was undercover agents and spies. Regardless of whether they were commercial or not, they were sent directly to Shendong Jingbei to help Neon reclaim the sea and make land. Zhang Yuan went to the place where the security guard said, and the security guards patrolling inside after passing through a gate is not the kind of social recruiter. Basically, all of them are the backbone of the outer members of Gang 1's face. When he came to the door of the research room, Zhang Yuan knocked on the door, and a cold female voice came from inside, please come in. Zhang Yuan opened the door and found that Shiho Mayano didn't look up at all, but recorded something in his notebook. It's enough to put the data here. Mayano Shiho said. Boss Shui, I'm not here to send materials, I'm here to pick you up. Zhang Yuan said, looking at Mayano Shiho, who was wearing a white coat in front of him. Huh. Shiho Mayano immediately raised his head when he heard the familiar name, and found that it was Zhang Yuan who had brought her to meet her sister before. Aren't you actually drowned in the Jin? Mayano Shiho was a little surprised, but he was also a little happy. After all, if it was Zhang Yuan, he would be able to stay with his sister a little longer today. This is rare good news. I completed the mission seriously and didn't betray the organization. Why did Jinjiu want me to be submerged? Zhang Yuan shouted injustice when he heard Mayano Shiveo's words. Mayano Shiho looked at the big boy in front of him and always felt that his brain circuit seemed abnormal, so he simply asked directly without raising a bar with him. Is the overtime pay this time the same as last time? Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction when he heard Mayano Shiho mentioning the overtime pay. This kind of boss who takes the initiative to give employees overtime pay is the best. Of course, but Boss Shui has to seize the opportunity. Maybe I will have a code name at some point, and the overtime pay may also increase in price at that time. Zhang Yuan said seriously to Mayano Shiho, according to his current contribution, maybe he will have a code name tomorrow, and the hourly salary will definitely rise by then. Hearing Zhang Yuan's tone of selling like insurance, Mayano Shiho had a headache. Did this person figure out the meaning of the code name in the organization? The co-author of this guy looking forward to having a code name because of the high salary? Completely speechless, Mayano Shiho simply put down his work, took off his white coat and put on his jacket and said to Zhang Yuan, "Let's go, let's go." Zhang Yuan looked at Mayano Shiho's clothes and hesitated to say anything. At this time, Mayano Shiho was still wearing a skirt and stockings. Although it was very beautiful and silky, isn't it snowing outside now? Why are people in the world of Kexu immune to cold and heat? Why haven't you left yet? Mayano Shiho urged back to look at Zhang Yuan, who was stunned. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Forget about being cold, don't talk too much. Didn't he see an expired child in shorts in the morning? So Zhang Yuan simply followed Mayano Shiho's footsteps to the underground garage. As soon as he entered the garage, Mayano Shiho stopped and looked at Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan also looked at Mayano Shiho in front of him. For a while, Hermino Shiho couldn't help but say, "Where's your car?" Zhang Yuan looked at Shiho Mayano in front of him with a bewildered face. "I'm a high school student, I don't have a driver's license under my age." Implication is that I don't even have a driver's license for a car? And isn't that the garage you brought me here? Mayano Shiho looked at the innocent Zhang Yuan in front of him and didn't know how to complain. You, a member of the organization who worked hard for the code name, actually abides by the law. Does Jin know? In fact, Jin knows. After all, Vodka has been sent out to be the legal pioneer and the justice messenger. Chapter 24 Congrats to Boss Zhang, Shi Ti Harley. Then how did you come here? Mayano Shiho asked straightly, looking at Zhang Yuan, who had an innocent face in front of him. As soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that she asked a very stupid question. Sure enough, Zhang Yuan's eyes were a bit like caring for mentally handicapped children. Of course it's a taxi, because Jinjia called me here temporarily, otherwise I can take the bus, take the subway, etc. Zhang Yuan said it in great detail. In his eyes, Mayano Shiho, who can ask this question, seems to have no common sense in life, but this seems to be a little different from Haberai's performance in the plot. Zhang Yuan did not consider that Shiho Mayano's speech just now was the result of a twitch. Looking at Zhang Yuan in front of him, Mayano Shiveo felt that he might not be able to explain the matter, so he simply took out a key from his pocket and threw it to Zhang Yuan. "This is?" Zhang Yuan asked curiously, looking at the key in his hand. "Is this the car key? But didn't he just say that he doesn't have a driver's license?" The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's search class was not very good, but Miyamoto Yumi from the traffic class was a hidden boss in the world of Keishui. There is also the fate of Shuichi Akai's car and the killer sealing car of Keishui World, all of which were towed away, which shows how strong Yumi Miyamoto's luck is. Mayano Shiho now regrets giving her Harley to Zhang Yuan. Originally, she thought that she could hardly ride a Harley in Tokyo. But the words given to Zhang Yuan may not be able to make the best use of it, and Zhang Yuan doesn't seem to be very afraid of Jin, and he can let himself and his sister stay for a while. Maybe he can take his sister to the playground today. After all, it seems that the two sisters have never been to the playground together, and Zhang Yuan's appearance gave her an opportunity. But Zhang Yuan's look at the mentally retarded just now was too sarcastic. "You should have a motorcycle driver's license." Mayano Shiho said angrily, "I can't ride it anyway, so it's better to give it to you than to put it here to eat ashes. After finishing speaking, Shiho Mayano turned around and prepared to take the elevator upstairs, and then took a taxi outside to meet his sister. The last time Zhang Yuan accompanied her to see her sister, there was another peripheral member who was in charge of driving and meant to supervise Zhang Yuan. This time, Zhang Yuan is the only one left, which proves that Jinjiu now completely trusts Zhang Yuan, and I don't know what Zhang Yuan has done. Mayano Shiho thought to himself while waiting for the elevator. Unfortunately, although Zhang Yuan is a warlock, he can't read his mind. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan can tell her that Jinjiu trusts him more because of justice. Zhang Yuan looked at the Dark Knight Red Harley athlete parked in the corner and smiled with satisfaction. Mayano Shiho is really a rich boy, he just wanted to buy a motorcycle and this is it. Just rushing to this car, Zhang Yuan decided not to give up Shiveo Mayano, who had become smaller in the future. This is the most generous owner he has ever met. Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho, who had put away the keys, went back to the first floor, and the security guard at the gate of the first floor was the security guard who had just been pulled by Zhang Yuan to ask for directions. The security guard saw Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho coming out together. They ran over and nodded and asked Zhang Yuan, "What's wrong with eldest brother? Is there anything I need to order?" He also knew Shiho Mayano next to him. In his eyes, this was a big man who needed the protection of the blonde evil star and his followers. Neither of these two people can be offended by a little security guard. Zhang Yuan always felt that the security guard might have misunderstood something, but he didn't bother to explain and said directly, "We're going out and get us a taxi." Security trotted out after hearing this, and soon a taxi turned in and stopped at the door of the building. Zhang Yuan opened the back door of the taxi and said to Mayano Shiho, "Please enter the Snow Boss." For this kind of generous big money owner, Zhang Yuan said that his service is absolutely worthy of overtime pay. After Mayano Shiho went in, Zhang Yuan closed the door and got into the co-pilot. After that, Shiho Mayano reported an address to the driver and the car fell silent. About to reach his destination, Mayano Shiho asked hesitantly, "Well, I'm going to take my sister to the playground. Is it okay?" "Of course you can." Zhang Yuan said earnestly, sitting in the co-pilot, "You are the boss, you have the final say, as long as you don't leave Tokyo, it doesn't matter." After all, Zhang Yuan still has a high trust value in Jinjiu. It doesn't matter where Zhang Yuan takes the sisters to, as long as the Jin is returned on time. What's more, Mayano Shiho also sent a Harley to Zhang Yuan today. It is estimated that Jinjiu will know about this when he comes back. At that time, Jinjiu will think that it is a transaction between Shirley and Zhang Yuan. This kind of transaction did not cause any loss to the organization, so Jin was too lazy to manage it. "Thank you." Mayano Shiho, who got the answer, thanked him with a smile. His cold face was very beautiful for a while, but it was a pity that Zhang Yuan didn't see it. Zhang Yuan was paying attention to the situation around him intently, for fear that a corpse would suddenly fall out of nowhere and hit the car. "You paid, you are the biggest." The car drove for about 15 minutes and arrived at the coffee shop that Shiho Mayano and Akimi Mayano had made an appointment with. Akimi Mayano was already waiting in her seat. Shiveo Mayano Akimi greeted happily after seeing Mayano Shiveo entering, and then saw Zhang Yuan, who was following Mayano Shiveo. Mayano Akimi also showed joy after seeing Zhang Yuan. Like her sister, she thought Zhang Yuan would be punished by Jinjiu or simply dealt with. Unexpectedly, this time it was Zhang Yuan who sent Mayano Shiho over. "Mr. Zhang Yuan is here too. It's been a long time." Mayano Akimi greeted Zhang Yuan with a smile. Zhang Yuan nodded and walked out of the coffee shop. Mayano Akimi was about to greet Mayano Shiveo to sit down, but was stopped by Mayano Shiveo. "Sister, let's go to the playground today." Mayano Shiho said happily. "But, the organization." Although Mayano Akimi also wanted to go with Mayano Shiho, she was still worried about the organization. After all, Mayano Akimi also thought about taking her sister to play around in the past, but she was stopped by the organization members around Mayano Shiho. The end, the two sisters could only drink coffee and chat in the coffee shop. Don't worry. I've already said it in Jongyuan. Mayano Shiho's eyes flashed a tinge of pain. After all, it was her favorite motorcycle, second only to Prada's bags. Mayano Akimi smiled when she saw her sister's expression, that Mr. Jongyuan looks really good. Issued a good person card by Mayano Akimi without knowing it. Mayano Shiho did not refute what Mayano Akimi said. Indeed, she thought so too, but she still had to add that Jongyuan's brain was a little different from that of normal people. While the Mayano sisters got into the taxi that Jongyuan and Mayano Shiho had taken just now. Jongyuan never let him leave in this car. Anyway, he still had to take the taxi, so let's save some trouble. Ever since Jongyuan learned that the organization can reimburse the fare for the mission, the whole person has become more supportive. What is such a small taxi fare? Chapter 25 Courageous and Conan's Hibeo's first meeting. In this way, Jongyuan accompanied Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho to play at the playground all day. On the way, Jongyuan also took the Mayano sisters to look at the roller coaster that Shinichi Kudo, the god of death, took. Not only Kudo Shinichi, but also Gin and Vodka have also taken this roller coaster, but I don't know whether these two people are riding for the purpose of investigating the situation or just wanting to be happy. Maybe it's because the people in the world of Keishwe are very nervous. The sound of the roller coaster where the two murders happened not only did not go down, but became more popular. It is said that the amusement park has added some horror elements to the cave where the roller coaster passes, which can be said to keep up with current events. In the next time, Jongyuan seemed to have become a small follower. When the sisters were playing the project, Jongyuan looked at the bag below. Sisters encountered a beautiful scenery. Jongyuan turned into a photographer. When it was time for dinner, Jongyuan also helped to line up the restaurant and let the sisters sit at the table to rest for a while. This time, the overtime pay paid by Shivo Mayano is worth it. Night had fallen for a while. Jongyuan looked at the time. It was almost time for Shiho Mayano to return to the pharmaceutical company. The Mayano sisters did not make it difficult for Jongyuan, and the two said goodbye without end. After all, as long as Jongyuan sends Mayano Shiho next time, they can still play happily like this for a day. This made Mayano Shiho a lot better. At least today, she didn't feel that she was being imprisoned, but was really a boss for a day, with a secretary. Just like this, the one-day event came to a successful conclusion, and Jongyuan waved and called a taxi to go back to the pharmaceutical company, but he encountered a big traffic jam when the car was halfway. It's strange, how can there be a traffic jam at this time? Jongyuan glanced at his watch. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and logically speaking, there would be basically no traffic jam at this time. And now this road is usually smooth, even the taxi drivers are a little strange. I'm going to see what's going on, and call me if something happens. Jongyuan instructed Shiho Mayano and opened the car door, ready to see what happened in front of him. As soon as he got out of the car, Jongyuan saw Kogoro Mori chasing a young man who looked like a white-collar worker. When Kogoro Mori saw Jongyuan, his eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, "Jianyuan! Catch him! He is a murder suspect." Hearing this, Jianyuan's eyes lit up. Maori Kogoro and the murder case, isn't this another soul fragment to pick up? So under the terrified eyes of the young white-collar worker, Jongyuan came to him instantly. He had always thrown a handsome over-the-shoulder throw, but Jongyuan didn't feel the breath of soul fragments in this person, so he started lightly. Just press the person directly to the ground. Then Mori Kogoro rushed to the side of Jongyuan and said to the white-collar worker on the ground, "Ha, you can't escape from my detective Mori Kogoro." Who ran over afterwards, felt embarrassed when they saw Mori Kogoro laughing. Uncle, father, is obviously the one who stopped by Zhang Yuan, right? Morikogoro, who was finally out of breath, said to Zhang Yuan, "Thank you for being here, Zhang Yuan, just take him to Officer Mumu with me." Just now, this guy ran away without paying attention. The escape of this young white-collar made Morikogoro lose face. After all, he is also a former criminal policeman, and he was actually run away by this young white-collar who lacked training at first sight. "Uncle Maori, is there something wrong with brother Zhang Yuan?" Conan pushed Morikogoro and motioned him to look here. Morikogoro followed Conan's gaze and found a young girl sitting in the car looking at him through the glass. Mayano Shiho is really curious about these people outside. These people should be acquaintances of Zhang Yuan, but it seems that Zhang Yuan has a sense of justice in the eyes of others. The problem is that the sense of justice is like a reminder in the organization, which makes Shiho Mayano even more curious about how Zhang Yuan survived under Jin. After all, this sense of justice looks like an undercover. Ah! Morikogoro smiled at Zhang Yuan after seeing Mayano Shiho, and then said, "So you are dating, okay, I won't bother you this time. I, Morikogoro, have worked hard." After talking, he patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and was about to leave with the young white-collar worker, while Malilan and Conan on the side looked at Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho in the car with a gossip. "After all, after so many years of classmates, I have never seen Zhang Yuan and any girl walking closer." At this time, Shiho Mayano pushed open the car door and walked out, and said in a cold voice, "No, today I just hired Zhang Yuan as my tour guide and part-time bodyguard. Because I just came back from the United States, I don't know much about Tokyo. It just so happened that Zhang Yuan classmate received a part-time job from me, but are you going to see the local police? It just so happens that I'm also a little curious about the capabilities of the police here. Like. After all, I'm still considering whether to sign a long-term tour guide and security contract with Gangwon-san." Mayano Shiho was talking nonsense with a cold expression and a cold voice. Sure enough, good-looking women can deceive people. Zhang Wuji's mother is really right. Mayano Shiho's remarks directly extinguished the gossip hearts of Morilan and Conan. After all, being stared at and talking by a girl expressionlessly, basically there is no charming thought. Conan also gave Zhang Yuan a pitiful look. He didn't know whether to congratulate Zhang Yuan or express sympathy for this part-time job. After all, this employer is not a fuel-efficient lamp at first sight. Mayano Shiveo's indifferent voice also affected Morikogoro, who saw that he was rarely serious, and straightened his tie and said to Mayano Shiveo, "Not yet. My surname is Mayano and I am the chief researcher of Shirai Pharmaceutical Company." Chief researcher? Molilan and Conan looked at Mayano Shiho in front of them in surprise. This girl who didn't look much older than them was actually the chief researcher of a pharmaceutical company. How amazing! Zhang Yuan looked at Mayano Shiho, who was negotiating with Morikogoro and a pair of childhood sweethearts, and gave her a silent compliment. The speed of the reaction is really unbelievable. In this way, even if Morilan or Conan see Zhang Yuan who escorted Shiho Mayano out in other places, they won't be able to help. Expected of a ruthless character who pretended to cry in the first episode. In this way, Mayano Shiho, Morilan, and Conan got into a car, and Morikogoro and Zhang Yuan took the young white-collar workers into another taxi and drove to the place where the police officer Mumu was. When in the car, Conan tentatively asked Mayano Shiho a few questions, but Mayano Shiho answered it perfectly. After all, this was the second time Mayano Shiho and Zhang Yuan met. Mayano Shiho really didn't know much about Zhang Yuan except for the basic information, especially the problem of Jianjia Yuan's constitution. Mayano Shiho didn't know anything about it. Along the way, Mayano Shiho's answer seems to be flawless in Conan, that is, Zhang Yuan happened to receive a commission from Mayano Shiveo, and it seems that Mayano Shiveo is still very satisfied with Jianjia Yuan's service today. Conan, who had satisfied his curiosity, stopped asking all kinds of questions, but the appearance just now made Mayano Shiho notice this innocent-looking child. In any case, Shiho Mayano grew up in the organization, and Conan's obvious clichés still made her a little bit alert. This little guy really doesn't look like a child. Chapter 26_Big Oolong. The second half of the journey, Shiho Mayano was watching Conan, who was playing cute with more elan. If Shiho Mayano hadn't encountered the guinea pig in the research, she might not have paid so much attention to Conan. But that hairy experiment has always lingered in Mayano Shiho's heart, and the missing high school student detective Kudo Shinichi, who organized the post-mortem investigation, did not find Kudo Shinichi's body. A newly developed drug organization like APTX 4869 will not be used in this unexpected situation. After all, it is too troublesome for Jin to give drugs, so it is much more convenient to shoot directly. And a bullet is only a few dollars, a medicine is not cheap. But the timing of that day was too special. It just happened that the police had not left completely. If the shooting was too conspicuous, and the amusement park was crowded with people, it was impossible to be seen. It's like they went on a roller coaster to scout out the trading location. Gang 1 doubts this, he suspects that Jin simply wants to ride the roller coaster. Therefore, Kudo Shinichi used the new drug of the organization. Although the organization has a certain basic understanding of the efficacy of the drug, he has not undergone large-scale drug experiments and does not know what accidents will occur. Later, Jin took vodka to do crazy tasks, and even the task of monitoring Mayano Shiho's going out fell on Zhang Yuan's head, because Jin and vodka were busy with drug experiments. Jin's drug experiment is simple and rude. After identifying the assassination target, sneak in, then feed the target with drugs, and then observe and record the target's reaction. Finally, vodka will go to the hospital to obtain the autopsy records of the deceased or the hospital diagnosis. So far, the drug test results of APTX 4869 are all gratifying. None of the deceased who were poisoned has been detected with a specific cause of death, and can only be regarded as normal death. The records of all these have been gathered into the hands of Shiho Mayano, the person in charge of APTX 4869. In a series of records confirming the death, the disappearance of Kudo Shinichi is particularly obvious. Coupled with Conan's undisguised and unconcerned cliché just now, Mayano Shiho thought that the relationship between Conan and Kudo Shinichi was not surprising at all. After all, Conan had always been so reckless before he met Haberai. Even after meeting Haberai, he didn't see Conan's restraint, and it's easy to get overwhelmed when it comes to the organization. Completely disregarding his own development, he insisted on landing without guns and other people's third-level head and third-level armor holding a full-fledged gangster. I don't know if Zhang Yuan has any doubts about this kid's birth. Mayano Shiho looked at Conan and thought silently. After all, Zhang Yuan and Conan have been in contact with him for a lot longer than himself. Mayano Shiho quickly pressed his thoughts, and she was not ready to tell Zhang Yuan about her suspicions about Conan. After all, Zhang Yuan, no matter how reasonable, was the person who organized the organization, and even the person who was about to get a code name. Which one can get a code name under Jin is a fuel-efficient lamp. If this kid is really Kudo Shinichi, let him survive like this. Finally, two taxis drove into a villa area. The spirited security guards at the door and the patrol members who could see it proved that the people living here were either rich or expensive. Means that the prices here are definitely not cheap. Zhang Yuan looked at the houses here with envy along the way. Although his house is not small and he lives in a wealthy area, as a Chinese, who doesn't like big houses. The car stopped at the door of a large villa, and there were several police cars parked at the door. The police officers outside had already pulled up the security belt, and Kogoro Mori walked in with Zhang Yuan and the young white-collar worker brushing their faces. Mainly because these police officers have seen Maori Kogoro too many times at the scene recently, and they have already known them. There is also Gang 1, although he looks a lot stronger, but he has met many times on the scene before, which can be said to be a legend of the Metropolitan Police Department. Momentum to catch up with Gang 1 recently. Maori Kogoro pushed the young white-collar worker in front of the police officer Mumu, the Mumu Police Department. I have brought the suspect of the murder to the scene. What suspect? After hearing what Kogoro Mori said, Officer Mumu felt a little confused. How did this person become a suspect? Zhang Yuan looked at the puzzled police officer Mumu in front of him and probably knew that he seemed to have made a new long just now. After all, this person obviously has no soul fragments. And the dazzling soul fragments of the corpse on the ground were waiting for Jian Jiayuan's summons on the deceased. Think about it carefully. If Mr. Izumi is really a suspect, how can I contact him by phone? Officer Mumu looked at Kogoro Mori in front of him speechlessly. Brother Maori has solved a lot of cases recently and gained the reputation of sleeping Kogoro, but when he is awake, he still looks as unreliable as before. That's right. Mori Kogoro scratched his hair embarrassedly, and Zhang Yuan also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't start so hard, otherwise, if Mr. Quan reacted and sued Zhang Yuan, wouldn't he have to lose some money? This is Mr. Izumi Takeo, a stock trader from TM Securities. Officer Mumu flipped through his record book and said about the occupation of a white-collar worker. And the name of the securities, isn't it really cursing? Are you scolding your mother for falling stocks? Nice name. Excuse me, have you been here today and left around 8:40 p.m.? Officer Megami and Izumi Takeo confirmed the time of his visit. This is Miyano Shiho, who came to Jian Jiayuan's side and said softly, "It seems that you are very calm about this kind of thing, you can't see any emotion." Originally, Shiho Miyano thought that Zhang Yuan was just a lost child, but after seeing Zhang Yuan's calm performance when he saw the corpse at the scene, she doubted her judgment. How many homicides did it take to appear so calm? Just now Mao Lilan and Mao Interest Kogoro were a little surprised. Or how many murders Zhang Yuan has in his hands to be so calm that he has ignored this corpse? What's surprising about this? There's nothing special about it. Zhang Yuan said after glancing at the corpse. He had taken away the soul fragments from the corpse just now, and Shiho Miyano approached him when he was self-satisfied. But this is indeed Zhang Yuan's true thoughts. This corpse really has no special features. After all, the original body has experienced so many murders, and there are many tragic scenes. This seems to be unremarkable. Totally not worth Gang 1's wasting emotions for it. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Miyano Shiho looked at Zhang Yuan even more fearfully. He was already a cold-blooded butcher at such a young age. Actually, the author originally wanted to write the ultimate murderer, but it was a bit of a drama. I and my sister actually thought he was a rare good person in the organization. Immediately, Shiho Miyano sighed in his heart. Probably Zhang Yuan was indeed a good person for the two of them. And now that Shiho Miyano's hands are stained with blood, she has no position to condemn Zhang Yuan at all. Just as Zhang Yuan and Miyano Shiho were chatting, two other people who had been to the crime scene were called back by the police. One is the daughter of the deceased named Chihiro Kojima, and the other is Juro Yoshioka, who was the first to find the body. Two entered the door. Zhang Yuan looked at Kojima Chihiro, and Zhang Yuan felt the existence of another soul fragment of the deceased on her body, which means that the murderer is this person. What's wrong? You been looking at that woman? Miyano Shiho looked at Zhang Yuan's eyes and stayed on Kojima Chihiro's body a little curiously. Chapter 27 _ This is the intuition of many murder cases. Zhang Yuan thought for a while and said to Miyano Shibeo, I always feel that this woman is the murderer this time. How is it possible? No daughter would kill her own mother. Shiho Miyano never saw his mother again when she was very young. She longed for maternal love and did not believe that someone would kill her mother. Do you have any evidence? Zhang Yuan looked at Miyano Shiho. Girl, your statement is very dangerous. Isn't it usually the case when the murderer is exposed and he is exhausted? No, it's just an intuition that I've seen a lot of murder cases. Zhang Yuan really didn't have any evidence, and he didn't listen to the police officer's introduction from the beginning. He's not a detective, and he's not interested in these things, and he can't tell Mayano Shiho that he can see soul fragments. It is estimated that Shiho Mayano will definitely recommend him to the mental hospital after hearing what he said. Brother Zhang Yuan, what are you talking about with Mayano's sister? Konan saw Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho have been talking in a low voice, and his curiosity came up again, and ran over to ask. It's nothing, but weren't you still with Sister Yukiko in the morning of Konan? Zhang Yuan asked perfunctorily. Aunt Yukiko and Uncle Yosaku went back to the United States because of something. They sent me back to the office before they went back. Konan replied, sweating in his heart at the same time. After all, when Konan said this, it was an intelligence error. Mori Kogoro didn't know that Edogawa Fumayo was Kudo Yukiko, and Zhang Yuan didn't know that it was Edogawa Fumayo who sent Konan back. After a while, it will be fine, and this matter will pass. Zhang Yuan and Uncle Maori can't drink bars together. After all, Zhang Yuan is not old enough to drink. And neither of them are like talkative people, and they won't discuss Konan's affairs even in small talk. Your brother Zhang Yuan thinks that Ms. Kojima is a murderer. Mayano Shibayo's cold voice came from one side, and Zhang Yuan's attention was a little disappointed when he saw Konan's 3 or 2 words. Is this kid really that high school detective? Why doesn't he look so smart? Really, brother Zhang Yuan? Konan was immediately excited. Could it be that his classmate's reasoning ability has increased significantly recently? Have you found any clues, brother Zhang Yuan? Konan couldn't wait to know Zhang Yuan's reasoning. Not at all. Zhang Yuan knew what Konan wanted to hear. The problem was that he didn't know anything except the murderer, and not every traveler could remember all the plots. Then how did you determine that Ms. Kojima was the murderer? Konan felt that his classmate's figure seemed to overlap with Mori Kogoro at this moment. It's intuition. You have seen too many murders with your brother Kudo before. As soon as the Ms. Kojima came in, she had a feeling that this woman was the murderer. Zhang Yuan told Konan the reason he told Mayano Shiho just now. Konan was even more speechless after hearing this. Isn't this exactly the same as Mori Kogoro, and they all rely on conscious decision-making and reasoning? This is too selfish. Had a talent for reasoning, it would have been reflected long ago when he encountered so many murders. Harmful Konan thought that this time Zhang Yuan Dachi's reasoning ability improved instantly after his enlightenment. As for Mayano Shiho, who was on the side, he was a little cautious about what Zhang Yuan said just now, that he had seen too many murders. If he talked to this child, it might be Zhang Yuan's disguise. Then when talking to her, you shouldn't use the word seeing, but making. After all, they are all members of the organization, so there is no need for Zhang Yuan to lie to her. In other words, Gang 1 really encountered a lot of murders. What kind of luck is this? How many homicides have to be encountered to be able to say such a sentence without a characteristic so calmly? Konan felt that it was a waste of time to chat with Zhang Yuan at this time, so he simply ran to the scene to find clues. You are very familiar with that child. Mayano Shiho still couldn't help but ask, and she regretted it as soon as she said it. It's okay. This child lives in Mori's house, and Xiaolan and I are classmates. Zhang Yuan replied to Mayano Shiho, and there is nothing he can't say, and this child seems to live nearby. A distant relative of an elder? This is what Kudo Yukiko is talking about. After all, this is the patch that Kudo Yukiko just applied to Konan's identity in the morning. Mayano Shiho nodded thoughtfully. This topic just ended here, and if he continued to ask, maybe Zhang Yuan would be curious about Konan. If Konan is really Kudo Shinichi, then Konan, a kid, can't stand the organization's investigation. At this time, a quarrel caught the attention of the two. Zhang Yuan looked at the suspects, and sure enough, it was time for Keishue's characteristic to reveal their motives for murder. Izumi Takeo's motive for the killing was that he lost a lot of money in the company's recent investment mistakes because of his private operations. Kojima cut off ties with her mother because of her husband in the early years, and came back to borrow money from her mother and was rejected. As for Juro Yoshioka, it was because the two were rivals at work, and in private, Juro Yoshioka made remarks that he would kill the victim sooner or later. Just as the three were arguing, Officer Mumu decided to watch the video taken by the monitor at the door again. Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho also came over when they saw it. Although they couldn't reason, it's always okay to watch the excitement. Hey, that's weird. When Morilan saw Chihiro Kojima in the house, the guard was attracted by a cat accidentally touching the alarm. The scene of the victim talking to the guard at the door suddenly felt the picture somewhat strange. What's wrong with Xiaolan? Officer Mumu asked Mao Lilan. Could it be that Xiaolan found some clues? It's nothing, Officer Mumu. Mao Lilan waved his hand embarrassedly. I just feel a little strange, but I don't know what the strangeness is. It's lipstick. Mayano Shiho's cold voice sounded behind everyone. Lipstick. A group of elders turned their heads in confusion to look at Shiho Mayano, while Chihiro Kojima's expression changed suddenly. Women don't wear lipstick when they put on a mask, and there is no lipstick on the mouth of the deceased. Shiho Mayano explained to everyone after taking a look at Chihiro Kojima. Nani? Inspector Mumu and Kogoro Mori were taken aback and hurriedly looked at the screen. Indeed. They could vaguely see the lipstick on the mouth of the woman in the screen. And this time is when Kojima Chihiro is at home. In other words, it is very likely that Chihiro Kojima killed the victim. Other hand, Conan was lying on the ground and didn't know what he was looking for. It seemed that Conan also found clues that the police officers of the forensics department did not find. Izumi Takeo saw that the police in the room were all paying attention to Kojima Chihiro. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and it was a faint smug smile. Zhang Yuan was a little strange after noticing Quan Taikixin's smile. This kind of smile appeared at the crime scene of Keishui World, and it was usually a murderer, but the soul fragment was not on this person. In an instant, Zhang Yuan thought of a possibility he had never imagined before. It seems that your intuition is quite accurate. Mayano Shiveo looked at Zhang Yuan with a complicated expression and said, she really did not expect that someone would kill her biological mother. Chapter 28_Evil of Human Nature. Then the police officer, can I go back now? Izumi Takeo asked Police Officer Mumu after seeing Chihiro Kojima being tortured. Oh, that's all right, Mr. Quan, it's just that you need to come to the Metropolitan Police Department to make a record later. Officer Mumu nodded to Takeo Quan, thank you for your cooperation. Where is this what I should do? Quan Taexiong smiled and nodded to the police officer Mumu. Now he can't restrain his smile. He didn't expect to get off the crime so easily. This detective and the police are probably the same rice bucket. Izumi Takeo, who was walking out, didn't notice that Conan ran in front of him and bowed down to block his path. Ouch. X2. Izumi Takeo and Conan were bumped and tripped one by one. At the same time, they let out a hoot. After seeing it, Kogoro Mori taught Conan a lesson. The kid told you not to run around in the scene. I'm sorry. Conan seemed to have found what he was looking for on Izumi Takeo's body, and he spoke in a long tone, with an indescribable pride. Of course, this complacent emotion was felt by Mayanoshi's insurance policy. Zhang Yuan just felt that Conan was maliciously selling cuteness. If Zhang Yuan didn't know Conan's real age, but every time Zhang Yuan sees the 17-year-old high school student acting cute like a child, he feels a little hot. It's okay, keep an eye on the road in the future, little friend. Izumi Takeo finished speaking to Conan and was about to leave the room. Konan quickly gave Mori Kogoro a watch-shaped anesthesia needle under the watchful eyes of Mayano Shiho and Zhang Yuan. Mayano Shiho was stunned, and now she is completely sure that this kid must be the missing high school detective Kudo Shinichi. Is this guy actually anesthetizing Kogoro Mori without carrying anyone behind his back? Mayano Shiho looked at Konan's movements in amazement, and after anesthetizing Kogoro Mori, Konan hid in the corner and started reasoning with a bow-tie voice changer. Oh, Maori brother is in this state, is it about to start? Officer Mumu looked at Maori Kogoro in front of him expectantly. In this state, Maori brother is more reliable, and there is basically no problem with reasoning. Mayano Shiho looked at the expectant-looking police officer Megami a little confused. What happened to these police officers? This Maori Kogoro was obviously not in a normal state just now. Who is a normal person who would go back and forth a few times like a dancer and then start reasoning with his eyes closed? And that Konan's legs are already exposed, so obvious 2 legs are next to the stool. Are these people completely unaware? Feeling incredulous, Mayano Shiho turned to look at Zhang Yuan next to her. She was also curious. After all, Konan's behavior was basically no different from exposing himself. Can't even Gang 1 in the organization turn a blind eye to Konan? Zhang Yuan looked at Mayano Shiveo's doubtful eyes, and already knew that Konan's small movements did not escape Mayano Shiveo's eyes. But Zhang Yuan couldn't reveal that he knew that Konan was Kudo Shinichi for a long time, and could only introduce to Mayano Shiho seriously. I didn't seem to introduce you to it just now. This is Uncle Maori, a famous detective who has gained fame recently, because he seemed to be asleep at the scene when he solved the case. So the media called him the Sleeping Kogoro. Mayano Shiho looked at Zhang Yuan, who was giving her serious popular science. His eyes straightened. Brother, are you serious? Do you really think that this Maori Kogoro has no problem at all? Zhang Yuan's expression was unmoved, just like he was used to it, watching Konan and Mori Kogoro passively perform double reads. Mayano Shiho finally gave up exploring with Zhang Yuan whether there was a problem with Kogoro Mori. After all, if Zhang Yuan didn't find Konan's problem, wouldn't it be a good thing? At least Shiho Mayano's conscience about Kudo Shinichi won't be condemned by himself. Then, in fact, the murderer should be Mr. Izumi Takeo. Konan secretly raised Mori Kogoro's arm and pointed in the direction of Izumi Takeo. Mayano Shiho was really out of sight, so he simply didn't care. He just stood in the middle of Zhang Yuan and Konan, to prevent Zhang Yuan from seeing Konan's arrogant reasoning directly on a whim. I found out when I checked the victim's body just now. The victim's contact lens was missing one. If there is no accident, it should be in your rolled-up trousers, Mr. Kwan. Take Seong with his subordinates and said, Mr. Kwan, do you mind if we check your trousers? Izumi Takeo could answer. Officer Mumu's subordinates squatted down and checked the cuffs of Izumi Takeo's trousers. Sure enough, they found a contact lens inside. I saw this contact lens. Izumi Takeo was paralyzed as if his bones had been taken away, and he complained about his motive for the murder. Other side, Chihiro Kojima looked at the situation in front of her and was a little confused. She was obviously ready to confess her guilt. However, the appearance of Kwan Taeseong surprised her greatly, so she simply shouted that she was wronged, saying that her mother had been strangled to death when she came. In other words, Ms. Kojima was already dead when you came? Then why didn't you call the police immediately? Officer Megure didn't really believe Chihiro Kojima's words. Was not based on evidence or reasoning, but a judgment based on the experience of searching the police department in Section 1. When he first arrived, Officer Mickey didn't see even a trace of sadness on Kojima Chihiro's face. The relationship between the mother and daughter should be at an extreme point, and there are other reasons because when Kojima Chihiro was taken away just now, it was no different from other prisoners who were taken away from the scene. All look like they are confessing their guilt. It is estimated that there must be a secret behind this matter. Kojima Chihiro heard this question, She blinked slightly, because everyone knows that my relationship with my mother is not good. If I call the police, I may be the first to suspect me. At first glance, this statement seems to be no problem, but if you think about it, there are too many problems. Do you think what she said is true? Shiho Miyano felt a little false when he heard Chihiro Kojima's defense, but he didn't know how to refute it. What's more, there was the reasoning of the high school student detective Kudo Shinichi just now. Although it feels a little wrong, there is not necessarily any problem in saying so. Zhang Yuan pointed to the place where the body was, and said to Shiho Miyano, "That's where the body was found. It shouldn't have been moved. It's in the hall. As soon as you open the door, you can see the body. Even if you don't have a mobile phone, as long as you enter the house and call the police and go back to the door, you can clear your suspicions." Do you think she was panicked at the time? Miyano Shiho thought about Kojima Chihiro, who he saw on the surveillance screen, and shook his head. He also thought about changing into a set of pajamas and putting on a mask to go out to negotiate with the security guard, so he didn't panic too much. Have you ever wondered if there is another possibility? Uncle Mori's reasoning is correct, but what Izumi Takeo didn't expect is that Ms. Kojima did not die after he left. Not dead. It should be said that she escaped from death, and then the victim's daughter just came to the door. After she entered the door, she saw her mother fell weakly on the ground and struggled to stand up, as if she was attacked by someone. At this time, she thought of her purpose. She wanted to borrow money from her mother, but she was ready to be scolded by her mother, but she still wouldn't lend her money. But the situation is different now. She saw her mother fell to the ground weakly and could not stand up, let alone scold her. What do you think she would do? Zhang Yuan did not deliberately lower his voice, nor did he specifically look at Miyano Shiho after speaking, but simply sighed that the world of Keishui has the most glorious side of human nature, but also does not lack the most despicable aspects of human nature. Chapter 29_Group Vacation, Times, Death Parade, v. None of the people in the room were fools, not even the police officer Mumu. He was just a little stupid. Zhang Yuan knew what Zhang Yuan wanted to say in an instant. It is very likely that her mother was not dead when Chihiro Kojima came, but because she wanted an inheritance, Chihiro Kojima pinched her mother hard. To verify this kind of thing is actually very simple. As long as the body is sent to the forensic doctor, you can know whether Kojima Chihiro has done anything. Kojima Chihiro, who didn't come to complain about her grievances, was completely misfired this time. Zhang Yuan seemed to have told all her thoughts and actions just now. She also knew that once the body was sent for an autopsy, she would not be able to hide it. Simply confessed his guilt, and the handcuffs didn't need to be tortured a second time. Nothing to do with a brave boy like Zhang Yuan. The Maori family also came out of the villa and took a police car to the road outside. Right at the door of the villa area, the Mori family said goodbye to Zhang Yuan and Miyano Shiho, although Miyano Shiho and Mayor Ilan only met for the first time. But the two quickly became warm, and the kindness of the unicorn Mayor Ilan still infected the cold personality Shiho Miyano. The two had just arrived at the gate of the pharmaceutical company in a taxi, when a black Porsche 356A slowly stopped beside them like a ghost. The window of the cab slowly lowered, revealing the expressionless face of Jin drinking cigarettes. "Why did you come back so late?" Miyano Shiho shuddered when he heard Jin's question, probably feeling the murderous aura emanating from Jin. However, Zhang Yuan didn't feel any murderous aura from Jinjiu. On the contrary, I can feel the breath of two soul fragments on Jinjiu. Good guy, today is also a busy day for Jinjiu. After calmly collecting two soul fragments, Zhang Yuan replied without changing his face, "I met the police, a murder case." Miyano Shiho looked at Jinjiu, who said nothing in surprise. She actually saw a speechless and helpless look in Jinjiu's eyes. Is this the look that should appear in the eyes of such a top killer? At this time, Shouldn't it be a ferocious face, and then raised the gun murderously at Zhang Yuan and her and asked if they betrayed the organization? What's up with this helpless expression? Mayano Shiho's brain shut down on the spot. Qinju had already thought of such an answer before Zhang Yuan answered. After all, Zhang Yuan was one of the few peripheral members who was admired by him, but this physique always prevented Zhang Yuan from getting a nickname. Originally, Qinju thought that Jian Jiayuan's physique was no longer so serious. After all, Jian Jiayuan's mission of the 4 countries did not encounter a murder case. Whoever wants to return to Tokyo's first mission is the sprouting of old ways. If it weren't for the fact that there are really no talents in the organization now, and Jian Jiayuan's loyalty is very high, Qinju will let Zhang Yuan go to the FBI, CIA, or NI. Hong Kong Public Security has the intention of being an undercover agent. Forget it, after all, it is a rare rising star in the organization, and this physique has not delayed the task of the organization, so it will be later. Even the mad woman in Qianta can endure his jin. Zhang Yuan is already a lot normal. 3 of them were silent for a while. And the window of the car where the jin was lowered slowly rose again, and then the black Porsche left the pharmaceutical company in a dozen rounds. Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiveo looked at Qinju, who had gone away, and a question mark appeared in their hearts at the same time. What's going on, brother? Why did you just leave now, waiting for you to lecture? Then Mayano Shiho looked at Zhang Yuan with a complicated expression. This child has already been registered with Qinju. If the other peripheral members have stayed with the police for so long, even if they encounter the police, they would like to take a detour and not be cleaned up by Jin as a traitor. This guy is so good, honest. But that's fine, Mayano Shiho thought silently. At least the next time I meet my sister, Zhang Yuan will probably send her off. Zhang Yuan didn't think as much as Mayano Shiho thought. Zhang Yuan just noticed that Qinju's blonde hair seemed to be a little lighter, and he didn't know if it was a lighting problem, or because of too much work in the organization recently, making brother Jin's hair dry and dull. After saying goodbye to Shivo Mayano at the elevator, Zhang Yuan happily went to the basement to ride the Harley-Davidson motorcycle that Shivo Mayano escorted back home. Sure enough, Mayano Shiho's hands are full of good things at this time, either the mysterious little pill that can make people rejuvenate or the Harley motorcycle that is very expensive at first glance. There are also generous overtime pay, which makes Zhang Yuan's favorability towards Mayano Shiho a lot higher. Unlike Jin, he didn't even explain the benefits of the organization. He had to tell him that he knew that the organization could organize a mission. So chic. Speaking of Agavi, Gang 1 has not been in touch with Agavi for several days. The 2 of them are like colleagues in the 21st century, except to keep in touch when they have a task at work. The rest of the time was basically spent in separate ways without any personal relationships, which made Zhang Yuan very satisfied, and Tequila looked like a middle-aged uncle, and the 2 of them didn't have any common language. After all, the types of KTV spots are different. With a lot of joy, Zhang Yuan went to sleep contentedly. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier. Thanks to Zhang Yuan's witty turning over his thick quilt, he didn't wake up in the middle of the night. Ding-ling-ling. Hey, this is Akase's house, what's the matter? The next morning, Gang 1 came to Dr. Igsa's house with a large package of breakfast. The 2 bachelors living alone were used to whoever got up first would buy breakfast and eat at the other. Just at breakfast time, the phone of Dr. Ali's house rang for the first time. After all, the phone of Dr. Ali's house normally does not ring in the morning. After all, Dr. Ali, who was out at night, was rarely able to catch up with breakfast, but this was before Zhang Yuan crossed over. After crossing, Jian Jiayuan's work and rest time was much healthier, and by the way, Dr. Ali also became healthy. It's Xiaolan who is looking for you. After picking up the phone, Dr. Ali said to Zhang Yuan, who had just finished eating and was about to clear the table, "Come and answer the phone, I'll clear the table." "Hello, Xiaolan." Zhang Yuan was curious about Mao Lilan's call. After all, today is still a day off. And he didn't know what Mao Lilan was doing with him so early. Zhang Yuan, Dad decided to take me and Conan to ski today, and we stayed at the ski resort for one night, and then Conan proposed to take you with him. Do you have any plans for today? I don't have any plans. When will I leave? An hour later, Dad rented a car, and it just happened to pick you up successfully. After Mao Lilan finished speaking, he said goodbye to Zhang Yuan and hung up the phone. Put down the phone, was a little puzzled. It was normal for Maori Kogora and Morilan to bring their own skiing. After all, he and Morilan have been friends for many years. But why did Conan propose at this time? Found his organizational vest? Impossible. If Conan finds out, it must be a single person who will come over to question him and persuade him to surrender. Or was it because he was used to teaming up with him when he was younger, and seeing that now Zhang Yuan has stepped out of the shadows, he sent out a team invitation again? In any case, Zhang Yuan is still very happy. After all, Zhang Yuan has extracted the elements of this time, villa, skiing, and one night. Just these three words are the standard configuration of the death parade. Fresh Soul Fragments, I am Zhang Yuan. Chapter 30_Pit Father Duo. While waiting for the Maori family to pick him up, Zhang Yuan returned to his house and changed into a set of thick clothes, and then brought a spare set of clothes. Normally, if you only go out for a day, you won't need a change of clothes, but from the memory of the original body, no one knows where, when, and how the murder happened. If it happened that Zhang Yuan was sprayed with blood and didn't have a change of clothes. After all, this was all the experience in the original body's memory. Gang 1. Gang 1. Get on the bus. About half an hour later, Kogoro Mori's shout sounded outside Dr. Agaza's door, and Zhang Yuan walked out with his backpack. Why did you bring your clothes? We're only going out for a day. Mori Kogoro looked at Zhang Yuan's luggage in confusion. When they went out, Maori Lan sorted out the clothes of their family of 3 and prepared them from the inside out, which made Kogoro Maori confused, and now he was even more confused when he saw the backpack that Zhang Yuan was carrying. Zhang Yuan just said hello and didn't explain to Mori Kogoro why he had to bring clothes. Could it be that he was afraid that someone would die next to him? Zhang Yuan got in the car. Mori Kogoro didn't bother about changing clothes, and simply pulled them straight to the scheduled ski resort. This is it? Mori Kogoro said to Morilan and Zhang Yuan, pointing to the single-family villa in the ski resort in front of him. Because the villa is built halfway up the mountain, Gang 1 can see the overview of the entire ski resort. There are no more than 10 single-family villas like this in the entire ski resort. There are also several villas that have not been renovated, and the entire building has been covered. This is not like the consumption level of Maori Kogora. Generally speaking, if Maori Kogora is rich, shouldn't he go to bet on horses or play small steel balls for the first time? Mao Lilan was also a little puzzled. Isn't the financial power of the family in her hands? Could it be that her father hid a small treasury? The middle-aged man's perception immediately felt Mao Lilan's doubts, and Mori Kogora's sweat flowed down in an instant. After all, he really hid the small treasury. But this time, I really didn't use the money from the small vault to bring them skiing. After all, the money in the small vault was used for horse betting and drinking, and it was used for special purposes. After taking the key handed to him by the administrator, Kogoro Mori led the 3 into the villa, put down the luggage, coughed and said, "Ahem, it's because I helped the owner of the ski resort solve the incident he entrusted, so he gave me the hospitality coupon for the ski resort. Little devils, thank my famous detective Mori Kogora." Ha 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 ha. Mori Kogoro laughed proudly, his tongue sticking out of the reasoning and laughing arrogantly. Is it because Uncle found the cat who ran away from the owner of the ski resort? Conan looked at Mori Kogora innocently, and Mori Kogora, who was smug, choked and coughed frantically. How do you know that, little brat? I happened to see Uncle Maori climbing a tree to find a cat when school was over that day. The office only accepted this request recently. Didn't you still complain about the day before yesterday, Uncle? Conan recklessly demolished his old husband's platform. But he didn't know that the danger was gradually approaching. Duin. I want you to talk more. Kogoro Mori touched his retracted fist. The kid's head was still hard. It hurts. Conan hugged the big bag on his head and ran to Mao Lilan's side to act coquettishly. As for Morilan, he whined Conan's head softly and complained to Kogoro Mori. Zhang Yuan silently watched the interaction of the family of three and felt that Conan was probably intentional. Since he became smaller, Conan has become less and less disciplined. Pretending to be a kid to take advantage of something is easy, and you don't need to practice at all. And Zhang Yuan occasionally sees Conan playing hide and seek with the other three kids in the class when school is over. Okay, now go and put on your skiing gear and enjoy. Kogoro Mori took the lead and walked to the changing room in the villa. 2 hours later. After 2 hours of snow skiing, Zhang Yuan, Morilan, and Conan met again at the top of the ski resort. Conan looked at Zhang Yuan and asked curiously. Gangwon-san looks like he's good at skiing. Yeah, Zhang Yuan, didn't I remember when you said you couldn't ski? Mao Lilan also looked at Zhang Yuan curiously. Although Zhang Yuan's skiing action was not very fancy, it was very stable. At least once. Yeah, this is my first time skiing. Zhang Yuan scratched his head. This was indeed the first time he had skied in his 2 lifetimes, but with his current physical fitness and motor nerves, he steadily skied a few times. A back and forth is no problem. Even though it's the first time, it doesn't seem like it's very difficult. Conan and Mao Lilan thought about Zhang Yuan's accomplishments in judo and nodded. After all, Zhang Yuan was just gliding normally just now, unlike Conan's bells and whistles. Uncle doesn't seem to have moved since the beginning. Conan looked at Mori Kogoro, who was standing under a tree not far away, and smirked. Already several cigarette butts under Mori Kogoro's feet, which shows that he has been standing here for a long time. So Conan and Morilan slipped behind Mori Kogoro. Dad, why are you still here? Morilan's sudden questioning made Mori Kogoro shiver, and the cigarette in his hand almost fell to the ground in fright. What a mistake, Mori Kogoro thought to himself, just thinking about the luxury villa vacation, did not think that he could not ski at all. Go, what do you kids know? Mori Kogoro waved at them in disgust, ready to drive them away. Seeing them go skiing happily, Kogoro Mori is depressed. How can even that kid Conan can ski? Hey! X2! Kogoro directly behind. Help! Mori Kogoro, who suddenly started, could only maintain his balance while shouting for help, and then avoided the tourists along the way. Bang! The last Maori uncle finally did not dodge the obstacles on the road and hit a pillar. When Zhang Yuan took a closer look, there was still a red mark on Mori Kogoro's face. Morilan and Conan, who stuck out their tongues, hurried over and pulled Mori Kogoro up. The 4 people who had enjoyed themselves returned to the door of the villa, ready to go in for a rest and then prepare to finish their meal. As a result, Kogoro Maori, who was standing at the door, took out his pockets for a long time, only to be lonely. Dad, did you lose the key? Maori asked worriedly, looking at Kogoro Mori, whose forehead was sweating slightly. It's not all of you. The key must have been accidentally dropped somewhere just now. Kogoro Mori hurriedly threw the blame on Morilan and Conan. After all, he didn't know when the key was lost. Zhang Yuan was a little helpless to see the duo of dumping the pot. His ancestors inherited warlocks, not thieves. Otherwise, let alone the door of the villa, even the safe of the bank can be opened for everyone to see. Then Zhang Yuan looked at Conan. He remembered that Kudo Shinichi seemed to have the skill of picking locks. After all, he learned it in Hawaii, so why is he pretending to be innocent now? Chapter 31 Those who do not avoid death are called warriors. What should I do now, Sister Xiaolan? Conan blinked his big eyes and looked at Mao Lilan. In my opinion, it's better to call the manager of the villa now. Kogoro Mori used the contempt of the king on Morilan and Conan, and he threw the pot away and pretended that no one had any ideas. The problem is that the villa opposite has not been renovated. Zhang Yuan reminded the trio to look opposite, and sure enough, the villa opposite was surrounded by baffles. And the ski bus has stopped running, and the only family nearby is the private villa on the top of the mountain. Morilan looked around and found that the nearest house was on the mountain. As for the other villas in the ski resort, they are all built at the foot of the mountain. If you go straight down, you don't need to call. After all, the administrator is also at the foot of the mountain. Hey, I'm not going to look for that kind of upstart to help us. Kogoro Mori turned his head and said arrogantly, then picked up a stick and rushed to the door of the villa. Well, there's no better way now, so let's force entry. After speaking, Mori Kogoro was about to smash at the door. Mayor Elon and Conan hurriedly hugged the upper body and pulled each leg to stop Mori Kogoro. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a while watching from the side. He doubted that Conan was paddling there, so what was the use of hugging Mori Kogoro's leg for a little bit? Also, if you forcibly break the door, you won't need a stick at all, not to mention whether the stick can break the door open. There is a ready-made Malilan who breaks the power pole, and it will be solved with one punch. And why does it have to be broken? It's better to break the window and enter through the window. It's cheaper to lose the window than the door. Excuse me. A middle-aged man drove his car to the road in front of the villa, lowered the window and shouted at Kogoro Mori, who was about to smash the door. The middle-aged man in the car saw Mori Kogoro turning his head and said happily, "You really are that famous detective, Mori Kogoro." Hearing that someone knew him, Mori Kogoro instantly became serious and greeted the middle-aged man politely. After the self-introduction, everyone learned that the middle-aged man is called Das Han General, and he is a professor of surgery at the Faculty of Medicine of Toto University. Hey! It's actually a professor at the Faculty of Medicine of Toto University. That's amazing. Kogoro Mori sighed after learning about the occupation of Das Han General. It's okay, it's okay. Das Han will be humble in his mouth, but his expression is full of pride, but it is true that Das Han will be proud and proud. To the medical department of Dongdu University in Neon is regarded as one of the most difficult things, and being able to graduate from the medical department of Dongdu University is the beginning of the peak of life. As for being a professor in the medical department of Dongdu University, it is even more famous and fortune. For example, the villa that Mori Kogoro just evaluated as a nouveau riche belongs to Das Han Jiang. At the sincere invitation of Das Han Jiang, the Maori family and Zhang Yuan came to visit Das Han Jiang's villa. Although they are all villas, Das Han Jiang's villa looks much more upscale than the villa rented by Mori Kogoro below. The decoration of this villa is really stylish. Coming to the door of Das Han Jiang villa, Kogoro Mori looked at the appearance of the villa and sighed again, without a little compliment in his words. The corners of Conan's mouth twitched. What's the matter, uncle? Didn't he say that he would not accept the help of such a nouveau riche just now when he was down there? Sure enough, the Uncle Maori just now was sour. It must be sour. De Shanjiang smiled and watched Mori Kogoro admire the villa, and suddenly patted his head and turned back to Zhang Yuan and Ma Lilan. I forgot, I haven't asked for advice yet. You are Mr. Maori's daughter, right? Yes, my name is Mao Lilan. As for this child, a child from a friend's house temporarily borrowed it and is called Conan. Mao Lilan introduced himself and Conan with a smile. I'm glad to meet you, Professor. Zhang Yuan smiled and said hello to Das Hanjian. Indeed, Zhang Yuan was really happy to see Das Hanjian. After all, it meant that this vacation would not come home empty-handed. As for which hapless person was killed this time? Generally, the one who invites Kogoro Mori is either the murderer or the victim. If you look at this professor's triumphant appearance, it is estimated that today's soul fragments belong to him. Zhang Yuan felt the breath of Das Hanjiang's soul, and it was a good soul, full of jealousy and greed. Mr. Das Han, why are you so slow? Everyone is waiting for you. While the three of them, not counting Conan, too short to speak, were chatting, a complaining female voice came from behind. Oh, it's Nakahara. I met friends I knew on the way, and I happened to bring them over as a guest, Oyama said with a smile to Nakahara Kaori, who was holding the ingredients. Afterwards, Das Hanjiang and Nakahara Kaori greeted the Mori family and Zhang Yuan into the villa together. Soon after, everyone gathered at the table for dinner. With the rising heat of the Japanese hot pot and the catalysis of alcohol, everyone became chatty, and after introducing themselves to each other, Mao Lilan said in surprise. So everyone is a doctor in the medical department of Dongdu University? Kanazawa Shikang, the second oldest person in the room, blushed after drinking alcohol, and he said with a smile, yes, all the students here are Professor Das Han's students. Actually, being a doctor is also about martial arts. Take me as an example. I have been studying under Professor Das Han for decades. Kanazawa's Hikang said with emotion. None of the people present felt that something was wrong, but Zhang Yuan heard a trace of unwillingness from Jin Zi's Hikang's words. Indeed, is there a 60-year-old prince in the world? With the great mountain on his head, Associate Professor Kanazawa Shikang estimates that he will never be able to get ahead. Result, the prince was headed by another younger doctor, Fanfiction Yin'er. When he picked it up, he was gestured to Das Hanjiang and said, as for me, I just transferred from an unknown professor to Professor Das Han. After saying that, General Fanfiction Yin'er drank the wine in his hand. This should be the most correct decision I made. Speaking of which, Zhang Jiaoqiaobu smiled and praised De Shanjiang. The paper that Professor De Shan published 2 days ago is really an academic giant. Nakahara on the side had a slightly complicated expression mixed with unforgettable hatred. Yes. I remember talking about the treatment and development of colorectal cancer genetic factors, right? Yeah, now everyone in the society is discussing Professor Das Han's paper, and everyone will be full of praise for Professor Das Han, Zhang Jiaoqiaobu said with a smile. After all, Professor Das Han is their teacher, and the teacher is praised as a student also with honor. De Shanjiang, who was obviously a little too drunk, said with a smile, what's so hard about my clever brain to write such a paper, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhang Yuan sat on the table and ate the hot pot silently, feeling that the greed in his soul was becoming more and more intense, as if he wanted to break through the bondage of the mountain. Zhang Yuan glanced at Kaori Nakahara with some anticipation. Although this degenerate scum is not very good, when it is turned into a soul fragment, it is a good material that every warlock cannot refuse. Even the soul of Jin is not as dirty as Das Hanjiang. After all, Jin is still working hard for the organization. In addition to the smell of arrogance on the soul, it is the smell of rage. Sure enough, if you want to talk about the heart, sound, you have to be this gentle scum, it's really dirty. Chapter 32 _ Here's a bag of ice cream, let's put it in the freezer. I'm done eating, thank you for the hospitality. Zhang Yuan put down his chopsticks with satisfaction. It was indeed a gathering of the medical department of Dongdu University, and there were a lot of ingredients prepared. Although the Mori family and Gangwon were uninvited guests, the ingredients stored in the villa were still enough for so many people to open their stomachs. Especially in Gangwon, he was eating with his head down when others were drinking, he was still eating with his head down when others were flattering the professor, he was still eating with his head down when others sang through the wine. After expressing his gratitude to Oyama and Kaori Nakahara, Gangwon nodded to the others and left the restaurant. After all, although this room is full of doctors, Zhang Yuan has no desire to deal with them. After all, Zhang Yuan, who is a warlock, does not say that his physical fitness is too good to be a person. Even if you are sick, there are still various spells that can be used. The inheritor of a warlock will never be afraid that he will get sick, and even if he is sick, life-sucking is not a decoration. Who came out of the restaurant alone, went to the gate of the villa, pushed open the gate, and a gust of cold wind blew the snowflakes that were not solid on the ground. Looking up at the sky, it was overcast and couldn't see a single star, and it looked like it would still snow tonight. As for returning to the villa rented by Mauri Kogora, it is basically impossible. After all, when Zhang Yuan saw Mori Kogora drinking openly in the restaurant just now, he would not refuse anyone who came to toast, and he was very happy to drink with Das Han. It is estimated that there is no need to wait until midnight. After an hour, Kogora Mori will have to fall unconscious in the restaurant. But only Kogora Mori knew the administrator's phone number. But this also fulfilled Zhang Yuan's intention. After all, there are still soul fragments to harvest tonight. Thinking about the plot of the original novel, went to the car driven by Kaori Nakahara and tried to open the door of the car, but he didn't expect the door to be pulled open. In the plot, Kaori Nakahara bought a lot of snacks that she guessed her colleagues would order before coming to make an alibi for herself. Then, under the pretext of going to the convenience store, he drove the car away in front of everyone, and then secretly turned back. Because that time is when Das Han will watch the youth idol drama, so Das Han will definitely be in the recreation room of the villa. By sneaking into the recreation room through the window, tie up the mountain and kill it. After that, she only needs to go back the same way and then go back to the car, and then come back when the time is about, and then she can make an alibi. However, in the plot, because she hesitated in the car for a long time, all the ice cream melted in the car. This is also one of the evidences that Conan finally regarded as the most favorable evidence. As for other evidence, there is no very direct evidence in this case. As for the death information of the deceased that seems to be a riddleman, there are different opinions. Just finding a better lawyer doesn't hold up in a neon courtroom. However, Zhang Yuan did not see the things that Kaori Nakahara had bought in advance in the car. And then Zhang Yuan opened the trunk again, and sure enough, it was full of 2 bags. Also, if you put it in the car, it will be difficult if someone else sees the bag in the car, such as the curious Conan child. One of the 2 bags in the trunk is the ice cream that Kaori Nakahara bought in advance, and this is what Zhang Yuan was looking for. Zhang Yuan directly took out the ice cream and walked into the villa without any cover. Because the villa has a direct path to the kitchen, Gang 1 can avoid the crowded restaurant. Putting the ice cream in the freezer of the refrigerator, Zhang Yuan returned to the restaurant and went back to the restaurant. Everyone just thought he was going to the bathroom. Zhang Yuan, who had just come in, heard Nakahara Kaori say angrily, "Damn, I forgot to buy snacks for drinking. Dinner is over, and it should be time to drink and chat." Kaori Nakahara has just the right time, and it is not long before the youth idol drama that Das Han will watch. "I'll go to the convenience store at the foot of the mountain to buy it." Kaori Nakahara got up and picked up her coat and put it on the mountain. When she was wearing it, she passed a piece of paper and said to them, "Well, write down what you want to eat on it, and I'll bring it with you." I know, Miss Fei Tianyinji took the paper and pen with a smile and wrote dried squid on it jokingly. "Then bring me a box of lettuce salad. Then I want potato chips." Then Oyama finally wrote the ice cream, and then Nakahara Kaori, who put on the coat, took the paper and pen, and nodded inwardly. These things were no different from what she expected, and everyone ordered the same thing, so they got into the car surrounded by everyone. "That convenience store will close at 10 o'clock, you have to hurry up," Zhang Jiaoqiabu shouted at Kaori Nakahara, who was starting the car with a smile. I see Kaori Nakahara stuck her head out and nodded at Zhang Jiaoqiabu. Zhang Yuan could feel the flame of revenge in her heart burning more vigorously now. Then De Shanzhong hurriedly ran back to the entertainment room to watch a youth idol drama. Needless to say, this professor's taste is really peculiar. After all, shouldn't people of that age group prefer historical dramas? But Oyama is indeed a qualified fan of Maori Kogoro. Like Maori Kogoro, they both like to watch young idols. Feishan Yinner went out to ski the night snow. Zhang Yuan looked at the clouds in the sky. This is also a warrior. It is estimated that it will be a snowstorm in a while. The wind is already blowing slowly now. Probably think that living in the world of Keishwe is not exciting enough, and are you going to do something more exciting? Kanazawa Shikang, who has been the prince under Das Han for decades, said that he is getting older and is going to take a bath to relieve fatigue for a while and wait for the snacks to come back before drinking. At this time, Mao Lilan suddenly thought that they didn't seem to have called the administrator to say that the key was lost. Oops, we don't seem to have called the administrator yet. Zhang Jiaoqiaobu smiled and hugged Mao Lilan's shoulders and said, "Let's live here tonight." Then he took Maori Lan to the restaurant and looked at Kogoro Maori, who had fallen asleep. "I'm afraid Mr. Maori can't wake up now." Mao Lilan had no choice but to nod embarrassedly and agreed with Zhang Jiaoqiaobu's statement. But Zhang Yuan knew that as long as he shouted to Maori Kogoro that there was a murder case, Maori Kogoro would be able to get up immediately. Then after seeing the body, it is estimated that he will be completely sober. It is also a very magical physique. Although it is not scientific, it is very scientific. I'm sorry, Mao Lilan, who eats and lives for nothing, brought Zhang Yuan and Conan to help Zhang Jiaoqiaobu clean up the restaurant and the kitchen, and Conan stepped on a small bench to wash the dishes. Zhang Yuan looked at the back of Edogawa Conan a little fascinated. He was thinking, the child of the world of Keishwe world is undoubtedly Conan. It may also be necessary to add Mao Lilan. Zhang Yuan always felt that God favored Mao Lilan more. Basically every time Conan can find suitable evidence on the scene to convict the criminal, what if there is no evidence at all this time? Can Conan still solve the case as if it were a dead end? Zhang Yuan was a little unsure, but just today, a murder is going to happen here. Zhang Yuan is going to try to see if Conan is so Keishwe. Chapter 33 Who gave you the illusion that I was a good person? It was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, and Kogoro Mori was still lying in the restaurant, sleeping soundly, but his posture was adjusted by Morilan. Although Mao Lilan complained that his father was not very good, he was still full of concern for Maori Kogoro. Zhang Yuan, who had already tidied up the kitchen, helped Zhang Jiaoqiaobu with 2 big bags of garbage ready to be put outside. I'm really bothering you, classmate Zhang Yuan. Zhang Jiaoqiao walked to the front empty-handed to help Zhang Yuan open the door. Don't say that, Dr. Zhang Xiao, I would like to thank you for your hospitality today, as well as the shelter at night, otherwise we will have to go back in the snowstorm. While everyone was cleaning up the kitchen, the wind outside was getting stronger and stronger, followed by snowflakes flying all over the sky. However, this time the phone line was not cut, and the car could drive away directly, not the classic Blizzard villa mode. Although this villa can barely become a villa. As soon as she walked to the door of the villa was pushed open by Kaori Nakahara. She was also surprised when she saw Zhang Jiaoqiaobu and Zhang Yuan. Hey, you guys are moving so fast, have you finished packing? Of course, I can't let you come back and clean up the kitchen together. Zhang Jiaoqiao smiled cheerfully, and she could see that she played the role of pistachio in this team. Zhang Yuan, who had put the garbage outside the door, happened to see Fei Tianyin and said hello, Dr. Fei Tian is back so soon. Feishan Yinner walked into the porch and slapped the snow on his body and said with a bit of bad luck, yeah, suddenly the wind and snow have become heavier, and there is no way to continue skating at night. Kaori Nakahara, who had changed her shoes, went straight to the kitchen with the snacks she had just bought, and said to 2 other colleagues in Zhang Yuan on the way, go to the restaurant and wait, I'll pack the snacks and bring them here. Then I'll trouble you. Fei Tianyinner waved his hand and went back to the room to change clothes. Then I'll go to the bathroom first. Zhang Yuan said to Zhang Jiaoqiaobu, then walked towards the bathroom. Nakahara left everyone's attention, her footsteps suddenly became faster. She hurried to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, and suddenly stood at the door of the refrigerator. She bought before is neatly placed in the freezer compartment of the refrigerator, but Kaori Nakahara has cold hands and feet now. She was quite sure that she didn't put it in by herself, and she clearly put the bag of ice cream in the trunk of her car. When she left the villa just now, she took the contents of the trunk of the car to the co-pilot, and she got into a tangle. But in the end, she still couldn't convince herself to forgive the professor who directly plagiarized her own research for 6 years before getting the results and making the thesis. The paper was written for her father, who died of colorectal cancer when she was a child. However, Das Hanjiang directly plagiarized this guy so brazenly, and refused to give her a joint work after another. At that time, her mind was full of killing intent, and she didn't even notice that there was only one of the 2 bags left. When she returned to the car after killing De Shanjiang, she found that the ice cream she had bought was nowhere to be found. At that time, she was full of despair, thinking that her plan must have been discovered, but her suspicions have always been her colleagues. Among them, Jinzi's Hikang is the most suspicious of her. After all, there is no such thing as a 60-year-old prince in the world. So after calculating the time, she hurried back to the villa, hurried to the kitchen, and she saw ice cream in the refrigerator. However, she quickly returned to normal with cold hands and feet, because the person put the ice cream in the refrigerator and did not tell others. It seems that she will not be exposed for the time being. Sorting out his emotions, Nakahara Kaori packed up the appetizers and returned to the restaurant. Other side, Zhang Yuan felt that everyone else had gathered in the restaurant and quietly left the bathroom and came to the entertainment room. Feeling the panic, fear, and resentment of the soul inside, Zhang Yuan opened the door without hesitation and walked in, then closed the door again. When cleaning up the kitchen, Zhang Yuan has been watching Conan silently, because the ice cream that Kaori Nakahara bought before was put in the refrigerator by Zhang Yuan. The neatly arranged ice cream in Gang 1. As for the original plot, Conan did not open the refrigerator. And this time is Zhang Yuan's attempt to see if the world of Keishui will provide clues to Conan illogically. After all, when you are a guest at someone else's house for the first time, normal people won't casually look at other people's refrigerators, with the exception of Kojima Motoda. As for Conan, a second-year high school student, it is even more impossible to make such a move. If Conan really opens the refrigerator, Jianjia Yuan's follow-up experiments on this case will also be suspended, and Nakahara Kaori will most likely be deduced by Conan. But if Conan hadn't opened the refrigerator, Zhang Yuan could have started to try further, to see how much Keishui was in the world of Keishui. As for directly killing Conan or reporting it directly to the organization, Zhang Yuan did not consider it at all. Not to mention how big a chain reaction will be after pressing Conan to death, whether Zhang Yuan can bear this kind of reaction. Just to say that Mori Kogora and concubine Yingri from the Mori family really care about him like an elder since he crossed over from Zhang Yuan. Mao Lilan also really regarded Zhang Yuan as his good friend. As for Conan, it was Conan's proposal to bring Zhang Yuan on this vacation. There is also the Kudo family. Kudo Yosaku and Kudo Yukiko are also very good to Zhang Yuan, and they are also full of the care and love of their elders. Although a warlock is a profession that plays with the soul, Zhang Yuan grew up under the red flag in the past life, and the 3 views are positive and can no longer be correct. Otherwise, how can I become a social animal? But after crossing over, these other neon people Zhang Yuan doesn't matter. After all, these people are not his compatriots. His compatriots are across the sea, and they have not directly opened a big harvest in Tokyo. The soul is already educated by the motherland in the last life. So for these unfamiliar neon people, Zhang Yuan is really not a good person, especially for the big mountain general in front of him. A flash of despair flashed in Das Hanjiao's heart when he saw the door open. The death message he finally left to Kogoro Mori has not yet been completed. Could it be that Kaori Nakahara is back? However, after seeing that the person who came in was Zhang Yuan, the desire to survive rekindled in Das Hanjiang's eyes. After all, who can live and want to die? Just when Das Hanjiang was thinking about reporting Kaori Nakahara after he was saved, he saw Zhang Yuan was looking at him mockingly. After seeing Zhang Yuan's eyes, De Shanjiang's heart gradually cooled down. After all, this young man's expression didn't seem to mean to save him at all. General De Shan was still about to struggle, whimpering and wanting to say something, at least let Zhang Yuan remove the handkerchief that was holding his mouth. Das Hanjiang now regrets all the time why he designed the entertainment room with such good sound insulation. Even if he took off his handkerchief, the shouting still could not reach the restaurant. Chapter 34 _ The little friend is going to be depressed again, seems to recommend happy plus one more. Zhang Yuan looked at the mountain in front of him and held up his right hand, and the soul stone slowly appeared and floated in Zhang Yuan's hand. Seeing this scene, the big mountain general's eyes burst out, and he clearly saw all the processes. Although he was about to die, he was very sure that this was not his hallucination. It turns out that the world that I have lived in my whole life is so unscientific. Das Han will stare at the soul stone in Jianjia Yuan's hand as if the soul stone is very attractive to him. Zhang Yuan stretched his right hand slightly forward and activated the spell Soul Harvest. I saw Das Han General's expression becoming more and more intoxicated, as if he had fallen into a beautiful dream that he could not extricate himself from, and then fell to the ground unconsciously. Das Han's greedy soul has been taken into the soul stone and turned into Jianjia Yuan's resources to become stronger, and then Zhang Yuan will take a breath towards Das Han. Body was sucked into his stomach by Zhang Yuan, as refreshing as a mint-flavored e-cigarette. It was the life energy that was left in Das Hanjiang's body. After being absorbed by Zhang Yuan in one breath, Das Hanjiang died silently in the entertainment room he designed. This process takes less than 1 minute, and if you count the time, Zhang Yuan should almost go to the restaurant of the villa. Zhang Yuan has always sensed the soul breath in the restaurant, and if anyone came out of Zhang Yuan, he would know immediately. Before leaving, Zhang Yuan's left hand condensed a fireball, which was then thrown into the entertainment room by Zhang Yuan and slowly burned in the air. This is the fireball technique of the warlock, but Zhang Yuan likes to call it a flame arrow, which sounds very confusing, but it is actually a fireball. However, although it is a fireball, it is not an ordinary flame. This is a hellfire dedicated to warlocks. It has no other effect, but it burns fast. However, Zhang Yuan can control this fireball to burn to any degree anywhere and at any time, and the control is very strong. Zhang Yuan sits in the restaurant for a while, he will ignite the fireball and burn down the entire entertainment room, and then see if CONAN can find clues. If CONAN can still find clues, Zhang Yuan immediately jumped back to find an opportunity to join the red team. But if CONAN doesn't work, then Zhang Yuan can continue to happily lead the organization's salary. After all, where can I find a second company in a company with such good benefits? Soon Zhang Yuan returned to the restaurant and sat next to CONAN. CONAN didn't care that he was busy with his sister Xiaolan. Sure enough, this guy Kudo Shinichi is more shameless the smaller he is, and he is not afraid that one day Malilin will know that CONAN is him, and then he will die in a large society. Ate a dried squid, controlled the flame arrows to scatter and ignited the entire entertainment room in an instant. For a time, the entire entertainment room was roaring, and the smell of thick smoke drifted into the restaurant. What kind of smell is this? Is there a fire somewhere? Fei Tianyinji asked about the smell and stood up suddenly. Everyone rushed out of the restaurant in a panic, and saw that the door of the entertainment room had been lit by flames. But the strange thing was that the floor outside the house did not seem to be burning at all. Crowd awakened the sleeping Maori Kogora. After he woke up drunk, he also smelled the smell, and the wine on his body instantly sobered up most of the time. Whose room is that? Maori Kogora asked in shock as he looked at the raging fire. Is anyone in there? Das Han. Professor Das Han is in the recreation room. Zhang Jiaoqiaobu said in horror. Damn. Conan headed up again for a while and rushed directly to the burning door, only to be pushed back by the flames on the door as soon as he approached. Go outside. You can see the house from the window. Kanazawa's Hikang was the first to rush to the gate of the villa, everyone followed, and Zhang Yuan also followed behind. After everyone came out of the window of the entertainment room, they looked inside the entertainment room in shock. All the items were burning. As for the General Das Han, it looked like a torch was burned. Mao Lilan and Conan brought a fire extinguisher, but the small fire extinguisher did not work at all in the face of such a big fire, not to mention it was a spell from Zhang Yuan. Supernatural spells handled by a fire extinguisher. No way, everyone can only wait for the flames to burn out bit by bit, and everyone will not go back to the villa. After all, such a big fire might directly set the whole house on fire. Nakahara silently looked at the fire in front of her, not knowing what she was thinking, but the footprints she left at the window were also destroyed by everyone. The whole snow is now full of footprints. Just now, a large group of them ran to sleep in a chaotic manner without noticing the 2 lines of footprints on the ground. Conan was still fighting the fire in vain. After Moon Shadow Island, he watched someone burn to death in front of him again. Zhang Yuan took over the fire extinguisher in Mao Lilan's hand and put out the fire together with Conan. Although he knew it was futile, he still had to do what he should do. An hour later, the flames in the house slowly went out, and everyone came to the door of the recreation room. The door of the recreation room had been burned with only some ashes left, as were all the things in the house. Only some metal shelves and frames were left in the empty room, and everything that could be burned was burnt down, including the body of De Shanjiang. Conan looked solemnly at the ashes in the recreation room. It is impossible for a normal fire to burn like this, not to mention that they have been putting out the fire with a fire extinguisher outside the window just now. And such a serious fire only burned this room, which made Conan puzzled. Someone must have used some tricks here, but what kind of tricks? Conan's initial suspicion was set on 4 people from the medical department of Dongdu University, but how did these people do it? Moreover, Zhang Jiaoqiaobu has been cleaning up the kitchen with them, and has no time to set up the scene. Feishan Yin'er went skiing and just asked the staff below to know that he was not lying. Nakahara went to the convenience store to buy. The only lettuce salad that was not bought was really not easy to buy at this time. So the only thing left is Shikang Kanazawa, who said he went to take a bath, but how did he do it? Conan looked at the empty room and couldn't find a clue. The case was completely deadlocked. Conan felt that this case would probably trouble him for a long time. Conan, who sighed, turned his head and saw Zhang Yuan staring at the room, with a little pain and regret in his eyes. Conan groaned in his heart, sorry. His little friend probably attributed this case to his own constitution. The little friends who have finally been normal recently, don't go back to the way they were because of this vacation. So Conan quickly pulled Zhang Yuan away. Anyway, there are no clues. It's better to take the little friends away for enlightenment. It seems that there are activities in the future, but Zhang Yuan should be brought to Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan cannot always be immersed in his own world. This is too dangerous for someone like him with a history of depression. Conan made up his mind silently. On the other side, Kaori Nakahara slowly shed tears. Everyone thought that she was saddened by Professor Das Han. No one knew what Kaori Nakahara was thinking. Chapter 35_Tequila's back is covered in flags with gin. I heard that there was such a bizarre case in the jurisdiction. The police at the location of the ski resort could only go to Das Hanjiang's villa in the middle of the night despite the blizzard. The way, many police officers were privately complaining about the big mountain general, why the villa was built in such a remote place. But after all, it is the characteristic of Keishui world. How can a few houses be called a rich man if there are not a few houses in the old forest in the deep mountains? Example, the Suzuki family and the family of Dr. Agaz's relative have built houses in the deep mountains, and provided Conan with many murders. In this way, with fear of the unknown, Das Hanschau's students, Mori's family, and Gang 1 were all waiting in the living room for the police to come. Zhang Yuan is not afraid. After all, he can be regarded as the source of fear, but because Zhang Yuan's life absorption makes him a little excited now, it is full of life energy. Finally, the police also came to the door. The police officers who appeared this time are not characters who have appeared in the plot. After all, Conan's comics are the main body of Conan. It is impossible to portray every policeman. After investigating for a whole night, the police did not find any clues. After all, the recreation room was burned too clean, so the police officers waved their hands and said that as long as the police can contact them, they can be contacted at any time now. Can leave. It was already dawn. Oyama's colleagues did not intend to continue resting in this villa, and simply drove back to Tokyo. Mori family and Zhang Yuan also hitchhiked by the police and came to the foot of the mountain to find the administrator. After taking out the luggage, Uncle Mori drove back to Tokyo. On the way, Zhang Yuan felt a little pity. If this time it was a mission from the organization, the rental car money of Mori Kogoro could be reimbursed by the organization. But Zhang Yuan thought of the time when he asked his friends for an invoice when he reimbursed his oil bills in his previous life. Although he can't reimburse now, it would be no problem to add an invoice for the rental car after completing tasks in the future. Arriving in Tokyo, Zhang Yuan and Mori Kogoro talked about the reimbursement. Uncle Mori was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude. As for telling Zhang Yuan secretly, don't tell Mayor Elon about this. This is the hardship of a middle-aged man. The big housekeeper is not at home, but there is still a little housekeeper left at home, and the little housekeeper can break the power pole. After returning home, Zhang Yuan found that there was a missed call from Jin on his mobile phone, so he called back directly. After 3 rings, the call was connected, and Jin's bad voice came from the microphone. What happened to you again? The phone number the organization gave you wasn't for you to leave it unnecessarily. Jinju's voice was murderous, and he didn't know who made Jinju angry again. Zhang Yuan briefly talked about the situation yesterday. When he learned that Zhang Yuan encountered a murder case again, Jinju lost his temper. This person is poisonous. After asking about Jinju, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered that he seemed to be able to get a nickname according to Jinju. So expect to ask. Brother, can I have a code name? Hear that Zhang Yuan cares so much about his code name Jin. Although this person is poisonous, he is still a good assistant. Unlike vodka, he is asked to defend justice and fight a lawsuit and even frighten a prisoner's family to death. It's all money. Thinking of this, Jin said with relief, next, you will complete an intelligence business with tequila. Rest assured, it's very simple, at least for the 2 of you. After this mission is over, you can go back to the base to receive your codename. After speaking, Jin hung up the phone. After all, the boss always hung up the phone first. Zhang Yuan is not as happy as Jinjiu thought. After all, there are too many elements in these 2 sentences. Simple, wait, come back. Just. Don't worry, this task is very simple, we will get married when I come back. Gang 1 feels that tequila is now like an old general on the stage, with flags filled with gin behind it. Zhang Yuan called tequila with a fluke in his heart, hoping that the task this time was not the one he knew. Yo, it's Zhang Yuan Li, how have you been resting recently? Tequila's Kansai accent rang in the receiver, and then Zhang Yuan cautiously asked about this mission. Brother Jinjiu said that we will have a mission next. He has informed you. Don't worry, this task is very simple, I have already planned it, it is absolutely foolproof, congratulations in advance for your code name promotion and salary increase. Tequila said that he knew his partner very well, other code names are not important, promotion and salary increase are the key, just like him back then. He seemed to see the Kansai boy who was looking forward to a promotion through the phone. What is our goal this time? Zhang Yuan became even more desperate when he heard Tequila's words. Senior, it's okay to put a flag on you with gin. Why do you stick a flag on your back yourself? Is it safe to say nothing and congratulations in advance? It's Hideaki Nakajima from the Mantian Company. The organization purchased the information of practitioners in the industry from him, and we don't need to silence us. How can it be very simple? Tequila replied briskly. After a few words of courtesy, Zhang Yuan hung up the phone. Now it's all over, and the mission is completely clear, that is, Tequila appeared in less than 5 minutes and then took the lunch. Zhang Yuan couldn't speak for a long time after he put down the phone. Originally, he thought that according to the time of Keishui world, how could Tequila persist until he got the code name before dying? It turned out that it was better now, and he died directly on the last task before getting the code name. Zhang Yuan was about to cry but had no tears at this time, so he could only comfort himself. Although I can't get a code name for the time being, it's not bad to be able to harvest the soul fragments of agave. Don't look at Tequila as an old bastard, but the old bastard has also struggled before, and he has done a lot of murder, kidnapping, extortion and extortion. Moreover, the Tequila has a very strong taste of laziness in the soul now, and such a soul can be used to make alchemy equipment. It highlights the stability. Although Gangwon doesn't know how to make alchemy equipment, he still has an idea, and isn't there a witch in this world? Zhang Yuan could only think of something good to ease the pain of not being able to get promoted. And he thought about the topic that he might have said to Miyano Shiho before that might raise the price next time. Isn't this a slap in the face by Pia Pia? How can I face Miyano Shiho after this? Zhang Yuan's head hurts a bit when he thinks of Shiho Miyano's mocking eyes. In this way, Zhang Yuan slept the most tangled sleep since time traveling until now. In his dreams, he also dreamed of Miyano Shiho and said to him, "Hey, Zhang Yuan, haven't you been promoted? Where's your code name? Your promise?" "What? I have the money ready, but you pulled your crotch here? You can't do that either." Chapter 36 So miserable, Kudo, so miserable, Tequila. Zhang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed with all his strength. That dream last night was really terrible. Looking at the alarm clock on the bedside, it was only after 5 o'clock in the morning, and Zhang Yuan, who was not sleepy at all, was ready to go out for a morning run. Although the improvement of physical fitness can be achieved by life-sucking, exercise can also improve the physical fitness of the warlock. Zhang Yuan still doesn't quite understand why the physique and strength bonus points are so high even though he is a legal profession. At which a long-distance runner would be silent and a marathon runner would cry. As usual, Zhang Yuan brought 2 breakfasts to Dr. Agaz's house. Doctor opened the door for Gangwon with his toothbrush in his mouth. It was obvious that the doctor had just woken up. Although he got up much later than Gangwon, this schedule is still very healthy. Looking at the takeaway Zhang Yuan on the table, I expected that Shiho Miyano would quickly become smaller. After all, he always had enough of takeout. Thinking that it would be a long time before Miyano Shiho turned into Haberai, Zhang Yuan decided to go to Mori's house for a meal tonight. And tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, you can reimburse the car rental cost of Mori Kogora. You say Gangwon is underage and can't drive? Please, the organization is a large criminal organization, and you can't forget this because vodka is a messenger of justice. Moreover, the vodka frightened the client's old mother to death, although the old man had heart disease, high blood pressure, coronary heart disease, and cerebral thrombosis. And isn't it really a beanie under the vodka sunglasses? After washing up, Dr. Ali came to the table and thanked Zhang Yuan. "I'm really bothering you, Zhang Yuan, you come to buy breakfast every day. Dr. Ali was a little embarrassed. After all, he watched Zhang Yuan grow up, just like his own child. In fact, he also wanted to get up early to buy breakfast, but every time he got up, Zhang Yuan was already at the door. And also completed the morning run. By the way, this routine is really not young. Oh, yes. Dr. Ali slapped his forehead and remembered something, got up and walked to the cabinet, took out an invitation letter and handed it to Zhang Yuan. This is the launch of Mantianga Games, because I helped them design some gadgets before, so they sent me an invitation. But I just have something to go out today. If you're okay, it's not bad to go for a walk inside. You young people should like this kind of video games and games very much. Zhang Yuan thanked Dr. Igsa and continued to eat breakfast, so that he could think while eating. Today, he is definitely going to enter the venue with tequila, and their invitation letters should be prepared together by the organization. Then once the tequila accident happened, if the police or Conan followed the line of the invitation letter, it would be easy to know that the two of them were together. Zhang Yuan didn't pay attention to this matter yesterday. If it wasn't for the invitation letter from Dr. Ali, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters at all. But if Conan is different, although this is only a small matter, but as long as there is a little clue, Conan can basically deduce the result. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. Sure enough, there is an old man in the family who is like a treasure, although Dr. Ali just let Zhang Yuan go to relax his mind unintentionally. After breakfast, Zhang Yuan went home to take a shower and then changed into a black suit with a very organized characteristic. After all, it was a collective action, and Zhang Yuan did not have any other colors of clothes. After all, isn't it the best choice for single, immature boys to buy black clothes? Arriving at the meeting point agreed with tequila, Zhang Yuan stuck and came here just in time to see the tequila that had just arrived here. Two looked at each other and smiled. Sure enough, this is an old, little, bastard. After the meeting, Tequila and Zhang Yuan talked about their plan, using the locker at the front desk of the venue to store the money and information in the locker, and then just exchange the keys directly, without knowing it. Then Tequila handed Zhang Yuan an invitation letter. This is the invitation letter to enter the venue. The contents in it should be liked by young people your age. In fact, Zhang Yuan feels really ordinary. After all, it was already 2021 when he crossed, and now these games are basically out of date for him. No need for seniors. Zhang Yuan took out the invitation letter from Dr. Ali from his arms. It just happened that the neighbor gave me a copy, so I'll just use this one. Haha, you're well prepared. Since you don't know each other when you go in like this, you can go later and pay attention to the situation after the transaction is completed. Tequila nodded and said with a smile. Two of them walked towards the venue of the Mantian press conference, but Tequila didn't notice the last look Zhang Yuan gave him. That look seems to say again, Senior, you are a good person. If you can't do it after you die, you can ask the old thief in Qingshan to give you a dream, and let him resurrect you on the spot. As for me, I really have no choice. After all, I haven't got a promotion, so I can't go home empty-handed. It's not that my brother is unkind, and my brother has to live. Venue, the press conference had already started, and there was no queue at the front desk, so Zhang Yuan walked into the press conference site. As soon as I entered, I heard the staff of Man Paradise talking impassively about their new game on the stage. It seems to be a game of detective reasoning. Sure enough, the world of Keishui is indeed very developed in the field of detectives. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yuan saw Mori Kogora's face that was about to become cold, with a tired face and a little confusion in his eyes. Did this uncle have a hangover again yesterday? Zhang Yuan, who was looking around, came to the boxing test machine, and right in front of the target was Mao Lilan. Is Mao Lilan? Zhang Yuan really saw Mao Lilan standing at Mao Lilan's feet happily looking at Mao Lilan who was about to throw a fist. This kid probably doesn't know what will happen in a while, right? In addition, Gang 1 also saw Hideaki Nakajima, the target of this transaction, and Takeshita, who exudes a fierce murderous spirit in his soul. What do you say that is? Zhang Yuan can't remember a little, Takeshita-jun? No, that's Snow Leopard, that's right. It's called Takeshita Yashin. Zhang Yuan praised his memory with satisfaction and then came to the boxing test machine and looked at the detailed explanation. The upper limit of this boxing test machine is 400 points. Come back to me quickly, Shinichi. Mao Lilan's violent drink made Zhang Yuan shiver, and then he looked at the screen showing a big 400, which won the admiration of everyone. Conan saw this scene, he seemed to feel the tragic experience of his future, so the urge to urinate surged. Would you like to try it too, Conan? It's very relaxing. Mao Lilan took off his boxing gloves and said with a smile. No, no need. I want to go to the toilet. Conan thought it would be better to leave this place of right and wrong, plus he does have a little, ahem. Xiaolan is still showing mercy. Zhang Yuan walked over from the side and looked at Conan and Mao Lilan. After all, Zhang Yuan could see clearly that in the end, Mao Lilan was using his strength, otherwise the machine would have been scrapped. Maybe he really took the target in front of him as Kudo Shinichi. Using a Kudo Shinichi force that probably won't kill him. Gang 1. Brother Gang 1. Morilan and Conan shouted in surprise when they saw Zhang Yuan, who suddenly appeared, and Nakajima Hideaki looked at Zhang Yuan's clothes and was shocked. Seeing that Gang 1 seemed to be an acquaintance of Conan and Morilan. Chapter 37 Crushed Agavi. Sure enough, the two of you are here too. When I came in just now, I saw Uncle Maori, who had no spirit at all. Zhang Yuan Yuguang swept over Nakajima Hideaki and said hello to Morilan and Conan. Ha, ha ha. Mao Lilan laughed dryly and replied, because Dad heard that the game he participated in designing was released yesterday, he was so happy that he drank 2 more glasses. Originally, Morilan wanted to say 2 good things for Maori Kogora, but when he thought that Zhang Yuan grew up with them, who doesn't know who, he said it truthfully. Do you want to give it a try, Zhang Yuan? It's very stress-free. Mao Lilan asked Zhang Yuan with boxing gloves. Zhang Yuan's psychological problems had broken the hearts of their friends. I don't need it anymore. I do know what's going on recently. It seems that my strength has grown by leaps and bounds, and I can't hold it back. Zhang Yuan scratched his head and said. Reason why Zhang Yuan has been insisting on exercising is also because of this reason, the life energy is too simple and he can't control his strength. Sounds pretty good. Mao Lilan looked at Zhang Yuan enviously. After all, she also wanted to increase her strength when she was practicing karate. Conan shivered as he looked at Morilan, who was full of envy in his eyes, and said in his heart that this is all right now, but don't increase his strength. The money at home can't afford so many telephone poles. Sister Xiaolan, I'm going to the bathroom. Conan decisively used his skill to urinate, wondering if this should make Zhang Yuan fight with Mao Lilan recently, so that Xiaolan's resentment could be vented. Then I'll take this little kid, and I just want to go too. Hideaki Nakajima glanced at his watch and said to Morilan with a smile. Then I'll trouble you. Mao Lilan bowed slightly to thank him. Then Nakajima Hideaki took Conan to the bathroom together, and completed the transaction with the organization by the way. Zhang Yuan looked at Nakajima Hideaki, who was leaving. Why bother, just trade when you go to trade, why do you have to bring the god of death with you? At this time, Zhang Yuan was full of resentment towards Nakajima Yoshiaki, and attributed the death of Tequila to Nakajima Yoshiaki. After all, Conan is his friend, and he protects the calf like that. Next, Zhang Yuan and Mao Lilan hung out at the press conference, and I have to say that Zhang Yuan's idea of being at Dr. Ali's house was wrong. It may be related to the world of Keishui. Zhang Yuan discovered a lot of interesting video games and games. After all, it is a world where artificial intelligence can be tinkered with in the future. Science fiction is normal. Just when Zhang Yuan and Mao Lilan were lingering on various games in the venue, a sudden loud explosion made the two of them look at it instantly. "It's the direction of the bathroom," Zhang Yuan said to Mao Lilan after hearing this. So the two quickly ran towards the bathroom, and then Hideaki Nakajima, who returned to the venue, and Yuxin Takeshita, who was shocked, and a passerby employee rushed over with them. After all, the explosion was on the floor of the Manti and Company press conference, and they needed to know what happened. At the same time, Takeshita murmured in confidence, that someone actually thought of going with him. Everyone hurried to the bathroom, and sure enough, in the thick smoke, they saw Conan with a scratch on his face. "Conan!" Morilan ran over worriedly and grabbed Conan to examine it carefully. Fortunately, there was only one wound on his face, and there was no trauma in other places. "Here." Zhang Yuan handed Mao Lilan a band-aid. It was a pink and tender band-aid full of cherry blossom patterns. When he was running in the morning, Zhang Yuan bought it because it looked good. He didn't expect to use it so quickly. Conan rejected the band-aid of this bitch, but was ruthlessly suppressed by Mayor Elon. His eyes were full of annoyance, and he didn't expect that the clues to the black organization that had finally been obtained were actually cut off here. Zhang Yuan collected tequila soul fragments from the distance and looked at Nakajima Hideaki out of the corner of his eye. Although this guy didn't know the details of the organization, Zhang Yuan was considering whether to kill this person as a precaution, and then collect 2 mediocre soul shards. "Hey, what's going on here with Conan?" Kogoro Mori, who came in a hurry, asked Conan. When he saw Conan's state, he knew that this kid was about to be involved just now. However, it is also time to understand what happened just now. The explosion caused some commotion in the venue, and I hope the police will arrive soon. Just now, a tall uncle dressed in black carried a suitcase into the toilet, and then he seemed to be on the phone with someone and then exploded. Conan said briefly to Mori Kogoro the course of things. It's just that the information about Tequila and the black organization has been withheld by Conan, and he doesn't know who is the target of Tequila's trade here, so it's safe for now. Then Conan began to speed up his brain, hoping to figure out who was the target of the Tequila trade faster, and he felt that it was not far from the time when he recovered. Soon the police officer of the Metropolitan Police Department brought the police to the scene, and it was another major case, this time involving a bomb. Are pistols no longer enough for Tokyo's criminals? Don't make it so grand. After confirming that Zhang Yuan had nothing to do with this matter, Officer Mumu let Zhang Yuan leave the place, and waited for the other officers to accept his transcript. As for Mao Lilan, because Conan did not leave at the scene, and there were no corpses in the scene this time, there were no real bones left. Mori Kogoro consciously began to help police officer Mumu investigate the case. Who came to another floor, walked into the bathroom, and after feeling that there was no one around, he dialed Jinjiu. What happened there? Jin asked Zhang Yuan in a suppressed anger. After the explosion of the tequila he was talking to just now, he suddenly lost contact. The last explosion reminded him of something bad. Brother, there was a problem with the transaction, and the tequila was bombed to death. Zhang Yuan replied, and then described the scene and Jin again, including the plan of tequila. That means the tequila box was manipulated? Jin asked coldly. I'm afraid that's it. That Nakajima Hideaki can't stay, you can deal with him as soon as possible, but don't expose yourself. Jinjiu added halfway through, he was afraid that Zhang Yuan would kill Nakajima Hideaki directly in front of the police. The mental state of this subordinate is not very normal. God knows what he will do when his partner dies in front of him. Also, I don't think Hideaki Nakajima has the guts to attack Tequila, find out about it, and then clean up the mastermind. Jin finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He now needs to blow up this stronghold. After all, Tequila mentioned it when he talked to him just now. Whether or not anyone hears its organizational prudence, as for funding, he's a little relieved that vodka has been doing well recently. Then it was a bit of annoyance. After all, there are not many people in the organization who have a code name and can work, and now there is no agave. What a... Zhang Yuan washed his hands carefully on the sink, and then came to the venue as if nothing was wrong. I just don't know how far Conan's investigation is going now. Although he heard the location of the organization's stronghold, Conan was destined to return empty-handed this time. Chapter 38 _ The difficult case in Conan's heart +1. Zhang Yuan, who had just returned to the scene, saw Conan sneaking behind Mao Lilan's butt, and then slowly stretched out his sinful hand. And Maori Kogoro was sitting behind them leaning against the pillar. Uncle Maori looked pale, and it seemed that yesterday's hangover had not been relieved. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened immediately. Is there such a scene in the plot? Conan ate a bare heart and a leopard dared to sneakily touch Mao Lilan's ass. Sudden bulge on the carpet under Conan's feet. Conan, who was staring at Morlan's butt, didn't pay attention to his feet at all. He stumbled directly, and his sinful little hand directly touched Morlan's butt. Good boy. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Since Kudo Shinichi became smaller, his lust has skyrocketed. Lie to little loli and kiss or something can't satisfy him anymore. Now you just directly touch your childhood sweetheart's butt? The question is Morlan's ass so touchable? In an instant, Mao Lilan's expression became terrifying and ferocious, and he roared, "Pervert! What are you doing?" Then came a powerful roundhouse kick. Bang! To Mayor Ilan's surprise, this roundhouse kick did not kick the pervert she imagined, but a sneaky Conan stood behind her. More Ilan's legs just swept past Conan's head, bringing a gust of wind to change Conan's head shape. It's you, Conan. Mao Lilan looked at Conan seriously. Such a young child actually began to molest women now. No, Sister Xiaolan, I'm going to help you get it off because you have something dirty on your butt. Conan quickly explained to Mao Lilan, for fear that if it was too late, there would be no chance to explain. Also, Sister Xiaolan, let's put your legs down first. Conan looked at the legs above his head and said to Mao Lilan with a trembling voice, Uncle Maoli is about to die. Zhang Yuan saw the moment when Maori Lan stepped out of the leg just now. Of course, he also saw the final landing spot of this leg, which was the head of Maori Kogoro sitting on the ground. Zhang Yuan patted his head, then looked at Kogoro Mori, as expected of the father-in-law of the god of death, his body is strong. The wall behind was smashed into a big hole by Maori Kogoro. As a result, Uncle Maori just fainted. Sure enough, middle-aged men have hidden stunts. After seeing his Maori Kogoro accidentally injured by himself, Mao Lilan hurried forward and asked with concern, Dad, are you all right? At this moment, Conan decisively dodged and hid behind the pillar behind Mori Kogoro in front of Zhang Yuan. Then Mori Kogoro's voice rang out, I'm fine, Xiaolan. How about you just made me feel relieved? Gang 1. Looking at Conan who was so unscrupulous in front of him, Zhang Yuan really wanted to sneak over and startle him. And Mao Zedong Kai is not used first to let people kick it? Apologize to me for this idiom. Officer Mumu, I can't let these people go back now. Conan said using a bow tie voice changer while hiding behind a pillar. What? Officer Mumu scolded after hearing Kogoro Mori's words and then walked towards Kogoro Mori. The culprit is probably an unspecified bomb suspect, and maybe there may be other bombs in the hotel. How can you let these guests stay? No, Police Officer Mumu. Conan said confidently, holding a bow tie, this hotel, this venue. There is no explosive suspect, you said, without a specific target at all. This explosion started out as a case of deliberate murder, and the culprit was among those present. Conan's resolute, serious, and calm voice came from behind Mori Kogoro, but no one felt wrong, but all looked at Mori Kogoro in front of him. No wonder the media in Tokyo and even Neon are very fond of Kogoro Maori. He is indeed very condescending when he is not serious. Nani? Officer Mumu was shocked every day. Brother Maori, do you already know who the murderer is? Officer Mumu said the lines he should say, and then it was the sleeping Kogoro. Reasoned. While listening to Conan's reasoning, John Yuen slowly walked from the periphery of the crowd to the direction of Kogoro Mori. Now Nakajima Hideaki, Takeshita Yashin, and the passerby staff are all in front of the guests. Came to Mao Lilan's side pretending to be a little uncomfortable. What's wrong with you, John Yuen? Mao Lilan asked with concern when he saw John Yuen's expression a little ugly. Ah, it looks like I've had a bad stomach today. I'm really unlucky. John Yuen frowned slightly, then continued to listen to Conan's reasoning. At this time, Hideaki Nakajima's suitcase was forcibly opened by his colleague, a passerby, and wads of cash fell from it. Hideaki Nakajima threw himself on the dropped banknotes and held the money in his arms. As for Takeshita Yuxin, the moment Hideaki Nakajima's suitcase was opened, he squatted on the ground with his head covered in horror, as if Nakajima Hideaki's suitcase would kill him. Next, Conan Maori reasoned that Yuxin Takeshita was the culprit of the bombing, and Hideaki Nakajima was the object of the transaction with tequila. Really, it turned out that the bomb I made just exploded. Takeshita Yashin sneered and rushed in front of Hideaki Nakajima in an instant. You damn bastard, why didn't you die? I originally wanted to kill you. Takeshita Yuxin let out a piercing roar. Takeshita Yuxin did not clamor for evidence like the other alleged murderers, but directly admitted the matter. As for the motive for the murder, Takeshita Yuxin's girlfriend in junior high school was later snatched by Nakajima Hideaki. As a result, his ex-girlfriend committed suicide because of the breakup. Since that time, Takeshita Yuxin has been thinking about killing, and after learning of this press conference, he designed this time's plan. John Yuen looked at the ordinary Takeshita Yashin in disbelief. How could such an office worker actually deploy such a powerful bomb by himself? If he hadn't blown up tequila, Jin would have welcomed such new employees. After all, this skill is not something ordinary people can have. Takeshita Yuxin, who lost his calm, was controlled by two police officers, and then Conan's glasses reflected two white lights and said to Hideaki Nakajima. Then it's almost time to get to the point, Mr. Nakajima. The deal with you is a large criminal group. You broke this deal and killed their people, so they shouldn't let you go. You'd better be honest, it's the best policy to fight for police protection. I really don't know anything. Every time I meet them, I'm in the same place, that is, in the big rice flour. Nakajima finished speaking. He fell silently to the ground. Officer Mumu was shocked when he saw it, and hurried to him, only to find that Hideaki Nakajima was no longer breathing. Mr. Takeshita. Mr. Takeshita. The two police officers found that Takeshita Yuxin was paralyzed as if he had lost his bones, and they hurried to say hello, only to find that Takeshita Yuxin also stopped breathing. Actually. Conan looked in horror at Nakajima Hideaki and Takeshita Yashin, who almost lost their breath at the same time. These two people were killed in front of everyone's eyes. Conan didn't think it was an accident. After all, after the accomplice of the man in black was killed this time, two people who were related to their organization died quietly in front of everyone. Quick! Call the forensics class over here. Officer Mumu yelled. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't believe it was just a coincidence, and he died just as Nakajima was about to reveal the information about his traitor. This looks like a murder. And I'm afraid the murderer is among them. Mao Lilan looked at the scene and then asked John Yuen worriedly, how do you feel about John Yuen? After all, there was another murder at the scene, and I'm afraid the people here won't be able to leave for a while. Naturally, Gangwon couldn't go to the doctor. It doesn't matter, it's much better. It seems that my physique is still good. Zhang Yuan smiled at Mao Lilan. He is more than good now, with the life energy of the two plus several soul fragments. This is a wave of fat. If you don't get promoted, you won't get promoted. The big deal is to find more reimbursement points for organizations, such as the usual cost of refueling motorcycles. The forensic department, the two people did not have any traces of trauma or poisoning. The detailed situation needs to be determined by an autopsy, but from the outside, the two people seem to have died of natural causes. Zhang Yuan decided to embezzle 2 APTX 4869 tablets. After all, as a junior who has high hopes for Jin, he certainly has the excellent poison that Jin distributes. And the death of these two people is almost indistinguishable from APTX 4869. Chapter 39 _ Some foreign friends come to the school to find Kudo. Although Conan jumped up and down to follow the investigation, it is a pity that Conan did not find even a trace of clues in the end. This is the drawback of Conan's belief in science. You must know that in addition to Zhang Yuan, there is a witch in the world of Conan. Although I was very unwilling, in the end, I could only watch Police Officer Miu Miu agree to leave the venue. After all, the police can't detain so many people without evidence. It's just that Conan is sure that there must be Tequila's accomplices in the venue at that time. And there's at least one, just don't know who the hell is. So there was one more case that Conan was thinking about, and no one knew how many such cases would be in the future. After all, Zhang Yuan didn't know what tasks Jinjia would give him. Next, Conan could only use the name of Uncle Mori to go to the Metropolitan Police Department to inquire about the progress of the case. Due to the sudden death of Nakajima Hideaki and Takashita Yashin, it was already dark after Zhang Yuan came out of the Rice Flower Hotel. Saying goodbye to the Mori family and making an appointment to go to dinner tomorrow and give the reimbursement money to Kogoro Mori, Zhang Yuan parted with them. Finding a ramen restaurant on the road to fill his stomach, Zhang Yuan called Jinjia to report on his mission. Nakajima Hideaki and Takashita Yuksen have been confirmed dead, and they were killed by APTX 4869 poisoning. At present, the Metropolitan Police Department has no clues. After the autopsy report comes out, Zhang Yuan will not be responsible for it. That is the matter of the intelligence department, and Neon's autopsy is usually entrusted to the medical school. Going to medical school to get a report is much easier than going to the Metropolitan Police Department. Receiving the call from Zhang Yuan, Jinju nodded with satisfaction. This was the only good news he heard today. He really deserves to be someone he values, and he is very efficient. After hanging up the phone with satisfaction, Jinju began to worry again. He didn't know that today's incident was just a mere coincidence, or that it was Jian Jiayuan's physique teammate. If Gangwon belonged to the intelligence department. After all, it is normal for the intelligence department to act alone, just like Belmont and Bourbon. Both are mystics through and through. But his kind of action department needs the cooperation of his teammates, either to help break the aftermath, or to help guard, which is all achieved by organizing little by little practice. Even if it's better than his gin, don't he also carry a vodka around, although vodka is mainly driven by cars. Jinju temporarily put Zhang Yuan's promotion plan on hold. Let's see if he is really a teammate. This kind of thing can't be tested by someone with a code name in the organization. Out with a few out-of-the-box members, even if the Jin really dies, it won't hurt. After all, the treatment of the organization is so high, and there are some who want to join in. Zhang Yuan, who ran all the way home, did not feel his fatigue, and his energy is now very abundant, and he has no sleepiness at all. This is the sequelae of an excessive intake of life energy. It is not harmful, but it is impossible to sleep. Zhang Yuan, who had no intention of sleeping, simply took out his textbook and started to read it. It is not difficult for a brain who has experienced the deep development of life energy to read these high school knowledge, not to mention Zhang Yuan still has the foundation of his previous life. It seems that the next exam is the time for Gang 1 to stand out. It will be easier to ask for leave if you organize tasks and crash at school after your academic performance is better. After all, for such excellent students, the head teacher is still very good at talking. The next morning, Gang 1, who had been reading a book all night, closed the book and started the morning exercise. As usual, I brought a breakfast to the doctor and came to the school. In fact, the test is coming, and I don't know whether this test is a monthly test or a midterm test, maybe it is the end of the term. After all, Morilan and Suzuki Sanako have too many vacations in the plot. The exam did not change the classroom, but their seats were farther apart. Suzuki Sanako looked at Zhang Yuan, who was writing in disbelief. "What's the matter, brother? Are you sneaking to make up the class? Are you talking about being scumbags together? Why did you suddenly stop pretending? After the exam? It turns out that my classmate who was a scumbag actually played me for several years." Soon the exam was over, but it was time for the afternoon school. The students in Daiden High School came out of the classroom in twos and threes, joined the club, and went home. Zhang Yuan went to the judo club to practice, and after putting all the members down, he started his own weight training. After sweating a bit, Zhang Yuan returned to the classroom. Today, he said that he would help Suzuki Sanako to clean the classroom together, as an apology for Zhang Yuan to leave the ranks of the scumbags. In this way, Zhang Yuan cleaned the classroom amid Suzuki Sanako's complaints, and when he finished cleaning, there was a knock on the classroom door. Boom boom. Zhang Yuan, who was cleaning the glass, looked down and saw that it was a high school student wearing a baseball cap. This high school student was wearing a backpack and had a dark complexion, watching him and Suzuki Sanako. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. "Isn't this the foreign friend Heiji Hattori? Hello, I help you." Gang 1's English accent is very authentic, definitely not a colloquial language like Neon that foreigners can't understand. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Suzuki Sanako looked at Hattori Heiji in surprise. "Hey, when did foreigners come to our high school?" Listening to Zhang Yuan's question and Suzuki Sanako's curiosity, the veins on Hattori Heiji's head burst out and squeezed into a big tic-tac-toe. "Idiot! Look at me clearly. I'm not a foreigner. I'm an authentic Neon man." Hattori Heiji roared at the two of them. The accent in his mouth made Zhang Yuan miss him very much. This is his first partner's accent. However, Zhang Yuan still decided to play with Hattori Heiji's mentality. "You are not a foreigner with your accent. Asshole. Are you a Neon guy? Kansai dialect is also a great accent." Hattori felt that he was a little disadvantaged. How could he meet such a strange guy? "Ha, is that so?" Zhang Yuan asked Hattori Heiji with a slightly embarrassed look on his face. "Okay, this Kansai boy, what are you doing here?" Heiji Hattori breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Yuan finally ask the question, and quickly replied. "My name is Heiji Hattori. I'm a high school student detective in Osaka. This time I'm here to find Kudo Shinichi to compete. You are his classmates, do you know where he is?" After he finished speaking, Hattori Heiji stared at Zhang Yuan and Suzuki Sanako with burning eyes. It's just that he found the expressions of Suzuki Sanako and Zhang Yuan a little strange. Suzuki Sanako replied, "If you are looking for Kudo, it's unlikely, he hasn't come to school for a while." "Yeah." Zhang Yuan said emotionally, "The cases I encountered recently were all solved by others. After all, what happened before Zhang Yuan is too legendary. Many newspapers will take Zhang Yuan along when they report on Kudo Shinichi, but this is enough for a detective like Hattori Heiji. Otherwise, why would Hattori Heiji go straight to the second of the few people who are most familiar with Kudo today? Then, do you know who can find Kudo Shinichi?" Hattori Heiji asked anxiously. He didn't want to come to Tokyo in vain but didn't even see anyone. "Who can find Kudo?" Zhang Yuan and Suzuki Sanako looked at each other and confirmed each other's answer. Suzuki Sanako said with a smirk. That must be our classmate Morilan. She is Kudo Shinichi's woman. Then Zhang Yuan took out a business card of the Maori Detective Agency and handed it to Kobu Heiji. Xiaolan lives here, and his father is also a detective. Hattori Heiji, who got the address, immediately became more fond of Zhang Yuan and Suzuki Sanako. These two are really rare good people. Then Hattori Heiji thanked him, turned around and left the classroom. Zhang Yuan reluctantly put down the hand he just stretched out. I'm going to tell him that I'm going to the office in a while, so I can take him with me. Chapter 40_Give Kudo Shinichi Women's Clothing. Suzuki Sanako rolled her eyes at Zhang Yuan. She could see clearly just now that Zhang Yuan's hand stretched out as fast as a snail. Soon Zhang Yuan and Suzuki Yuanza finished the rest of the cleaning, and then the two said goodbye at the school gate. Suzuki Yuanza went home, and Zhang Yuan went to eat. However, considering that Hattori Heiji is coming to Tokyo today, I don't know when I will be able to eat tonight's meal. On the way, Zhang Yuan simply bought some bentos and put them in his school bag for emergencies. Was passing by the mall in Gangwon, I suddenly remembered the plot of the original book. At that time, Conan became bigger for the first time because of a cold and Lao Baigan's success. And Kudo Shinichi, who was enduring physical discomfort, was still wearing well-fitting clothes when he came to the scene, which made Zhang Yuan express that he couldn't. This is a great opportunity to help, harm, Kudo Shinichi. After passing this village, there will be no such shop, and he is the man who wants to help Kudo Shinichi leave the best memory. Thinking of this, Gangwon walked straight into the shopping mall, and went to the women's clothing section first. JK, bohemian dresses, hip-pack skirts, and A-line skirts were all prepared for Kudo. Then Zhang Yuan went to the men's clothing area. After all, he was a little friend who grew up together. Zhang Yuan is not a devil. How could he force his friends to wear women's clothing? So Zhang Yuan helped Kudo Shinichi to choose a pink suit, and he didn't know why this men's clothing store had such a ghost-colored suit. Later, Zhang Yuan went to the electronic product area and bought a small, state-of-the-art camera. Of course, Zhang Yuan wasn't planning to secretly film Kudo Shinichi. After all, the friendship we grew up with since childhood, it's good to shoot in an open and honest way, and I can send a copy to Yukiko Kudo later. I believe that Yukiko Kudo will also be very pleased. Zhang Yuan was going to take pictures of the murder scene of the diplomat's wife. After all, Kudo's reasoning was too rough and he didn't say a few words to Mao Lilan at all. In addition, the suggestion of recording his own life with a camera was given by his original psychiatrist, just as the psychiatrist of the detective Sherlock China suggested that he write a blog. It is worth mentioning that the original psychiatrist is called Fengto Kyasuk. After purchasing the necessary items, Gangwon looked at the time and hurried to the Maori detective office. After all, if it was late, they might all set off. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the office door, he happened to see a middle-aged woman who looked like a lady standing at the office door ringing the doorbell. The door outside, and there were faint voices on the second floor. Obviously, the people in the office did not hear the doorbell downstairs. Zhang Yuan hurriedly stepped forward. After all, today's soul fragment still depends on this diplomat's wife. Hello, ma'am, do you have any entrustment? After seeing Zhang Yuan, Tsujimura Gongjiang asked, are you from this office? What are they doing? I rang the doorbell for a long time and no one cares. Zhang Yuan smiled and took Tsujimura Gongjiang upstairs. I'm sorry ma'am, maybe there are guests upstairs and they didn't notice the doorbell. Then they came to the second floor. And Zhang Yuan knocked on the open door to attract the attention of the people in the room. Aren't you Zhang Yuan? Why are you here? Hattori Heiji was surprised when he saw Zhang Yuan. He didn't tell himself that he would come after school. Otherwise, Hattori Heiji waited for Zhang Yuan to go with him, and the remaining one asked for directions. The reason why he was not much earlier than Zhang Yuan was entirely because he went the wrong way when he came. You were already gone when I wanted to tell you. Zhang Yuan looked at Hattori Heiji innocently and then said to Mori Kogoro, "Uncle, here is the client." At this time, everyone noticed Tsuji Village Gongjiang, who was following Zhang Yuan. Tsuji Village Gongjiang complained about Mori Kogoro for a few words, and then told them about his commission. As for Zhang Chenyuan, he came to Morilan and Conan's side. "Conan seems to have a cold." Zhang Yuan looked at Conan, who was wiping his nose in front of him, and looked at Mao Lilan. "Yeah, I don't know why I was so careless." Mao Lilan handed Conan a tissue and hugged Conan, who was shaking. Zhang Yuan shrugged his nose and looked at Mao Lilan curiously. "Is this uncle starting to exercise Conan's drinking capacity? Isn't it too early? At this age, just dip a chopstick into it and taste it." Conan was very speechless when he looked at Zhang Yuan, who was giving serious advice. Shouldn't he persuade children not to drink alcohol at this time? Why is Gangwon's brain circuit so strange? "It's Hattori. He said it was a special medicine, but Conan drank a whole cup." Morilan hugged Conan distressedly, while Conan seemed to enjoy it. Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched, and he felt that Conan in front of him was not worth caring about. After the conversation, Tsuji Village Gongjiang agreed to Hattori Heiji's proposal and asked them to pretend to be friends who came to visit Tsuji Village Gongjiang to investigate the Tsuji Village home. Then Hattori Heiji said to Mao Lilan, "Xiaolan, I think you should come too. If you go over together, maybe that Kudo Shinichi who doesn't know where will show his face." Hattori Heiji's suggestion instantly moved Morilan. So everyone was ready to set off for Tsujimura's house. "I said, Zhang Yuan, why do you still bring a backpack when we go out to investigate?" Hattori Heiji looked a little strange at the bag Zhang Yuan was carrying. After all, his backpack was already in the office, and he was ready to pick it up when he came back after it was over. After the investigation is over, I'm going to go home directly. If I go back to the office from the Tsujimura's house, I'll have to take a long detour." Zhang Yuan explained to Hattori Heiji that he must answer the detective's questions in a reasonable manner, otherwise these people will inexplicably suspect you. Zhang Yuan was not going to let his waistcoat be ripped off by Hattori Heiji. Soon, everyone came to Tsuji Village's house, and after seeing Tsuji Village Gongjiang's son and daughter-in-law who had never been there at the entrance, Tsuji Village Gongjiang took them to visit the diplomat. Zhang Yuan entered the door. He felt the soul of the diplomat Tsujimura Suan: arrogance, jealousy, lust, and greed. There are a total of 7 categories of good guys. This diplomat accounted for 4 at once. Upstairs, Tsujimura Gongjiang met Tsujimura's father. And after saying hello, he led Mori Kogoro and his party to the study. Feeling the growing killing intent of Tsuji Village Gongjiang, Zhang Yuan turned on the camera he just bought and started recording. Zhang Yuan walked to the back of the line, and the camera was pointed in front of him, as if he was filming a first-person documentary. Boom boom. Tsujimura Gongjiang brought everyone to the door of the study, and the sound of an opera was vaguely heard from the door, but no one responded. Maybe he fell asleep inside. Tsujimura Gongjiang took out his key and opened the door of the study. Chapter 41_Gangwon's new partner, Mumyu police officer version. Tsujimura Gongjiang opened the door of the study. She found that Tsujimura was asleep on the desk with her chin resting, so she took a deep breath and walked towards Tsujimura calmly. "Really, why did you fall asleep with the stereo on?" Hattori Heiji and the Mori family were attracted by the sound, and came to the cabinet to look at the sound. "It's an opera," Hattori Heiji said, listening to the sound of the stereo. Zhang Yuan didn't join them in the fun. There was a stack of books in the corner of Tsujimura's desk. If you were standing at the angle of Hattori Heiji, you wouldn't be able to see Tsujimura Gongjiang's actions. So Zhang Yuan silently walked towards the window of the study. Tsuji village Gongjiang probably didn't notice Zhang Yuan's incompatibility because of the first murder and the fact that most of his attention was focused on Mori Kogoro and Hattori Heiji. At this time, Lao Baigan's alcoholism has begun to rise slightly, not to mention a child like Conan who has never drank before. Even an adult who is slightly less alcoholic can't stand such a drink on an empty stomach. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuan is more curious that the liquor can be smelled after opening the bottle cap. How can he react after drinking a glass of wine here? Husband, wake up, husband, the appointed Maori detective is here. Tsujimura Gongjiang pushed Tsujimura Suan, who was lying on the table, with his left hand, and the poison needle held in his right hand showed a little cold light. Zhang Yuan turned his head to look at Tsujimura Gongjiang and Tsujimura Suan, acting like a normal person standing by the window watching the scenery and turning his head naturally when he heard someone talking behind him. The camera is now aimed at the two behind the desk. After the small movement of Tsujimura Gongjiang's right hand was done, he shook it slightly, as if he had thrown something out of his hand. Then he stuffed his stuff into his bag. Zhang Yuan knew that this was the keychain for the middle-aged couple of Tsujimura Gongjiang and Tsujimura Suan. In less than 3 seconds, the soul fragments with a large collection of 4 flavors were directly recruited by Zhang Yuan to his side and put away as soon as they appeared. Zhang Yuan is now extremely satisfied with the identity of the original body. After all, being able to mix with the protagonist team is the way to sustainable development. Husband, husband. After feeling that his drug was about to take effect, Tsujimura Gongjiang increased the strength of his left hand. Tsujimura Isao, who was already dead, fell directly from the seat. Husband. Tsujimura Gongjiang was possessed by the shadow for a moment, and there was a hint of surprise in reality, followed by panic. As she came to Tsujimura Sun's side on the ground, the panic completely turned into panic. The sound of the corpse falling to the ground awakened everyone who was enjoying the opera. Hattori Heiji first came to Tsujimura's side to test his pulse, and then shook his head seriously. He's dead. Zhang Yuan looked at Tsuji village Gongjiang, who was kneeling beside the corpse, with a little surprise. Is it possible to get the poison that takes effect in less than 3 seconds after just acupuncture? It really deserves to be a neon political family. The way is wild. Xiaolan, hurry up and call the police. Kogoro Mori called the police tool, Mao Lilan, who immediately went out to call the police after hearing it. I'll go with you, Xiaolan. Zhang Yuan followed behind Mao Lilan. By the way, let their family know. Then, after Zhang Yuan left, Conan also leaned in front of the corpse. Seeing the corpse's lips turning purple, he concluded that it was a poisoning. As soon as he went out, Mao Lilan saw a landline in the corner of the corridor, so he ran to the landline and dialed the Metropolitan Police Department. Zhang Chenyuan found the housekeeper and explained the current situation to him. His master was dead, and the police would arrive soon, and asked him to inform the rest of the family. Housekeeper panicked for a while, and then quickly calmed down. After all, the master died and his wife was still alive. There should be no problem with his work, so he quickly informed Tsujimura Sun's family as Zhang Yuan said. Zhang Chenyuan came to this guest room according to the memory of the plot, and after rummaging in the closet, he saw the suit Kudo Shinichi wore when he first grew bigger. Zhang Yuan took the only suit in the cabinet, then put the women's clothes he bought in the cabinet, and then put the pink suit in the most conspicuous place, and you can see this dress at the first glance when you open the wardrobe. In fact, when he put on the suit, Zhang Yuan thought about it. It was better for Kudo Shinichi to see a lot of women's clothes and finally get this pink and tender suit in desperation. Or let him see this pink and tender suit at the first time, and then the rest are all women's clothes. In the end, Kudo Shinichi, who has no choice, has to go back and choose this extraordinary suit. Zhang Yuan chose the latter. After all, the former may still have the thrill of survival, but the latter is the only thing left to do. Cleaning up, Zhang Yuan quickly found another room and put the suit in the cabinet, and then followed the others to the study room. Because it was the cause of the diplomat's accident, this time Officer Mumu was very fast. Before Conan ran around the scene, Officer Mumu led the team to the scene. Officer Mumu saw Zhang Yuan at the door of the study, was silent for a while, then went over and patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder. It was as if Gang 1 was the victim's family. Police Officer Mumu say, "This child is really unlucky." When he felt evil before, he suggested that the child go to the temple to worship, maybe it would be fine. As a result, the temple collapsed due to the earthquake the next day, and the entire temple undoubtedly survived, but the strange thing is that all the surrounding dwellings were unscathed. Since then, Officer Mumu has never asked Zhang Yuan to ask God to worship Buddha again. The temples in the world of Keishui are not very effective. Who came to the corpse, looked at the corpse on the ground, and then picked up the basic information that his subordinates had investigated. The deceased is Tsujimura Isao, 54 years old, a diplomat. Then the body was found at the scene where there happened to be a detectives present. Speaking of which, Officer Mumu sighed, and finally Kudo Shinichi was not at the scene, so why did Kogoro Mori start to appear again? Did you sign a strategic cooperation agreement with Brother Gang 1? Maori Kogoro didn't hear the sound of Officer Mumu's words at all, and then saluted and said, "Yes, that's right. It's my Maori Kogoro. So this case is homicide again?" Officer Mumu said with his eyes drooping. After all, as long as these detectives appear at the scene, there is a high probability of homicide. However, the probability of homicide in Gang 1's case has reached an astonishing 100%. And basically the murderer can be found nearby or in the house. Officer Mumu glanced at everyone in the study, and then saw a foreign friend standing beside the corpse thinking about something. "Mrs. Tsuji Village, is this also your family member? Why isn't there any information on it?" Officer Mumu flipped through the information given to him by the police officers, and found that there was no information that there were foreigners in the Tsuji Village family. Are these guys starting to be lazy now? How could no one ask about such an important situation? "I'm not from the Tsujimura family, my name is Hattori Heiji, and I'm a high school detective." Hattori Heiji straightened his hat and said confidently to Officer Meguro, and this time it was a real poisoning. Conan originally wanted to give this answer, but Heiji Hattori took the lead, and Conan felt more and more dizzy, presumably because he was drinking. Hearing Heiji Hattori's self-introduction, Officer Meguri subconsciously looked at Zhang Yuan. "Is this your new partner?" Chapter 42_Kudo Shinichi Pink Limited Edition is coming soon. Zhang Yuan looked back innocently after seeing Officer Mumu looking at him. This high school detective is really not his fault, this is the fate of Kudo Shinichi. Heiji Hattori. Officer Megure always felt that the name was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, and then suddenly realized, "So you are the son of Osaka Prefecture Police Chief Hattori Hizang, who is in high school." Officer Megami remembered thinking that his colleague in Osaka had told him about this once, but this skin-colored brother Hattori, you really are better. When Hattori Heiji heard the sigh of Officer Meguro, his veins burst again. "Are you people in Tokyo not chatting? What are you staring at my complexion for?" Officer Meguro saw that Hattori Heiji looked bad and knew that he seemed to have stabbed the boy's sore spot, so he quickly changed the subject. "But brother Hattori, why do you think it was poisoning?" Hearing this sentence, Hattori began to reason as if he had been flipped on a switch, from the color of the corpse's lips to the pinhole on the back of the neck, to the residual warmth and stiffness of the corpse. This time the deceased died within 30 minutes, and the murderer must still be in this villa, which means that the murderer is the Tsuji village family. Mao Lilan stood beside Zhang Yuan and looked at the police officer and Tsuji village's family chatting in a daze, and then asked Zhang Yuan for confirmation. "Hado looks like Shinichi now, Zhang Yuan, do you think so?" Zhang Yuan looked at Hattori Heiji and then looked at Morilan in front of him. Did you just find out? And if you don't think he's whiter and then changed his head shape, isn't this Kobo himself? Huh. After Zhang Yuan's reminder, Mao Lilan carefully observed Hattori Heiji's appearance, and thought Hattori a little bit more according to Zhang Yuan's words. Then put on Kudo Shinichi's hairstyle, as expected. It is exactly the same. Mao Lilan looked at Zhang Yuan in shock again. Now she has a lot of ideas that she wants to share with her friends. There are actually two people who are so similar in the world. Zhang Yuan felt that Mao Lilan was a little surprised. As far as he knew, Kei Sueja and Kudo Shinichi looked alike. For example, Zhang Goshin's Kuraba Koedu, what is Okada General Secretary? Isn't it the same way that high school detectives solve cases? I also met a high school detective when I was traveling in Shikoku. Zhang Yuan thought for a while. Shijin Runze, who should be about to collapse now, shook his head slightly. Who made your family rich, then help a poor organization like ours? After all, my Jin brother's trench coat has not been changed for many years, and even the vodka suit has been worn for several years. You're talking about the case that my mother represented? Mo Lilan thought of the case he mentioned when he was chatting with Fei Yingri. Is that the high school student named Shijin Yunze? Although Mao Lilan heard a few words from concubine Yingli, but out of the principle of confidentiality for the client, he did not tell Mao Lilan the details. Yeah, it's Tokaijin Junze from Hokkaido. Zhang Yuan nodded. I heard from my part-time boss that this guy is now involved in a lawsuit and turned into a seller. This guy doesn't have the level of Kudo, but he has the heart of Kudo. This is the result. Zhang Yuan shook his head with emotion. Mao Lilan suddenly found that his little friends didn't seem to want to shut themselves up when they saw the murder scene today. This is a good sign. It seems that in the future, Yui Zhang Yuan will be called out to play together. Sure enough, what Conan thought was right at the beginning. As long as he was busy or fulfilled, Zhang Yuan would not think so much. In fact, Zhang Yuan is not a bit heavy today, but when he thinks of a whole wardrobe of women's clothes plus that pink and tender suit, Zhang Yuan really can't go on. If it's a joke, it's not easy to handle. Let's be cheerful for the time being. After all, when I go out with the Mori family in the future, it is estimated that there will always be a murder case, and it is not a problem to always be autistic. At this time, Zhang Yuan seemed to suddenly think of something, took out a bento from his backpack and handed it to Mao Lilan. Well, I bought it as breakfast when I came. Looking at the bento in his hand, Mao Lilan instantly turned into Daoduyan. Zhang Yuan, is this bad? What's wrong? We secretly went out to eat and came back after eating. Uncle Mori seemed to have to work for a while. As for Conan. Conan sneezed loudly at this time. Conan probably doesn't have the appetite to eat. Zhang Yuan didn't seem to get better when he saw Conan's cold after drinking Laobigan, but he only became more and more confused. It is estimated that when Zhang Yuan and Mao Lilan return from eating their lunch, it is almost time to collapse and transform. With full of guilt and Zhang Yuan, Mao Lilan ran to the corridor and quickly finished the bento in her hand. After all, her stomach began to protest after exercising in the karate club for a long time in the afternoon. After throwing the garbage into the trash can, Zhang Yuan and Mao Lilan quietly returned to the study room of the villa. It seemed that no one in the study room noticed that they had gone to eat halfway. Less than a minute after entering, Hattori Heiji, who was standing beside the desk, ran out of the study as if he knew something. As for Conan at this time, he was clutching his chest and looked uncomfortable, and cold sweat flowed down Conan's forehead. Conan! What's wrong with you? Looking at Conan in pain, Mao Lilan hurried forward and touched Conan's forehead. Oops! How come it's so hot? At this time, Conan's eyes were darkened, and he fell into Mao Lilan's arms, gasping for breath. After seeing Conan's situation, the police officer Mumu immediately ordered to the police officer on the side, "Quick, Call the doctor quickly. Yes. Mao Lilan walked out of the room with Conan, who had been unable to open her eyes. Just now the housekeeper told her the location of the guest room. Zhang Yuan, who was tinkering with his camera, secretly listened to it, and it was indeed the room where he put his clothes, and nodded with satisfaction. Just as Morilan was about to leave the room with Conan in his arms, Hattori Heiji appeared outside the door. Everyone, I already know the murderer of this case. Murderer? Everyone in the room was shocked, and their eyes all focused on Hattori Heiji's dark face. Hattori Heiji also enjoyed this feeling, and walked into the study with his left hand in his pocket. Conan knew the reasoning of Hattori Heiji when he saw the fishing line in his hand the moment he entered the door, but he was so exhausted that he couldn't stop Hattori Heiji, so he was taken away by Mao Lilan, who put Conan in the room, hurried to the door to wait for the doctor's arrival. As for the other side, Hattori Heiji confidently walked to the center of the study. With a confident smile sketched on the corner of his mouth, he lifted his hat to prepare to speak his reasoning. That. Zhang Yuan interrupted Hattori Heiji's reasoning in the corner. After all, as an excellent director, he has plans for every actor's performance time. Kudo Shinichi Pink's limited playing time, so I can only compress Hattori Heiji's role. Anyway, Osaka Black Chicken's reasoning this time is wrong. Maybe he has to thank Zhang Yuan. Everyone who were about to listen to the detective's reasoning were interrupted by Zhang Yuan, and now they all looked at Zhang Yuan. Officer Mumu, do you want to take a look at this first? Zhang Yuan raised the camera in his hand and said to Officer Mumu. Tsujimura Gongjiang's expression changed when she saw the camera in Zhang Yuan's hand. She didn't even notice that someone entered the door with a camera. And where the hell was this high school student when she entered the study just now? Why can't she remember it? Chapter 43 Kudo Shinichi picked up the piece in humiliation. By the way, brother Zhang Yuan, why do you carry a camera with you? Officer Mumu looked at the camera in Zhang Yuan's hand and asked curiously, are you going to be a part-time reporter? Thinking of this, Officer Mumu nodded. As far as brother Jianjia Yuan's physique is concerned, it is also very popular to be a reporter. After all, you can encounter this kind of hot news wherever you go. For example, in the case of the murder of a diplomat today, there are many reporters outside, but they were all stopped by their Metropolitan Police Department. But for people like Zhang Yuan who were originally at the scene of the crime, they couldn't just drive them out. More police officer Mumu thought about it, the more suitable he felt, and he couldn't help but look at Zhang Yuan with relief. At the beginning, this confused young man also found his own way. Zhang Yuan was a little confused when he looked at the inexplicably relieved look of the police officer Mumu. What did the big brother think about in his head? But if you're just a reporter, it doesn't seem like you can't do it. You can also earn extra money. The most important thing is that there are people in the TV station in the organization. He is also a member with a code name that Gangwon is thinking of. Neon has high school detectives, but there must be no high school reporters. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan nodded silently, and decided to talk to Jinjiu after this incident to see if the plan was reliable. If it is reliable, maybe he can get another salary from Nippon TV. So Zhang Yuan did not refute the police officer Mumu, but followed his words and said, yes, my psychiatrist told me before that recording my life in a video or a diary would help my condition. I decided to give it a try today. If I have good material, I can contribute to the TV station, which is considered a part-time job. Saying that, Zhang Yuan handed the camera in his hand to Officer Megami, and Mori Kogura and Hattori Heiji rushed forward. After all, if there was nothing, Zhang Yuan would definitely not be able to stop them. Among them, Hattori Heiji was the most uneasy. After all, according to his reasoning, the diplomat Tsujimura Sunk was already dead before they entered the door. The video begins with Gangwon's first-person perspective. Tsujimura Gongjiang opened the door, the camera followed everyone into the study. First, he looked at the sound where the opera was playing, and then he saw the camera move to the bedside and shoot the scenery outside the window. Immediately afterwards, the voice of Tsujimura Gongjiang complaining that her husband fell asleep sounded on the screen. Tsujimura Gongjiang was relieved to see this. Fortunately, the picture was not aimed at her, otherwise. Before Tsujimura Gongjiang could relax completely, his perspective suddenly turned around and aimed at Tsujimura Gongjiang and Tsujimura Suan. In the picture, everyone clearly watched Tsujimura Gongjiang push his husband with his left hand, and his right hand seemed to be doing something behind Tsujimura Sun's ear. This location. Hattori Heiji looked behind Tsujimura's ear in shock, and a small pinhole was discovered when he examined the body just now. Plus that gleaming needle on the ground. Officer Mumu and Kogoro Mori also looked at Tsujimura Gongjiang, who was pale. Can Mrs. Tsujimura explain your actions? Tsujimura Gongjiang's lips were trembling without saying a word, and then the picture was that Tsujimura Gongjiang called Tsujimura Sun many times but did not respond, knowing that Tsujimura Sun fell to the ground. Mom. Tsuji Village Gongjiang's son and daughter-in-law looked at Tsuji Village Gongjiang with disbelief. There must be a reason, right? Can you explain it, Mom? At the same time, Conan kicked off the quilt covered by Morilan in the guest room, and ripped off his clothes, not even letting go of his little Nene. At this moment, Conan only felt that he was like a big stove, and his body was so hot that he was about to melt. Even if a feather was attached to his body, he felt too hot. With the feeling of melting him, a sudden pain surged in his heart, as if the whole person was about to die. Kudo Shinichi, will die here today? Conan thought bitterly. Originally he thought he would die more tragically. It's a pity that after being hit by a sap by Jin, he can no longer be tragic. After a more violent wave of pain, Conan's body unexpectedly changed back to Kudo Shinichi's appearance. Conan, who was lying on the bed, was dressed in rough clothes, raised his hands in shock and watched. He turned back to Kudo Shinichi. Kudo Shinichi was shocked from the bed and came to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room, looking at himself naked in the mirror for a while in surprise. Of the fishing line wrapped in his hand when Heiji Hattori returned to the study. I'm afraid Hattori fell into the trap set by the murderer. Kudo Shinichi hurriedly opened the closet, hoping that there were clothes of his size in it. After all, he's naked now, so it's impossible to just go to the study to reason. The wardrobe was opened, and what caught the eye was a pink suit and shirt. The corner of Kudo Shinichi's mouth twitched. The taste of the person who stayed in this room last time was really tricky. But looking at the size of this suit, it happened to be his size. Kudo Shinichi felt relieved and hoped that there would be a color in the wardrobe that would not be so exaggerated. Clothes. Taking off the suit, Kudo Shinichi's whole body froze. Under the suit is a set of JK. Kudo Shinichi felt more and more bad, and quickly took away JK in front of him and looked down. Skirts or all kinds of skirts. Even if there is an occasional top with a skirt, you can see that this is a very obvious women's clothing by looking at the patterns on it. Even a slightly neutral women's wear. Kudo Shinichi is desperate. There is no second wardrobe in the whole house, which means that if he doesn't want to go out naked, that pink suit is his best choice. After cursing the last person who lived here, Kudo Shinichi reluctantly changed into the pink suit. Because he didn't wear Xiao Nene, Kudo Shinichi felt a little empty under him. A gust of cool wind blew, and he shivered. Doing enough psychological construction, Kudo Shinichi packed up the clothes that Conan was wearing just now. Otherwise, when Mao Lilan brought the doctor over and saw only Conan's clothes, he would probably be suspected. Thinking of the bath he took with Morilan during this time, Kudo Shinichi felt a little shudder. Xiaolan must not know about this. Kudo Shinichi, who left, went to the corner of the villa to search for the evidence he wanted. If his reasoning was correct, he would definitely find the same fishing line as Heiji Hattori. Not long after Kudo Shinichi left, Morilan hurried to the guest room with the doctor and looked into the room in shock. Only the messy bed inside shows that someone has been in the house just now. Conan? Where have you gone? Mao Lilan was anxiously looking for this Conan. And, Mao Lilan had no choice but to return to the study. According to the relationship during this time, it is estimated that Conan is very likely to be in the study. As soon as he entered the study, he saw Tsuji Village Gongjang hugging his prospective daughter-in-law and crying, while Tsuji Village Gongjiang's son's expression was a little subtle. Tsujimura's father stood there with a face of remorse and guilt. Zhang Principal was holding his own camera, and Hattori Heiji looked like he was hit. The commanding officers, who were satisfied with the police officer Mumu, cleaned up the scene and took pictures and samples. Zhang Yuan, have you seen Conan? Mao Lilan ran to Jianjia Yuan's side and asked. Chapter 44_I, Kudo Shinichi, died today of a large company. No. Zhang Yuan looked at Mao Lilan with a bewildered expression. Didn't you take him to the guest room? Wasn't he there? Yeah, I don't know where this child went to. Although Mao Lilan complained, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, being able to run around also means that this child should be much better? At least it's not like before, I can't even open my eyes. By the way, Brother Hattori, is your reasoning the same way just now? Officer Megami suddenly remembered that Heiji Hattori had just said that he knew who the murderer was. Who was originally defeated, is more like a defeated dog at this time, but unfortunately Hattori Heiji is not blonde and has no double ponytail. No. My reasoning is that the old man is the murderer, but it seems that my reasoning is completely wrong this time. Hattori Heiji said frankly. Hattori Heiji wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose or didn't dare to admit his mistakes, he just felt that he had lost to a layman this time. Came to Tokyo, he had already done his research and knew who the people around Kudo Shinichi were. The magical Zhang Yuan was naturally in his investigation. He knew that Zhang Yuan had no reasoning at all, and this time he actually lost to the camera. It was also because he was too anxious to solve the case that he fell into the trap of the murderer. After hearing Hattori Heiji's words, Tsujimura's father knew what his daughter-in-law meant. After all, the ex-husband who watched his son's plan to frame Tsujimura Gongjang didn't say anything. Even if Tsuji Village Gongjang really succeeded in framing it today, he would not argue, he would just atone for himself and his son. Sorry, Gongjang. Wait a minute. That old man is not the murderer. Kudo Shinichi suddenly opened the door, and when he was at the door, he heard the apology from Tsujimura's father, thinking that Tsujimura's father admitted that he was the murderer. Everyone was attracted by Kudo Shinichi's voice and looked at the door of the study. I saw Kudo Shinichi wearing a tender pink suit standing at the door, one hand on the doorframe, panting heavily. The people in the room were full of question marks. No one said that the old man was the murderer. And who is this pompous little brother? New one. Brother Kudo. Kudo. Bastard kid. Morilan, Officer Meguro, Hattori Heiji, and Mori Kogoro looked at Kudo Shinichi at the door in shock. What shocked them was not Kudo Shinichi's sudden appearance, but that Kudo Shinichi's dress was really too avant-garde. Shinichi, what kind of performance art are you wearing like this? Morilan quickly ran to Kudo Shinichi to support him. She had a lot of words and questions that she wanted to talk to Kudo Shinichi. But everything has not been exported, only this question remains. Hattori Heiji stared blankly at Kudo Shinichi in front of him. Is this a high school detective just as famous as himself? Why do you feel like this person is a little unusual? As for Mori Kogoro, he was simply upset with Kudo Shinichi. After all, his family is like a flower and a jade, gentle and virtuous. Maybe the not-so-gentle cabbage will be humiliated by the pig in front of him. Becoming a father, how can you be happy? Even if Kudo Shinichi is the daughter of both Yosaku Kudo and Yukiko Kudo. Zhang Chenyuan silently pointed the camera at Kudo Shinichi, and gave himself a compliment in his heart. Sure enough, Kudo was very eye-catching in this suit. Later, he thought that those women's clothes were not bad. Zhang Yuan was going to find a chance to buy some small ones for Conan to wear, and then take pictures for him. After all, Kaido Kid can wear women's clothes, you share the same face, there is no reason for Kudo Shinichi to be alone. However, when it comes to sharing a face, Zhang Yuan's eyes turned to Hattori Heiji, who had a vague face. Well, I'm not that familiar yet. When I get to know more about Yuan-chan and yet in the future, I guess Yuan-chan and yet also want to see her Heiji women's clothes. That old man is not a murderer. Kudo Shinichi found that the people in the study seemed to have gone astray, so he emphasized it again. Officer Mumu looked at Kudo Shinichi strangely. That's right, brother, this old man is indeed not a murderer, the culprit is Mrs. Tsuji Village Gongjiang. Kudo Shinichi looked confused, the case was actually solved. It's still the same reasoning as his own. What happened to Hattori Heiji who swore to carry the fishing line just now? Officer Mumu saw the confusion of Kudo Shinichi, and then explained, it's Zhang Yuan's brother. He happened to take a camera today and took a picture of Mrs. Tsujimura's murder. After hearing this, Kudo Shinichi looked at Zhang Yuan in shock, only to find that Zhang Yuan was now shooting hard at him with a camera. What's the matter? Why didn't I find out that my little friends still have the habit of leaving people's black history? And what kind of camera are you wearing? It and say it earlier. How could I possibly appear in front of so many people wearing this suit? This is simply a large-scale social death. Zhang Yuan looked at Kudo Xian, who kept looking at himself, and greeted him with a smile. Long time no see, Kudo. Come and smile at the camera. I can't seem to laugh. Kudo Shinichi looked at the camera in front of him and was about to cry. He should be happy when he changed back to Kudo Shinichi. Why is he so sad? Hey, Shinichi, why is your head so hot? I'll take you to the doctor right now. Mao Lilan touched Kudo Shinichi's forehead and found it was too hot, and quickly pulled Kudo Shinichi and left the study. The doctor who happened to help Conan has not left yet, thank God. Kudo Shinichi was dragged away by Mao Lilan without any resistance. After all, the case has been solved, and it is useless for him to stay here, not to mention that the suit is really indescribable. At this time, Hattori Heiji walked to Zhang Yuan's side and said with a complicated expression, Jian Yuan. Kudo was like this when he was originally. After all, black and white newspapers can't show the color of Kudo Shinichi's clothes. He always thought that Kudo Shinichi was wearing a normal school uniform, just like the one on Morilan. No. Zhang Yuan closed the camera and was silent for a while and replied, so Kudo is still normal. This is the first time I have seen him recently, and I don't know what happened when he was away. Hattori Heiji felt a cool breeze blowing. Kudo was going to be a cowherd, right? It seems that he has seen this pink suit on the promotional page of the cowherd shop. But aren't the conditions of Kudo's family very good? His mother is a world movie star. And his father is a world-class best-selling mystery novel writer, so he shouldn't be so part-timer. Is it a personal hobby? Hattori Heiji looked at the direction Kudo Shinichi was leaving with a complicated expression. Chapter 45 Excellent Mother Yukiko Kudo. Murderer was found, the incident ended quickly, and the police officer Mumu also closed the team and returned to the Metropolitan Police Department with Tsujimura Gongjiang. As for the future of Tsujimura's son and Tsujimura Gongjiang's daughter, Zhang Yuan is not very clear. After all, these two are half-brothers and sisters. It's just that the girl's mother killed the boy's father, and the boy's father framed and killed the girl's father many years ago. What a mess. As for Hattori Heiji, he has always been in a state of doubt about life after meeting Kudo Shinichi. After all, he never thought that Kudo, who is as famous as himself in Kanto, would look like this. Police officer Mumu closed the team. the Mori family also left the Tsuji village house. After all, none of the remaining members of the Tsuji village family welcomed them. Conan also changed back to Conan from Kudo Shinichi's state, but Conan's eyes glittered with hope. After sobering up, Conan was keenly aware that it was the old white dye that Hattori Heiji gave him to make him bigger. This time he changed back to Conan probably because he didn't take enough doses. When he drinks more next time, maybe he will completely change back to Kudo Shinichi. As for Morilan, she is no longer worried. I don't know what Kudo Shinichi said to her, but she seems to be in a good mood. Zhang Yuan was also very happy, not only because he received 2 soul fragments of good quality today, but also because of police officer Mumu's suggestion that he found a new way to get rich. As long as he firmly follows in the footsteps of the Maori family, does he need to go out to find these breaking news? He didn't even bring it to his door. Just like the inside story of the diplomat incident this time, it might be easy to get a few 100,000 yen to get a Japanese TV station. With Gangwon's constant supply of breaking news, it is estimated that Kier Shui Wurina's status on the TV station will definitely rise. Zhang Yuan decided to have a good chat with Brother Jin about this proposal in the daytime tomorrow. And I don't know how the situation on the vodka lawyer's side is going, and how much the asset organization in Shijin Runze's family has gotten. After all, the Shijin family can only sell their assets at a low price to compensate these victims, and the organization can take advantage of the situation to acquire the assets of the Shijin family. Organizations, after all, have legitimate business, just like Pisco's car business. Then the organization can also extract a part of the commission from the victim, which can be said to be an old capitalist after eating the plaintiff and the defendant. Among these people, only Maori Kogora is the most uncomfortable. After all, seeing his own cabbage's active appearance, Maori Kogora can't wait to rush up and give Kudo Shinichi a shoulder throw. In the middle of the way, Zhang Yuan and Mori's family and Hattori Heiji separated. Hattori Heiji said that he would entertain Zhang Yuan well when he was in Osaka next time. As for Conan, he watched Zhang Yuan leave with a brooding back. After all, this is a naked black history, and it was recorded by Zhang Yuan. Thinking about how familiar Zhang Yuan and his mother Yukiko Kudo are, this video will definitely flow into her mother's hands. He thought of his mother's teasing eyes. Conan felt that the future was gloomy. And even if he changed back to Kudo Shinichi, he would not be happy. Just as Conan thought, Zhang Yuan, who had just returned home, turned on the computer and transmitted the video from the camera to the computer, and then sent it to Yukiko Kudo in the form of an email. Less than 5 minutes later, Kudo Yukiko's phone called. "Sister Yukiko. Haha, Zhang Yuan, you haven't slept so late." A voice full of vitality came from the receiver. "Did you see Zinyi today?" "Yeah." Kudo suddenly appeared when I went to work on a case with Uncle Mori, but he was dressed a little. Then I heard Kudo Yukiko laughing recklessly on the other end of the phone, and Zhang Yuan's schadenfreude emotion was clearly heard on the other end of the phone. Kudo Shinichi is really lucky to have such a dynamic mother. What about Conan? How is Conan recently? Yukiko Kudo didn't know whether her son was transformed permanently or temporarily, so he asked through Conan. Conan's cold is a bit serious, but when he and Uncle Xiaolan went home at night, they were much better. Zhang Yuan knew what Kudo Yukiko wanted to ask, and said simply, "That's it?" After Yukiko Kudo finished speaking, she joked with Zhang Yuan for a while, and then agreed that whether it was Conan or Kudo Shin, as long as there was such an interesting video, they would send it to her. "Bring a gift to Gangwon when you go back." Then I asked about Zhang Yuan's current situation. When he heard that Zhang Yuan was going to be a part-time reporter, his first reaction was exactly the same as that of police officer Miu Miu. This career is too suitable for Zhang Yuan. Then I asked Zhang Yuan if he needed a personal connection with Kudo Yosaku. After all, one of them is an actor and the other is a best-selling novelist. The relationship with Nippon TV is not very good. Zhang Yuan declined Kudo Yukiko's proposal. After all, the matter has not been discussed with Brother Jin, so the boss should not feel that the subordinate is making an assertion without authorization. As an old fritter in the workplace, Zhang Yuan is very aware of these unspoken rules. Putting down the phone, Zhang Yuan took a shower, and then felt the quality of the soul stone and went to sleep with satisfaction. Probably because there was too much good news today, Zhang Yuan rarely slept in, and when he woke up early in the morning, the sun had already risen and hung in the air. Washing and exercising, Zhang Yuan went to Dr. Ali's house and found that Dr. Ali had already finished breakfast. However, the breakfast that belongs to Zhang Yuan is still placed on the dining table and waiting for Zhang Yuan to come and enjoy it. I missed Mauralan's home-cooked food again. Zhang Yuan sighed in his heart. Why don't he just go to Maori's house for a meal tonight? Anyway, it's a rest today. Dr. Ali smiled when he saw Zhang Yuan, who was rarely up late, and said, "Oh, Zhang Yuan, it's rare for you to sleep in late." Zhang Yuan scratched his head embarrassedly. "Yeah, doctor, I will trouble you with breakfast today. Did you encounter a case again yesterday?" Dr. Ali asked worriedly, worried that Zhang Yuan would become depressed and unable to sleep again when he encountered a case. "Yeah, but it's not because of the case." Zhang Yuan nodded at Dr. Ali and then talked about his decision to become a part-time reporter. "Haha, that's really good. I have someone I know at Nippon TV. Would you like to say hello to you?" Dr. Akase's words were exactly the same as what Yukiko Kudo said yesterday. After all, Dr. Agaza is also a person with a wide range of friends, otherwise how could Conan and Haberai be easily sent to Diden Elementary School? Can see from the parents of the juvenile detective team in the plot, none of them have family difficulties, and they are basically the elites. Like yesterday, Zhang Yuan declined Dr. Ali's proposal, and decided to leave after dinner. He was going to the Miwa library to read books on reporters, and by the way, he could contact his boss, Jin, on the way. Chapter 46 What about the soul fragments of labor and capital? Zhang Yuan went home and put on a black leather jacket and rode on Mayano Shiho's beloved motorcycle. This leather jacket was bought by Gangwon when he went to the mall yesterday to buy women's clothes for Kudo Shinichi. After all, if there is a Harley without a leather jacket, Zhang Yuan always feels that it is not so suitable. When he came to the alley next to Miwa Library, Zhang Yuan called Jinjiu. "What's the matter?" Jinjiu was a little curious about his subordinates taking the initiative to call. After all, Zhang Yuan had called him actively for so long after joining the organization. Although the other members of the organization contacted Jinjiu very rarely, it was just that Rum would occasionally contact Jinjiu to exchange information. The rest are basically calls from boss. It's such a big brother. Zhang Yuan told Jinjiu about his plans to become a part-time reporter and freelance writer, and then asked Jinjiu if it had anything to do with the organization of the Japanese TV station. Hearing Gangwon's words, Jin fell silent again. "I feel that my subordinate has become a little strange since he stepped out of the shadow of his physique. First turned vodka into a justice messenger vodka lawyer, and then wanted to be a truth seeker and discoverer? The organization is a large-scale criminal group, how can everyone be so brilliant? Am I the only one in the co-authoring organization who is simply involved in the underworld?" However, Jinjiu thought about the advantages of Zhang Yuan becoming a well-known reporter. If the organization wants to go to a place to step in the future, just let Zhang Yuan take them in. Jinjiu can't help but move a bit. "I see. In the organization, Kier works at Nippon TV. I will give you her contact information, and you can contact her in the future. I'll say hello to Kiel in a while, be careful not to expose yourself." After Jinjiu finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and then a string of phone numbers was sent to Jianjia Yuan's mobile phone. Zhang Yuan recalled what Jinjiu said not to reveal his own words. It must be said that Zhang Yuan has also been an old man who has joined the organization for a long time. Chianti and Cohen, who are often in the stronghold, know Zhang Yuan. Even Tequila knows more or less about Gang 1. But for Kiel, Bourbon, and Belmont, who didn't organize their bases, the existence of Gang 1 was relatively unfamiliar. After all, they all have their own legitimate occupations, especially Ung Shitiou. The working emperor has too much work every day, so how can he have so much time to organize a stronghold to stay? Zhang Yuan thinks that Jinjiu means to regard himself as a newcomer who has joined the organization. It seems that Jin doesn't trust Kiel so much. After all, the people who were caught by the CIA, although they killed the interrogators, there is no way to dispel the suspicion of Jinjiu at this level. This time, it is estimated that Zhang Yuan contacting Mizuno Rina is to give Zhang Yuan media relations on the one hand, and on the other hand, let Zhang Yuan indirectly monitor Kiel's movements. If Kiel had an intention to rebel against Gang 1, Jin would know right away. Zhang Yuan nodded and walked towards the Miwa library with satisfaction. Although the hint given by Brother Jinjiu was obvious, Zhang Yuan was not ready to get involved in the disputes between the organization and other intelligence agencies. He is a worker, so he can't be allowed to work for the organization. That's not enough. Zhang Yuan listened to the motorcycle and entered the Miwa library. He glanced at the elevator and found that it was quite far from the first floor, so he simply went to the fire escape and went to the second floor. Zhang Yuan remembered a case in the rice flower library. After all, it was the shadow of his childhood at that time. After reading it when he was a child, Zhang Yuan did not dare to get up at night to go to the toilet for several days. So Gang 1 began to feel the breath of soul fragments as soon as he entered the library. But to Zhang Yuan's surprise, he did not feel the breath of soul fragments in the library. Could it be that the director of the library hasn't killed his staff yet? Zhang Yuan decided to come to the library several times in the past few days, so don't let the soul fragments fly away. Zhang Yuan, who was reading the book, suddenly thought that since the case is bound to happen, he would simply write a press release in advance, and wait until the photo is attached, otherwise he would have to stay up late to rush the manuscript. In his heart, borrowed paper and a pen from the staff and began to write the first manuscript in his life. Until the sun went down, the library should be closed after a while, and Zhang Yuan was satisfied with the manuscript he wrote. Sure enough, after the development of the brain domain, this kind of writing work is really too simple. If it was in the Great Heavenly Dynasty, it would not be too simple to consecrate a book or something. Who didn't hear anything outside the window, put away his belongings. When he was writing the manuscript just now, he seemed to see some strange people looking for something in the library. However, Zhang Yuan didn't care, and simply rode a motorcycle to the Maori detective office. Today is a day to eat. With this leather jacket and the expression imitating vodka, Zhang Yuan successfully bought a few bottles of beer from the convenience store and gave it to Kogoro Maori as a souvenir. As for Mao Lilan, Zhang Yuan has given her husband so many women's clothes, and it's a big deal to let Mao Lilan take care of Kudo Shinichi. Anyway, Kudo Shinichi can't wear it. Zhang Yuan, you're here. After opening the door for Zhang Yuan, Mao Lilan took the things in Jian Jiayuan's hand and put the beer in the refrigerator. Mori Kogoro closed the door of the refrigerator as he looked around. Xiaolan, Zhang Yuan brought so much wine here, why don't you give me a can? Mori Xiaogoro rubbed his hands to please Malilan. No, Dad. I'll drink it at dinner later. Maori Lan firmly rejected Maori Kogoro's application. We'll have dinner when Conan comes back. Damn, why hasn't that kid come back? What the hell did he do? Mori Kogoro said in pieces, but Mao Lilan and Zhang Yuan heard it clearly. After all, he is a martial artist. Conan and his classmates went to the Miwa library. It's about to close. I guess they'll be back soon. Maori Lan looked at the time and said to Maori Kogoro. Zhang Yuan was a little strange when he heard what Mao Lilan just said. Isn't he in the rice flower library today? Why didn't he see the little ghosts of the juvenile detective team? Also, since the goblins are in the rice flower library, how can there be no soul fragments? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan quickly recalled the Conan plot that he had seen before. The episode of Shadow of Childhood should be after the murder of the diplomat, which means that today these little devils really went to the rice flower library according to the plot. And the one that died was missing 2 days ago, 2 days ago. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan is instantly clear. No wonder there are no soul fragments. People have been dead for 2 days, and the soul fragments have naturally dissipated. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth when he thought of this, and the soul fragments of labor and capital just flew like this. Chapter 47_Moody Gang 1. Anti hold his breath, stood up and was about to go out. Hey, Zhang Yuan, are you going out? Mao Lilan looked at the aggressive Zhang Yuan a little puzzled. He was about to eat? What are you going to do? Zhang Yuan knew that if he waited for Conan to come back, he might not have to eat tonight, so he said to Mao Lilan, I just remembered that I had a book that I forgot to return, so I just returned the book before it was closed. I can still bring Conan back on the way. Then I'll leave it to you. Morikogoro nodded frantically, motioning Zhang Yuan to get Conan back quickly. Zhang Yuan went out. The sky had already darkened, and Zhang Yuan, who was riding a motorcycle, returned to the rice flower library again. The library has been closed, and the whole building is pitch black without a trace of light. If Conan hadn't returned home, no one would have thought that there would be someone in the library. Zhang Yuan walked towards the library, and the door just happened to be unlocked. Presumably the chief librarian already knew that the detective boys were still hiding in the library. Zhang Yuan has already decided that since he did not pick up the soul fragments of the librarian, let the librarian compensate him with his own soul. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan turned on the camera. Today is the first day of reporter Zhang Yuan's work. Zhang Yuan's camera was aimed at the rice flower library and said, the door here doesn't seem to be locked, but the whole building is dark. Is there someone who has an accident and can't help? After speaking, Zhang Yuan walked into the library. He scanned the first floor and found that there was no one there. Zhang Yuan pointed the camera at the button of the elevator. The button showed that the elevator stopped on the 3rd floor of the library. Zhang Yuan walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, which is the children's area of the rice flower library. Zhang Yuan walked into the children's area, where he felt the souls of 4 children and the soul of an old man. It seems that the battle of wits between the Boy Scouts and childhood shadows has begun. But Zhang Yuan did not follow his soul to find them, but instead came to the bookshelf. Gang 1 took out the children's books on the outer layer and found that there were still books wrapped next to them, so he took them out again. As if to open it out of curiosity, Zhang Yuan opened the book whose cover was displayed as an imported book in a foreign language, and inside it was a pack of anesthetic. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Since the evidence is already there, the librarian must be suspected. Isn't it normal for the young man to kill the prisoner because of his excessive defense? After all, most people have never seen such a large package of anesthetics. As for why Zhang Yuan knew about anesthesia, just push it to Kudo Shinichi. After all, Kudo Shinichi has never seen anything in so many cases where he followed the original body. In this way, Zhang Yuan walked in the direction of the director of the library with the camera in hand. After a while, Zhang Yuan saw Director Jinchuan with this briefcase on his arm. Hello. Zhang Yuan greeted Director Jinchuan kindly. Director Jinchuan was taken aback when he saw Zhang Yuan, who appeared behind him at an unknown time, and the briefcase in his hand fell to the ground at that time. Coincidentally, the clasp of the briefcase was not locked properly, which caused the foreign book that was exactly the same as the children's area to fall out. What's the matter with you? We've closed the library? Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't look surprised, Director Jinchuan thought he didn't discover the secrets in the book, and then squatted down to pack his things and asked. That's it, I'm here to find a kid in a little blue suit, shorts, and a red bow around his neck. His family said he came here to read today, and I'm here to pick him up, but it doesn't seem to be here. Zhang Yuan looked a little distressed, as if he couldn't find a naughty child. Jin Chuan was completely relieved to see what Zhang Yuan said, and then said, "Before the museum closes, there will be security guards to check if anyone is staying here. The child must be running with friends to play." Zhang Yuan mentioned, Director Jin Chuan really had an impression. After all, when the police came today, this child jumped up and down to follow the investigation, and it looked very annoying. "Is that so?" Zhang Yuan said apologetically, "I'm really bothering you, sorry." Zhang Yuan bowed slightly like a native of Neon. "Where, just as I'm going out, I'll take you out with me." Director Jin Chuan smiled and prepared to leave the library with Zhang Yuan. Just as the two were getting closer, Zhang Yuan suddenly shot. I saw Zhang Yuan grabbed one of the arms of Director Jin Chuan with both hands and then turned around 180 degrees. It was a beautiful shoulder throw. Zhang Yuan grasped that this shoulder throw could directly shatter Curator Jin Chuan's bones. But when Zhang Yuan turned his head, he saw the terrified Yoshida Ayumi and the shocked Conan. After hearing Zhang Yuan's voice, these little devils still came up. Seeing that the young detective team, Zhang Yuan regretted withdrawing his strength. After all, if the director Jin Chuan was directly thrown to death in front of the young detective team, it is estimated that this bloody scene would not be able to take Zhang Yuan with him when going out in the future. Under the shocking attention of the children, Director Jin Chuan was slammed to the ground by Zhang Yuan, his eyes rolled and foaming at the mouth, unconscious. "Okay, so scary." Kojima Motoda and Sabareya Mitsuhiko said tremblingly as they looked at Zhang Yuan. They hid to the side to see clearly just now. This brother still had a smile on his face when he turned around. "I didn't expect that the curator would be directly smashed into the state in the next second." "Brother Zhang Yuan? Why are you here?" Conan looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, since he heard Zhang Yuan speak just now. Zhang Yuan tidied up his clothes to make himself as friendly as possible, and then said, "Xiao Lan said you went to the Miwa library today. I happened to have a book that I forgot to return, so I came over to pick you up." Youth detective team didn't dare to move when they saw the kind Zhang Yuan in front of them. After all, this big brother just laughed and labeled Director Jin Chuan like this. "But, why do you know that Curator Jin Chuan is a bad guy?" Conan seemed even more curious. Could it be because he wanted to be a part-time reporter, so his little friend's reasoning ability was awakened? Zhang Yuan pointed to the briefcase in the hand of the Curator Jin Chuan and said, "I saw the contents here when I was in the children's area just now, and I met your new brother before." Conan heard Zhang Yuan's words. He immediately remembered his past and Zhang Yuan's prosperous years, and felt a sigh in his heart. "Change back to Gangwon soon. Then the two of us will fight again. I'm in charge of solving the case, and you're in charge of reporting. Holmes and John Watson of the Heisei era. Well, I'm going to call the police. You guys can wait here. You can finish dinner early." After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he left and went downstairs to call the police. After all, he can't always use the organization's phone to call the Metropolitan Police Department, but the organization will investigate the call records on time. Gangwon, who came back after calling the police, found that the little ghosts of the juvenile detective team were still standing honestly. This doesn't seem to be the same as the bear children in the plot. Are they all good looking? Zhang Yuan scratched his head inexplicably, and then concluded that this is a real world. How can there be such a bear child? It's just that Zhang Yuan didn't notice that the cold sweat on the heads of Kojima Motoda and Sabareya Mitsuhiko was slowly flowing down. Chapter 48_Reliable Gangwon. While waiting for the Metropolitan Police Department's Rice Flower Library, Zhang Yuan heard Conan talk about the fact that during the day, Officer Mumu once brought people to the library to search for the missing subordinates of Director Jin Chuan. Conan wanted to find the location of the subordinate before the people from the Metropolitan Police Department arrived, but there was a high probability that the subordinate might have found out that Curator Jinchuan was selling drugs and hiding drugs, and was silenced by Curator Jinchuan. Juvenile detective team were also very interested in the collective activity of looking for the body, and they rushed out regardless of their usual time. But not now. The Zhang Yuan brother in front of him looks moody. If they don't behave well, maybe they will be thrown up and smashed to the ground like this curator. Zhang Yuan, who had seen the plot, knew that the subordinate of Director Jinchuan was hiding on the roof of the elevator, and now that the elevator was on the same floor as them, Zhang Yuan had already smelled a faint odor of corpse. To say that Director Jinchuan is also a big heart, this subordinate has been on the elevator for at least more than a day. If you leave it for another day, it is estimated that people who come to the Miwa library tomorrow to take the elevator will smell the corpse stench. The unhappy Zhang Yuan was not going to tell Conan the location of the body directly. He decided to let Director Tsugawa feel the danger and malice of the world again. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan looked at Conan, who was thinking about it, with a smile and said, "Conan. What's wrong, brother Zhang Yuan?" Conan was a little curious about Zhang Yuan's sudden call to him. Could it be that this little friend knows the location of Mr. Yushin's body? My sister Xiaolan and I are both martial arts practitioners, so we usually don't think about it like your new first brother and you when we encounter this kind of thing. Zhang Yuan hid his emotions well, and did not let Conan see that he is ready to take revenge on Director Tsugawa. Since the ready-made answer is here, why do we want to go far? Zhang Yuan smiled brightly, and then he picked up the comatose curator Jin Chuan on the ground and walked into the bathroom. Jin Chuan was picked up by Zhang Yuan by his upper body, but his lower body was thrown on the ground and dragged along. Zhang Yuan went to the bathroom door and looked at Conan and the detective boys. Our usual approach will be more direct. Conan stared blankly at Zhang Yuan and took Director Jinchuan into the bathroom. He didn't quite understand what Zhang Yuan meant directly. But looking at Jianjia Yuan's last action, it doesn't seem to be a harmonious thing. As for the three young detectives who didn't dare to move just now, they were already trembling with fear by Zhang Yuan. Dr. Aga gave them movie tickets a few days ago. They didn't know why they, who were in love with Godzilla and Kamen Rider, chose a horror movie. After watching the whole movie, only Conan seems to have never seen it, as if nothing happened. After all, when Kudo Shinichi was in his form, he did not rarely see murder scenes, and watching the movie even felt a bit pediatric. But when the remaining three little ones came out of the auditorium, their legs were all soft. Just now, the scene where Zhang Yuan took the director Jinchuan was exactly the same as the plot in the movie, and even Zhang Yuan's last smile was similar to that perverted murderer. Thinking about the situation that Director Jinchuan might encounter for a while, San Xiaozai regretted the behavior of staying at the Rice Flower Art Museum today. Why do you want to investigate a disappearance case? Isn't it delicious to watch Masked Superman in order to motivate obediently? Even doing homework at home is better than it is now. Whoa. The sound of splashing water was followed by the miserable cry of Director Tsugawa, followed by the sound of fists and flesh hitting. Accompanied by Zhang Wan's voiceless questioning, the sound of the beating has not stopped. After listening for a while, Conan suddenly rushed to the bathroom where Zhang Yuan was in a panic. He just heard that Zhang Yuan has been asking and not talking, but Zhang Yuan doesn't seem to ask anything. Brother Zhang Yuan, do anti-fight Zhang Yuan. Conan rushed over and hugged Jianjia Yuan's leg. Although it was useless, it could make Zhang Yuan feel his determination. Zhang Yuan looked at Conan suspiciously. What's wrong with Conan? Don't worry, I'm being measured. These criminals who sell drugs and hide drugs don't cry without seeing the coffin. If you give them something nice, they'll be honest. I've seen this kind of person with your new brother a lot, don't worry. Zhang Yuan said decisively after touching Conan's head. Not to mention the feel of Conan's head is still very good, especially the clump of dull hair on the back of his head. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was about to attack again, Conan anxiously shouted out his thoughts, but brother Zhang Yuan, you haven't asked him any questions yet. Ah. Zhang Yuan pretended to be surprised, didn't I ask? Jin Chuan finally recovered his senses, and suddenly he felt sad. If you haven't asked, ask me to tell me, or not. What am I supposed to say? The atmosphere in the bathroom was a little awkward for a while. Zhang Yuan seemed to be embarrassed to touch his nose, and then said, a prisoner like this must not be telling the truth at first, and it is the most effective way to beat him first. Rest assured, I am very got it. After speaking, Zhang Yuan seemed to be angry and wanted to attack director Jinchuan again. Conan was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted to curator Jinchuan, where is the body of Mr. Yu Tian you killed? Conan's voice fell. Curator Jinchuan immediately began to answer, on the top of the elevator. Right on the roof, you can see it when you open the elevator door. As if he was afraid that Zhang Yuan's fist would fall on his body again, Director Jinchuan quickly said where the corpse was. After hearing the answer, Zhang Yuan was no longer able to unilaterally beat the bald old man, and then hit Curator Jinchuan with a knife on the back of his neck, knocking Curator Jinchuan unconscious. Jinchuan clearly saw regret in Zhang Yuan's eyes before he fell into a coma, as if it was a pity that he gave the answer too quickly. Now that he had finished asking, Zhang Yuan carried Curator Jinchuan back into the corridor. The three little stances that had been slightly relaxed immediately became tense. They heard the conversation just now, and in their eyes, this Zhang Yuan brother simply wanted to beat the curator. Can only be said that it is really worthy of being a child, and the intuition is really accurate. The police officer Mumu arrived with a brigade, Miwa Library. According to Jian Jiayuan's intelligence, this time the case not only involved murder, but also the possession of drugs, and the number was quite large. 2 police officers took over the custody of Director Jin Chuan, and Zhang Yuan and the juvenile detective team were released home after being asked about the basic situation. Conan was taken away by Zhang Yuan, and the remaining 3 little ghosts were sent home by Takagi Shibuya, arranged by the police officer Muki, in a police car. Got in the car, were very lively this time. After all, seeing that Officer Mumu and Zhang Yuan were so familiar, they always felt that the police could not guarantee their safety. The police car drove so far away from Gang 1 that they could no longer see Gang 1. After relaxing, they felt that their close-fitting clothes had been wet with sweat. When they got home and saw their parents, they almost cried as if they were after the catastrophe. This performance also caused distress from the parents. At the same time, I am even more grateful to Zhang Yuan, who Takagi Shibuya said. Without that boy, how dangerous would my children be? Be sure to move around more in the future. Chapter 49_First Meeting with Mizunarina. Gang 1, who was in a hurry to finish his meal, rushed back to the office at a speed that made Conan tremble. After getting off the Gang 1 motorcycle, the down-to-earth feeling made Conan seem to be reborn. Taking Conan to the second floor of the office, in the complaint of Mori Kogoro, Zhang Yuan told Mori Kogoro what happened tonight. Expected of a reliable parent, Kogoro Mori immediately grasped the main point of Zhang Yuan's words, that is, these little devils are investigating the disappearance case without authorization, knowing that there may be danger. You must know that the investigation of missing cases is not a safe job. After all, no one else knows whether this person simply ran away from home, or encountered an accident and encountered danger, or was targeted and silenced by someone or an organization. Mori Kogoro can't wait to teach the young detectives a good lesson right now, but it's a pity that there is only Conan in front of him, but the weight of education cannot be less. So the dinner in Zhang Yuan was spent in the preaching of Mori Kogoro, the iron fist of love, and the screams of Conan. Don't say, Conan's screams are a bit unexpected for dinner. After a satisfied meal of Maoriland's home-cooked food, Zhang Yuan left the Maori detective agency and looked at his watch. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yuan, who was riding his motorcycle and preparing to go home, always felt as if he had forgotten something. Just as he was about to start the engine and leave, Zhang Yuan slapped himself on the forehead. Today. So Zhang Yuan quickly found a public phone booth to use the public phone to contact Keel. After all, brother Jinjiu has hinted that he can pretend to be Mensin, so he just pretends to be Mensin who hasn't joined the organization, and he will have to fight with the CIA intelligence agent. Maybe one day he will be exposed by Keel. After all, in the later period, Keel had the experience of being captured. If that time comes, wouldn't Jian Jiayuan's vest completely fall off? After complimenting Jinjiu's plan again in his heart, Zhang Yuan dialed the number Jinjiu gave in the phone booth. As for the stronghold, Zhang Yuan never worried. After all, Jinjiu's ability to control the stronghold is still very strong. Maybe at this time, the members of the stronghold have already been issued a gag order. As for the last stronghold member who did not obey the order of Jin, the vodka lawyer was sunk into Tokyo Bay and made his own contribution to land reclamation. As for Mizuno Liane's side, Zhang Yuan felt guilty for a while and then returned to normal. After all, Mizuno Rina, who works at Nippon TV station, should often work overtime. Maybe she just got off work at this time. At this time, Shui Wulianai was sitting in a restaurant open at night, looking at the watch on her wrist, and the corners of her mouth twitched with a glass of water in front of her. Just like Zhang Yuan thought, Mizuno Rina has been working overtime a lot recently, and it is basically this time every day before she gets off work. But today, she received a call from Jinjiu, saying that someone would provide her news as a part-time reporter, and then Jinjiu turned off the phone. Getting this news, Mizuno Rina's brain began to run rapidly. This person should not be a member of the organization, at least not a member of the code name. After all, she hadn't heard of any code-named member of the organization who was a part-time reporter. But she still had to take Jinjiu's orders seriously, so in the daytime, after finishing her day's work, she got off work on time at night and came to a cafe to wait for Jian Jiayuan's call. After drinking 3 cups of coffee in the cafe, there was still no call from Gang 1. At this time, the cafe was ready to close. So Mizuno Rina simply found a restaurant to wait for the call while eating. After dinner, she drank 4 glasses of water and went to the bathroom. Shui Wuliana looked at the watch on her wrist. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Should Ntishi and Jin be pigeons by this person? Just when Mizuno Liane was about to call Jinjiu and ask again, the organization's mobile phone vibrated. Mizuno Rina's expression lifted. The damn call finally came. She quickly glanced at the caller's phone number, and found that it was from a public phone. She nodded inwardly. It seemed that she was not a member of the organization. If the members of the organization will at least be issued with a mobile phone dedicated to the organization. Hello. Shui Wu Ryane said after connecting the phone, and then silently listened to the movement on the other side. To Shui Wulianai's surprise, the voice on the other side was not like the voice of a middle-aged man she imagined, but the voice of a teenager. The youthful feeling in it made Shui Wulianai feel like it was a teenager. Someone asked me to make this call and said I could trade photos or videos for some income. Mizuno Rina thought about what Jinju said about the part-time reporter, which seemed to be similar to what the young man said, so he answered, and then the two made an appointment for a meeting place to meet. The meeting place was set in an izakaya. After Zhang Yuan walked in, he found that Mizuno Rina was already sitting on the seat waiting for him. After putting down his backpack, Zhang Yuan first apologized to Shui Wuliane. I'm sorry Miss Mizuno, I suddenly encountered something today, so I'm late. Shui Wulian nodded calmly, and then was shocked by Jian Jiayuan's youth. This boy looked like a high school student. Has the organization already started targeting high school students? After being polite, Zhang Yuan was going to get straight to the point. Some people say that I can exchange news for you to get paid. I don't know if it's true. Probably because of Zhang Yuan's appearance and age, Shui Wuliana slightly let go of her guard and her attitude improved a lot. Of course, If it was fake, I wouldn't have waited for you for so long. Although his attitude has improved a lot, Shui Wulianai is still a little resentful after waiting all afternoon. After all, it's time to go home and take a good rest, make a mask and take a bath, isn't it? What about the price? Zhang Yuan asked a question he was more concerned about. Then it depends on the quality of the news you provide, Shui Wulianai said after thinking about it. At the same time, she also decided that if the news of this young man was not so hot, she would still pay, but only how much? There is some consolation prize in it. After all, it was ordered by Jinjiu. If the daily TV station does not accept it, she will pay for it herself, and the organization can reimburse it anyway. After all, how many reporters from Japanese TV stations can't be as good as a high school student? Zhang Yuan nodded and didn't say anything more, but instead handed his camera to Shui Wulianai. The camera has its own playback function, and you can see the video recorded by Gangwon before. The video contains not only the drug and corpse case in the rice flour library that Gangwon experienced today, but also the whole story of the murder of a diplomat. At the beginning, Shui Wulianai didn't pay much attention to the content of the video, but as the video played, Shui Wulianai gradually opened her cherry mouth, looking very surprised. After all, there was such an inside story about the murder case of a diplomat who was wearing a lot of news yesterday, but she, a journalist, didn't know it. There is also the incident at Rice Flower Library, because it just happened, she should be the first media to know about it. Seeing this, Shui Wulianai said to Zhang Yuan sternly, I can give you 5 million yen for these two pieces of news. If the incident of the Miwa Library is only because of its great social influence, then the incident of the diplomat is more complicated. After all, the grievances and love-hate relationships between the two generations of diplomats' families can attract the public's attention. Shui Wulianai, who has been lurking in the Japanese TV station for many years, knows this industry very well. This young man is really talented. Thinking of this, Mizunarina's eyes looking at Zhang Yuan are full of curiosity and inquiry. Chapter 50 _ a joke that can't be avoided. Seeing Shui Wulianai's satisfied look, Zhang Yuan nodded and stood up, took out a note that had been prepared for a long time and put it in front of Shui Wulianai. Then I won't bother you anymore. This is my bank account. You can pay me directly at that time. After handing the note to Mizunarina, Zhang Yuan left the izakaya. Mizunarina, who was still in the izakaya, looked at the camera in her hand and the note left by Zhang Yuan, and she suddenly felt despair in her heart. It seems to be another sleepless night today. I would have known that I would go home in the afternoon to make up for a sleep. However, if it is just such a task, Mizunarina is still very satisfied, at least there is no danger. Shui Wulianai, who has always been walking on thin ice in the organization, is afraid that something went wrong and will lead him to follow in the footsteps of many CIA seniors and his father. After all, it would be good if the undercover agent caught by Jinju died directly, and more of them were guinea pigs who were caught by Jinju and sent to various drug laboratories as human experiments. It was really hard to die. It was already 12 o'clock when Zhang Yuan arrived home. After changing into pajamas and washing, Zhang Yuan lay on the bed and thought about whether there was any omission today. Kudo Shinichi did not appear on the camera handed to Mizunarina. At that time, Zhang Yuan specially changed a memory card to shoot Kudo Shinichi's dark history. 5 million yen buyout fee that Mizuno Liana is the master, it is probably less than 300,000 yuan when converted into RMB. But Zhang Yuan was not dissatisfied. After all, as long as the action of the Maori family followed closely, the follow-up income would come in a steady stream. After all, it is possible to come into contact with the Phantom Thief Kid. As the dream of thousands of neon girls, the Phantom Thief Kid, his news is very popular. Zhang Yuan fell asleep slowly while thinking. In his dream, he sketched a sincere smile, as if smelling the ink of the banknotes. The next morning, Gangwon got up early as usual, went for a morning run and then went to Dr. Agaza's house for breakfast. During the meal, Jang Yuen told Dr. Agaza the good news that he had sold his news. By the way, he also asked Dr. Agaza to help him make a portable, high-definition miniature camera that can be attached to clothes. After all, not every criminal suspect is as sloppy as Tsujimura Gongjang. Jang Yuen held the camera at her and didn't notice it at all. Dr. Ali happily accepted Jang Yuen's entrustment and accepted the material fee that Jang Yuen gave him. After all, Jang Yuen was really embarrassed to take advantage of Dr. Agsa. From the original body until he has received a lot of care from Dr. Agaza. Gangwon's good mood continued until he had just finished cleaning his room. Brother Jinjia called Jang Yuen again. This time, I still took Mayano Shiho to see her sister. Blushes when he thinks of the affirmative tone of the last time he swore that he would get a code name. It's like looking back at the novel I wrote in junior high school when I was 28 years old. It was really the scene of the death of a large society. If there's anything more embarrassing than this kind of thing, it's your friend reading a novel you wrote in junior high school with you. The protagonist's name is still his own. Although Jang Yuen was very resistant to this task, it was clear that Jinju's orders never left room for others to refuse. Besides, Gangwon has no valid reason not to do this mission. Thinking of Shiho Mayano's generous overtime pay, Jang Yuen overwhelmed these negative emotions in his heart, and then rode a motorcycle to the pharmaceutical company. This time, Jang Yuen didn't have to ask the security guard about Shiho Mayano's office, and went outside the office with a familiar approach, knocked on the door, and walked in. When Mayano Shiho saw Jang Yuen's arrival, a complicated look flashed in his eyes, and then he seemed to think of something, and another burst of laughter flashed. Wait a minute for me, we'll go when I'm done. Jang Yuen didn't open his mouth to talk, instead he nodded and stood silently on the side, like a mute. After seeing Jang Yuen, Shiho Mayano quickened his movements, and after a while, he stood up and took off his white coat and put on his jacket. His lower body was still a short skirt and two slender legs wrapped in stockings. Let's go. Mayano Shiho didn't tease him as Jang Yuen imagined, but he took Jang Yuen away from the company's gate and took a taxi to the place he made with Mayano Akimi. Mayano Shiho, who was silent all the way along the way, made Jang Yuen feel relieved. Just before stepping into the coffee shop, Mayano Shiho stopped at the door and looked back at Jang Yuen slightly. Jang Yuen classmate, you must have obtained your favorite code name, so as a senior, can I ask what your code name is? After finishing speaking, Mayano Shiho chuckled, pushed open the door and walked into the coffee shop, leaving Jang Yuen alone in the same place, looking at Mayano Shiho's back. This woman really is a devil. Jang Yuen roared in his heart, and then seemed to think of something. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Thinking of Haberai, who will live in Dr. Agaza's house in the future, Jang Yuen has already started to think about how to scare Shiho Mayano, who has become smaller, in order to avenge today's revenge. Jang Yuen, who was about to lift his foot to enter the door, suddenly found Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho walking out of the coffee shop again. Mayano Akimi smiled and said after seeing Jang Yuen, my university teacher recommended me a good cherry blossom viewing spot. Would you like to go and see it together? This season is a good time for cherry blossom viewing. Cherry blossom viewing. Jang Yuen looked at Mayano Shiho and then at Mayano Akimi, a little puzzled. Then it would be better to meet directly at the cherry blossom viewing place. Why do you have to meet in a cafe? For the goddamn sense of ritual? Mayano Shiho seemed to be able to keep up with Jian Jiayuan's brain circuits, and said to Jang Yuen with a light smile, because it is far from Tokyo, my sister has a car and can take us with you. Jang Yuen could only nod his head. He couldn't refute this reason. After all, the motorcycle that Mayano Shi promised him couldn't take two people with him. They can't be the two sisters sitting in the car eating hot pot and singing songs, while he rides a motorcycle and eats the exhaust and blows the wind. 3 got into Mayano Akimi's car. Mayano's sisters sat in the driver and co-pilot, and Zhang Chenyuan sat in the back seat and looked out the window. Mayano Akimi, who was chatting, suddenly thought of something. By the way, Zhang Yuan. What's wrong? Zhang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling when he looked at Mayano Akimi in the driver's seat. Did you get a code name? Chapter 51 Gang 1's mood up after seeing Mori's family. The co-pilot Mayano Shiho immediately burst into laughter when he heard Mayano Akimi's question, and then immediately returned to his original cold expression. It was just the smile in his eyes that betrayed the rapidly changing chief researcher. What are you laughing at? Zhang Yuan complained to Mayano Shiho. Zhang Yuan did not answer Mayano Akimi's poignant question. These two sisters are indeed born from the same mother, and they are really a virtue in terms of piercing people's hearts. Mayano Shiho Yuguan glanced at the resentful Zhang Yuan and replied solemnly, I didn't laugh. You laughed out loud. This was not Mayano Shiho's voice, but Mayano Akimi who was driving. What are you laughing at? I'm happy to see my sister. Mayano Akimi was not as fast as Mayano Shiho's face-changing speed, so she could only drive the car with a smile on her face, and then lied to Zhang Yuan. At this moment, Zhang Yuan leaned against the back seat in a very dark gray. He felt that the driver and the co-pilot in front were two demons in human skins. Zhang Yuan said that he no longer wanted to take on this task. Even if Mayano Shiho paid more overtime pay, he would not do it. Unless Mayano's Hibao pays more, he will never let him work overtime with his strong bones. Probably feeling Zhang Yuan's despair, Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi did not tease Zhang Yuan anymore, but chatted on their own. Suddenly Mayano Shiho asked Zhang Yuan quietly, did you use aptX 4869 the other day? Then the car fell silent. Zhang Yuan felt quite puzzled. After all, Mayano Akimi didn't seem to have done any missions at all. Her role in this organization is to control Shiho Mayano. How could Jin give her such an important drug as aptX 4869? It took Zhang Yuan a while to realize that Mayano Shiho was talking to him. Ah, are you talking to me? Mayano Shiho looked at this dazed boy speechlessly. If she hadn't seen Zhang Yuan's name on the user of aptX 4869, she would never have believed that this boy was also a murderer without blinking an eye. After all, Gang 1 is more deceptive than Jin. Before waiting for Mayano Shiho to answer, Zhang Yuan sat up and nodded and said, yes, that's right. I used 2 capsules, one for Takeshita Yashin and the other for Hideaki Nakajima. Why? Mayano Shiho's pupils dilated and looked back at the plain boy. The tone of the boy when he said killing 2 people was calm, as if telling you that he killed 2 bugs. Why? Zhang Yuan repeated Mayano Shiho's question with a smile, because Tequila died at that time, because Brother Jin gave an order, and because you can't kill these 2 people, you may have to see them in the laboratory. I am. Where are there so many whys? Just like what Zhang Yuan said, no matter how much Jinju values him, he is still a peripheral member without a code name. A member with a code name, Tequila was smashed to pieces, and he was unscathed. If these 2 culprits are not dealt with, Jinjia will immediately suspect that Zhang Yuan has done something. At that time, no matter how much Jinju took a fancy to him, he couldn't get used to the following mistakes. Waiting for Gang 1 is the only way to send it to the laboratory to glow and heat. Girl, if you fall into the rivers and lakes, you are a lifeless person. How can there be so much sadness in spring and autumn? Zhang Yuan's words made Mayano Shibao fall into silence. That's right, in this organization, if you don't kill people, someone will kill you, and there can be a few people with research talents like her. If Zhang Yuan really had a talent for research, then he would not be under Jinju but as a research assistant for her. Mayano Akimi felt the heavy atmosphere in the car and said, okay, if you're not in the organization, don't talk about the organization, we'll be there soon. few people know about this cherry blossom viewing spot. In fact, the only person who felt heavy in the car was Mayano Shiho himself. Zhang Yuan didn't feel any heavy, the soul fragments were thrown into the soul stone, what could he be heavy? If it wasn't for the fear that Mayano Shiho thought he was a pervert, he would be happy. As the car moved forward and the surrounding trees decreased, they found a viewing platform halfway up the mountain. The surrounding cherry blossoms are scattered and dancing in the wind, which is really beautiful. It's just that the cars parked on the observation deck seem to say that this is not a niche attraction. Zhang Yuan's eyesight is very good. From a distance, it is probably a three-person group, two big and one small, middle-aged and young, and three-generation gangs. Among them, the girl seems to have a horn on her head, like a unicorn. Death-spreading trio? Seeing this familiar combination, Zhang Yuan suddenly regained his spirits. He didn't expect that today's task would still be unexpectedly rewarded. However, after careful perception, Zhang Yuan found that there were no traces of other people around. Could it be that the god of death gave him a holiday this time? Mayano Akimi parked the car behind Mori Kogora's car, and looked at the three people at the observation deck curiously. Hey, the professor told me that no one usually comes here. Mayano Shiho also saw the trio, especially Morilan, who had talked to her before, and the unscrupulous Conan. Shiho Mayano had a fresh memory of this family, and then Shiho Mayano turned to look at Zhang Yuan. They seem to be the Maori family. Hey, sister, do you know them? Mayano Akimi was obviously a little curious that her sister knew people outside the organization. Mayano Shiho nodded. The last time I met with a case at the Gang 1 Association's base, I knew them at that time. Mayano Akimi nodded. Where does this man seem to have seen him? Afterwards, the cherry blossom viewing trio got out of the car, and the sound of the door closing caught the attention of Mori Kogora, Morilan, and Conan. Miss Mayano and Zhang Yuan. The Mori family was a little surprised to see the Mayano sisters and Zhang Yuan. They didn't expect that they could meet acquaintances in such a remote place. As for Mori Kogora, as soon as he saw Mayano Akimi, he stared at Mayano Akimi's thigh and couldn't pull it out. Xiaolan, uncle, you are here too, and Conan. Zhang Yuan felt happy from the bottom of his heart after seeing them. No matter what, the soul fragments of today will definitely not be able to escape. Zhang Yuan, and Miss Mayano, who is this? Mao Lilan waved happily, looking at Mayano Akimi curiously. This is Miss Mayano's older sister, Miss Mayano Akimi. Zhang Yuan introduced. Hello, my name is Mao Lilan, this is Conan and he is. When Mao Lilan, who was about to introduce Kogoro Mori, saw his father's idiotic appearance, he was immediately struck with an elbow. This is my father, Kogoro Mori. Chapter 52_Tokyo That Can't Go Back. By Morilan, finally realized that he was too rude, so he straightened his body with a dry cough and straightened his tie. That's right, I am Kogoro Mori. Eh? Mr. Mori, is that the famous detective? Mayano Akimi had also heard of Mori Kogora. After all, it has always been the son-in-law who is playing on behalf of him. Recently, Kogoro Mori has become very famous. Because of meeting acquaintances, Mayano Akimi simply invited the Mori family to enjoy the cherry blossoms together. Because Mayano Shiho had difficulty reaching people outside the organization, Mayano Akimi also wanted her sister to communicate with Mayor Elon more. Seems that Akimi Mayano's idea is still very effective. Morilan's cheerfulness has affected Shiho Mayano, and the originally cold expression has also brought a little warmth. As for LSP Mori Kogora, of course, he is getting close to Mayano Akimi. Zhang Yuan didn't understand Mori Kogora very well either, and he clearly pretended in his heart that concubine Yingri would be stubborn and refuse to let the family come back. It's so good to be a lonely old man at home. As for Conan, he was bored and wandered around with Gang 1. There is no murder case and no football, which makes Conan feel that he is a salted fish who can't turn over, and he can't play any spirits. The observation deck, so it's better to follow Gang 1 around. For why Gang 1 hangs around, it's mainly because Gang 1 wants to find out where the unlucky guy this time is. As a result, after wandering around for a long time, Conan was sweating on his head, and Zhang Yuan didn't see even a single person nearby. Zhang Yuan, who returned empty-handed, sighed in his heart. This time, he should not really encounter the Mori family. If he did not encounter a case, he just took an ordinary vacation. As for the memories based on the plot, the entire Conan has more than 1,000 episodes, watched the cherry blossom so many times, and spent countless times in the mountains. As for Zhang Yuan's way of determining a certain timeline, at least now Mayano Shiho has not become smaller, and the plot should still be in the early stage. Time passed quickly, the setting sun dyed the whole sky red, and Mayano Shiho, who was looking at the distance on the mountainside, also felt that his mood was much better. At least the organization's sense of restraint on her cannot be experienced here. Thinking of this, Shiho Mayano glanced at Zhang Yuan in gratitude. If it wasn't for Gang 1, she and her sister would still be in that small coffee shop every time they met. When the time is up, members of the organization will force her back to the base, like a prisoner being visited. It's getting late, let's go back to Tokyo. Kogoro Mori raised his hand and looked at his watch, then said to the crowd. Sister Mayano nodded and returned to the car, ready to go back to Tokyo with Kogoro Mori. The two sedans headed from Kogoro Mori's car to the tree-lined road between the trees. After driving for about half an hour, Akimi Mayano asked Zhang Yuan with a strange expression. Zhang Yuan, I think Mr. Mori seems to be leading the wrong way. Zhang Yuan looked at the car of Kogoro Mori in front, and then looked at the sky outside. The fiery red sky has been replaced by dark clouds at some point in time. When he thought of the ancestral attributes of the Maori family, Mao Lilan is the emperor of destiny. Even if he gets lost, he can reach his destination even if he throws a branch. But Maori Kogoro doesn't seem to have such luck. Betting on horses, betting 10 times and losing 10 times, going to play with small steel balls is like doing charity. It can be described as the charitable gambling king of Neon Tokyo Popcorn Town. But at this time, Zhang Yuan couldn't dismantle Maori Kogoro. After all, today's soul fragment depends on Maori Kogoro getting lost and encountering a murder case, so Zhang Yuan said. Isn't it what Uncle Maori asked himself to lead the way? He should be sure. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he secretly touched his heart. He feels his conscience is gone. Maori Kogoro doesn't have any B numbers for his ancestral Lichi attribute, and then he always throws the blame at each other with Mayor Elon. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment that Conan would often encounter such desperate situations in the future, and he felt a burst of schadenfreude. At this time, he felt that the Mayano sisters were not so disgusting anymore. As time passed, it started to rain lightly in the sky, but the Mori family, Mayano sisters, and Zhang Yuan still did not leave the woods. Okay, now it has been determined that the Maori detective is a lunatic. Mayano Shiho said helplessly in the co-pilot. Now she is not afraid of not being able to return to the organization on time. After all, with Zhang Yuan here, the members of the organization who can get a PTX 4869 are members who are deeply trusted by the organization. Sitting in the car is obviously one of them. As long as there is Jianjia Yuan's supervision, even if he doesn't go to Jinjiu for a night, he can be relieved temporarily. As long as he explains the situation to Jinjiu at that time, there is no big problem. What made Mayano Shiho speechless was that he was a road idiot, yet the Maori detective still had to lead the way. Because Mayano Akimi couldn't find the way back because she was too deep in the woods. And the weather is so bad, I can't meet anyone who can ask for directions. Boom. Boom. With two loud noises, Mayano Akimi's car and Mori Kogoro's car trembled at the same time, and then they both stopped. Zhang Yuan and Mori Kogoro stepped out of the car in the rain to check the condition of their car. My car has a flat tire, what about Zhang Yuan? Mori Kogoro asked Zhang Yuan in desperation after the inspection. Zhang Yuan shook his head, I also had a flat tire here. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Mayano Akimi looked worried and wanted to get out of the car window. Then what should I do? My spare tire just got repaired. Mori Kogoro also angrily closed the trunk. Damn, there is no spare tire in the rented car. Zhang Yuan carefully inspected the ground. He saw a wedge-shaped iron buried in the soil by someone who did not know. As for the placement in tandem, I am afraid it is specifically for the spare tire. It is estimated that the people who buried this wedge-shaped iron did not think that there is no spare tire in the car of Mayano Akimi and Mori Kogoro. What are you looking at? Mayano Shiho stood beside Zhang Yuan with an umbrella, and the white umbrella was just enough to cover Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan stood up and said to Mayano Shiho, I'm afraid this was buried on purpose. There are probably car repair shops or homestays nearby. Mayano Shiho frowned, then looked in the direction behind Zhang Yuan in surprise. Zhang Yuan turned around with Mayano Shiho's gaze, and found that Conan had left the car at some point and emerged from the bushes in front of him. Uncle, there is a temple in front of Zhang Yuan. Brother Conan said to Zhang Yuan and Mori Kogoro, pointing in the direction he came from. Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho looked at each other, and sure enough, Zhang Yuan was right, this wedge-shaped iron should have been placed by the people in that temple. So a group of people who did not want to spend the night in the car braved the heavy rain to the door of the temple, pushed the door and walked in. Chapter 53 gives Snow Boss a bad review. Shanai Temple. Zhang Yuan followed the crowd to the empty porch with some emotion, not only because he saw the name of the temple and remembered the original plot. It is also because this temple has an impression in the memory of the original body. It seems that the original body also had a period of collecting such urban strange stories. At that time, the original body pinned the hope of solving his physique on these illusory gods. As a result, it was also mentioned before, and the entire temple was gone. Is there anyone here? Malilan shouted inside. When Mao Lilan called, Zhang Yuan sensed an old and greedy soul running towards here from the outside, but suddenly slowed down when he reached the door. This mysterious operation made Zhang Yuan unable to help but look back at the door. Mayano Shiho, who noticed Zhang Yuan's movements, also looked at the door curiously. She wonders what makes Gang Won so curious. The two of them all turned their heads, and happened to see an old monk who was tiptoeing in from the door, looking like he didn't want to make any noise. After thinking about the plot, the old monk who co-authored it just wanted to scare them, and it was estimated that the wedge-shaped iron outside was also put by the old monk. After all, half of the telescope under the old monk's robe was exposed. Because Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho turned their heads, the old monk turned their eyes to them, and others found out that the old monk's script could not go on, so he simply said, "What's the matter with you coming here?" Zhang Yuan admired the old monk's acting skills a little. After all, he could change from embarrassment to bad looks in an instant. This old monk's acting skills were also excellent. In my opinion, you are either from a newspaper office or a reporter from a TV station. Please come back, this is not where you secular people come. The old monk said to Mori Kogoro with a stern face that he wanted to refuse and greet him. Mori Kogoro smiled at the old monk, and then explained to the old monk in a low voice that they were neither reporters from the newspaper nor from the TV station. It's just that Kogoro Mori said that he glanced at Zhang Yuan with a guilty conscience. A part-time reporter should not be regarded as a reporter, after all, there is no compilation. Hearing that they were just a group of passers-by who got lost and had a flat tire, the old monk changed his face instantly, and this person became a Philistine. It turns out that you are here to stay. I thought you were here to interview about that. Of course, we also accept visiting projects here. The old monk rubbed his hands and smiled and said to Kogoro Maori, then it includes a meal of fast food and the cost of visiting 10,000 yen for adults and 8,000 yen for children. Of course, we also have accommodation business. 1. 10,000 yen. Kogoro Mori was surprised by the fee that the old monk said, which was only the cost of fasting and visiting. Looking at the old monk's appearance as a profiteer, it is estimated that this so-called accommodation will definitely require more money. Mao Lilan heard the thing in the old monk's words, and the curious unicorn asked the old monk, "What is the thing you said?" The old monk waved his hand indifferently and said to Mao Lilan, "It's nothing, nothing is just a private matter." Then the old monk looked at Mori Kogoro with a hypocritical expression, "Then it will take at least 6 hours to walk from here to the bottom of the mountain. If you don't want to pay, you can walk back." The old monk said that he had nothing to fear. He simply told you plainly that he must kill this knife today. Mayano Shiho watched the profiteer-like old monk in front of him and gently touched Zhang Yuan, and then said in a low voice, "It is estimated that the wedge-shaped iron you saw was put by this old monk." Mayano Shiho also saw the half of the telescope exposed behind the old monk, and it is estimated that the old monk has been paying attention secretly when he finished putting the wedge-shaped iron. Zhang Yuan nodded, and then Mayano Shiho said to Zhang Yuan with a slight smile, "Then the accommodation fee this time will not be included in the overtime pay. In other words, you need to rely on yourself to spend at Shanai Temple." After hearing what Mayano Shiho said, Zhang Yuan looked at this devilish woman in shock. "I didn't drive the car, and I didn't bring the road. Why did I have to pay for this money? Shouldn't I accompany you two sisters on a business trip? Travel expenses must be reimbursed to me." Mayano Shiho smiled and looked at Zhang Yuan, his big bright eyes seemed to contain light, and said softly, "Of course, the normal travel expenses will be reimbursed by the boss, but you obviously overspend, so that's good. I will reimburse you 2,000 yen, and you are responsible for the rest." "How is it? My boss is very open-minded." Mayano Shiho smiled and took out his wallet from his handbag, took out a 10,000 yen bill and handed it to Zhang Yuan, then looked at Zhang Yuan. "Find me money." Zhang Yuan looked at Mayano Shiho, who was madly outputting in front of him, in disbelief. "How did you say such unscrupulous words with confidence? Bring back the good impression you left on him before." Zhang Yuan missed the time when he and Mayano Shiho first met. At that time Mayano Shiho didn't talk much, and he was generous. Look at it now, what is it like? What a naked dirty capitalist face. Thanks to Mayano Shiho, who is in charge of scientific research, not accounting, or else Zhang Yuan will start 996 good news every day. Handed Mayano Shiho 8,000 yen with a heartache. Mayano Shiho accepted the money Zhang Yuan gave her with satisfaction, checked one by one, and put it back in his wallet. Zhang Yuan's veins jumped when he saw it. "You checked so carefully because you were afraid that I would put counterfeit bills in it. Is there no trust left between anyone? What's more, Zhang Yuan has no ready-made counterfeit banknotes in his hands." Mayano Akimi watched the interaction between Mayano Shiho and Zhang Yuan, and smiled very gratified. "I didn't expect her sister to find a friend in the organization." That's right, Mayano Akimi positioned Zhang Yuan as Mayano Shiho's friend. As for the matter of life in Jian Jiayuan's hands, it can only be said that those who have no life in the organization are outliers. Maori Kogoro and Morilan were bargaining with the old monk, but no matter what the father and daughter said, the old monk never let go. After all, there are only a few people who come to this ghost place. If you can kill one, you will be one. Together, these people may be able to collect more than 100,000 yen. Conan was more interested in what the old monk said just now. And then Conan came to Jian Jiayuan's feet and secretly asked Zhang Yuan, "Brother Zhang Yuan, do you know what the old monk said?" Zhang Yuan looked at Conan at his feet in confusion. "I'm not a monk here, how do I know?" Seeing that Conan regarded himself as a search engine, Zhang Yuan was speechless, and suddenly stopped when he was about to tell Conan that he didn't know. Conan's words inspired him. Inspiration without being slaughtered. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan went straight to Morikogora's side and said to the old monk. Chapter 54 Why should I pay you back what I earned by my ability? This host Tianyong. Zhang Yuan smiled and said to host Tianyong's doubtful eyes, I was thinking about the place of Shanai Temple when I was outside just now. I really wanted to hear about it, but I just remembered it now. Tianyong's old face was full of doubts. What is this young man talking about here? And how did he know my name? About 2 years ago, I saw the names of Shen Nisi and Tianyong on a gossip tabloid. Host Tianyong changed his face instantly after hearing what Zhang Yuan said 2 years ago. That's when the legend of the foggy dog started in your temple. At that time, the editor of the newspaper knew about such a bizarre suicide case based on the local police report. Zhang Yuan also wanted to narrate the story he knew from the plot. That's right, except for the fact that the tabloids were the original memory, the rest were supplemented by Zhang Yuan himself. After all, who can remember the stories of the tabloids that I read back then? Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi looked at Zhang Yuan curiously. Zhang Yuan's excited look just now seemed to have found a way to not be slaughtered. As for Conan, it's just pure curiosity. I didn't expect that the little friend actually knew about the old monk, that is, what Tianyong said. Enough. Tianyong presided over the exit to prevent Zhang Yuan from telling the whole incident, and then looked at Zhang Yuan, are you staying or not? The threat in the tone is full of threats, which means that they are ready to drive them out if they don't stay. Don't worry, Tianyong is in charge. Zhang Yuan made up his mind when he saw that the monk Tianyong was in a hurry. Let me introduce you, this is the famous detective Morikogora in Tokyo. Morikogora didn't know why Zhang Yuan suddenly introduced him to Tianyong. He still stood up straight, adjusted his suit, and said seriously, hello. I also know high school student detective Kudo Shinichi and Hattori Heiji. They are known as Kudo in Kanto and Hattori in Kansai. Zhang Yuan took another step closer to the monk Tianyong. As for this one who is the daughter of the undefeated queen in the legal world, Ms. Yingri, that means that Mr. Maori and Ms. Yingri are husband and wife. I also know the now famous lawyer Saburo Yuajika, who is the incarnation of justice. Zhang Yuan paused here and glanced at Mayano Shiho. Mayano Shiho was looking at Zhang Yuan in shock. After all, she was familiar with the name Yuajika Saburo. After all, it was the name that Jin and Vodka used when they took her to investigate the mermaid. What did Gangwon say just now? Vodka went to be a lawyer? The incarnation of justice. Mayano Shiho assured that even if the name Yuajika Saburo appeared on the wanted list of the Metropolitan Police Department, she would not be a little surprised. She doesn't even have mood swings. But Zhang Yuan's words directly broke her defense. She never dreamed that the pseudonym of Vodka would one day be called the incarnation of justice. Monk Tianyong also often pays attention to the news outside. Recently, Vodka has become too hot in the legal world. He vowed to sue the Shijin family for bankruptcy. In addition, the act of avenging the wronged people everywhere made Vodka directly. The fire went outside the circle. What do you want? Monk Tianyong feels that his blood pressure is rising now, and his heart is a little uncomfortable. How can you generate income today with such a bunch of stuff? Who are you guys preparing to commit a crime or what? How come you know either a lawyer or a detective? Zhang Yuan looked at the old monk with a bitter face in front of him and smiled meaningfully. Of course, I hope that you can give us a good discount, hosted by Tianyong. After all, my detective friends and lawyer friends like this kind of remote little temple, especially the legendary one. Monk Tianyong breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this young man was either ready to kill them all, or he didn't know what kind of discount would make him satisfied. I still make a profit, after all, I have to spend money to buy ingredients. What price do you think is more suitable? Monk Tianyong asked Zhang Yuan tentatively. I think adults are 1,000 yen, children are free, and Conan can't eat much. What do you think, host? Zhang Yuan's smile is full of threats. If you don't agree, I will leave immediately, and tomorrow I will bring a detective and a lawyer. This trick uses the way of people to treat others, so that Monk Tianyong is like a throat. After all, this is what he treated Kogoro Maori just now. Forget it, 1,000 is 1,000. As long as Zhang Yuan doesn't recruit those evil stars, especially the evil star of Yuzuka Saburo, it looks like a mad dog, and he will never let go of. He didn't want to be the next target. And what happened 2 years ago was indeed somewhat unreliable, for fear that someone would discover the secrets of that year. Okay, just do as you said. The old monk replied weakly. The original fat sheep turned into a hungry wolf. This made Monk Tianyong regret his actions today. What kind of wedge-shaped iron is buried in a good end, so why not let these gods of plague leave directly? Thinking that he had made a loss-making business today, Monk Tianyong was heartbroken. After all, if Zhang Yuan didn't eat well like this, there might be something else waiting for him. Hurry up to serve these uncles and then send the gift out is the right way. Thinking of this, Monk Tianyong shouted with grief and anger, "You guys, come out quickly, there are distinguished guests in the temple." After the old monk finished shouting, there was a burst of hurried and messy footsteps, and the 4 young monks hurried out from the inside. Monk Tianyong introduced them to everyone. Zhang Yuan returned to Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi. However, seeing Shiho Mayano's shocked appearance, he probably hasn't digested the information that vodka has turned into a legal pioneer and justice incarnate. Indeed, it is estimated that if Conan knew that the vodka who made the extortion trade was turned into a righteous partner, it is estimated that Conan would also doubt his life. In this way, Mayano's sisters and Zhang Yuan followed the monks in the temple to start a tour of Shanai Temple. Came to the main hall on the 2nd floor of the temple. Mayano Shiho finally came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Yuan for the first time, hesitating to say anything. Zhang Yuan looked at Mayano Shiho and nodded, "Yes, Yuzuka Saburo is vodka, and now he is also a lawyer, fighting for justice." Zhang Yuan choked on Mayano Shiveo in one sentence, and then Mayano Shiveo remembered something. And looked at Zhang Yuan and stretched out his white and slender jade hand. "Since the cost of accommodation and meals is 1,000 yen, you have to ask me for 1,000 yen. Zhang Yuan looked at Shiho Mayano inexplicably. "Why?" Mayano Shiveo slowly raised a question mark in his heart. "What's the matter with you, little brother, what did you ask me so confidently?" "Because the travel expenses are 1,000 yen, so you want to ask me for money. I negotiated the price myself, and I also bargained for you by the way. Why should I pay back the 1,000 yen I earned with my skills?" Zhang Yuan looked at Mayano Shiho with a foolish look. Mayano Shiho was speechless. She really didn't expect this boy to look normal, and didn't expect that there was no more morals left. Mayano Akimi couldn't help but laugh when she saw the interaction between the two of them. "Sister, what are you laughing at?" Mayano Shiho looked at his sister badly. "What's the matter, sister, is there something wrong with your position? You shouldn't join me in condemning Gangwon at this time, right?" Chapter 55_Widowman's Jin or Widow's Jin. Mayano Shiho looked directly at her sister. She wanted to take a good look at her sister from the inside out. "I hadn't felt that way before." From that laugh just now, Shiho Mayano felt that Akimi Mayano might not be her sister. Father and mother must have carried the wrong child when they were in the hospital. Zhang Yuan looked at Mayano Shiho kindly. "Stupid child, this is the daily life of real sisters. If you don't persecute your own sisters, what's the point of having sisters here? Is it because you want a lot of red envelopes when you are a bridesmaid?" Mayano Akimi was a little embarrassed to be seen by her sister. Looking at the people who were already far away from the main hall, she said to Mayano Shiho and Zhang Yuan, "Let us go quickly, the room in front seems to be very interesting, My sister is very interested. After Mayano Akimi finished speaking, she pulled Mayano Shiho and quickly caught up with the big team in front. Zhang Yuan naturally followed behind them. If Gangwon remembered correctly, the next one that the senior elder brother of the temple, Monk Quan Nian, would show them the place where the murder happened, the confinement room in the temple. Although Gangwon doesn't really understand why the confinement room in the temple is treated as a tourist attraction to entertain foreign tourists. Everyone followed the monk Quan Nian to the confinement room, looked up at the high beams, and Mori Kogoro felt a little emotional. The roof of this house is really high. Monk Quan Nian explained the purpose of this room to Kogoro Mori, and then Monk Zayunian secretly prepared to tell Kogoro Mori about the past. As a result, it was stopped by the big brother, the monk Quan Nian. After all, Monk Tianyong has issued a forbidden password to everyone, and people outside the temple must not know about this room. Mayano Shiveo looked at the confinement room with satisfaction, and then secretly looked at his sister and Zhang Yuan. If these two people are locked up here for reflection, maybe Zhang Yuan will be able to recover the lost integrity. By the way, can I make my sister recognize that she is her own sister? However, after Mayano Shiho thought about Jian Jiayuan's force value, she happily gave up this plan. However, Shiho Mayano plans to check after returning to the organization. Is it too late to start practicing martial arts at the age of 18? The requirements are not high, as long as you can subdue a man named Zhang Yuan. Monk Quan Nian took everyone out of the confinement room after stopping his little junior brother from talking too much. Of course, it's because the Death family is here. After all, the plot arrangement is the biggest. Following Quan Nian's explanation, everyone came to the last stop of the temple. There is an open-air small terrace on the third floor of the temple, from which you can see the small waterfall next to it. The small waterfall is so close to the temple that an adult can feel the water flow left by the waterfall just by reaching over. Zhang Yuan Huazhong organization vibrated, and without thinking it was known that it was from Jinjiu. Zhang Yuan asked Kanan about the location of the bathroom. He nodded towards the sisters while facing Shiho Mayano's worried eyes. After all, this is Shiho Mayano's first night out since returning to Neon. Because it wasn't Zhang Yuan who took her out to let her go out. She didn't have the opportunity to return to the base so late. Coming to a secluded corner, Zhang Yuan connected Jinju's phone, and as soon as he was connected, Jinju's murderous voice came from his phone. If it weren't for Zhang Yuan not being in front of him, it is estimated that Jinju would have taken out a pistol and aimed it at Zhang Yuan's head at this time. Why haven't you brought Shirley back to the base yet? Sherry and her sister went out to enjoy the cherry blossoms, but when they came back, the tire blew out, and it was raining heavily outside and got lost. Now they are staying at Shanai Temple, and they should be able to go back tomorrow. Zhang Yuan calmly told the story to Jinjiu again. Cherry blossoms. Jin was speechless on the other end of the phone. This was really a brand new situation he had ever encountered. After all, before the two sisters met most often in a coffee shop, why did Gangwon come out with new tricks after taking over? Jinjiu was probably smoking there, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, he said to Zhang Yuan, "Do you have feelings for Shirley that you shouldn't have? You have to understand that you and Shirley are different." Jin's worries are not unreasonable. Although Mayano Shiho is a genius scientist, he is only 18 years old. In his conscience, Mayano Shiho looks quite beautiful, and his cool temperament is a plus. As for Zhang Yuan, he is a young and energetic guy in the second year of high school. It is not impossible to have some sparks with Shirley. After all, the female junior holds a golden brick, and Shirley has not yet reached a golden brick. Besides, Zhang Yuan is a member of the periphery that he is optimistic about, and maybe he will have a code name at some point. As for Shirley, since her sister recruited Shuakia Kai into the organization no longer trusts these two sisters. Jinju didn't want these two people to get mixed up at all, and he didn't want to kill the younger generation seedlings he was optimistic about. "No, big brother," Zhang Yuan said confidently. "Sully gave money, and she gave a lot." In fact, Jinjiu had just imagined the countless reasons and excuses Zhang Yuan had found for himself just now, and even how Zhang Yuan guaranteed him to have assumed it. "But I never thought that the reason for Zhang Yuan was so simple. Didn't the organization make you work without paying you a salary?" Jinju's forehead. "Why is this subordinate's behavior more and more elusive?" Then Jinjiu remembered the reimbursement form he had seen from Zhang Yuan before, which contained a receipt from a rental car company. But Jinjiu knows that Zhang Yuan never drives a car, and rides a motorcycle at most. Now think about it, co-author Zhang Yuan is here to organize wool? "Big brother, are you still there?" Zhang Yuan asked curiously after listening to the silence on the other side for a long time. Why did he always feel that Jinju liked to slip away when he was on the phone with him? "It's nothing, just keep an eye on Shirley." He hung up the phone after saying Jinju. He didn't want to hear Zhang Yuan's voice now, not even for a second. Originally, his previous plan was to wait for Zhang Yuan to send Shirley back, and then leave the next task of escorting Shirley to someone else. But knowing that Zhang Yuan is only running around with Mayano Shiho because of money, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as Zhang Yuan can control one of the two sisters, the other one will definitely not be able to escape. Otherwise, why the organization has not restricted Mayano Akimi's activities for so many years? Mayano Akimi still stays in Tokyo obediently. Zhang Yuan felt a little strange to hear that Jinju hung up the phone. "I always felt that Jinju was talking inexplicably today. Could it be that the long absence of vodka has caused some endocrine disorders in the Jin? Or premature menopause? Do killers also have menopause?" At this time, Zhang Yuan didn't know that the matter of his organization of wool had been discovered by comrades who organized HR Jinjiu, but Jinjiu said that labor and management are HR, regardless of accounting. Chapter 56 Zhang Yuan, who is about to move in with the Mayano sisters, has no turbulence in his heart. Zhang Yuan, who put away his mobile phone and walked back, happened to meet everyone who came downstairs. The headed monk Quan Nian folded his hands in the 11 salute when he saw Zhang Yuan. "Mr. Zhang Yuan, it's almost time for dinner. I'll take you to your respective rooms first, and then you can eat." Zhang Yuan nodded and followed behind the team. When passing by the monk Ziyunian, Zhang Yuan saw the unwillingness in the eyes of the monk Ziyunian. Today is the famous sleeping Kogora. If Detective Mori knew about his brother, he might know the truth about his brother's suicide at that time. Monk Ziyunian doesn't believe that his brother, who is joking with himself, and who is still telling him that he is about to get married, would commit suicide on the eve of his marriage. This shows that the death of Tequila is not wrong. Monk Ziyunian's brother was killed just by putting up a flag that he would get married soon. Think again when Tequila took the initiative to plant the flag, and then was passively planted by the Jin, if it weren't for the death of the elementary school student putting a bug on his shoe. Tequila probably won't even have a shoe left. Thinking divergently, Zhang Yuan, who was thinking of his old co-worker who fished with him, felt that he was being pushed. Following the direction of the push, Zhang Yuan saw sisters Shiho Mayano and Akimi Mayano looking at him worriedly. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yuan was perplexed by the two sisters. Why did he look at him with such a good expression? Mayano Shiho pursed his lips while looking at Zhang Yuan, who had a bewildered face in front of him, and said, "The call just now was from Jin. Are you all right?" Mayano Shiho's voice was so soft that only Zhang Yuan and her could hear it. Zhang Yuan is very satisfied with this. After all, the primary school students of the Shinigami are nearby. Maybe they will hear the words of the primary school students and cause the vest of the Zhang Yuan winery to be stripped off. Mayano Shiho saw that Zhang Yuan had been following them in a daze since he came back from the phone call. Was this a warning from Jinjiu on the phone just now? Sure enough, she will only cause trouble to her sister and the people around her. but Shiho Mayano still mustered up the courage to ask Zhang Yuan, maybe she can give Zhang Yuan an idea or something. It's okay, what can I do? Zhang Yuan didn't understand what the sisters were worried about at all. He just thought that today's Jin is probably at the time of menopause. Is anti-Jin difficult for you? Mayano Shiho was a little puzzled. No, what's so difficult for me to collect money to do things? Zhang Yuan said that he was righteous and had the spirit of contract. Then you've been in a daze since you came back. What are you thinking? Mayano Shiho didn't believe what Zhang Yuan said, thinking that Zhang Yuan was just comforting her. I'm thinking about tequila. Zhang Yuan sighed with emotion, his tone was full of nostalgia. His first partner has been left with no bones left. When will Jinjiu arrange for him the next partner? What? He's getting a promotion. He wants a raise. He wants to go to the top of his life and win Baifume. Speaking of Baifume, Zhang Yuan thought of Kazaka Natsumai, who has a castle in Yokosuka. This is the real Baifume. Mayano Shiho looked at Zhang Yuan as he was talking and started to be in a daze, and instantly believed that Zhang Yuan was not troubled by the Jin just now. This guy's brain is out of whack. Then Mayano Shiveo rolled his eyes at Zhang Yuan. Tequila is an old man of the organization, how do you know it? Of course I know. Zhang Yuan sighed, that's my dear partner, but it's a bit miserable to die. Dead. Mayano Shiho's expression became horrified after hearing this. Tequila, dead. Even if she, the member in charge of scientific research, has occasionally heard of the previous deeds of Tequila, it is almost no different from the current Jin. Murder and arson are all evil, and the task machine in the organization, that is, Tequila, has been low-key in recent years, and it is not very popular. How could such a person die so quietly? Mayano Shiho originally wanted to ask about Zhang Yuan's details, but he stopped when he saw that Zhang Yuan didn't seem to have any in-depth conversations. Sure enough, gossip is a woman's nature. No matter what kind of personality a person is, if you encounter gossip, you want to hear it. The monk Quanian took them to the door of the guest room of the temple and said to the crowd, everyone, this is the guest room. Because of the decoration, only these 2 rooms can be used in the temple now, but don't worry, the rooms are large enough to live in. Mayano Shiho, who was still entangled in tequila gossip, suddenly widened his eyes slightly when he heard Monk Kanian's words. That mean that the 2 of them have to share a room with Gang 1 today. Of course, 6 people in 2 rooms can also live together as men, and 3 girls live together. But neither Mayano Akimi nor Mayano Shiho considered this situation. Mao Lilan heard something that was missed while talking in the dream. Mao Lilan's father is also a famous detective, Maori Kogora. It is inevitable that Mao Lilan will not tell his father about their dreams, and then put the Maori family in danger. The end. Akimi Mayano and Morilan discussed it and decided that the Mori family lived together. Zhang Yuan lives in the same room with the Mayano sisters. Gang 1, who was about to sleep with the 2 girls, didn't feel any excitement. After all, one of these 2 will shrink into an expired loli in the future, and the other's boyfriend is the FBI in the United States. Zhang Yuan did not have the hobby of being a CAO thief. Besides, if you are so close to Mayano sisters now, maybe Jin will fire him directly at that time. This job with more money and less time and freedom in Gang 1 does not seem to be lost for the time being. A few people tidied up in the room a little, and then followed the monk Kuan Nian to the restaurant of the temple. Today's dinner is already set on the table. Although it is a vegetarian meal, the second senior brother's skill is obviously good. Plates of delicate dishes are placed on the table to make everyone move their forefingers. I'm on. After being seated, Zhang Yuan unceremoniously began to enjoy it, and it was fine. He used his chopsticks quickly, with the momentum of the wind and the clouds swallowing the world. On the other hand, Monk Tianyong was heartbroken when he looked at Jianjia Yuan's delicious food. He didn't make much money this time. According to Jian Jiayuan's eating method, it is estimated that he would have to lose a lot of money for this meal. You said it would be great to go to Tokyo for a buffet if you can eat so much. What are you doing in the mountains when you have nothing to spare? Gang 1, who was having a happy meal, didn't know what was going on in Monk Tianyang's heart. The decision to come to the mountains was clearly discussed by Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho. He is a bag-carrying machine with no emotions, plus a part-time photographer. And the reason Wiley came here was because Mori Kogora, who had no B number in his heart, got lost. What does this have to do with Zhang Yuan? Probably because there were no guests for a long time. Several monks and Mao Lilan had a lively conversation. After all, although Mao Lilan's appearance was a bit bumpy. But in any case, she is also a standout beauty. Of course, the little monks are willing to chat with Mao Lilan. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Chapter 57 _ Conan's cuteness failed. So you guys also go to the beach to play in normal times? Malilan looked curiously at the monks on the opposite side. During the chat just now, the monks said that they would also go to the beach for vacation when they were free, which surprised Morilan. As for Zhang Chenyuan, it is not surprising. After all, in the previous life, I didn't know when a Japanese TV series became popular. Protagonist is a monk, or a monk who inherited the family temple. That is really rich. Words are no longer enough to describe this monk, it is simply a walking bill. What makes Zhang Yuan even more nonsense is that Japanese monks can actually get married. At that time, Zhang Yuan thought that he had seen fake news, and at the same time felt that this TV series was nonsense enough. Could it be that the overbearing president can no longer satisfy the current audience? Do you have to change into a domineering monk? Later, under the popularization of a female colleague, Zhang Yuan Sanguine completely learned that Japanese monks can really get married. And Japanese temples also part-time cemetery business, and funerals. Looking at it this way, if Shanai Temple is a temple, the incense is definitely not very good. But as a cemetery, it's called being surrounded by mountains and rivers, returning to nature, isn't it a treasure land of feng shui? No wonder Monk Kanian suggested that Kogoro Mori's funeral should be held here when he visited the main hall just now. These monks' advertisements are not only down to earth, but also a bit down to earth. After feeling the surprise of Mao Lilan, the monk Kanian smiled and said, "Of course, during the holidays, the host often takes everyone to the beach to play with the rubber boats and beach volleyballs in the temple. Of course, the host's favorite is to watch those swimsuit beauties on the beach." He heard his eldest disciple, Monk Kanian, revealing his shortcoming, and then threatened Monk Kanian with some embarrassment. "You bastard, don't talk if you can't talk." Conan, who was eating while eating, was still a little concerned about the foggy dog that monks Zayunian and Guannian mentioned just now. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Conan looked at the monks on the opposite side and said, "Nei, I still want to know about Wu Tengu." After finishing speaking, Conan looked forward to looking at the four young monks and an old monk on the opposite side. According to Conan's usual experience, usually when he looks at each other so cutely, the person on the other side will tell Conan what he wants to know. But today was a little different. The five monks sitting opposite to Conan's question suddenly changed color at the same time, and their faces became very ugly for a while. This made Conan, who was curious, even more curious. Who was eating, also looked up at the five monks, and then at Conan, who was looking forward to the monks. Having some guesses in his heart, Mayano Shiho didn't think that Conan was a simple and innocent question, he must have his own reasons. But Wushang or something. When the monk Kuan Nian was leading them to visit just now, she was mad at her sister and Zhang Yuan, and didn't pay attention to the Wushang at all. And as a big man on the scientific side, Mayano Shiho doesn't believe in the legend of the foggy Tengu at all. If there is really foggy Tengu, let it come at night and take Gang 1 away. She will never react at all. Seeing the abnormal behavior of these monks, Maori father and daughter and Mayano Akimi put down their chopsticks and looked at the monks opposite. Mayano Shiho was eating every bite, and his attention was also on the monks. Although she doesn't believe in the legend of Wushangwu, but looking at the appearance of these monks, she seems to have an inside story. The only thing on the table that has not been affected is Zhang Yuan. After all, if you have to choose between the stories you have heard and the delicacies you have never eaten, Zhang Yuan will of course choose the delicacies you have never eaten before. As for the story, I can still hear it when I take away the soul fragments tomorrow. What's the rush of each one? Conan waited for a long time, but the 5 monks on the opposite side still didn't want to open their mouths, as if they were all starting to practice closed mantra. So Conan's eyes rolled, and he immediately came to his senses. He pointed to Kogoro Mori and said, "Uncle is a famous detective in Tokyo. Maybe he can help you solve the case that Wushangwu and Zhang Yuan talked about at the door." The stupid Conan still thinks that legends and cases are 2 different things, at most they are related. Hearing this, Monk Tianyong's face was even more ugly. Why did he let Zhang Yuan and the others live in for only such a small amount of money? Wasn't it just to prevent this famous detective from becoming suspicious of the case back then? Moreover, he asked himself that although the case was a bit ingeniously designed, there was too much circumstantial evidence around. Even if it could not be proved that he killed someone, the reputation of his temple must have plummeted. After all, no one would want their relatives to be buried in a place where there are murderers. The more host Tianyong looks at Conan, the more he hates it. Why does this arrogant child talk so much? However, Munian and Tun Nian didn't know the identity of Maori Kogoro, and when they heard that he was such a famous detective in Tokyo, their eyes lit up, and with Quan Nian and Zayunian, they were ready to tell what happened back then. Conan felt that the plan worked. After listening to the story of Wu Tengu, go to ask about the case that Zhang Yuan knows about. Today's trip to Shanai Temple is not so boring. That's right, Conan just treats these as a little puzzle game before going to bed, and doesn't really take it to heart. After all, Zhang Yuan also said that the story he read at that time was in a tabloid. Can the things in the tabloid be taken seriously? Enough. Monk Tianyong stood up with an ugly face and reprimanded his 4 apprentices. "Have you forgotten the promise we made at the beginning? Mr. Maori, I have a small temple here. When the weather is clear tomorrow, please leave here." After saying that, Monk Tianyong left the restaurant without eating the meal. Monk Zayunian stared blankly at the direction where the host Tianyong left. It was the first time in so many years that he was so close to the cause of his brother's death. Xiu Nian thought that her host didn't have the habit of keeping the door in her mouth after drinking too much, so she decided to bring some wine to the host tonight, and set up a set of host's words. Of the dinner that followed was somewhat silent. And the 4 little monks finished the vegetarian meal without saying a word, saluted the crowd slightly, and left the restaurant. Mori Kogoro hammered Conan's head down. After all, being a guest in other people's places makes people so unhappy. Even children should be well educated. After the meal, Zhang Yuan and Mayano sisters returned to the room. Zhang Yuan stood at the window and looked out the window, while Mayano sisters changed into pajamas behind the screen. Mayano Shiho, who had changed into his pajamas, came behind Zhang Yuan. "Do you know the story that happened here back then?" Hearing Mayano Shiho's question, Zhang Yuan was a little strange, feeling that Mayano Shiho's character in this world is also a little different. Haiwan Ai in the plot doesn't seem to have such a strong curiosity. Generally, it's not that it has nothing to do with himself and has no interest. He smells the organization and shrinks on the spot. Chapter 58 _screams in the night. It was rare to see Shiho Mayano so curious. Zhang Yuan turned around and sat down against the window and began to tell the story he knew about the temple. 2 years ago, Shanai Temple was still a little-known temple. In the temple, in addition to the monk Tianyong, there were 4 young monks who followed the practice. It's just that one of them is not the current monk Zayunian. That time, although there was a legend of the foggy Tengu in the temple, no one took the legend as a real thing. Only the host Tianyong will use the fog Tengu to scare young foreign tourists in today's situation. Of course, the targets of monk Tianyong's words and intimidation are also selective. Generally, little girls like Mao Lilan are his first choice targets. If he was a big and rough man, monk Tianyong would be much more honest. Even the cost of accommodation is very reasonable. After all, if he was beaten for this kind of thing, the money he slaughtered might not be enough to go to the Tokyo University Hospital. As for why Maori Kogora is so expensive today. Compared with Maori Kogora, he has a fat sheep's face. If you were born in the Naruto world, maybe Mori Kogora can compete with Tsunade to see who is the biggest fat sheep in the ninja world. The book goes back to the original story. Everything was ordinary in the temple, and suddenly one day, when he was practicing in the temple, he was locked in the confinement room because of the violation of precepts, and the elder brother of monk Zayunian committed suicide in the confinement room. Receiving the call, the police from the Metropolitan Police Department came to the Shanai Temple in the deep mountains. Under the shocked eyes of the police officers, Zayunian's brother was hanging from the high ceiling. The ceiling of the confinement room is so high that it is equivalent to standing on the floor of the first floor, and the ceiling is the same as that of the shed on the second floor. The surrounding walls are heavily painted because of the waterfall next to the window. The walls in the confinement room were full of dew, and it was slippery. Unless Zayunian's brother turns into Spider-Man, he won't be able to climb such a high ceiling. In addition, a large hole was opened in the wall of the confinement room for some unknown reason. The workers who came to repair the wall told everyone that it would be impossible for a person to dig such a large hole for 2 weeks. But the monk Kuan Nian, who delivers meals to Zayunian's brother every day, knew that his junior brother had never dug a hole in it. The end, the police did not find any results, and the case could only be closed by suicide. At this time, the monk Tianyong first proposed the legend of the foggy dog. There are many inexplicable legends about Nyan, and the most famous one related to the forest is the fog Tengu. Legend has it that the foggy Tengu would take people into the forest and hang them from a tree to make it look like they would commit suicide. This is very similar to how Shiu Nian's older brother died. Temple shuddered, and kept a close eye on the legend of the foggy dog. At that time, a reporter from a tabloid newspaper could not find any material with explosive points, and he happened to know about the case that happened in the Shanai Temple. But in the case that the interview was fruitless. The tabloid reporter still published an ambiguous article based on his own guesses and what he had learned. This article just happened to be seen by the original. Then, shortly after the suicide incident in the temple, Zayunian came to Shanai Temple, went to the mountain gate and started to practice with monk Tianyong. This is what happened at Shanai Temple before. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after speaking. It was the first time he said so much after crossing over. Of course, Shiu Nian's brother was replaced by an unknown monk in Zhang Yuan's description. After all, according to Zhang Yuan's current personality, he should not know that the dead one was Shiu Nian's brother. In Conan's world, you can be quick-witted and thoughtful, but you can't be unpredictable. Generally, those who are unpredictable are caught by Conan as a murderer. After all, Zhang Yuan is not a party. How could he know so much inside information? The deceased is Zayunian's brother, but even the monks in the temple don't know. At this time, Shiho Mayano, who was sitting in front of Zhang Yuan, and Akimi Mayano, who joined in at some point, looked at each other. In the organization, they all felt that this old monk must have an inexplicable connection with this case. Judging from the fact that the old monk at the dinner table was so secretive about the Wutengu incident 2 days ago and his rejection of the famous detective Mori Kogora, this old monk must know something. At the same time, not only Mayano's sisters felt this way, but also Zayunan, who entered the temple 2 years ago to investigate the cause of her brother's death. So he came to the room presided over by Tianyong with the appetizers prepared in the kitchen and warm wine. Monk Tianyong was very happy to see the food and drinks brought by Ziyunian, and he was not full because of Conan's episode when he was in the restaurant. At this time, the wine and dishes brought by Ziyunian can be said to be right in the heart. Sure enough, in the entire temple, Ziyunian was the most clever of the 4 disciples. Story was told, Zhang Yuan went behind the screen and changed into the pajamas prepared for the guests in the temple. After washing up, Zhang Yuan got into the quilt and prepared to sleep. Other side, Shiho Mayano and Akimi Mayano moved the quilt together and whispered. They hadn't slept together on a tatami like this in years. The mental excitement made them unable to sleep just like Zhang Yuan. But as time passed, Mayano sisters couldn't stand the turbulent sleepiness and fell asleep on the tatami. The room finally became quiet, but the faint sound of the waterfall hitting water came from far away from the window. Ah! Zhang Yuan, who was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, immediately woke up when he heard the heavy scream, and he sat up from the bed at once. Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi on the side also woke up and looked at the direction of the screams coming from outside. Hearing this scream, Zhang Yuan's first reaction was that there was a murder. But the sound of this scream was too thick, not like the shrill voice of Mor Ilan screaming. What happened? Should NT the corpse reminder be Mayor Ilan? Why does this voice sound like Kogoro Mori's? Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi and Mori Kogoro have not been dealing with each other for a long time, and Mayano Shiho and this time only saw the Mori family for the second time. Mayano Akimi is the first time I see it. They couldn't tell whose voice it was. But Zhang Yuan is different. In my memory, Yuan Shi, Suzuki Sanako, and Kudo Shinichi teased Mori Kogoro once when they were young. At that time, Kogoro Mori's voice was the same as it is now. After so many years, Kogoro Mori's screams have not changed at all. Result of teasing Kogoro Mori. Suzuki Sanako and Zhang Yuan ran away when things went wrong, leaving Shinichi Kudo alone to be mixed doubles by the adults of the Muri family and the Kudo family. Sports. You guys be careful, I'll go out and take a look. Although Zhang Yuan already knew that it was Maori Kogoro screaming outside, in order to make sure to prevent the plot from changing, Zhang Yuan still prepared to go out and take a look. Chapter 59 SP Boss Conan Edogawa. Zhang Yuan opened the sliding door and walked out of the room, just in time to see the Maori family in front and the monk Kuan Nian who had just run over in front of the Maori family. Breath, what's wrong? What happened? After all, Mori Kogoro's cry was so miserable just now that Kanian was frightened and ran over here. But it seems that the Maori family in front of you seems to be okay? Seeing the hurried monk Kuan Nian, Mao Lilan and Maori Kogoro were a little embarrassed. At this time, I can't say that because of Mao Lilan's mischief, I let myself call out directly. If that was the case, wouldn't the B grades of the famous detective Mori Kogoro be gone all at once? Mao Lilan quickly hid a long-nosed mask behind him, blocking Monk Kuan Nian's sight. The family nodded embarrassedly at Monk Kuan Nian and said, "It's nothing, nothing. When you're done, go back to your room." At this time, Zhang Yuan, who no one noticed, went behind the Maoli family and asked Mao Lilan, "What the hell are you doing if you don't sleep at night?" Ah! Mao Lilan was jumped by Zhang Yuan who was suddenly talking behind him. After a short cry, Mao Lilan turned around suddenly, and then the mask in his hand fell to the ground. Click. Who originally wanted to open his mouth to complain about Zhang Yuan, looked at the mask on the ground and was speechless for a while Zhang Yuan and Monk Kuan Nian scratched their heads while looking at the mask on the ground. I remember this mask was supposed to be on the bathroom wall. Zhang Yuan recalled, and indeed he had seen this mask on the bathroom wall. That's right. Kuan Nian looked at the familiar mask and nodded. After all, this mask was hung by himself, so he had an impression. Shouldn't Mr. Maori scream because of this mask? Monk Kwan-nian looked at Kogoro Maori with an incredible look. Maori Kogoro, who has been tested by murder cases, is actually afraid of a mask. This is the meaning revealed in the eyes of the monk Kwan-nian, and this look has always made Kogoro Mori feel ashamed. I'm afraid what happened to the mask? I'm not afraid of corpses and it's over. I'm a detective and I'm afraid of heights, how dare I not be a detective? Mori Kogoro took Conan and Mayor Elon back to his room angrily, but Conan, who was so sleepy and burst into tears, didn't feel sleepy at all at this time. He lay on the tatami and listened to Mori Elon's rhythmic breathing and Maori Kogoro's heroic purring, quietly thinking about the foggy Tengu. At this time, Conan was a little regretful. He knew that before going to bed like this, he would have asked what Zhang Yuan knew about the Shanai Temple case. Zhang Yuan returned to the room. Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho looked at Zhang Yuan. What happened outside just now? Thinking of Kogoro Mori's ugly orange-like expression at the end, Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing. Maybe Xiaolan used a mask to frighten the uncle, but the uncle overreacted? Mayano Akimi patted her chest with a smile. She thought something happened. After all, there are unexpectedly many murder cases in the world of Keishui, and it is normal for ordinary people to encounter one or two cases. Mayano Shiho rolled his eyes. Mori Kogoro's cry was really miserable. She was sleeping soundly at the time, and this time it was like a magic sound. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he lay down on the bed. And his breathing quickly calmed down. As for the Mayano sisters on the other side, it was because of Kogoro Mori's cry that caused insomnia. The two tossed and turned on the tatami and had trouble falling asleep, so they simply covered the quilt and started a chat between sisters. That night, the sisters talked a lot, but Zhang Yuan, who was asleep, didn't hear a word. The next day, Gangwon got up early as usual and went to the bathroom to wash up. Because it was surrounded by woods, Gangwon didn't do the morning jog that he had been insisting on, but just walked around the temple. In this circle, Zhang Yuan was satisfied with the harvest of 2 pieces of soul, which gradually filled the taste of greed. It seems that the little monk Ziyunian still started with the monk Tianyong just like the plot. However, Zhang Yuan was not too busy. After collecting the soul fragments, Zhang Yuan returned to the room. The Mayano sisters in the room were already up. They were making the quilts they had slept in. You two fought each other passionately last night? Zhang Yuan asked curiously, looking at Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho's dark circles. Good guy, the two sisters have dark circles under their eyes, and they put on black and white clothes outside, and it is estimated that they can play pandas without makeup. It seems that giant pandas should not be said to be the whole neon in Tokyo. They should be very popular. After Zhang Yuan nodded, he was ready to share this fortune plan with the sisters. Before he could say it, he heard Mayano Shiho's voice full of resentment. We didn't sleep well last night? We couldn't sleep at all in the second half of the night. You just squinted for a while in the morning, but you got up, and then we got up too. Mayano Shiho rubbed his temples helplessly. This night is basically no different from an all-nighter. As soon as she and Mayano Akimi closed their eyes, they seemed to be able to hear Kogoro Mori's scream, which was so miserable that it was hard to ignore. Dong dong. Zhang Yuan was about to say something when he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Zhang Yuan walked over and opened the door. Standing outside the door was the sullen monk Kwan-nian. Monk Kwan-nian also listened to a pair of heavy dark circles. Good morning, everyone, I'm here to inform. Ha! Monk Kwan-nian couldn't hold back, yawned, and then quickly thanked Zhang Yuan. I'm so sorry. I'm here to inform everyone that breakfast is ready, and everyone can go to the restaurant. After speaking, Monk Kwan-nian bowed to Zhang Yuan and left the door. Zhang Yuan could vaguely hear the yawning voice of the leaving Monk Kwan-nian. Mayano Akimi suddenly laughed as she watched Kawanan leave, and said to Mayano Shiveo, it seems that it was just the two of us who didn't rest well last night. Mayano Shiho felt that she was born in the wrong world. If she was born in Konoha, she might be the next white-eyed princess. Mayano Shiho, who rolled his eyes, said angrily, "What's there to be happy about, except for Zhang Yuan, who has a big heart? I guess no one can sleep." Zhang Yuan stood on the side and looked innocently at the two sisters. How could he stand here and lie down without talking? Is this the legendary willful boss? It's scary. Three of them came to the restaurant while chatting, and as soon as they entered the restaurant, it was a good guy. Several little monks wore dark circles under their eyes, and the Maori family also came to the restaurant. It's just that Mori Kogoro and Morilan are in high spirits. As for Conan has a pair of dark circles like the monks. But Conan didn't lose sleep because of Mori Kogoro's cry. It was in the second half of the night that Morilan turned to Conan. Looking at Morilan's sleeping image, Conan became more and more energetic. In this way, Conan watched Morilan all night until he got up in the morning. This is a proper SP boss. Chapter 60_Monk Tianyong who failed to ascend. Kogoro Mori came to the restaurant. He looked at the room with dark circles under his eyes and thought he had entered the panda house. Then this yawn was like a phenomenon of infectious diseases that began to spread from person to person. Several little monks yawned one after another, and then Conan followed suit without showing weakness. Only Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiveo suppressed the body's instincts. Although they all work in the organization, as girls, they also need face. I said, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you so lackluster? Kogoro Mori asked curiously after looking around. Monk Munian is the most irritable, waiting for Maori Kogoro with dark circles under his eyes and said, "You are too embarrassed to ask. It's not because of you, we didn't sleep well yesterday." After hearing the words of the monk Munian, Mori Kogoro stopped the conversation with an embarrassed expression. After all, he still vaguely remembered how miserable his cry was. Maori Kogoro, who glanced around, found that the monk Tianyong was not in the restaurant, so he quickly changed the subject and asked the three monks, "Is the chairperson Tianyong still up?" Monk Zayunian replied to Maori Kogoro, "The host has never come to the restaurant, but senior brother Quan Nian has gone to the room to call for the host." "Is that so?" Maori Kogoro nodded and sat down at the dining table to watch the hearty breakfast. Ah! Another scream made everyone in the restaurant tremble, as if they had once again returned to the time when they slept soundly last night. Monk Munian in the restaurant was the first to react. It's senior brother Quan Nian's voice. It came from the direction of the confinement room. Hearing the three words of the confinement room, the expressions of the three little monks present changed, as if they were thinking of something terrifying. Their faces turned blue. As for Conan and Mori Kogoro, they rushed out of the confinement room as soon as they heard it, followed by three young monks. Mao Lilan looked at the Mayano sisters in the house and the people who rushed out and said to Zhang Yuan, "I'll go take a look too." After he finished speaking, Mao Lilan also ran out of the restaurant. After sighing, Zhang Yuan picked up the bowl on the dining table and started to eat breakfast. Mayano Akimi looked at Zhang Yuan so calm and the whole person was stunned. They ran out in such a hurry, and finally started to eat like your uncle? Isn't this style of painting a bit different? Uncle, you went to the wrong set. Expectations. Mayano Shiho did not show a curious look, but started to eat breakfast just like Zhang Yuan. Mayano Akimi's eyes widened. What's the matter with you two? Something happened over there. How can you eat so calmly? Could it be that Monk Tianyong is the mission target of the organization? The question is, will you be exposed if you don't do this? The reason why Mayano Shiho went to eat with Zhang Yuan is very simple. After all, she had seen Zhang Yuan's physique a little last time, and this time Mayano Shiveo was very relieved that the accident happened now. At least a body didn't fall from the sky when he and his sister were happy to see the cherry blossoms. Jian Jiayuan's physique still took good care of their sisters. Listening to the scream of the monk Quan Nian just now, if there is no accident, there should be a murder. After a while, the people from the Metropolitan Police Department arrive and they probably won't have time for breakfast. Shiho Mayano couldn't explain this kind of outrageous thing to his sister, so he could only take her sister and start having breakfast together. The Mayano akimi that she ate for breakfast was ignorant and tasted like chewing wax. She couldn't understand why her usually very clever sister seemed to be stupid today. After a while, it became noisy outside, and the people who wanted to come to the Metropolitan Police Department had already arrived at the scene. The three of Zhang Yuan also finished their breakfast. "Let's go, let us go to the scene and take a look," Zhang Yuan said to Mayano Akimi and Mayano Shiho. Everyone from the Metropolitan Police Department came, and they couldn't leave until the scene was surveyed. Instead of waiting here, it's better to join in the fun on the spot. It's more interesting to watch Conan's live version of the reasoning show than to be stupid here. Three came all the way to the confinement room, and the police officers from the forensics class also began to enter the room one after another to see that it was on-site investigation. Officer Mumu saw Zhang Yuan who was approaching at a glance, and then said in surprise, "Brother Zhang Yuan, why are you here?" After saying hello to police officer Mumu, Zhang Yuan said, "Yesterday, when I came to see the cherry blossoms near here, I ran into Uncle Maori, and when I went back, I got lost in the mountains with Uncle Maori." Sakura viewing. Officer Mumu looked at Kogoro Mori in surprise, and then said speechlessly, "By the way, shouldn't you be viewing cherry blossoms on a platform above a valley?" Maori Kogoro was shocked when he heard the description of the police officer Mumu. "Isn't this the place where they enjoyed the cherry blossoms? How could the police officer also know about it? Is this really a niche cherry blossom viewing spot?" It turns out that the police officer Mumu also knows about it. Dad also said that few people know about it. Mao Lilan rolled his eyes at his father, and bragged to her and Conan. Hearing what Ma Lilan said, Officer Mumu scratched his head through his hat. "I really didn't know that place before. But when we came here this time, we happened to pass by there." In other words, this direction is completely opposite to the direction of Tokyo. "Brother Muri, are you really going back to Tokyo?" Maori Kogora, Abba Abba. At this time, Maori Kogora could only be silent to avoid his daughter's accusation. Although both father and daughter are Luna, they don't seem to be conscious. At this time, Zhang Yuan and Mayano sisters came to the confinement room, and the staff of the forensics class was trying to find a way to put down Tianyang, who was hanging on the ceiling. Them. Conan looked at the monk Tianyang on the ceiling in surprise, and then observed the surrounding situation. They came in, there was nothing in the confinement room that could reach the ceiling. "And I don't know what has opened a big hole in the wall." Conan looked at the thickness of the wall and found that it is definitely not human that can destroy it like this in one night. No, maybe Mao Lilan can. It seems that Zhang Yuan is no problem. At this time, Conan finally realized what kind of perverts the little friends living by his side are. Zhang Yuan looked at the monk Tianyang on the ceiling and said to Mayano Shiveo with emotion, "This host obviously failed in his ascension. This is a pity, a pity." Mayano Shiho was stunned when he heard it. "What is the soaring thing? Why did it just disappear? Brother, can you tell me something about the world?" Seeing Mayano Shiho's confused look, Zhang Yuan shook his head in disgust. "This child is really a dead wood that cannot be carved, and he will never have a relationship with Deo in this life." Chapter 61 _ After Fooling. Although Shiho Mayano didn't understand Zhang Yuan's feelings about the failure of monk Tianyang's ascension just now, but someone in the room could understand it. Officer Mumu looked at Zhang Yuan with a surprised expression. "Oh, brother Zhang Yuan also has researched on Chinese internet articles? I like the author of Lemonade with Ice the most." Zhang Yuan heard the words of the police officer Mumu, a question mark appeared in his heart. Even the computer has a bulge in the back these days. There is actually a web article on the Tianqiao side? And the lemonade with ice was not written about Conan fans in a previous life. Why does this life sound like a fairy tale? Besides, the big hole in lemons, the update is so slow every day, like squeezing toothpaste. How many international friends actually like it? Perfunctory police officer Mumu, who looked like he had found his confidant, Zhang Yuan, walked out of the room and stood at the door quietly doubting his life. The police officers from the forensics class in the confinement room had already put down Monk Tianyong's body from the ceiling, and then the officers did a preliminary examination on Monk Tianyong. Then the time of death presided over by the deceased Tianyong is basically estimated to be between 11 o'clock and 1 a.m. last night. Officer Mu Mu looked at the preliminary report in his hand and read it out. Hearing this time, what Zhang Yuan thought of was the tragic cry of Mori Kogoro last night. However, at that time, Zhang Yuan felt that there was no soul fragment in the temple. Compared with the monk Ziyunian at that time, he should be arranging his murder method. Then the first person who discovered this case is the senior brother Quan Nian in the temple. That's right. Officer Mumu looked at Monk Quan Nian for proof after speaking. Monk Quan Nian nodded. His face was ugly and he still seemed to have lingering fears. Yes, police officer. In the morning, because master never came out for breakfast, I went to the temple to look for him. As a result, the body of master was found here. Monk Quan Nian's voice trembled slightly when he spoke. Officer Mumu nodded after hearing this, and then his expression changed, becoming very disgusted. After all, the frequency of some people appearing at the crime scene recently is a bit too high. Basically, most of the murders are not absent. Then the next thing is to happen to appear at the scene again. Officer Mumu gave Kogoro Mori a sideways glance. Mori Kogoro rubbed his hands together to please Officer Mumu. That's right, Mori Kogoro. Hey. Officer Mumu sighed, then looked at Kogoro Maori. Well, brother Maori, tell me your reasoning. Presumably you should have your own judgment. Officer Mumu joked at Kogoro Mori. After all, he was an old subordinate. Although Officer Mumu disliked it, he did not reject it. Well. Mori Kogoro rubbed his chin and pondered, and while waiting for Officer Mumu to arrive, he began to think about the situation of this case. First of all, as a detective, Kogoro Maori is a supporter of materialism. Of course, although he is materialism, it does not affect his fear of ghosts, and other urban legends. But at least in the case, Maori Kogoro would not believe in some supernatural criminal. This is very different from the police detective Yamamura in Gunma Prefecture. As for excluding supernatural phenomena, then Tianyong, who was hanged so high, must have used or been used some kind of method to be hanged from the ceiling. First of all, the possibility of suicide is ruled out. After all, it is impossible for Monk Tianyong to hang himself in the confinement room with all his strength. Hanging himself will not be so ceremonial. After all, Monk Tianyong also had his own bedroom. If he wanted to die, he would just hang himself in the bedroom. Why run so far and design such a complicated method? The most important thing is that Kogoro Mori does not believe that the unscrupulous host who was still blackmailing and slaughtering the guests that day silently committed suicide in the middle of the night. So as usual, it's time to suspect the first person who discovered the scene at this time. Mori Kogoro looked at the ashen-faced monk Kanian, and then looked up at the ceiling above his head. I know who the murderer is. Maori Kogoro shouted excitedly. Looking left and right at the scene, Conan, who was carefully observing the corpse, was surprised to see Kogoro Mori with a confident face. How could Uncle Maori solve the case so fast this time? And looking at his expression, is he already confident? Conan couldn't believe it. This expression was as if he heard someone chasing Sonoko Suzuki, as if he heard a very outrageous lie. Mori Kogoro's shouting also attracted the attention of Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi. Unlike Mayano Shiho, Mayano Akimi really thinks Mori Kogoro is a famous detective. Eh? Didn't Mr. Maori make perfect reasoning only when he was asleep? Mayano Akimi looked at Zhang Yuan curiously. After all, the Maori family were acquaintances of Zhang Yuan. This time the case is so simple, Mr. Maori can't even use the sleep mode. The corners of Mayano Shiho's mouth twitched a few times, and after he acquiesced in the truth that Conan is Kudo Shinichi, Mayano Shiho certainly understood why Kogoro Mori became a famous detective in Tokyo from a little-known detective. All of this is Conan being a gunslinger for Kogoro Mori. What's more, Shiho Mayano also saw Conan unabashedly launch anesthesia needles at his childhood sweetheart's father. However, because Zhang Yuan was by his side, Mayano Shiho couldn't explain the real situation to his sister, so he could only listen to Mayano Akimi's comical praise. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan shook his head, pinched his thigh with his right hand in his trouser pocket, forcibly restrained himself from laughing, and then explained to Mayano Akimi. Uncle Maori seems to have some quirks. Under normal circumstances, when he is in a non-sleeping state, he points out that he is not the murderer. It seems to be to make the real murderer relax his vigilance, or is it simply to play a murderer's mentality? Zhang Yuan tried his best not to let himself laugh, and explained to Mayano Akimi the current situation of Kogoro Mori. Seeing that Mayano Akimi seemed to understand, but still nodded, Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. He felt that this wave of restraining laughter was very successful. Although he was pinching his thighs, what he did was calmer than Penny Dai. But it is also understandable that if anyone was in Dai Penny's situation at the time, they would basically doubt their life, right? Zhang Yuan nodded. And then remembered in his heart that if he went out to watch a concert with the Mori family in the future, he must not let Conan sit in the front row, and he must not let the singer notice Conan's existence. If Conan was invited by the singer to sing on stage, it would be a desperate scene. Chapter 62_Gang 1 seems to have missed a million. Mayano Shiho's eyes widened after hearing Zhang Yuan's explanation, and Cherry's small mouth opened slightly. She never dreamed that Zhang Yuan would explain this to Mayano Akimi. Fortunately, Conan didn't hear what Zhang Yuan said, otherwise he would have to propose to Mao Lilan and Dr. Ali that Zhang Yuan should be sent to a mental hospital for examination. At the same time, seeing the firm and affirmative expression of Kogoro Mori, Officer Mumu couldn't help but think of when Kogoro Mori was still working under his subordinates in the Metropolitan Police Department. That time, Kogoro Mori had the same expression after encountering a murder case. As a result, according to Kogoro Mori's analysis, he investigated and found that they were completely different from the truth of the case. Can't be said that there is no connection, it can only be said that there is no relationship at all. The reasoning of Mori Kogoro when he was a policeman is a freewheeling and unrestrained. It's just that Mori Kogoro became a detective after leaving his job, and now his reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and he has created the name of a sleeping Kogoro. Maybe Maori Brothers' reasoning is reliable now? Officer Mumu thought to himself, and then looked at Kogoro Mori expectantly. After all, there is only one detective, Kogoro Mori, at the scene. Then, Brother Mori, tell me your reasoning. Officer Mumu said to Kogoro Mori after coughing dryly. Mori Kogoro straightened his tie confidently, then cleared his throat, and finally pointed his hand in the direction of Monk Kuan Nian confidently. The murderer is you. Monk Kuan Nian looked left and right, and found that no one was standing with him, which meant that the person Mori Kogoro was pointing at was really him. Hey, you guy, don't spit your blood. Monk Kuan Nian knew that he had been wrong to face Mori Kogoro's indication and completely retorted to Mori Kogoro. Thinking about it is right, after all, when Mori Kogoro came yesterday, it was the monk Kuan Nian who took his group to visit the temple. It was also the monk Kuan Nian who told them to go to dinner one by one, and even the scream of Kogoro Mori last night, it was the monk Kuan Nian who came over to care if they were okay. This so-called no credit and hard work, Mori Kogoro turned his face and refused to recognize the person the next day, quite a bit mean to put up his pants and not recognize the account, No wonder the monk Kuan Yin was so angry. But there is a reason why Morikogoro suspects monk Kuan Yin. He saw Morikogoro pointing at the ceiling above and saying, "Then Master Kuan Yin, please explain to me why you can find Tianyong in the confinement room at once. If you don't deliberately look up at the height of Tianyong's hanging, you shouldn't be able to find it for a while." After finishing speaking, Morikogoro's eyes were fixed on the face of the monk Kuan, as if he was going to see if he was lying from the expression of the monk Kuan. Zhang Yuan felt that Morikogoro's action was definitely superfluous. After all, the suspects in Keishui World's acting skills are better than each other. Finally presented, they are more innocent than each other. However, as long as they find evidence, they will immediately give up their resistance and start repenting on the spot. Zhang Yuan always felt like he forgot something this time. Suana. I don't seem to know how to play Suana either. Although it is very emotional to play Conan's confessions with the Suana when the murderer confesses his guilt, but no one pays for this work. There doesn't seem to be a tradition of blowing Suana on red and white events in neon. They usually invite monks to recite sutras. But when it comes to giving money, Gangwon suddenly thought of it. Him to eat, but before he had time to buy a new one, he was assigned the task by Jinjiu and brought Mayano sisters to the mountain to enjoy the cherry blossoms. In other words, Zhang Yuan missed such a hot news this time. Thinking of the remuneration given by the Japanese TV station represented by Mizuna Ryane, Zhang Yuan seemed to have missed 100 million. Zhang Yuan, who was in high spirits, suddenly looked sluggish. Such an obvious change made Mayano Shiho frequently look at him. So what happened? How do you feel that Jianjia Yuan's brain is not very good recently? On the other side, monk Kuan Yin, who was stared at by Kogoro Mori, pursed his lips tightly. From the color of his pale lips, monk Kuan Yin exerted a lot of strength. Konan also stared at monk Kuan like Morikogoro, but Konan did not doubt Kanon like Morikogoro. After all, Konan looked at his watch yesterday when Morikogoro was frightened, and it happened to be around the time when the monk Tianyong died. In other words, monk Kuan Yin had an alibi at the time, but seeing Kuan Yin like this, he should know something, but he doesn't know whether to say it or not. Of course he will notice this place. It was monk Mu Nian who spoke. Seeing senior brother Kuan Yin suffering so much, Mu Nian couldn't bear it, so he spoke directly to attract everyone's attention. Because this is not the first case in a confinement cell. Mu Nian. Monk Kuan Yin looked at Mu Nian in front of him and didn't know what to say for a while. Just in this room, the exact same incident happened 2 years ago. Mu Nian's expression gradually calmed down, and he said slowly to Morikogoro. 2 years ago. This period of time surprised Morikogoro and Konan. Could it be the incident that Zhang Yuan threatened monk Tianyong at that time? 2 years ago. Officer Mumu touched his third chin and fell into memory. I remember that it was also the case I was responsible for. I remember that the first person to find the body was Master Kuan Yin and Master Mu Nian, right? Kanian and Mu Nian nodded, and then began to talk about the events of the year, which were basically the same as the stories told by Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho, but with a few unnecessary details. Konan listened carefully to the words of the 2 young monks at the feet of the police officer Mumu, and then thought carefully, acting like a child of this age. Mayano Shiho secretly paid attention to this Konan, and when he saw Konan's deathly appearance, he didn't get angry. Does this brat wish that people all over the world would find out that he has a problem? As for the reason why Konan is so unscrupulous, it is because he has asked Dr. Ali to help him buy imported Chinese old white dry. As long as Lao Baigan is in place, he can immediately change back to Kudo Shinichi. As for the performance that is not like a child now, it will change back anyway. Probably this is the last time Konan appeared in the lives of these people. This is Konan's simple and naive idea. After all, if he changed back to Detective Konan, how would he draw down? After listening to everything that happened 2 years ago, Kogoro Mori was still thinking hard in the confinement room. There was absolutely no hint to him about this story. As for Conan on the other side, it was different. Conan seemed to have received a hint and ran to the small terrace on the third floor. As for Zhang Chenyuan, he came to the phone in the temple, followed by Mayano Shiho. As for Mayano Akimi, it was rare to have a live reasoning from Kogoro Mori, so she stayed there to watch the fun. Mayano Shiho looked a little puzzled when Zhang Yuan picked up the phone to dial, "The organization's phone is out of power." Chapter 63_3-eyed monster Mori Kogoro. Zhang Yuan, who was just about to dial, heard Mayano Shiho's words, and suddenly felt a feeling of hating iron. As a top biopharmaceutical talent in the world of Keishui, every day he thinks about the organization, which is too narrow and too unstructured. If Zhang Yuan has the scientific research ability of Mayano Shiho, go out to outsource a few projects, engage in research and development, register a few patents, and still need to work so hard in the organization? Moreover, the promotion and salary increase plan was destroyed by Conan, a prodigal child, so Conan cannot be blamed entirely. After all, the two flags of gin and tequila are flying, and the audience will be sorry if they don't die. And to be promoted, can only rely on selling a scoop to subsidize his family. No, it has nothing to do with the organization, it's my part-time job. Zhang Yuan said to Mayano Shiveo boldly, completely ignoring the overtime pay that Mayano Shiveo gave him during this trip. In front of Shiho Mayano's boss, Zhang Yuan frankly told her that I was working part-time. Mayano Shiho's face darkened instantly after hearing Zhang Yuan's words. Apparently she also realized the problem that she was Zhang Yuan's boss now. And when did the members of the organization have such strange things? Does Jin really have serious and responsible recruiting? Mayano Shiho has a lot of doubts about Jin's professionalism. Maybe Jin is actually a jerk who paddles and fishes. Mayano Shiho has deep doubts about his future in the organization, but the organization is not like a big company outside, and there is only one way to resign. That is whether there are bullets in the gun for gambling on Jin. Of course, as a professional killer, Jin's pistol is always full of bullets. By Zhang Yuan's words, didn't know what to say, and returned to the scene of the crime with a dark face. She felt that if she continued to talk to Zhang Yuan, she might be balled by Zhang Yuan's anger. For the sake of his beautiful brown hair, Shiho Mayano decided to stay away from Gang 1. This man is poisonous. Seeing Shiho Mayano leave, Zhang Yuan called Mizuno Rina's contact number and explained to her the current case at Shanai Temple and the incident 2 days ago. Since you can't sell first-hand news, you can still sell first-hand news. After all, Shanai Temple is located in a remote place, and it will probably take some time for the media outside to get the news of what happened here. Such a greedy, lecherous, and ruthless temple presides over murder and is killed by others is also a popular report by the public. Mizuno Rina and Zhang Yuan finalized the amount of the transaction, and then said that the reporters from the Nikki TV station would set off immediately, and it was no accident that the murder that happened in Shanai Temple tomorrow morning would appear in the morning news tomorrow. Zhang Yuan, who got a bonus, returned to the confinement room. At this time, Kogoro Mori had already started to close his eyes and started his reasoning. Gang Yuan stood in the middle of the confinement room, like Mayano Shiho and Mayano Akimi, and looked up at Mori Kogoro, who was looking up at the window. He saw Mori Kogoro leaning halfway through the small window, and he didn't see him open his mouth. Passed down above. Zhang Yuan looked at the police officer Mumu and the police officers, as well as the 4 young monks in the temple. Did no one notice such an obvious thing at all? What is the thing stuck on the middle of Kogoro Mori's forehead? Yuanbu Longdong, it's so dark, is this the eye that Conan opened to Mori Kogoro? Then Zhang Yuan thought of the small wireless amplifier that Dr. Agaza had been tinkering with on the workbench before. It was only about the size of a button. Compared to Mori Kogoro's forehead, it should be this thing. Zhang Yuan looked around again and found that even if the loudspeaker was attached to Mori Kogora's forehead, everyone didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Except Shiho Mayano. Mayano Shiho looked at Kogora Mori with an unnatural expression, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, thinking that it was Conan's wave of saucy actions that left her speechless. It's outrageous that this thing can live safely up to now, and it's outrageous that it has not been discovered by Qin. Mayano Shiho's mad cry in his heart. But because Zhang Yuan was by her side, Mayano Shiho forced himself not to show any strangeness, in case Zhang Yuan found something wrong with Conan and Mori Kogora based on his look. This is Zhang Yuan's opinion that Shivo Mayano should really go to learn his acting skills with Yukiko Kudo. This calm expression made Shivo Mayano act like a pain in the ass. The difference is a bit too big. Hearing that Kogora Mori knew who the real suspect was, Officer Mumu was very surprised. After all, he almost planned to close the case by suicide just now, but he didn't expect that this case was actually homicide. Nani? Do you know who the real suspect is? Officer Megami looked up at Kogora Mori, who was at the window. Yeah, it's the murderer who made us mistakenly believe that this case was a suicide case. Kogora Mori didn't understand, and his voice came from his forehead. Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho looked at Mori Kogora's head carefully. For some reason, they always felt that Mori Kogora's head was a little weird. Zhang Yuan was familiar with Mori Kogora, and the head of Mori Kogora in memory doesn't seem to be like this. As for Mayano Shiho's doubts, it's even simpler. She is proficient in biology and looks at Mori Kogora's head and feels that normal people can't grow a head of this shape, but more like Conan, who was educated by Mori Kogora last time. Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho squinted and looked at Mori Kogora's head carefully, and sure enough, a big bag bulged on top of Mori Kogora's head. Good guy. Zhang Yuan applauded Conan crazily in his heart. As far as he knows, he is the #1 character in Conan who can toss his old husband so much. Will survive 3 episodes after Kogora Mori one day knows that Conan is Kudo Shinichi. As for Mayano Shiho's thoughts, she was similar to Zhang Yuan's. She just didn't expect that Kudo Shinichi, a guy who didn't put an anesthesia needle on his childhood sweetheart's father's neck, actually had physical anesthesia. Is this really a person? I always feel that it would be more pleasing to let Jinju kill him directly. This is a scourge. Conan upstairs did not know that Zhang Yuan and Mayano Shiho were malicious towards him in their hearts, but just began to tell his reasoning in the voice of Mori Kogora. First of all, last night, Monk Ziyunian first put Monk Tianyong to sleep, and then placed him in a rubber boat and covered him with a plastic sheet to prevent the water from the waterfall from soaking Monk Tianyong's clothes. Next, I came to the terrace on the 3rd floor, took out the prepared wooden boards, and glued the gap between the wooden boards with tape to guide the water falling from the waterfall into the confinement room. Next, close the door, wait for the water level to rise, and then hang Chairman Tianyong on the beam of the ceiling, and he himself drilled out of the window next to the beam. Finally, the murderer took the axe to the place where the big hole was broken in the confinement room, and swung the axe in his hand hard. The water in the confinement room, under the action of pressure, will rush a large hole in the wall, and then rush out of the corridor and flow down the mountain. And the monk Tianyong on the beam was directly hanged. Chapter 64_Conan the Chicken Thief. After listening to Mori Kogora's reasoning, the police officer Mumu, the next step is to ask the murderer as usual, and Mori Kogora, who has a loudspeaker on his forehead, also gives the murderer in this case. It was the monk Ziyunian who avenged his brother. But it doesn't matter, Zhang Yuan felt a little toothache listening to Conan's reasoning just now. If this method is followed by the method Conan said, it may indeed be successful. But the question is the door of the confinement room really as strong as the surrounding walls? No matter how you look at the door of this confinement room, it should be the first to hold it. And this door is so tight? You must know that the entire Shanai temple is a wooden building, and it is still built next to the waterfall. It is amazing that this wooden door is corroded by the moisture of the waterfall every day and has not deformed. In addition, the water flow that can directly break through the wall did not directly destroy the wooden handrail in the corridor outside, which also made Gangwon very confused. Even if this world is not very fantastic, it is definitely not scientific. Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh. Sure enough, the water in the world of Keishui is too deep. I should honestly work in the organization. Go to work outside, you may say something that offends people, and then you are designed in such a gimmicky way. Not afraid of thieves, you are afraid of thieves, not to mention that there are very few bosses out there who are as understanding as Jinjiu. For Maori Kogora's unfounded identification, how could Monk Zayunian admit his guilt? Even if Kogoro Maori revealed his modus operandi, Monk Zayunian was still prepared to argue. Mr. Maori, how could it be me? Stop joking. Monk Zayunian looked at Maori Kogoro with a wronged expression. Master Zayunan, you said that you were studying the scriptures in your room last night until 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, right? Said Kogoro Mori. No, that's right. Monk Zayunian didn't know why Maori Kogoro mentioned this matter. When he came to the restaurant in the morning, he found that the brothers didn't sleep well. Even the Mayano sisters later, but Zhang Yuan and Maori father and daughter are full of energy. However, Monk Zayunian didn't care, and said casually that he was studying the scriptures in his room last night, so he didn't sleep well. Then, please tell me, Master Zayunian, who was the one who made the exclamation last night? Kogoro Mori asked the Monk Zayunian slowly. Monk Zayunian heard the question raised by Mori Kogoro, his face changed again and again. He had been carrying out his own murderous tactics last night. As Mori Kogoro said, in order to ensure that the monk Tianyong was not wet by the water poured in from the window, he stayed in the confinement room for at least 6 hours. The sound of water rumbling in the confinement room, how could he know who the person who screamed last night was? But at this time, in order to clear his suspicions, he could only guess an answer. Monk Zayunian knew that it would not be his 3 senior brothers who screamed yesterday, so among the several guests, Zhang Yuan and Mori Kogoro would certainly not be frightened. As for the others, Monk Zayunian looked at Mayano Shiho, who had a cold face. Well, this lady doesn't look like someone who can scream, and then looked at Mayano Akimi. Mayano Akimi looked at Monk Zayunan with a gentle smile and nodded. Obviously, Mayano Akimi, who looked like Yamato Nadeko, was impossible. Then most likely. After the Monk Zayunian ruled out the correct answer for the first time, he looked at Kogoro Mori and said, I think Miss Mori was frightened yesterday. That cry shocked me at the time. Monk Zayunian is very confident. This is not just guessing, but reasoning based on consistent conditions. He thought to himself that if he hadn't been caught this time, it would be fine to be a detective if he was a vulgar man. It's just that Zayunian's answer did not arouse the approval of the surrounding senior brothers. Instead, the 3 senior brothers looked at Monk Zayunian with very strange eyes. Tun Nian couldn't hold his breath the most, looked at Zayunian and asked, Shiu Nian, you? Master Zayunian, it wasn't Xiaoran who was scared and screamed yesterday. Mori Kogoro said, it was me. This sentence can only be said by Conan. If Mori Kogoro was still awake, he would never expose his shortcomings so magnanimously. But, Brother Maori, this kind of thing can't be used as evidence. Officer Miumi raised his head and looked up. Because he kept his head up, Officer Megami's neck already felt a little sore, which made Officer Meguro feel resentment towards Kogoro Mori. You reasoned and reasoned, why are you running so high? Of course it has to be higher, otherwise what will you do when you see Kogoro Mori's third eye? Conan is not ready to let himself off the vest right now. If he loses his vest now, he might be beaten to death on the spot by the embarrassed Mao Lilan. If there is evidence, of course there is. Kogoro Mori paused for a while. Conan took the things to Officer Mumu. After finishing speaking, Conan ran in through the big hole in the wall and handed the evidence bag in his hand to Officer Mumu, which contained some old wood chips and used tape. Then Conan walked out of the big hole and hid outside with a Baunot voice changer and said, "Master Zyunian, I'm afraid this is where you neglected. I'm willing to bet on the way of my detective, and the tape must have your fingerprints on it." Zhang Yuan listened to the two voices of Kogoro Mori coming from his ears, one was above and the other was silent behind him. Now it seems that people in the world of Keishui are not only selectively blind, they are also selectively deaf. Can't tell the difference between one voice and two voices. Also, he is betting on his detective career, knowing that it is Kogoro Mori who is solving the case now. Co-authoring Conan finally made a bet once, betting on someone else's detective path. This thing is really not a good person. Zhang Yuan looked at Monk Zyunian in anticipation. After all, he had already decided to kill, so isn't wearing gloves the most basic respect for killing methods? If Monk Zyunian really put on gloves, he would not know whether it was Kogoro Mori or Conan who quit the detective industry. But then it doesn't match up. Tun Nian looked at Mori Kogoro who was above. You must know that Zyunan entered the temple after the last incident. The last case was probably committed by Tian Yang. Kogoro Mori said something that shocked the other three young monks. Hearing Kogoro Mori's last words, Monk Zyunan smiled calmly and said under Zhang Yuan's regretful gaze, "Yes. The last case was indeed handled by Tian Yang. And Zhou Nian who died at that time was also my brother." Monk Zyunian smiled sadly. Although he killed Monk Tian Yang, his own brother would never come back. Just like the Maori detective reasoned, this is how I killed the host Tian Yang who killed my brother 2 years ago. Unfortunately, if only you, detective, were here 2 years ago. Monk Zyunian was taken into the police car, the last words lingered in everyone's ears. Maybe when the monk was taken away, he was more relieved and relieved. Chapter 65 _ You are the famous K. Jackie Chan. Conan stared blankly at the back of the monk Zyunian who was taken away by the police, with two white lenses on his eyes that were reflected by the sunlight. Conan was silent, perhaps once again thinking of the Moon Shadow Island case. For the rest of his life, every time he thought about these cases, he would presumably be accompanied by his own pain and remorse. The case was completely over. Maori Kogoro on the third floor also woke up and turned around, rubbing his head. Maori Kogoro returned to the confinement room. He found that the police officers had begun to evacuate in an orderly manner, and Monk Zyunian was not in the confinement room. Just as Mori Kogoro was about to ask what happened, Officer Mumu came over and patted Mori Kogoro on the shoulder. "What a wonderful reasoning, bro Maori. I didn't expect you to be more reliable after you became a detective, bro Maori." These few times Maori Kogoro's on-the-spot reasoning has greatly improved his original image in the heart of the police officer Mumu, although the recent physique of Maori's brother is a bit unlucky. But his business ability has indeed improved a lot. And the sentence that blocked my detective's road just now, it sounds like it ignited in an instant. Hearing the compliment from Officer Mumu, Kogoro Mori was stunned at first, then he started to laugh loudly, and said triumphantly to Officer Mumu, "Of course, I'm the famous detective Mori Kogoro. Ha 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 ha." For Kogoro Mori, this is not the first time he has solved a case inexplicably. However, in the past, the neck was numb and then unconscious. Slip on foot this time? Slipping under your feet? Mori Kogoro instantly remembered why he wanted to go to the terrace on the third floor, so he looked around for Conan. All of a sudden, I saw Conan standing at the door and looking at him teasingly. Looking at Conan's expression, Kogoro Mori was angry. Kid mean by looking at him like that? Could it be that he was laughing at his reasoning skills of Kogoro Mori? This case wasn't solved by him, Kogoro Mori, could it be that Kid Conan who solved it? So Mori Kogoro swiftly ran to Conan's side and hammered Conan's head hard. In an instant, a bag bigger than Mori Kogoro's head bulged on Conan's head. "This is a tick for a tick." Conan, who had been beaten, came to his sister's island to shamelessly seek comfort, while Morilan hugged Conan in his arms and comforted Conan's LSP heart in a soft voice. Mayano Akimi smiled softly and watched them play, which was her favorite scene to see. It has nothing to do with the organization, and there is no intrigue, and there is only this faint human firework. As for Mayano Shiho and Zhang Yuan, it was different. The two of them couldn't help but praise this shameless high school detective. What a shameless man. The entire Shanai Temple case was completely over. The Mori family, the Mayano sisters, and Zhang Yuan all chose to take the police car back to downtown Tokyo. After all, their car tires are scrapped, and there is no spare tire. Officer Mumu saw that Kogoro Mori was able to solve the case so neatly today and helped them transport the car back to Tokyo. They can go back with the police car without having to wait here. In this way, the Mayano sisters began their first experience of riding a police car in their lives. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was sitting on the co-pilot instead of Hattori Heiji. If Hattori is Heiji, this guy will definitely turn on the siren and sway through the market. If the siren is really turned on, the Mayano sisters will be able to feel the treatment of the prisoners being escorted in advance. Returning to Tokyo, Zhang Yuan did not let the police officers drive the police car directly to the door of the pharmaceutical company. If the joke went straight, they might be greeted by Jin's cordial bullet greeting. It is better to be honest and not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Mayano Akimi watched Mayano Shiho and Zhang Yuan get into a taxi, and then went home by himself. This trip can be described as worthwhile. Not only saw the cherry blossoms in the mountains, but also saw the on-site reasoning of the famous detective. More importantly, she and her sister went on a trip together. This is something she didn't even dare to think about before. As for Zhang Yuan, he left the base after sending Shiho Mayano back to the pharmaceutical company. Jinjiu did not wait for them at the base. After sending a text message to Jinjiu and receiving the reply that Jinjiu knew about it, Zhang Yuan looked at the time. Finding that it was time for dinner, Zhang Yuan bought dinner for 4 on the way, one of which belonged to Dr. Ali. The remaining 3 copies are all Jianjia Yuan's own. Dr. Ali has recently become addicted to research and cannot extricate himself. It is estimated that he must not eat dinner, but he does not know whether the camera entrusted to Dr. Ali has been made. Carrying his dinner, arrived at the door of Dr. Ali's house. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Dr. Ali's worried voice coming from the door. "Hey, Shinichi, is this too much? Why don't we reduce it a bit?" Dr. Long-winded. "This time I will definitely change back to Kudo Shinichi, don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem." Conan's confident voice sounded, and then Zhang Yuan could hear a ton of ton even standing outside the door. The sound of, "Good guy, what is Conan drinking so bold? Old white dry? Warriors." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan knocked on the door of Dr. Agaza's house. Dong dong. Hearing the knock on the door, Dr. Ali opened his door and was a little surprised to see Zhang Yuan outside the door. "It's you, Zhang Yuan." Taking the things in Zhang Yuan's hand, Dr. Ali took Zhang Yuan into the house. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Yuan saw Conan carrying an empty wine bottle in the middle of the living room. Movements, Zhang Yuan always felt a little familiar, and then began to dub Conan's movements. "I'm upside down and like a wave." Conan heard the melody on Zhang Yuan's mouth. Although he didn't understand the lyrics, he instinctively began to rhythm with the rhythm. Zhang Yuan laughed when he saw that Conan was so cooperative, and then sang to Conan, "Is there 1,000 kinds of grievances to laugh at? I go down and go up, swaying and refusing to fall." At this time, Conan could no longer stand up. He was swaying from side to side in Dr. Ali's living room, and the last trace of sobriety that remained kept Conan from falling to the ground. Zhang Yuan tentatively sang the last sentence, I know the universe in wine best. Probably when he heard Zhang Yuan finished singing, Conan fell to the ground contentedly, so scared that Dr. Egsa hurried forward to see Conan's current situation. Dr. Ali carefully checked Conan's situation and returned to the living room, thinking that when Conan's reasoning was unreliable, he was in this state and fell asleep after drinking too much. Zhang Yuan smelled the smell of alcohol in the room and looked at Dr. Ali. I said, Doctor, Conan is still a child, how can you give him alcohol? Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Dr. Ali scratched his head in embarrassment. At this time, he couldn't say that Conan was going to drink and grow bigger. If he really said it, maybe Zhang Yuan could send him directly to a mental hospital. Chapter 66_will ready to be smashed. It's because a friend brought me a special product when he traveled to China, but when Conan came over today, he drank it all while I wasn't paying attention. The embarrassed Dr. Ali started making friends out of nothing. Zhang Yuan nodded and pretended to believe that Dr. Ali really had such a friend to travel to Hongshui. So the two big men diverted the topic of Conan's drinking and began to eat the dinner packaged by Gang Won in the restaurant. Looking at the brightly colored and fragrant takeaways, Gang Won still wanted to eat some dishes made by himself. It's a pity that Habra AI is still a long time away from going online. Would you like to secretly give Boss Mayano a pill, eh? Forget it. What if Haiwan Aaron is gone at an inappropriate time and place after Zhang Yuan has one whole grain? After all, Haiwan AI is also an important female supporting role in this article. If it is directly finished, maybe this book by the new author may be directly hit the street. Since he thought of Haiwan AI, Zhang Yuan also thought of Conan, who was sleeping in the room now. Good guy Conan's physique is also pretty good. After all, if such a bottle of liquor were to be dried, most people would have to be sent to the hospital for gastric lavage at this time. However, according to the metaphysical examination by Dr. Ali just now, it seems that Conan just fell asleep after drinking too much. This made Zhang Yuan a little suspicious that the glass of wine that Hattori Heiji poured for Conan last time was simply not enough to make Conan get drunk directly. Conan also felt a little drunk at most. The rest should be the reaction of a medicine and Laobigan plus a cold, plus Conan's LSP heart. After all, the weak Conan can take advantage of it better, right? He entered Tsujimura's house. Conan still had the energy to run around looking for clues. Night, neither of the two single men mentioned Conan again. It's not that they are too indifferent, but that they have completely forgotten about Conan. Dr. Ali's latest miniature camera has been made. Like the amplifier, it is the size of a button. It can be automatically recorded when placed on the clothes. Good guy, Dr. AGA, it's a shame to not focus on the equipment in the field of military industry and espionage. As for the equipment on Zhang Yuan and Conan, if Amuro knows about it, it is estimated that they can't wait to give up Dr. Ali. As for the storage method, it uses videotapes. Although computers have begun to appear in the Kexu world, most storage methods still use disks for storage. Dr. Ali made a videotape the size of a palm, and the machine, which was recorded by a miniature camera, and then had a data cable connected between the cameras of the machine. Although Dr. Agai did not make a storage method for wireless transmission, even such a device is much more convenient than the original Gang 1 candid camera directly. As for the question of whether the parties would mind Gang 1 filming them. How can there be so many things when everyone is dead? Satisfied, Zhang Yuan left Dr. Agaza's house, and when he left, he told Dr. Agaza that this invention was very good. After he introduced this invention to his part-time boss, maybe Dr. Agaza could make a lot of money. Woolen cloth. That's right, Zhang Yuan is going to introduce this camera equipment to Jinjiu. Although Jinjiu belongs to the operation department, it must be checked in advance before the action. The past, the stepping point can only be remembered with the human mind. After all, in some places, the use of cameras or video cameras is very sensitive. If there is an invention of Dr. Ali, it will be different. At least the machine must be more reliable than the human brain. Of the peripheral members of Jinjiu's subordinates is also mixed, and the good ones are basically similar to Zhang Yuan, and they can all get code names immediately. As for the bad ones, there are also many gangsters on the street, members of the underworld who are about to lose their way, and some murderers that the police haven't caught. The murderer I'm talking about here is not the kind of murderer who has all sorts of bells and whistles devised in advance. It's a murderer who kills with passion but hasn't done a disguise on the scene. The organization took in these homeless murderers in hiding and trained them. Talented people can become peripheral members or even code members. As for those without talent, they are generally either used as cannon fodder, or are sent to the drug laboratory as mice for in vivo experiments. Of course, such cannon fodders are basically incompetent. After all, anyone with a little talent goes to the bells and whistles. In fact, the organization is looking for these people more or let them be guinea pigs. The peripheral members and the code members are just giving them a thought, not to cause them trouble. So with Dr. Ali's equipment, no matter how idiot you are, you won't mess up the mission. After all, after you go in, you will always walk around slowly. If you can't do this, then go be a guinea pig. Of course, Zhang Yuan did not do it without selfishness. Dr. Ali's invention this time is easy to use, but the cost is not low. And for Gang 1, videotapes are basically disposable consumables. After all, these videotapes will eventually be sold to Shui Wuliane. He can't finish the money, he has to go back and ask for a videotape. What's that like? Then once Jinjiu decides to introduce this device, Gang 1 will be able to replenish his own videotapes from the device department for free, which is a win-win. I believe that Jinjiu will be very relieved after knowing it. After all, Jianjia Yuan's part-time job was also recorded in the organization. Zhang Yuan is not like Belmont and Bourbon as a mystic. What Zhang Yuan believes in is not to play mystery with his boss all the time. Maybe he will lose his job while playing. Zhang Yuan, who was full of harvest, returned to his home and first called the Maori family. It happened to be Mao Lilan who answered the phone, so Zhang Yuan told Mao Lilan that Conan drank a whole bottle of Laobigan at Dr. Ali's house. Mao Lilan was furious when he heard it. It is enough to have Maori Kogora and an alcoholic at home. And how can Conan drink at his current age? And Mao Lilan is familiar with Laobigan. On the second day after Heiji Hattori left, Conan opened the wine cabinet in the morning to drink Laobigan again. It's a pity that he was caught by Mao Lilan, and then the bottle of wine was locked by Mao Lilan. After thanking Zhang Yuan, Mao Lilan came to Dr. Ali's house angrily and took away Conan, who was still asleep. Because of Mor Ilan's aggressiveness, Dr. Ali had no intention of defending Conan at all, and simply sold Conan. After all, Zhang Yuan, who grew up together, knows how to introduce himself to business, and this guy Xinyi knows to cause him trouble all day long. This was the truest thought in Dr. Ali's mind at that time. At this time, Conan was sleeping soundly, and Conan, who was lying in Morlan's arms, didn't know what would happen after he woke up. Just when Zhang Yuan put down the landline and was about to take out his mobile phone to call Jinjiu, Jinjiu called Zhang Yuan first. Hey! Is this the legend of having a consonance? Chapter 67_New missions and opportunities to get codenames. Big brother. Zhang Yuan asked softly after connecting Jinjiu's call. Your new mission is here. This time, it is to inspect the newcomers who are about to be absorbed into the organization. Jinjiu said straight to the point of Jianjia Yuan's mission this time. Don't screw it up, you'll get your codename when you're done, Jin said before hanging up. The task this time was a task that Jinjiu specially selected for Zhang Yuan among the many organizational tasks. In order for Zhang Yuan to successfully obtain a code name, Jinjiu was also heartbroken. This time the task can no longer be said to be simple, it is simply a task that can be completed by putting a pig. The previous organization's preliminary investigation of newcomers has been completed. After passing the surveillance for half a year, this time just let Zhang Yuan go to the end. The newcomer said that he was going to design a murder case. This is not only a test of his ability, but also a certificate for joining the organization. After all, blood on hands after joining the organization is definitely inevitable. As for Zhang Yuan's promotion, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have a partner. Anyway, Zhang Yuan is now a reporter. The big deal is that after Zhang Yuan graduates, let him be a regular. Then go to Nippon TV to be a company with Keel, and you can also monitor Keel's actions. Zhang Yuan was immediately happy when he heard that he had a chance to be promoted again. Jinju just hung up, and then an email was sent to Zhang Yuan's email. Let me take a look at who this newcomer is, Zhang Yuan said to himself, and opened the email with the basic information of the newcomer on it. Researcher Toya, male, 22 years old, college student. He lives in Osaka and is currently attending university in Osaka. He is the president of their school's Reasoning Research Society. What's left is some observational material, and the last page is a comment from the observer. The student has a fervent enthusiasm for Sherlock Holmes, as well as a desire to become a Moriarty-like crime master and Sherlock Holmes' nemesis. Looking at the information in his hand, Zhang Yuan smacked his tongue secretly. No matter how you look at the comment and introduction of the good guy, I feel that it is full of bashing. And what bothered Zhang Yuan the most was the name Toya Kento. Zhang Yuan always felt a little familiar, but couldn't remember who it was for a while. But Zhang Yuan can be sure that this name is definitely not in the original memory, so the problem is a bit tricky. After all, the names of the supporting characters that can be remembered by Zhang Yuan in the previous life, apart from the famous Red and Black, the rest are estimated to be the murderer or the victim. No, it's really unfortunate. Zhang Yuan glanced at the calendar for tomorrow, and it should be still in the holiday phase, although Zhang Yuan did not know what kind of holiday it was. In short, it is a day or several days without going to school. Just when Zhang Yuan was thinking about whether to go to Osaka in advance to see the real person of Kento Toya and determine who this person is, the landline at home rang again. At this time, who will call him? Certainly not the people of the organization has its own mobile phone to use. It shouldn't be the Maori family. After all, Conan should be sleeping soundly right now, and he doesn't have time to go out and do things at all. As for Dr. Akeza and Suzuki Sanako, Dr. Akeza's house is so close to his house, why is there any need to make a phone call? Well, Suzuki Sanako. What is the second lady going to do? Ready to go to the Star of Ho-Ho? Phone with some anticipation. After all, no matter who called him, it meant that Zhang Yuan hoped to pick up the fragments of his soul. Hey, this is Zhang Yuan's house, what's the matter? Hey, Zhang Yuan, is me, I am Hattori Heiji. Zhang Yuan's unexpected voice came from the microphone, and it was Osaka Black Chicken Hattori Heiji on the other end of the phone. Hato? How did you know my phone number? Zhang Yuan asked Hattori Heiji curiously. He probably hadn't left a phone number with Hattori Heiji when we last met. It's Ran, I asked Ran for your phone number. How about you, do you want to come to Osaka to play around? Heiji Hattori warmly invited Zhang Yuan to visit Osaka. Huh. Hearing Hattori Heiji's invitation, Zhang Yuan slowly drew a question mark in his mind. What's the situation? Isn't this a treatment that only Kudo Shinichi has? Why did Hattori Heiji empathize and stop falling in love with himself after meeting him once? This man is not right. Hey, I said, aren't you trying to pay attention to something else? Zhang Yuan said in a tone that I saw through you. Hearing Zhang Yuan's reply, I obviously felt that the confidence of Hattori Heiji was a little lacking, but Hattori Heiji was still stubborn. How is it possible? I told you that since the last time we met, I feel that we have a special affinity. That's why I invited you to come to Osaka as a guest. Of the phone, Hattori Heiji said something he didn't believe in himself. Zhang Yuan knew himself very well. He had no talent for reasoning. He would never let these high school detectives become friends at first sight. So Hattori Heiji is probably still thinking of Kudo Shinichi. However, Zhang Yuan did not refuse Hattori Heiji's invitation. After all, Zhang Yuan himself was planning to go to Osaka. But the original body is not a person who likes to travel. If the behavior is too abnormal, it may lead to Conan's idea. After all, if you live by Conan's side, you must be cautious and cautious. If you don't want to drop the vest. Don't you see Shui Wuliane, isn't it because he was not cautious enough that he was caught by Conan? If there is an invitation from Hattori Heiji, then Zhang Yuan's behavior to go to Osaka will be logical. Looking at Hattori Heiji in this way is really timely. This nickname is really suitable for Hattori Heiji. After all, wasn't that timely Rain Song Jiang also dark-skinned? After agreeing to Hattori Heiji's invitation, Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji made an appointment to meet at Osaka Station, and the next trip to Osaka was hosted by Hattori Heiji classmates. In this way, Zhang Yuan, after sorting out the information of Kento Toya, planned his itinerary in Osaka, and then fell asleep. After all, Gangwon has to get up early tomorrow to go to the station and meet Hattori Heiji. I don't know why Hattori Heiji set the meeting time so early. Is this person really a normal human being? Brain is not good. There is also information that says that tomorrow night is the time when Kendo Toya plans to start, and Zhang Yuan will think of a way to get out. The day to get the code name is just around the corner, and the future can be expected. Gangwon fell asleep with a beautiful longing. Chapter 68 Researcher Toa is this iron boy? Gangwon got up early and took the 6 a.m. Shinkansen to Osaka. 3 hours later, Zhang Yuan left the train station with the main force. As soon as he got out of the train station, he saw the unusual Hattori Heiji beckoning to him. Thanks to the fact that it was during the day, Zhang Yuan might not be able to see Hattori Heiji clearly if the appointment was at night. Zhang Yuan suspects that the inspiration for the role of Hattori Heiji may come from Xiao He. After all, Hattori Heiji is really a bit black and unique. Walking to Hattori Heiji's side, Zhang Yuan, who was just about to greet Hattori Heiji, was suddenly pulled away by Hattori Heiji. Hurry up, hurry up. We won't be able to catch the train if it's too late. Hattori Heiji said while pulling Zhang Yuan back into the station. Looking at this familiar station, Zhang Yuan felt that Hattori Heiji seemed to have some serious illness, and when he saw the ticket handed over by Hattori Heiji, Zhang Yuan was even more stunned. The station is not far from Tokyo, and it only takes less than an hour to get there by car from Tokyo. Brother, is there something wrong with you? The car. Zhang Yuan stared straight at Hattori Heiji until he saw Hattori Heiji embarrassed and laughed. I persuaded the young master. You called me all the way from Tokyo just to let me experience the joy of riding the Shinkansen. Zhang Yuan looked at Hattori Heiji with a bad face. If Hattori Heiji doesn't give Zhang Yuan a satisfactory answer this time, he is going to take the Mori family and the juvenile detective team to live at Hattori Heiji's house. Even if the halo of death doesn't interfere with Hattori Heiji's family, at least it can make Osaka's crime rate soar and make Hattori Hisao work overtime every day. Heiji Hattori, who heard the threat in Zhang Yuan's tone and also felt that what he did was a little inauthentic, explained to Zhang Yuan embarrassedly. That's it, I saw an advertisement for a Sherlock Holmes tour group in the newspaper, and I signed up. After all, doesn't that guy like Sherlock Holmes very much? If he knew about it, he would definitely participate. Maybe this time he will be able to meet Kudo himself in the tour group. And then, what does this have to do with you calling me from Tokyo and sending me back? Zhang Yuan gave Hattori Heiji a sideways glance. Well, you haven't seen Kudo for a long time, so I just wanted to call you up. If that guy Kudo wants to run away, we can stop him and tie him up together. Hattori Heiji didn't realize what he was talking about, which caused the passengers sitting around to look at him and talk to himself. Originally, I thought this tour group was staying in Osaka. It just happened that I could take you around Osaka Castle during the day, but he told me it was near Tokyo. There's no other way, I can only help you buy a ticket first, and then I'll explain it to you when I get to the bus. Hattori Heiji looked at Zhang Yuan's eyes sincerely. Although Zhang Yuan only saw it in Hattori's eyes, he wasn't very serious about washing his face in the morning. Zhang Yuan rubbed his temples with a headache. If this is the case, wouldn't all the plans he made yesterday be cancelled? And today, it seems that I can't rub the soul fragment of the newcomer who is going to join the organization. Forget it, that's it this time. Zhang Yuan waved his hand exhaustedly. But speaking of the Sherlock Holmes tour group, Zhang Yuan thought of the case in the plot. It seems that the shop owner wrote a fanfic, which caused dissatisfaction among the readers of the original book. Everyone from the boss to the people who helped him publish was ready to kill it. Good guy, the risk of writing doujinshi in the world of keishue is not small. No wonder Lemonade with Ice began to write fairy tales in this world. It's a real talent. Zhang Yuan leaned on his seat with the idea of what it came, and how many soul fragments he could receive in this case. What kind of soul fragments can these dead people provide him? One thing after another, Zhang Yuan didn't even have time to visit the witch lady in Zhanggushan. When he is free, Zhang Yuan must go to see his peers in this world, that is, the peers in this world are a bit low, so he can't cry. What the hell kind of setup is this? Their lineage of warlocks is different. It can be said that there are no taboos, it all depends on their own choices. In this way, Hattori Heiji chatted with Zhang Yuan and discussed Kudo Shinichi all the way. As for his childhood sweethearts, Yuan Shan and Hattori Heiji, he didn't mention a word. I hope Toyama and Ye can calm down a bit when they know that they are not as good as a man. If he wants to teach Hattori Heiji a lesson, Zhang Yuan is happy to help her hold down the Osaka black chicken. In this way, Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji went to the meeting point of this trip and saw a middle-aged and elderly man who was in Sherlock Holmes holding up Hattori Heiji's name. Beside him, 2 women and 1 man. Presumably these people are also going to join the tour group. Zhang Yuan was speechless when he looked at this man's nondescript dress. The most important thing is the degree of reduction. This middle-aged uncle in his 50s was wearing special Sherlock Holmes clothes, holding a pipe and a beer belly. Holmes. If the real Sherlock Holmes looked like this, maybe Watson would have died on the spot. Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji came to the uncle of the pirated Sherlock Holmes. The uncle recognized Hattori Heiji first. After all, the popularity of Hattori Heiji, who is always on the news, is not low in the circle of reasoning enthusiasts. Welcome, little brother Hattori. I am Hiroyuki Kanaya, the planner of this trip, and the owner of the hotel we are going to. Jingu Hiroyuki put down the sign in his hand and greeted Zhang Yuan Kimono Heiji. Then began to introduce the remaining 3 to the 2 of them. 2 of these 3 people are in a relationship, and the other is Obazan, who is fat, but Zhang Yuan feels a bit like Edogawa Fumiya dressed up by Yukiko Kudo. If Zhang Yuan hadn't felt the breath of his soul, he would have thought that Yukiko Kudo was putting on a vest again to tease her child. This Obazan is a fortune teller, and it sounds a bit outrageous that a fortune teller who is a fool would like Sherlock Holmes. The other 2 are Kentoya and Ayako Aji, who both went to school in Osaka. Etc. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened instantly when he heard Kento Toya's name, and he looked carefully at the young man in front of him. Isn't that the Kento Toya on the document? Who co-authored this organization's investigation was this Tiwa who murdered in front of the 3 detectives. Jin, what kind of thing is this asking him to investigate? When he thought that if Kento Toya passed the inspection of Zhang Yuan, he would still work under Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan didn't want to save him in an instant. After all, how can such a careless young man expose the vest he was organizing? It's just a pity that this time I couldn't get promoted smoothly again. Sighed secretly in his heart, he really failed brother Jinjiu's heart for nothing. Chapter 69 _ Oho Philosophy. As for the remaining girl named Ayako Aji, who is Kento Toya's girlfriend, the two of them are a model of plastic couples. One used murder to blackmail his boyfriend into letting him give up the book, while the other set his girlfriend on fire directly. Good guy, this is really a family that loves each other. After listening to Kanaya Hiroyuki's introduction, Kento Toya smiled softly. Heiji Hattori, I know you, the son of the Osaka prefectural police chief. Hearing what Kento Toya said, John Yuen looked at Hattori Heiji. How could he feel that he knew what Hattori Heiji's father was doing as a person? But in terms of reasoning, it's still far from Sherlock Holmes, at most the level of the Baker Street team. After Kento Toya finished speaking, he hugged Ayako Aji and got into Hiroyuki Kanaya's car. As for Hattori Heiji, he was firmly held by John Yuen. If it wasn't for John Yuen's quick hands, Hattori Heiji would probably be riding Kento Toya's face by now. Looking at Kento Toya, who was arrogantly looking out of the car window in the car, John Yuen sentenced him to death in his heart. Originally, the young man was going to kill under the eyes of the three detectives. It's better now, I'm still mocking Hattori Heiji here, and it seems that I'll tease Kogoro Mori later. This stuff gets into the organization, and it will be revealed within a week. After thinking about it, John Yuen decided to send this confident little brother on the road after he picked up the soul fragments. The provincial ginseng brother had to find a way to silence this man in prison. Jinjiu's recent recruiting results are not good. Why are all kinds of things put into the organization? John Yuen silently sneered at Jinjiu in his heart. Then Hattori Heiji, John Yuen, and the fortune teller Obazan also got into the car. Jingu Hiroyuki drove the van slowly towards the hotel. After arriving at the hotel, Jinya Hiroyuki opened the door, and there were no staff or waiters in the room. Jingu Yuji came to the crowd. I'm sorry everyone, the waiter in the store was sent by me to pick up the guests from Tokyo. You can rest in the room first, and when everyone is almost there, I will call everyone. After saying that, Jingu Yuji left the hall. Let's go, let us go to our room too. Hattori Heiji carried John Yuen and his luggage up the stairs. As for why Hattori Heiji was carrying Jianjia Yuen's luggage. After all, people always have to do something to express their apologies, right? It was a pity for John Yuen that when Hattori Heiji proposed to help him carry his luggage, there were no such big rocks nearby, otherwise John Yuen would have put a few in his bag. Let Hattori Heiji have a good workout, the proportion of kendo is also very high, right? Also, Heiji Hattori doesn't have to be single for a long time in the future. It's also for his own good to exercise more arm strength. John Yuen Kimono Heiji came to their twin room, and as soon as he entered the room, John Yuen Kimono Heiji found a surveillance camera in the corner of the room. Good guy, I said why Kento Toya and her girlfriend asked for 2 rooms, it turns out that there is such a thing in it. John Yuen looked at the camera and said with emotion. Hattori Heiji didn't understand what John Yuen meant for a while. What are you talking about? How did they know there were cameras in the room? As for the 2 rooms, it shouldn't be close to a certain level, right? I don't know if Hattori Heiji really doesn't understand it or he's just pretending to be pure. The problem is that Hattori Heiji, you are too dark, the word innocent really can't be used on him, no matter how you look at it, the evil demon king is more suitable. However, if I sleep under this kind of monitoring, I may not be able to sleep. Is this thing really working? Hattori looked at the camera and found that there was no light on it, so he was curious, asked a question. Hattori Heiji didn't expect John Yuen to answer him. At this time, he felt more and more that if Kudo was by his side, he would definitely be able to chat happily. It's just that Hattori Heiji didn't expect John Yuen to directly carry the stool and walk under the surveillance camera. Standing on the stool, John Yuen easily took off the camera above his head and threw it to Hattori Heiji. Well, then, there doesn't seem to be a power connection to this. Hattori Heiji hurriedly caught the camera thrown by John Yuen and began to observe, indeed, not even fixing it with nails. It seems to be glued on, and there is no power supply and no built-in battery. Hattori Heiji put down the camera in his hand. This thing should be a decoration, right? I said, what tour group did you sign up for? Why are there such bells and whistles? Zhang Yuan complained to Hattori Heiji, taking off his shoes and leaning on the quilt. Don't worry about these little things, you said. Kudo should come, right? Hattori Heiji was a little unconfident at this time. After all, this was a decision he made with a slap in his head. The last time I was at Tsujimura's house, I didn't compete with Kudo Shinichi, but this time I have to beat Kudo Shinichi. Zhang Yuan didn't know why Hattori Heiji thought he could beat Kudo Shinichi, and he didn't know that a case would happen here. After all, I don't want to come and see my friend who I met before. Don't worry, if Kudo sees this advertisement, he will definitely come. Zhang Yuan waved his hand indifferently, to the kind of Conan who talks about Sherlock Holmes on dates with girls. Isn't this trip heaven for Conan? As he was talking, there was a knock on the door from outside the house. It was a girl's voice. Mr. Zhang Yuan and Mr. Hattori, the guests are all here. The boss asks everyone to go down and gather. When Heiji Hattori heard the waiter's words, he instantly became refreshed. He put on his shoes and took Zhang Yuan down, and he was still muttering about whether this guy Kudo would come. Zhang Yuan followed Hattori Heiji, clearly watching Hattori Heiji go from excitement to anxiety to disappointment. Just like the girl did not see the lost expression when the boy she liked went to the appointment. Zhang Yuan always felt that the world of Keishui he traveled through was strange. Didn't these two bring their own childhood sweethearts? Why is this Osaka black chicken so gay? Zhang Yuan, who was shaking all over, secretly took a few steps away from Hattori Heiji, and then saw that the newcomer was besieging Mori Kogora, saying that he was not a fan of Sherlock Holmes. As for Mori Kogora, he is also lacking in interest, but Conan at his feet is very excited. After all, it is not easy to see so many people who like Sherlock Holmes in the whole Neon. At this time, Kogora Mori turned around and was about to leave. As for Morilan, if there was no Shinichi Kudo, she would not be very interested in this kind of travel. At this time, the owner of the inn, Hiroyuki Kanaya, hurriedly rushed to the side of Kogoro Maori, pulled Kogoro Maori back, and said, everyone, this means that it is the famous detective I specially invited, Kogoro Maori. Chapter 70 _ Do not sleep at night to come to you to do the problem? The boss, and he speaks nicely. It was clearly Conan who claimed to have signed up for this tour group without authorization, and when it came to Jinya Hiroyuki's mouth, it became a special invitation from him. Although Maori Kogora is very famous, not everyone buys it, and Kento Toya, who is stunned in the air, once again ridiculed. I can hear Kogoro Mori's name from time to time in Osaka, but I still think that if he is compared with Sherlock Holmes, he is still far behind. After finishing speaking, Ayako Aji also showed an expression of approval. If it really compares, he may not be as good as Dr. Watson next to Sherlock Holmes. Damn, you bastard. After hearing the comments of Ayako Aji and Kento Toya, Mori Kogora immediately became furious. If it is simply said that he is not as good as Sherlock Holmes, and even Watson is no match, this is suspected of being a bit of a personal attack. Just as Mori Kogoro was about to explode, Conan quickly grabbed his firepower. Okay, uncle. It's Sherlock Holmes after all. Conan didn't say this, but Kogoro Mori was even more furious when he said it, and clenched his fist as big as a sandbag and hit Conan fiercely. Conan's head suddenly bulged, a big bag visible to the naked eye. It seems to be still steaming. It hurts. Conan's tears of pain were about to flow down. This time, Kogoro Mori was really ruthless. Seeing Conan like this, Amo Lilan squatted down and looked at Conan with concern. Conan, are you okay? Conan. The name in Morilan's mouth suddenly hit the G-spot of these Sherlock Holmes fans, and for a while, everyone except Kentoya and Ayako Aji surrounded Conan. complimented Conan's name with one glance at me. As for Mao Lilan, who was squeezed out, he looked at Conan, who was communicating with everyone in the crowd with relief. It's good. Mauri Kogora didn't understand what Morilan was feeling suddenly here. It's Conan. Morilan pointed to Conan in the crowd. This kid has always been too calm, he doesn't feel like a child, and he likes Sherlock Holmes so much. Just like him. Like him. Mauri Kogoro felt a strong sense of crisis from Morilan's tone, and his own cabbage was going to be bullied by pigs. Now Mao Lilan's expression is exactly the same as that of Fei Yingli back then. But Mauri Kogoro's mood is different. It's just that Mauri Kogoro was the pig who stalked the cabbage, and now Mauri Lan is the cabbage of their family. At this moment, Kogoro Mori finally knew why his father-in-law looked at him with murderous eyes when he went to concubine Yingri's house for the first time. If it were his Mauri Kogoro who saw the pig that shoved his own cabbage, he would definitely give that kid a slap over the shoulder first. Yeah, that's the guy. He's stinky and proud, and he's also keen on reasoning, and he's a big sound idiot. Before Mao Lilan could finish speaking, he heard another voice coming from the side. Hattori Heiji saw Mori Kogora and Morilan. He took Zhang Yuan and walked over, but he did not say hello. Until now, when everyone else in the room was focusing on Conan, Hattori Heiji spoke up and then said what Morilan wanted to say. He's still a music idiot, and he's a good football player, and the high school detective who disappeared again before we'd won the last time. Shinichi Kudo. Am I right? Hattori Heiji supported the brim of his hat and looked at Morilan. Aren't you? Hattori last time? And Zhang Yuan? You are here too? Mao Lilan looked a little happy when she saw Zhang Yuan. To see my friends in such a boring tour group. But why did Hattori and Gangwon get together? They shouldn't have known each other before. Conan heard Morilan's cry, and then saw Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji with a special complexion, and silently drew a question mark in his heart. He knows his little friend Zhang Yuan is not interested in reasoning at all. As for Hattori Heiji, he didn't know much about it, but how did the two of them run together? Before Conan could think about the reasoning carefully, the topic of the few people next to him attracted Conan again, so Conan simply didn't think about such a complicated issue, and then went to discuss Sherlock Holmes with a few adults. Zhang Yuan looked at the confident Hattori Heiji and silently opened a little distance. He is now thinking about whether to spend the night in Uncle Maori's room. Judging from the remarks just now, in addition to Kudo Yukiko, Kudo Yosaku, and Morilan, the person who knows Kudo Shinichi best is probably Hattori Heiji. The problem is that Kudo and his wife are Kudo Shinichi's biological parents, and Morilan is Kudo Shinichi's childhood sweetheart. So Hattori Heiji should be regarded as Kudo Shinichi's little licking dog? When I think about it like this, the picture suddenly comes out. Morilan looked at Hattori Heiji curiously. So Hattori, you are also a Sherlock Holmes fan? Then he looked at Zhang Yuan again. Hattori Heiji waved his hand. No, the reason I came here is simply for that guy Kudo Shinichi. And I still admire Agatha more than Conan Doyle. Hearing Hattori Heiji's deadly remarks, Zhang Yuan completely distanced himself from Hattori Heiji and came to Mori Kogora's side. At this time, everyone in the room looked at Hattori Heiji kindly after hearing what Hattori Heiji said. Of course, I still feel that Conan Doyle is better. Hattori Heiji laughed dryly to make up for it. They heard this sentence, everyone withdrew their eyes and continued their previous discussion. What about you, Zhang Yuan? Why did you come here with Hattori? Mao Lilan asked, looking at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan felt a little bit at a loss for words. I was probably tricked by Hattori. This guy invited me to Osaka as a guest. As a result, I was dragged by this guy to participate in this Sherlock Holmes tour group as soon as I arrived in Osaka. Xiaolan, you know me, I have no interest in reasoning at all. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at the grinning Hattori Heiji, and Zhang Yuan only let him go after he received the promise that Hattori Heiji would wait for Zhang Yuan to entertain him the whole time next time he went to Osaka. Clap clap clap. Kanaya clapped his palm to attract everyone's attention, and then pointed to the whiteboard behind him and explained the schedule for tomorrow. As for the highlight of tomorrow night's reasoning question and answer session, the final winner will receive the first-generation release version of his treasured study in Scarlet. However, unlike Conan, who is full of eyes, Hattori Heiji and Zhang Yuan have little interest in this book. To participate in the final reasoning quiz, complete a quiz about Sherlock Holmes. Total of 1,000 questions. Which is like nonsense to Hattori Heiji and Zhang Yuan. They came all the way here and stayed up in the middle of the night to answer the questions. How is that possible? Chapter 71 _ Gang 1's Observation Report. Then, in order to ensure the fairness of the test, please hand over the reference books and mobile phones related to the test to us for safekeeping. Jingu Yuji put down the pipe in his hand and continued, of course, it doesn't matter if you don't give it to us. Everyone has surveillance cameras and bugs in their rooms. If there is a cheating incident, I will ask him to get out of me. Hotel. Then Hitomi Iwai, a waiter at the hotel, began to distribute quizzes to everyone. There were more than 30 pages of 1,000 questions printed on A4 paper. When they sent it to Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji, they made it clear that they were not going to participate in this event. For Hattori Heiji, this trip would be the biggest reward if he met Kudo Shinichi. As for Zhang Yuan, tonight he needs to issue a report on the actions of the Toya researcher to Jinjiu. He is going to use this action report to remind the organization's HR Jin. The quality of the organization's new recruits is worrying recently. It is worth mentioning that, I don't know when mobile phones in the world of Keishui began to become popular. Several of the people present brought mobile phones and handed them over to Hitomi Iwai. In this way, after Jinya Yuji finished speaking, everyone returned to their respective rooms. Conan looked excited with the quiz Iwai Hitomi sent him. For these 1,000 questions, Conan decided to write it all night tonight, which is not difficult for him, a Sherlock Holmes fan. As for the reasoning test on the second night, I have encountered so many murder cases with Zhang Yuan over the years, and each of them has a different method. Conan, who is very confident in his level of thrust, said that this research in Scarlet will become his. So under the night battle of Conan, Kogoro Mori and Morilan did not fall asleep. Conan lit the lamp, did the test, and shook his little feet in this episode, making Kogoro Mori not angry when he saw it. If it wasn't for Mao Lilan to stop him, Conan would have gotten fatter today. As for Hattori Heiji and Zhang Yuan, after returning to the room, they washed up and went to bed to go to bed. Today, when Hattori Heiji was in Osaka, he woke up early. And Hattori Heiji was in a state of excitement all day long, but unfortunately he didn't see Kudo Shinichi, who was in his heart at the end. 2. But Hattori Heiji didn't recognize it. The exhausted Hattori Heiji lay on the bed and let out a steady breathing sound after a while. Zhang Chenyuan was lying on the bed silently exuding his own perception. When going upstairs, Zhang Yuan locked Kento Too's room. If nothing else, tonight would be the time when Kento Too started his work. Zhang Yuan intends to observe the actions of Kento Toya through the position of the soul. In the end, Gang 1 still needed to design a way for the researchers to call the curtain. For such members who have little value and have not joined the organization, the practice of Jin is generally silenced. Conan has already met Zhang Yuan's case twice, so in line with the principle of a bowl of water, Zhang Yuan has to send a clueless case to Hattori in Kansai, and let Hattori Heiji have a good headache in Osaka. It was late at night, and through the fluctuations of the soul, Zhang Yuan felt that several members of the tour group could no longer bear their own sleepiness and fell asleep. Of course. It may not be just that the time is up and you are sleepy. It may also be that you are looking at too many questions and want to sleep. Do the questions, how can you not get tired? The hotel are Conan, Mori's family, Kentoya, and Hiroyuki Kanaya, not counting Gang 1. At this time, Zhang Yuan felt that Kento Toya's soul was moving, which also proved that Kento Toya had started. Door of Hiroyuki Jinya before he came to the door. The inn owner Jinya Hiroyuki was a little curious. Who would come to him at this time? Could it be that he wanted to come to him to cheat? Thinking of this, Jingu Hiroyuki sneered. He didn't intend to send this first version of Scarlet Research at all. It's like that antique bowl that sells cats. Someone who recognizes the bowl will ask to buy the cat. In the same way, someone who wants this study in Scarlet will join him on a trip. This tour is not free, you need to pay for the tour group, and you also need to pay for the accommodation here. As for someone who actually came to the final reasoning test, he was also prepared. He rummaged through the previous reports and found an unsolved case. As for the final truth of the unsolved case, he didn't know, so this was the best way to do it. Kanaya Hiroyuki stood up and walked to the door of the room, opened the door, and sure enough, standing outside was a member of the tour group, Kento Toya. After Jinya Hiroyuki let Kentoya into the room, he was just about to preach to Kentoya in a righteous and stern manner, but he didn't expect that the moment he turned his back to Kentoya, a rope strangled his neck. The rope was getting tighter and tighter, Jinya Hiroyuki's face became hideous, and both hands were holding onto the rope in vain, hoping to give him a chance to breathe. The mouth opened wide, trying to take in some oxygen in this way. But unfortunately, Jinya Hiroyuki lost consciousness in less than 3 minutes, and finally his hands hung down weakly. After the death of Jinguyaji, the soul split into 2 soul fragments, one of which was just about to flow to Kento Toya, but it flew towards Jian Jiayuan's room as if he had been summoned by something. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and collected Jinguyaji's soul fragment. Then the next person to be killed should be Kento Toya's girlfriend, Ayako Aji. Zhang Yuan thought of the way of the curtain call of Kento House. Since his girlfriend was burned to death, as a boyfriend with such an expression, Kento Toya will definitely have to die with Ayako Aji. Weighing the soul fragments in his hands, Zhang Yuan went to sleep with satisfaction. As for Kento Toya, he started to take off the pajamas of the innkeeper Hiroyuki Kanaya and put on the clothes he was wearing today. It's just that the size of this room is too close to the body, so Kento Toya took a lot of effort to stuff Jinya Hiroyuki into the clothes. During the process, Kento Toya heard a few clear voices of opening the wire, and the sound of clothes being torn. Hiroyuki Kanaya, who was finally dressed, didn't show anything wrong. Immediately afterwards, Kento Toya moved slowly towards the garage while holding Kanaya Hiroyuki. The topic came to a place that Gang 1 did not understand. Things that can be done with just a little fire have to be so gimmicky. In case anyone in the tour group can't sleep, prepare to go out for a walk. Don't you look at the actions of the household researcher? All in all, this time, the household researcher must die. Chapter 72_Bad Hattori Heiji. Early the next morning, Gang 1 woke up and left the hotel after washing up. Before leaving, he asked about the breakfast time and started his morning jog. Running far enough away from the Li Hotel, Zhang Yuan took out his mobile phone and dialed Jinjiu. The best thing about the organization's phone calls is that no matter where you are, there is absolutely no signal for trying to contact Jin. It sounds very high-tech, but thinking about Conan sneakers, Zhang Yuan instantly felt that there was nothing unscientific. Kento Toya to Jin, Zhang Yuan made a judgment that this thing really cannot be absorbed into the organization. Too careless. Front of 2 detectives results in a lot of endings. The deadliest of them all was that Kento Toya didn't move a single word of his test papers. I'm afraid he didn't even look at it. Participated in this tour more or less knew about the last prize of the innkeeper Hiroyuki Kanaya, but what was unclear was only the Conan family and the Heiji Zhang Yuan and Hattori. Among them, Kogoro Mori and Ran Mori were selected because Conan signed up for this tour at his own initiative. As for Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji, it was simply because Kudo Shinichi might be here, so Zhang Yuan was tricked by Hattori Heiji. The four of them had no interest in the studies in Scarlet, and naturally they didn't have any test papers. None of the rest of the people took one. The researcher Toya clearly likes Sherlock Holmes so much, but it turns out that the first edition of A Study in Scarlet, which Sherlock Holmes first appeared on, didn't even take the quiz. There is a problem with this thought. What the hell Kento Toya was doing this night, he will know when the news of Jinya Hiroyuki's death comes. This night is enough time to kill someone, and then the scene is set up. As for Aji Ayako's question, Zhang Yuan did not tell Jinjio that Aji Ayako peeked at Kento Toya's test paper at noon during the day. If Gangwon shows the ability to predict the future, I am afraid that once he returns to Tokyo, Jin will have to send him to Miyano Shiho for anatomical research. In this way, Zhang Yuan received instructions from Jinjio to understand Toya Kenrin, for such a newcomer who has not yet joined the organization. Even newcomers who join the organization are basically like cannon fodder as long as they don't get a code name. Zhang Yuan can be regarded as an alternative, always screwing up his promotion tasks. Can't blame brother Jinji for not taking care of him. If there is a flaw in the mission of the code-named member, the first response of the organization should be to make up for it as much as possible, and then start to investigate whether the code-named member has surrendered to the enemy, including but not limited to Neon Public Security, FBI, CIA, MI6 and intelligence agencies of various countries. Then it is to exclude members to make up for the flawed tasks, including but not limited to clearing evidence, destroying corpses, and so on. However, if the mistakes of the members are too big, for example, Pisco will appear in the future. The photo of Pisco shooting the chandelier was sent out early by the reporter at the time, and Jin was already in the newspaper when he knew about it. At this time, Pisco has no value to save, so the organization boss ordered Jin to clear Pisco. As for Kento Toya, he is not worthy of the organization members to wipe his ass, so as soon as Kento Toya is exposed, he will be cleaned up immediately. He must not be allowed to reveal any information about the organization. The Jin at this time was not the Jin that drove the gunship to shoot the Iron Tower in the future. At this time, the eldest brother's hair is not completely white, and the eldest brother is still very cautious. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan returned to the hotel. After returning to the room to take a shower, the tour group came out of the room one after another and came to the restaurant to prepare for breakfast. Except for Zhang Yuan, Hattori Heiji, and the Maori father and daughter, everyone was not very energetic, and they were all gasping for air. That's 1,000 questions. If you do stay up late to do it, the time during the day may not be enough. Jinya Hiroyuki's business is really good. Is this the fan economy of Keishwe world? In this way, everyone hurriedly finished eating and hurried back to their rooms to start answering questions. Everyone was staring at the Scarlet Study in the original version. As for Hattori Heiji, Zhang Yuan, and the Maori father and daughter, they were much more free. The four of them were eating snacks and drinking coffee in the hall, chatting one after another. Conan is writing hard in his room. Conan, who stayed all night last night, has now completed 2/3 of the test questions. He seems to have seen Scarlet Research beckoning to him. In this way, the time has passed, and the sunset has dyed the sky and the sea red. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking at the sparkling sea, Zhang Yuan Kimono Heiji felt relaxed and happy. Hey, I thought it was a pity that I didn't pick up Kudo Shinichi this time, but if I saw this kind of scenery, it wouldn't be in vain. Hattori Heiji stretched his waist and looked at the sea. Said. Here and that guy will definitely like it. When the holiday is over, let's take her to see it together. Zhang Yuan was shocked by these words. Brother, this is not your line. Your emotional intelligence doesn't allow you to say such things. Isn't this Hattori Heiji fake? Zhang Yuan had an urge to tug on Hattori Heiji's face to see if he was himself. What's wrong? Hattori Heiji was a little strange when he saw Zhang Yuan's eyes. What was going on with this damned expression? It's nothing. Zhang Yuan coughed dryly and then asked, he yet. Toyama and Ye, grew up with me since childhood, that guy is a troublemaker. Hattori Heiji said carelessly. It's just that Hattori Heiji didn't know how much trauma this sentence caused Zhang Yuan. After all, this book couldn't have a female protagonist before the author didn't have a girlfriend. But the author of this book has basically finished the book and may not have a girlfriend. This kind of guy who feeds people dog food should just kick down the cliff. Zhang Yuan secretly looked at Hattori Heiji's round buttocks and was eager to try, just when Zhang Yuan couldn't control himself and was about to start. Big brother Zhang Yuan, big brother Hattori, Sister Xiaolan has baked the cake and asked you to eat. Conan's voice came from behind them. As soon as Conan finished the quiz, he was sent by Mayor Elon to find Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji, so the overdue elementary school students ran over. However, Conan just heard Hattori Heiji talk about Toyama and Ye. And he was still a little strange. Does this Osaka high school student look like you? All keen on reasoning, and the level looks good? They all have a childhood sweetheart who grew up together, and they seem to look a lot like themselves. It's just that I'm not so dark. Chapter 73 Toya Researcher Style Ignorant. Back to the restaurant to eat the cake made by Elon, Zhang Yuan, and Hattori Heiji were full of praise, and Conan was also busy eating the cake and didn't want to run around. After drinking a cup of coffee, Zhang Yuan looked at Conan with dark circles under his eyes and asked, Conan, you haven't slept all night? Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Conan yawned, and Conan's drowsiness, which was originally out of excitement, finally came up, and his voice became weak. Yeah. There are too many quiz questions, and I just finished writing them. But it seems like I haven't seen Boss Kanaya all day today. Hattori Heiji on the other side put down his glass and said boredly. Maybe Boss Jingu is designing the reasoning topic for the evening. Judging from the boss's appearance, he shouldn't send the research in blood so easily. Conan took the words of Hattori Heiji and said, at this time Conan did not look like a child at all, and the mature Hattori Heiji looked sideways. But it seems that Hattori Heiji has not thought that Kudo Shinichi is such a nonsense thing as Conan. It is not easy to rejuvenate from old to young. Maybe it's easy to grow from big to small, but rejuvenation is definitely not. Setting sun slowly sank into the sea, and the waiter of the hotel came to the kitchen to prepare today's dinner. Elon got up and went to help. Gangwon is a bit boring to stay here. It is a paradise for Sherlock Holmes fans, but it seems a little boring to Zhang Yuan who has traveled through from 2121. No short videos, no games, and no interest in reasoning. Zhang Yuan simply prepared to go to the kitchen with Mao Lilan to help. As soon as he walked to the door of the kitchen, he saw Mao Lilan looking at Zhang Yuan in horror. After learning that Zhang Yuan was going to help together, Mao Lilan quickly summoned Conan and Hattori Heiji to pull Zhang Yuan back to the restaurant. I said you have to believe me, this time I will follow the recipe, there will be absolutely no problem. Zhang Yuan swore to Hattori Heiji and Conan. Hattori Heiji had never been poisoned by Zhang Yuan's body, so he could not help but relax a little, but Conan didn't believe Zhang Yuan's nonsense at all. At this time, Conan not only hugged Zhang Yuan's thighs with both hands, but also used his 2 feet to hang firmly on Zhang Yuan's body. My own brother, Gangwon. Calm down. Calm down. Zhang Yuan could only give up angrily, but because it was almost time for dinner, the members of the tour group came out of the room one after another, came to the restaurant and sat down with a sigh. This set of quizzes contains a variety of questions from the appearance of Sherlock Holmes to the final curtain call, and it is as tricky as the fans of modern rice circles. In the absence of reference books, it was very difficult for everyone to answer, and even Conan answered all night plus nearly a day to get it. But judging from their mental state, although they all sighed, the smug look on their brows all told that their research on the bloody words was inevitable. So after a full meal, Fujisawa Toshiaki, a publishing house member who helped the boss publish the book, was the first to ask Iwai Hitomi. I said, I haven't seen your boss all day today, where are the others? Yes, yes. Quickly call your boss out. Aji Ayako said angrily to Hitomi Iwai impatiently. Who was tortured by these 1,000 questions, poured her breath on Hitomi Iwai, the hotel waiter. Zhang Yuan looked at Aji Ayako with an impatient face and thought of Suzuki Ayako with the same name as her. Presumably if Suzuki Ayako was here, she might have narrowed her eyes and watched calmly, like an outsider. Iwai Hitomi was a little embarrassed when she heard Fujisawa Toshiaki and Aji Ayako, but the boss asked me to entertain everyone until he came in after dinner. Hearing this, everyone who was originally impatient held down their temper and began to wait in the restaurant for the innkeeper to enter the door wearing that tight suit. Tick, tick, tick. Time passed very slowly in the silence of everyone, and the atmosphere in the restaurant was so depressing that Hitomi Iwai couldn't breathe. The coffee and drinks of everyone in the restaurant have been changed 4 or 5 times, but the innkeeper still hasn't appeared in front of everyone. Damn it! I can't wait any longer. Fujisawa Toshiaki stood up angrily. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Although he helped the innkeeper Hiroyuki Kanaya to publish his doujinshi, Fujisawa Toshiaki still looked like he was being tricked and left the restaurant angrily. Mr. Fujisawa. Iwai Hitomi didn't know how to persuade Fujisawa Toshiaki to leave the table for a while. She was also just a working girl, and she also felt that her boss had gone too far this time. As expected from the legend, Obazan, the fortune teller, leaned on his face at the dining table and talked about the rumors he knew. Everyone said that Boss Jingu would make the questions difficult every time, so that everyone had no way to answer them correctly. Actually, he just wanted to show us his research on the original version of the blood lettering. Obazan finished speaking, he stood up, then I have to go back to sleep, and leave. Immediately after the high school PE teacher Ikuo Kawazu and librarian Nanako Shimizu, who were at the same table, also stood up and left the restaurant and went back to their room. I'm afraid in their hearts, this time the so-called Sherlock Holmes tour group has turned into a ridiculous hoax. Zhang Yuan comprehended what the fortune teller Obazan said just now. If Jingu Yuji is really like what this Obazan said, then Jingu Yuji's crowd caught it very accurately. In Zhang Yuan or Hattori Heiji's view, there is no need to boast about this kind of research in the blood of the first generation. After all, they are not fans of Sherlock Holmes, not like some overdue elementary school students. It's just that this book is priceless in the eyes of certain people, such as those who were still in the restaurant just now, as well as Kento Toya, Ayako Aji, and Konan who are still in the restaurant. The three had no intention of leaving at all, and Ayako Aji sat here because her boyfriend had no intention of leaving. As for Konan, probably thought this might be the test of Hiroyuki Jinya? In other words, is there really someone who has come up with this kind of test and is not afraid of being sacked when walking at night? And in a high-risk environment like the Keishui world, doing this would probably cost people their lives. Soon, Maori Kogoro couldn't hold on anymore. After drinking 2 glasses of beer for dinner, he was feeling drunk and simply went back to his room to sleep. In the restaurant, there are only Zhang Yuan, Morilan, Hattori Heiji, Konan, as well as the couple of Kentoya and Ayako Aji. Hattori Heiji's dark face was full of bloodshot eyes, tears involuntarily grazed from the corners of his eyes, and a big yawn came from his mouth. Yanran, it's not the way to wait like this, otherwise we'll go back to the room. Aji Ayako was probably a little bit unable to hold on, and suggested to Toya Yanran. Those who leave at this time lose. Kento Toya was just about to remind everyone of the appearance of Hiroyuki Kanaya, when he saw Zhang Yuan standing at the back of the window. This. Kento Toya was at a loss for words. How could he pretend that he had just discovered the innkeeper's car if Zhang Yuan was blocking the window? Chapter 74 Conan, here's two bad news, which one do you want to hear? At this time, Zhang Yuan had discovered that the car of the inn owner Jingu Hiroyuki slowly drove out of the garage and drove towards the cliff. Glancing at Kento Toya from the corner of his eye, although he spoke to Ayako Aji without changing his face, the anxious look in his eyes made it clear that he had something on his mind. Fortunately, none of the remaining people in the room just happened to pay attention to him, and the only one who paid attention to him, Ayako Aji, was sitting next to Kento Toya. "Is that the innkeeper's car?" Zhang Yuan, who had seen enough, pointed to the car outside and said in surprise, which caught the attention of Conan and Hattori Heiji. The two instantly appeared behind the window next to Zhang Yuan, looking at the car outside. "That's right, what did that old man do when he drove out in the middle of the night?" Hattori Heiji nodded after seeing Jinya Hiroyuki through the car window, a little puzzled. This mysterious operation of this boss really made Hattori Heiji a little bit incapacitated. Now what is this show? This should be our reasoning question, but I don't know what the innkeeper is going to show us. Kentoya, who was completely relaxed, said in a relaxed tone, holding Ayako Aji, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was very satisfied with his method, not to mention the Mori Kogore who couldn't hold back to sleep. Didn't the Kansai High School student detective Hattori Heiji in front of him not see anything? It seems that only Sherlock Holmes can decipher his own murder method this time. Afterwards, Kento House thought about the organization that sent him the invitation. After joining, he must work hard to climb up and finally take control of this organization. He is the Moriarty of this era shrouded in neon Tokyo. At this time, Zhang Yuan's words interrupted Kento Toya's beautiful imagination. "By the way, it looks like a cliff in front of you. Is it okay to drive like this?" As soon as the words fell, Hattori Heiji suddenly felt that things were not normal. Osaka Kuroji opened the window and turned directly out of the restaurant, rushing towards the moving car. Conan was about to climb out of the window, and was thrown by Jianja Yuan's neck into Mao Lilan's arms. "It's too dangerous, I'll take a look." After finishing speaking, Zhang Yuan also turned out of the room, and soon Kimi Hattori Heiji arrived at the cab. Through the window, Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji could see the godless eyes of Hiroyuki Jinya in the cab, which seemed to have not blinked for so long. If Jingu Hiroyuki is really still alive, this is not an achievement. I will kill myself without blinking an eye. The innkeeper's car left the asphalt road in front of the inn, and suddenly began to accelerate when it reached the dirt road on the edge of the cliff. The car is accelerating. Hattori Heiji hurriedly accelerated his pace and his colleague knocked on the glass. Old man, what are you doing?" However, the innkeeper Hiroyuki Kanaya was of course unable to respond to Hattori Heiji, so the car rushed out of the cliff and smashed into the valley. With a loud bang, a huge spark bloomed in front of Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji looked at the big fireball below the valley in shock and was speechless for a while. The acceleration just now made Hattori Heiji think that Kanaya Hiroyuki was still alive at that time, but since he was alive, why would he be so distracted and seek his own short-sightedness? It can't be the book that is about to be sent out, right? But through the mouths of others in the tour group, this hotel owner is not such an honest person. The explosion of the car just woke up the other people in their sleep, and everyone headed by Mori Kogora rushed out of the hotel door, and Conan followed closely behind Mori Kogora. "Hey, what happened in Zhang Yuan?" Mori Kogora couldn't believe the firelight reflected in the valley below the cliff. The entire hotel should have come out by now. The only one who was not there was the owner of the hotel, Hiroyuki Kanaya, and Kogora Mori thought of the loud noise just now. Could it be that Hiroyuki Kanaya is now under the cliff? The innkeeper is dead. Zhang Yuan calmly pointed to the firelight below and said to Kogora Mori. After so many cases, Zhang Yuan was too lazy to act. Just take it as a habit after you can't resist. Anyway, in the hearts of Conan and the Mori family, he is a solid and good person. Yeah, right in front of us, the people and the car fell together. Hattori Heiji said with a solemn expression. At this time Hattori Heiji instinctively felt that this matter must not be a simple accident. I think he committed suicide 80% of the time. After the initial shock, Kogoro Mori was listless and felt like he could fall asleep at any time. I guess he is reluctant to part with his first edition of the book. Kogoro Mori, he gave the most outrageous answer as soon as he opened his mouth. As expected of a guiding light in the world of Keishwe. If it is put in the real world to participate in the Star Detective, it is estimated that S.A. Baining will have nothing to do. I think it's very likely that the innkeeper was murdered. Kento Toya suddenly felt a sense of presence, probably because he felt that he could do it again when he saw Tokyo's famous detective Mori Kogoro being so unreliable. Zhang Yuan glanced at Kento Toya with pity. The kid didn't even know who the opponent he was facing was after a long time of trouble. Why did he recruit this thing into the organization? Being a cannon fodder is disobedient. Toya Kento's unreliable reasoning was directly refuted by Hattori Heiji, and then Hattori Heiji said the sudden acceleration of the car and the sound of the wind blowing he heard beside him. Have you heard it too, Zhang Yuan? Hattori Heiji also asked Zhang Yuan for confirmation. Yes, I heard it too. Zhang Yuan nodded, then looked at Conan who was thinking, by the way, Conan, I have two bad news here, which one do you want to hear? Conan looked up at Zhang Yuan in confusion. What bad news could there be at this time? So Conan asked tentatively, is there any difference between them, brother Gangwon? Zhang Yuan nodded his head. Of course there is a difference, one is bad news, the other is worse. Conan's mouth twitched, and then he said, then let's talk about the bad news first. The bad news is that the owner of the inn, Hiroyuki Kanaya, is definitely dead, and it's not certain whether the body can stay or not. The explosion just now reminded Zhang Yuan of Tequila, who died tragically in the explosion. Poor Tequila didn't know if there was a cemetery. Otherwise, when you have time, let's build a tomb for him. The organization will also. It doesn't look like he can be responsible for the aftermath. This obvious fact made Conan very speechless. If he fell from such a high place, he must have died and could no longer die. This world is not a Mary Sue world. And what about the other one? Conan has given up hope for Zhang Yuan's words. In his opinion, Zhang Yuan is probably afraid that he is still teasing children. The other one is that this event will be cancelled after the boss dies, which means that the book can't be given away, and your test questions have been written in vain. Conan's whole body froze, and he didn't realize the problem until Zhang Yuan finished speaking. After staying up all night plus a whole day, now the energy of another all-nighter is completely in vain. Conan retracted the idea that Zhang Yuan was comforting the child. Now Conan's idea is that Zhang Yuan seemed to be afraid that the child would not die with Jinguyaji, so he pushed it. Chapter 75 Hattori Heiji approaching the truth. Being broken by Zhang Yuan's words, Conan turned around and returned to the edge of the crowd, staring at the rut marks on the ground in a daze. At this time, only reasoning can make his icy heart experience a little temperature. At this time, Conan remembered the sound of the air conditioner that Hattori Heiji said just now. Other side, Mori Kogoro, who is the backbone of everyone, said, looking at the way it looks now, the body of Boss Jingu will definitely not be found, and we can only call the police to deal with it. But our phone number was taken away by the innkeeper. Fujisawa Toshiaki hated Jinya Hiroyuki very much at this moment, and he was doing nothing wrong. Well now, there is no communication equipment if you want to call the police. The waiter Hitomi Iwai's eyes lit up and said to everyone, I know where everyone's mobile phones are, they are all in the boss's room. When everyone heard it, they immediately followed Hitomi Iwai to retrieve their communication tools. However, Zhang Yuan did not follow them to the innkeeper's room, but stayed where he was. At the same time, there was the thoughtful Ayako Aji who stayed where she was. That's right, Kanto Toya also went to Kanaya Hiroyuki's room with everyone. Perhaps Kanto Toya wanted to appreciate the disappointment that everyone had hoped for. As early as last night, Kanto Toya smashed everyone's communication tools in the hotel owner's room. He didn't even let go of the landline in the room. As for the reason for Zhang Yuan's stay, it is very simple. Under Zhang Yuan's silent gaze, Conan and Hattori Heiji posted closer and closer. Finally, the two had slammed into each other with a bang. This muffled sound made Zhang Yuan touch his head unconsciously. These two are really working hard. It hurts. Conan and Hattori Heiji hugged his head and screamed, and the impact made the heads of the two people buzz instantly, and even the stars in the sky began to dance in the sky. What's wrong with the two of you? Morilan looked at Conan and Hattori Heiji worriedly. The two seemed to have some kind of magic power and could always bump into each other. How do I know? Hattori Heiji said dissatisfiedly, I just want to see if it is really air-conditioned in the car. This is very important to the case. And the last time Hattori Heiji said this, he suddenly stopped talking, his eyes widened instantly and then his pupils shrank suddenly. The last time he ran into this kid when he was looking for clues. Conan rubbed his head. Mengmeng said to Hattori Heiji, it's too dark here, I can't see clearly. Yes, yes. Hattori Heiji raised a ridiculous guess in his heart, but this guess seemed to take root in his heart, growing like crazy. Click. The crisp sound of the lighter, the surrounding darkness was dispelled, and Ayako Aji raised the lighter in her hand to illuminate the surrounding ground. Is this all right? Two young detectives. At this time, Ayako Aji was not like a college student in her early 20s who just entered college, but more like a mature royal sister who entered the society. Yes, yes. Thanks. Hattori Heiji and Conan replied to Ayako Aji with stiff faces. After the inspection, Ayako Aji, Morilan, and Conan went to the room of the innkeeper Hiroyuki Kanaya. As for Hattori Heiji, he stopped Zhang Yuan who was about to go back. That Zhang Yuan, accompany me to a place, I have something to ask you. Hattori Heiji whispered to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan glanced at Hattori Heiji with a weird expression, Big brother, why are you gay, and this kind of whisper, you should talk to Kudo Shinichi. But Zhang Yuan's father still spoiled the black son who lived in the same room with him, and the two came to the garage. Parked for two cars now has one car left. As soon as he entered the garage, Gang Won smelled a pungent smell of gasoline. Ahem, Zhang Yuan, who had a sensitive sense of smell, cleared his throat and said to Heiji Hattori, I'm afraid the fuel tank of the car is leaking, otherwise, why would there be such a strong smell of gasoline? Hattori Heiji's voice came from under the car, yes, someone drilled a big hole in the car's fuel tank, and basically all the gasoline inside leaked out. Zhang Yuan looked at Hattori Heiji in confusion. When did Hattori Heiji go to the garage? Why didn't he feel at all? Buff that Hattori Heiji comes with? How terrifying! Then Hattori Heiji came to the cab to test other functions of the car, and found that the car's battery was also dead. So now this car is just a piece of scrap metal. Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently. The phone in the hotel owner's room was completely smashed, and the only car was now unusable. The entire hotel has become a Blizzard Mountain villa. However, Zhang Yuan has nothing to worry about, not to mention that he still has a mobile phone distributed by the organization. There should also be a way for Kento to contact the outside world. After all, Kento Toya's purpose this time was to kill people, not to drag everyone to be buried together. The worst thing is that you can go down the mountain on foot to call the police during the day. After checking the garage, Zhang Yuan and Hattori Heiji returned to the hotel and walked to Jinya Hiroyuki's room. On the way, Hattori Heiji asked Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, do you know that kid in Xiaolan's house? You said Conan. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, and Hattori Heiji was now beginning to wonder if Conan was Kudo Shinichi. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan sneered in his heart and prepared to start selling Conan directly. Although he was selling Conan, Zhang Yuan still had to pay attention to his skills. Hattori Heiji is not the idiot Mori Kogure usually looks like. If that sentence is wrong, he will definitely hear it. I remember that Xiaolan seemed to have said that the night she and Kudo went to the tropical amusement park, Xiaolan met Dr. A. Li and Conan at Kudo's house. Dr. Li said that Conan was his relative, but he was an old bachelor who couldn't take care of the children, so he entrusted Xiaolan to help take care of him. Heiji Hattori's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked eagerly, "Has Kudo appeared later?" Zhang Yuan looked at Hattori Heiji as if he was looking at a fool. "Didn't you just see him a few days ago? Has your memory faded at such a young age?" Hattori Heiji's old face darkened, and the original dark complexion became even darker. "I didn't say the last time, except the last time? Has Kudo Shinichi ever appeared?" Zhang Yuanzuo thought for a while and said, "No, but Xiaolan said several times that Kudo called him." Hearing this, Hattori Heiji's eyes flashed a terrifying light. And then a perceptive smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Kudo Shinichi, I found you."